Chapter 1. The tattered black tiger flag still flutters defiantly amidst the billowing smoke, its bloodstains intermittently visible. In this moment, the flag appears almost comical. In a mere 3 years, the elite forces of the Yin Kingdom have dwindled from 1,000,000 lions to fewer than 30 souls. Ha ha! A bitter smile offers no salvation from the fate of a fallen nation. A generation of renowned generals. A generation of renowned generals? Ha! I throw my head back and laugh, my mirth devoid of sorrow or resignation, filled only with profound hatred. Is this truly how it ends? The Yin Kingdom has lost all hope. I have fallen. And who else can save its destiny? Millions of enemy soldiers swarm like a sea of ants, a relentless tide of darkness greedily consuming the land of Yin. Behind me lies the imperial palace of Yin. In my ears, I occasionally hear the wails of infants, the shrieks of maidens, and the lamentations of the elderly mourning their lost kingdom. It feels like a hallucination, yet it is achingly vivid. Turning to glance at my subordinates, their expressions reveal no fear, only disdain for the enemy and a thirst for bloodshed. Have I trained men, or mere emotionless killing machines? Whoosh! In the instant an arrow pierces my skull, I distinctly hear the metallic sound of flesh being severed, devoid of any pain. Blood silently trickles down my forehead, pooling in my eyes. Instantly, the battlefield transforms into a crimson expanse crimson salty. Chapter 2. The Fortune Teller. The young maiden is beautiful. The young maiden is enchanting. The young maiden invites me for an embrace. Chenyang hummed an unknown tune, strolling nonchalantly towards the enrollment venue. Look, isn't that the useless heir of the Su family? Useless? I see nothing but a rogue, idling his days away. I heard he even spied on the Zhang family's daughter while she bathed yesterday. TSK. How pitiful. She is still an untouched flower. Chenyang had long grown accustomed to the prejudice of others. Over the years, he had not learned much, but his mental fortitude was commendable, as was his thick skin and sharp tongue. In this small town, he bore the brunt of all petty misdeeds, whether or not they were his doing. With his reputation, who would believe he was innocent? So what if someone saw the untouched maiden bathing? It wasn't he as if she had been forcibly taken. Was it really that serious? Chenyang silently cursed, continuing to hum his self-composed melody. Esteemed young master, please hold a moment. An aged voice interrupted him. Chenyang paused, glancing to the side. A fortune teller's flag loomed before him. What the hell? Since when did flags possess spirit? This young master, it is I, came a voice from behind the flag, revealing a weathered face that, no matter how one looked at it, appeared rather lecherous. Coupled with the flag's filthy, yellowish grime, Chenyang couldn't help but imagine an old man practicing some bizarre martial art behind the flag. Oh, esteemed immortal, do you summon me for a reason? Given that Chenyang had nothing pressing to attend to, registering merely felt like a lengthy stroll. Amusing the old man seemed a decent choice. I see the glow upon your visage and the bloom of romance in your countenance. It appears fortune and love has graced you these days. Might I offer you a glimpse into your fate? Ah, the same old routine. Could he not offer something fresher? Chenyang responded. Oh, is that so? Then I must have you divine my fortune. I've hooked him. The old man feigned a profound smile. That Chenyang mused silently. You think these years have been for naught? A grin of feigned ignorance and excitement formed on his face. Old fool, soon you shall depart in tears. Pray, let us converse privately. The old man led Chenyang to his makeshift stall and gestured for him to sit on a stool. Grasping Chenyang's hand with his left, he dramatically began to calculate with his right hand. The old man lifted his gaze, his expression one of astonishment. This is dire. This time, your romantic fortune, if mishandled, could very well cost you your life. You must tread with caution. What remedy exists? Chenyang feigned shock. Damn is he about to pull out some sort of potion to dupe me? Ah, the old man stroked his beard. There is indeed a remedy. As he spoke, he produced a silken pouch. This pouch may only be used once. Remember, young master, do not open it unless absolutely necessary. He then presented the pouch before Chenyang. Looking at the pouch, which appeared to be quite well crafted, Chenyang decided to take it. I shall accept this on your behalf. He tucked the pouch into his garment and was about to leave when the old man called out. Young master, you have yet to pay. The elderly man firmly grasped the corner of Su Chenyang's garment, preventing the young lad from making his escape. "Oh, venerable sage, do forgive my poor memory. How much silver is it?" "Not much, not much. Including the pouch, it totals 5 taels of silver." As he gazed at Su Chenyang's coin purse, the old man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Ah, venerable sage, you are too modest, given that you have saved my life. I believe a reward of 10 taels of silver is more appropriate." Su Chenyang's expression was one of earnest sincerity. Suddenly, as if recognizing an acquaintance, he called out behind the old man, "Goodness, you have come to tell fortunes so early in the morning as well." Upon hearing of a potential client, the fortune teller turned to look behind him, drawn by Su Chenyang's voice. "You old rascal, trying to outsmart me." Su Chenyang chuckled triumphantly, weighing the pouch in his hand. "Liuyun Palace, admissions office. You cheeky brat. How dare you try to deceive your father? I ought to break your legs." Instantly, a vision of his father's wrath flashed through his mind. "No, if I fail the test, I might escape the beating, but if I deceive him, the outcome could be dire." Shaking his head vigorously, Su Chenyang banished the demonic image of his father from his thoughts. "All right, it shall be as I decide." Su Chenyang raised an eyebrow, a plan forming in his mind. "Everyone, come and see. The master of Liuyun Palace has arrived," he shouted amidst the crowd. "Quickly, head over to Fenghuang Avenue behind the street." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire street was left deserted. Goodness, this actually worked. Su Chenyang hastened to the registration desk, where the astonished registrar stared at him in disbelief. "Heh, allow me to register. You little scoundrel, how devious you are." The young registrar retorted, looking at Su Chenyang with disdain. "Name and age Su Chenyang, 17 years old. I will be 18 in a few months. My dream at 18 is to marry a beautiful wife and then have a multitude of children. I hope my father gifts me a stack of endless banknotes, with pink being my favorite color. Get in there." The registrar kicked Su Chenyang into the examination room. "Enough with the nonsense. Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 3. The Test. A painful experience. Su Chenyang tumbled into the examination room, where one of the examiners quickly helped him to his feet. "Young man, watch where you're going." Only then did Su Chenyang take a good look at the elderly gentleman. Judging by his age, the man appeared to be around 78 or 79, yet he possessed an ageless visage and a radiant complexion. The moment the old man steadied Su Chenyang, he felt a surge of immense strength. Goodness, this venerable gentleman is quite formidable. Respect welled up within Su Chenyang, prompting him to speak more respectfully. "Thank you, sir." "Heh." Su Chenyang scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his lips. "Young man, have you come for the test?" The elder inquired. "Yes, indeed." "Very well. Allow me to explain the procedure." The old man walked towards a crystal ball situated on the left side of the room as he spoke. "This is called the measuring stone. It can reveal the level of your primordial infant and the types of elements your body possesses. Simply concentrate and gently draw your spiritual energy from your dantian, infusing it into this crystal ball. Come, young man, give it a try." The old gentleman's demeanor was kind and expectant as he gazed at Su Chenyang. "Goodness, how am I to concentrate? I don't even possess a primordial infant," Su Chenyang thought inwardly. Though he dared not voice his concerns. After all, his father was at home sharpening his knives, ready to pounce on unsuspecting prey. "Oh, you don't even know this." The elderly man exhibited not a trace of anger. Instead, wearing a gentle smile as he regarded Su Chenyang, the latter shook his head. "Heh, it's quite all right. Allow me to elaborate on the elements. They are categorized into 5 types: wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. The element residing within one's body determines the corresponding skills one can learn." "Young man, having said so much, shouldn't you begin? There are many others awaiting their turn, are there not?" the old man said amiably. "Ah, indeed, indeed." Su Chenyang, who had initially been filled with enthusiasm, suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. "Oh no, I'm going to embarrass myself again." Nevertheless, he resolved to press on, thinking that with many lice, one need not fear the bites. Approaching the crystal ball, he pretended to gather his energy. Yet, the crystal ball remained entirely unresponsive. "Young man, do not be anxious. Locate your nascent soul, gently guide your mental energy upwards, and infuse it into the crystal ball." Suddenly, an unpleasant sound erupted, and an overwhelming stench assaulted the air. The foul odor was truly astonishing, capable of shocking heaven and weeping ghosts. The unsuspecting elder nearly wept in response. Esteemed sir, might I inquire what element this is?" Su Chenyang feigned innocence, asking with a naive expression. His words nearly choked the elderly gentleman. Young man, you should leave. It appears you do not possess a nascent soul. The elder said, pinching his nose and waving his hand, signaling Su Chenyang to depart. Once outside the assessment room, Su Chenyang let out a long sigh of relief. His father insisted on coming despite the absence of a nascent soul. Was it truly so easy for miracles to occur? No matter. He had completed his duty, and it was time to unwind. With a heart brimming with joy, Su Chenyang hummed a tune as he made his way to the back mountain. In his idle days, he found the back mountain to be his favorite retreat. Lying down on the grassy expanse and gazing up at the azure sky, he indulged in his grand dreams, which was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures. Due to his father's exceptional prowess in weaponry, the Su family was summoned to reside in the imperial city. This was not only to safeguard the talented Su Peisheng, but also to better serve the nobles in the city. However, just as his father was basking in success, a group of men in black suddenly invaded the Su residence, seizing the treasured wooden box that his father cherished above all, from his father's drunken ramblings. Su Chenyang learned that it contained the Su family's heirloom. At that tender age of 7 or 8, he could do nothing but wail in the face of such abrupt misfortune. This commotion drew the attention of the intruders. And in the critical moment when blades were drawn, his father ignited his nascent soul. By sacrificing his own nascent soul, he managed to scare off the assailants. It was from that moment onward that his father became despondent. His nascent soul had sustained severe damage, and it would take no less than a decade to recover. Coupled with the loss of the family heirloom, Su Peisheng was plunged into profound sorrow. Drowning his grief in alcohol, those deemed of no utility are forgotten by the world. This is an unchanging truth. The Su family was expelled from the imperial city, never to regain their former glory. Those nobles who once called each other brothers instantly turned into strangers in the wake of the Su family's misfortunes. Su Peisheng, accompanied by his son, retreated to the small town of Phoenix. Leading a secluded life, though somewhat impoverished, they lived freely and blissfully. Yet, the loss of the family heirloom remained a lifelong burden on his father's heart. Su Chenyang gazed at his father's despondency and silently vowed to locate the family heirloom, thereby restoring the former glory of the Su family. Yet, the accursed Yuanying stubbornly refused to manifest on the surface. Su Chenyang feigned indifference, but within, he felt a sense of urgency surpassing that of anyone else. How could it be? The heavens bestowed upon me an unparalleled visage, yet they delay in granting me my Yuanying. Truly, the heavens are envious of exceptional talent, spitting out the weeds in his mouth. Su Chenyang raised his middle finger to the sky. Listen here, heavens, I shall curse you. Huh? Are you frightened? This move is called the invincible lion's roar. Take note, young lad, Su Chenyang muttered to himself, and before long, he resumed his daydreams in the warm embrace of the spring breeze. Several hours slipped by, and the moon had unknowingly ascended into the profound firmament. The evening wind in the mountains swirled with the chill of early spring. Su Chenyang's fingers twitched slightly as he gradually opened his eyes. Oh no. Upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of the dark moon at the horizon. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and fled. It was far too late to knock on the door. If his father found out, he would surely administer a few well-deserved thrashings. A faint smile crept across Su Chenyang's face as he nimbly scaled the wall. After years of practice, climbing over to the house had become second nature, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in the courtyard. Stealthily, Su Chenyang made his way towards his room, cautious not to stir any commotion. Younger, come here. His father's voice echoed from the main room. Goodness, can they hear me? A wave of discomfort surged through Su Chenyang's abdomen, accompanied by an urgent need to relieve himself. Reluctantly, he pushed open the door. His father sat regally in a grand armchair. Beside him, an elderly gentleman. The man's age seemed comparable to that of Su Peisheng, but his physique was gaunt, with sunken eyes and a hawkish nose, exuding an air of cunning and treachery. Father, what is your command? Su Chenyang inquired. Su Peisheng disregarded him and turned to the old man. Brother Song, behold, this is my son. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he is quite the handsome lad. The son of Su Xindi is undoubtedly a dragon among men. Ha! Su Peisheng chuckled. Brother Song, you flatter me. Yet, this child Chenyang lacks a Yuanying. I wonder if that troubles you. Not at all, the elder replied. There are plenty of ordinary folks without a Yuanying. It is of no consequence as long as our children are fond of each other. They should proceed as they wish. What is happening today? Why does it feel like a riddle? Su Chenyang pondered, bewildered. Young, this is your uncle's song. Today, he brought his precious daughter to our home. They have been waiting for you for quite some time. Where have you been all day? Su Chenyang barely began before his father interrupted. Enough of that. Quickly, go to your room. Xiaohong has been waiting for you for ages. Make sure to have a good conversation with her and refrain from speaking nonsense. Goodness, a matchmaking session? Do I, Su Chenyang, truly need to resort to such measures? Is my father in his right mind? Su Chenyang mused inwardly. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Su Peishing's voice rose a few octaves upon noticing his son's hesitation. Startled, Su Chenyang promptly rose to take his leave. His gaze flickered over the old man. He caught a glimpse of a barely perceptible smirk. Chapter 4. Dating the Extraordinary Woman. Alas, such a cliché title. One can only wonder what she looks like. Would she possess a voluptuous 36C cup, a firm and pert posterior, complemented by a graceful, serpentine waist? If so, my excitement would be overwhelming. Ideally, she should also have long, elegant legs. With such a physique, a single leg could entertain me for an entire evening. The more Su Chenyang pondered, the more exhilarated he became, quickening his pace. Upon reaching his doorstep, anxiety surged within him. Calm down, he must remain composed. Su Chenyang steadied his nerves and slowly pushed open the door. With a sudden crash, the moment Su Chenyang laid eyes on Xiaohong, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. He could sense his hair bristling, a feather seemingly lodged in his throat, and his mouth agape in astonishment. Extraordinary. She was undeniably extraordinary. In his mind, Xiaohong's figure loomed like an insurmountable mountain, standing at less than 1.60 meters and weighing at least over 200 pounds. Her sparse, yellow hair fell haphazardly over her head, and her face, marred by countless blemishes, resembled a starry night sky. Her small eyes squinted into narrow slits, akin to two delicate cuts on a pumpkin. A broad mouth, adorned with large, yellowing teeth, seemed to reveal remnants of her lunch to Su Chenyang. Gulping, Xiaohong gazed at Su Chenyang, swallowing hard as Su Chenyang felt a twitch in his face. Indeed, he had seen it. He was not mistaken. That was a prominent Adam's apple. Oh heavens, what sin have I committed to deserve such a fate? Su Chenyang silently screamed and raged within. Father, have you taken leave of your senses today? How could you subject your own son to this? Come now. Tonight Xiaohong is willing to become your bride. Xiaohong continued to entice Su Chenyang, and the moment her flirtatious gaze was cast, he felt his insides churn as waves of nausea washed over him. Despite her ample frame, Xiaohong moved with surprising agility. In a heartbeat, she appeared before Su Chenyang like a specter, her powerful hands gripping his shoulders, rendering him immobile. With a swift motion, she hurled him onto the bed, where he was met with the sight of her melon-like visage. No, please, let me go. Su Chenyang struggled and pleaded. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he clutched his chest tightly, terrified that this extraordinary woman might take away his virtue. In that moment, Su Chun a treasure trove. Indeed, there is also the fortune teller's treasure trove. At this pivotal moment of his life, the future remains uncertain. Perhaps, in a moment of joy, Xiaohong might unwittingly tarnish his lifelong reputation. Su Chenyang, quick-witted as ever, fumbled in his bosom for the treasure trove and hastily unfolded the note within. Inscribed in vermilion ink were the 4 characters, "Try again." By heavens, what a misfortune! Su Chenyang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Xiaohong waved her sleeve, releasing a wisp of enchanting smoke. Before long, Su Chenyang found himself collapsed on the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Humph, I saved you, yet you show no gratitude. Is a first kiss truly worth more than your life? After uttering these words, Xiaohong transformed into a rustic maiden, her demeanor exuding the charm of a delicate flower as she gracefully approached the main house. Su Peishing felt a tinge of annoyance. This child. Her behavior grows increasingly outrageous. I shall awaken him. Uncle Su, please hold your steps. The maiden's voice flowed like a babbling brook, melodious and captivating. Today, Su Gongzi has exerted himself and inadvertently caused a disturbance. Perhaps another day, Xiaohong will pay a visit. The hour grew late. Xiaohong felt fatigued and hoped for Uncle Su's understanding. Upon her words, Su Peishing found it difficult to respond further. He smiled and replied, very well, very well. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Brother Song, you see how well you have educated this young lady. I hope my son will benefit from Xiaohong's guidance in the days to come. Instantly, a rosy hue adorned Xiaohong's cheeks. Not at all. We shall be one family from now on. Brother Song rose to bid farewell, leading Xiaohong into the embrace of the night. Su Peixing pushed open his son's door, where the sound of steady snores echoed. Alas, this child. On the official road of Phoenix Town, two figures meandered through the twilight. Old rogue, have you succeeded? The speaker was none other than Old Song. What nonsense! How could I fail against a mere novice? Indeed, that is true that I wonder if this lad will make it through the night unscathed. That depends on his own fortune. Old monster, why do you think our leader is so fond of this boy? Even if he attains the Yuan Ying, I doubt he will achieve much greatness. Such a precious thing wasted on him is truly a pity. That is not our concern. The leader has his reasons for such actions. If it were in your hands, you would likely sell it for silver. The now emaciated figure of Xiao Hong had transformed into a frail old man, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if he truly beheld glistening silver. You must admit, your earlier delicate demeanor was quite the spectacle. Old man, why not grant me a chance to try? I see you are tired of living. Dead thing. We are both half buried in the earth already. Why continue this sordidness? Surely you jest. You are the old rogue. I am far beneath your level. Ugh, keep your distance. I fear you. The two exchanged banter, gradually fading into the night. Chapter 5. Awaken, Yuan Ying at this moment. Su Chenyang once again found himself ensnared in that peculiar dream. Tattered banners, cries of anguish, and a sea of relentless enemies loomed before him. Falling, with eyes akin to blood. Once more, these vivid images surfaced in Su Chenyang's mind. At the moment the general fell, a peculiar transformation occurred within the dream. The general gazed at Su Chenyang, the corners of his blood-stained mouth curling into a faint, sinister smile directed at him. An immediate chill ran down Su Chenyang's spine. He attempted to struggle free from the dream, yet no matter how lucid his mind became, he remained ensnared that it was as if everything was palpably real. This was not merely a dream, but rather a vivid reality. The sky darkened ominously, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable blackness, while the temperature plummeted sharply in this dreamscape. Su Chenyang felt as though he were trapped in a frozen abyss. His entire body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed through the air as the grim sky was split asunder, revealing two thick, black lines hanging ominously at the horizon. Blood-red light pierced through these dark fissures, causing the very fabric of space to distort, as time seemed to freeze at that singular moment. The crimson radiance surged and struggled against the relentless black lines. Only when the dark contours were fully unbound did Su Chenyang realize with horror that they resembled a pair of blood-red eyes. These eyes, imbued with malice, sorrow, hatred, and wickedness, loomed over the earth in the wake of their presence. The blood of the living instantaneously solidified under the weight of their powerful aura. Though Su Chenyang understood, he was ensnared in a dream. The moment the bed lay in disarray, strands of hair scattered in every corner. With a sudden rip, Su Chenyang tore open his shirt, revealing a firm chest before his eyes. Goodness, it was all real. Su Chenyang had initially thought he was trapped in a nightmare, yet the transformation of his body was undeniably present. Although disbelief still lingered within him, the narcissistic Su Chenyang couldn't help but feel exhilarated at the sight of his defined muscular contours. Boom! To verify this newfound reality, he struck his fist against the table before him. There was no sensation of pain in his knuckles, yet the table shattered into pieces in an instant. Ha! Su Chenyang erupted into loud laughter. I've waited far too long for this day. Anyone who dares to call me a worthless fool shall feel the force of my fist. Come forth, my lovely ladies. Come forth, my wealth. From this day forth, I shall indulge in the opulence of this world. Ha! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Su Peixing stormed in, anger etched across his face, brandishing a wooden stick, his gaze fixed on the deranged Su Chenyang. The moment Su Chenyang met his father's furious stare, his laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a pitiable expression that transformed with astonishing speed, akin to a master of martial arts. Su Peixing remained silent until the mention of Xiao Hong. Instantly, frost descended upon Su Chenyang's visage. That insufferable woman. Goodness, the memory of that deep, lingering kiss flooded his mind. Su Chenyang quickly leaned against the bed, retching uncontrollably. You wretched beast! Su Peixing was utterly incensed. Without further ado, he charged towards his son with the stick raised. Just as the wooden stick was about to descend upon Su Chenyang, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Clang! The moment the stick made contact with his arm, it splintered into two halves. You little brat! How dare you block? Fueled by anger, Su Peixing failed to notice any changes in his son today. Wait, Dad, your son is different now. My primordial spirit has awakened. Su Chenyang's declaration froze the second strike midair. What did you say? Su Peixing looked at his son in astonishment. Su Chenyang maintained a calm demeanor. My primordial spirit has awakened. Stop trying to fool me. I know you well enough. Su Peixing dismissed his son's claims, and with a clang, the second strike fell upon Su Chenyang. However, he did not flinch. Instead, his body forcefully repelled the wooden stick, sending it flying. The impact left Su Peixing's hands tingling. Only then did he realize that his son had already begun to change. He understood the force of those two strikes, even if there were no internal injuries. They should have left vivid bruises. Yet, before him stood Su Chenyang, unscathed. The wooden stick had merely rebounded off his body, and this alone hinted at his son's transformation. Son, is this true? Su Peixing asked in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his once ineffectual son had undergone such a profound metamorphosis overnight. That I cannot be certain, but I feel undeniably different from before. By the way, I sent Liuyun Palace enrolling new students today. I wish to venture out today to ascertain whether I have truly awakened my primordial infant. Chapter 6. Encountering the fortune-telling old man. Excellent. 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 Su Peixing could scarcely contain his excitement, repeating the word excellent thrice. His tone began to soften. That I will personally accompany you on this outing. No need, father. You can await news at home. Rest assured, even if I do not possess the primordial infant, my current physique surpasses that of an ordinary person by several magnitudes. Should I encounter any early-stage primordial infants, I assure you, your son will not yield easily. Su Chenyang spoke the truth. Those who reach the nascent stage of the primordial infant, even if endowed with hundreds of elemental varieties within, remain fundamentally inferior. The simplest of spells necessitates the primordial infant to have reached the formative stage. The exertion of a spell imposes stringent demands on mental fortitude, from the spell's condensation to its execution and control. All rely on the mental energy within. The formative stage of the primordial infant marks a qualitative transformation. Only those who attain this level can rightfully be called cultivators. There are indeed many who spend their lives in the nascent stage of the primordial infant. Yet this does not render them ineffectual. In terms of strength, speed, and stamina, these individuals surpass ordinary folk and constitute the backbone of military might. In the small nation of Skyland, becoming a warrior is a commendable choice and will garner respect from the populace. Well then, shall we not hasten to depart? Su Peixing was somewhat impatient. Father, look at this perspiration on me. I must take a bath and nourish myself before we go. Indeed, indeed. Hurry and wash up. I shall summon the servants to prepare a meal for you. Su Peixing smiled as he observed his son, eager to summon the food. This lad has finally shown some promise. I hope the heavens bless my son with an early awakening of his primordial infant, so he may inherit my skills. It seems that the little girl, Hong, is indeed a lucky star, possessing a visage that brings fortune. Just a brief visit, and my son has undergone such a significant transformation. If she were to become my daughter-in-law in the future, who knows how elevated this lad's cultivation might be. With these thoughts, Su Peixing pushed open his son's door once more. Chenyang, were you satisfied with the little girl Hong from yesterday? Should I summon her again today for a visit? Su Chenyang's features contorted at the mention of the name Hong. Each time he heard those two syllables, his heart involuntarily convulsed. Father, please refrain from mentioning Hong in the future. Also, I want to be having breakfast. I'll head out after my bath. Though fatigue enveloped him, and he felt as though he were on the verge of collapse after a hot shower, Su Chenyang's spirits were remarkably high. This uplift stemmed not only from his physical transformation, but also from the dissipating weight of years of repression. Even though he could not yet ascertain whether his primordial infant had awakened, the fortitude of his iron-clad body instilled him with immense confidence. After adorning himself in suitable attire, Su Chenyang stood before the mirror, scrutinizing himself from head to toe. In just one night, you have grown so handsome, young man. Your future is boundless. Approximately half an hour later, our Su Chenyang finally stepped out the door, humming a cheerful tune. Fortunately, he had awakened too early from that dreadful dream. The line at the registration desk of the Flowing Cloud Palace was not too long. Before long, Su Chenyang found himself standing before the registrar. I am here to sign up, without lifting his gaze. The registrar poised his pen, ready to inscribe the name to Su Chenyang as the three characters entered the registrar's ears. Su Chenyang distinctly observed a twitch on the man's face. Come in, go on. Oh, it seems you haven't finished asking yet. I am 18 this year, and I get inside. The registrar bellowed, causing Su Chenyang's ears to ring. In an instant, he dashed into the examination room, nearly stumbling over his own feet. Upon catching sight of the examiner, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Before him was a weathered, somewhat lecherous face, short and thin, holding a dingy, yellowed fortune-telling banner at ITSU. Su Chenyang exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Kid, surprised, are you? The old man wore a smile, yet it exuded a sense of ill intent. Well, I think I'll come back tomorrow, Su Chenyang said, attempting to make a hasty retreat. The old man swiftly moved to block the doorway. What's this? No test, and you want to run? Suddenly, Su Chenyang felt unwell. Oh dear, my stomach. Why is it hurting all of a sudden? Step aside, step aside. If I accidentally let it out, it wouldn't be good. My explosive capability is quite strong. It could stain your clothes. Su Chenyang's face contorted in pain, looking convincingly genuine. Kid, don't play tricks on me. In my eyes, you are still a novice. The old man continued to smile at Su Chenyang. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Su Chenyang straightened up. Damn it. I'm here for the test. Since there's no examiner, what am I doing here? The old man chuckled awkwardly. Wasn't my prediction from yesterday accurate? You've used that pouch of mine. Haven't you? Now, let us not dodge the issue. Hand over 5 taels of silver. A bony, shriveled hand reached out towards Su Chenyang. What on earth is that shabby pouch of yours? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even care. But since you did, you owe me compensation for my mental anguish, plus the fee for my first kiss. That totals 10 taels of silver. Hand it over. Su Chenyang extended his hand toward the old man, wearing an expression of defiance. He, playing the rogue. Old man, you're still a novice. The old man was taken aback for a moment before his smile returned, delivering a line that nearly made Su Chenyang choke on his laughter. Young man, your current demeanor bears a striking resemblance to my youth. What? Really? Su Chenyang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is that even possible? A song suddenly flashed through his mind. When I grow up, I will become you. Su Chenyang shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear his mind of the chaotic thoughts. Kid, who says there's no examiner? I am the one. Come, let me see your capabilities. The old man gestured toward the testing stone, indicating Su Chenyang to approach. You're the examiner. Su Chenyang asked, astonished. Aren't you a fortune teller? Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and give it a try. I'm quite eager to see. Su Chenyang glanced at the testing stone and walked over without hesitation. It was not merely the old man before him. He had already sensed a significant change in his body since the morning. At present, Su Chenyang yearns to ascertain the nature of his predicament more than anyone else, questioning whether his primordial spirit has genuinely awakened. Standing beside the testing stone, Su Chenyang exhales slowly, striving to stabilize his emotions. He places his right hand upon the crystal orb, closes his eyes, and attunes himself to the fluctuations of his internal spiritual energy. If yesterday, Su Chenyang was merely putting on an act, today he is earnestly seeking the essence within him. Having been suppressed for so long, he is determined to succeed this time. Suddenly, a gentle stream of energy arises from his dantian, propelled by Su Chenyang's focused intent. Come forth, let me see what you truly are. He cautiously channels the energy, guiding it into the crystal orb. With a hissing sound, 2 more streams of energy awaken from the dantian, swiftly following the path of the first. The 4th and 5th streams follow suit. At last, he succeeds. The first stream merges seamlessly into the crystal orb, whirling chaotically within. Su Chenyang, hesitant to open his eyes, continues to direct the remaining streams into the orb. Wind attribute. The old man beside him announces the nature of the energy. Thunder attribute, fire attribute, water attribute. When the old man proclaims the 4th attribute, his voice begins to tremble with excitement. Earth attribute. By the time the 5th attribute is revealed, the elder can no longer conceal his exhilaration. This declaration is nearly a shout. Though Su Chenyang feels a greater thrill, he distinctly senses that another stream of energy remains unchanneled. However, this particular energy is exceedingly frigid. Merely probing its presence in the dantian sends icy chills coursing through him. Ultimately, that energy dissipates within the dantian. Chapter 7. The pressured disciple. It is gone. I have tried everything. Su Chenyang believes that the energy has vanished. unaware that his current spiritual power is insufficient to control such formidable force that a few streams of energy, each a different hue, whirl rapidly around the crystal orb, gradually dispersing that a small line of text appears within the orb. Primordial Spirit Awakening Phase. Young man. At this moment, Su Chenyang remains composed, while the elderly man beside him bursts with enthusiasm. You little rascal, 5 attributes. If you fail to break through to the intermediate stage of the primordial spirit, it would truly be a waste, a sheer waste. I have decided I shall take you as my disciple. You may relish this in secret. Ha! What? You wish to take me as a disciple, and I should revel in secrecy? What kind of world is this? Su Chenyang gazes at the exuberant old man before him, a surge of anger welling within. This shameless old fellow possesses an unparalleled cultivation. Hey, Su Chenyang interrupts the elder's jubilation. I have not agreed to become your disciple. Moreover, even if I were to accept a master, it certainly would not be you. The old man, clearly displeased with Su Chenyang's retort, exclaims, You insolent brat. Do you have any idea how many people weep and beseech to be my disciples? I can hardly be bothered to glance at them. Yet now, when I wish to take you as my disciple, you refuse? Is your mind unhinged? In a fit of frustration, the elder resorts to coarse language, and Su Chenyang does not hold back. Damn, my mind is unhinged. I think it is you who has lost your wits, begging someone to become your disciple, and you still act so haughty. Let me tell you, I wouldn't even covet such a master as you. What do you have to offer? The individual appears aged and unattractive, bearing a rather disreputable demeanor. Furthermore, he is engaged in fortune-telling. Clearly a person of limited means. My ideal mentor, on the other hand, should be a stunning beauty, of a similar age to mine, affluent, influential, affectionate, and considerate. Even if she is not a woman, she ought to possess at least half of my good looks. I cannot endure gazing upon my mentor daily if it induces nausea. You, kindly step aside, if you please. Puffed. A mouthful of blood erupted from the old man's lips. Young man, are you seeking a mentor or a spouse? Just take a look at this. As he spoke, the old man's hand produced a golden token. Goodness, it's gold. Su Chenyang, quick-witted and agile, snatched the token into his grasp before the old man could intervene. A row of deep bite marks was already left on one side of the token. You little rascal, what are you doing? At this moment, Su Chenyang's eyes had become glazed, a silly grin on his face as he exclaimed, It truly is gold. You old fellow. This must be quite valuable, right? The old man, both amused and exasperated, delivered a resounding slap to Su Chenyang's head. You greedy little imp, take a good look at what this token represents. With that admonition, Su Chenyang began to scrutinize the token closely. The craftsmanship of the token was exceptionally refined, undoubtedly made of pure gold, with a luminous emerald pearl embedded in the center. Although Su Chenyang was unfamiliar with the name of this pearl, its luster alone spoke volumes of its considerable worth. Flanking the pearl were 2 exquisitely carved magical beasts, one a winged white tiger, the other resembling an ordinary sparrow. The 2 beasts were depicted with remarkable realism, clearly the work of a master artisan. The reverse side of the token bore the characters inscribed in black glass. Su Chenyang was taken aback. Azura? Does that imply your primordial infant has reached the sacred infant stage? The old man chuckled dryly. Young man, do I not appear so? Su Chenyang could scarcely believe that the seemingly unimposing old man before him possessed such profound cultivation. The Sky Nation was, after all, a rather inconspicuous small country within the Divine Staff military alliance. Its population paled in comparison to other military empires, and those with primordial infants were even rarer. In this nation, a sacred infant was as rare as a phoenix feather. Even within the Divine Staff alliance, a cultivator of this caliber would typically be granted nobility. Yet, this old man was merely a fortune-teller whose appearance did not evoke the image of a cultivator. What do you think? Surprised, are you? The old man was quite pleased, believing that Su Chenyang's expression reflected deep admiration. You little rascal, are you out of your mind? Train with me, and I guarantee your cultivation speed will be thrice that of an ordinary person. Su Chenyang concluded that this old man was genuinely interested in him. The token could not possibly be a forgery, as no one would invest such effort into creating a counterfeit token for deception. Would he be willing to train with him? The answer was an unequivocal yes. Having finally attained the primordial infant stage and possessing such remarkable talent, Su Chenyang was determined to prove himself in the shortest time possible. With the old man's advanced cultivation, if he were truly dedicated to instructing him, Su Chenyang would avoid many detours on his path to cultivation. Do not be misled by Su Chenyang's mischievous nature from a young age. It merely signifies that he is not at all foolish at this juncture. If one does not skillfully cater to the tastes of the old man and seize the opportunity for personal gain, it is likely that such a favorable chance will not present itself again in the future. This is what is commonly referred to as maintaining composure, securing one's position, and casting a long line to catch a big fish. Old man, with my innate talent, there are undoubtedly many who would wish to take me as their disciple. If you manage to secure me today, what will happen if I encounter someone even more exceptional than you in the future? I would be at a greater disadvantage. Moreover, you possess neither wealth nor influence, and cultivation is inherently a grueling endeavor. Wouldn't it become all the more arduous by following you? The old man then realized that this young lad was negotiating terms with him. You little rascal, do you think I cannot handle you? Have I truly wasted all these years? With that thought, the old man casually pulled out a stack of silver notes, each adorned with a long string of zeros on the back. You insolent brat, I wager that this pile of silver notes could easily purchase 3 Phoenix cities. Do you dare claim I am without wealth? I will be frank with you. These notes are merely my pocket money. Rest assured, by following me, you shall not lack for a comfortable life, no influence. What a joke. Remember, young one, that influence stems from strength. With such formidable cultivation, how could your master lack power? It would be laughable to suggest otherwise. Upon beholding that stack of silver notes, Su Chenyang felt his heart seize with excitement. The old man's subsequent words barely registered in his mind. Saliva trickled down the corners of his mouth, and his front was already damp with anticipation. His gaze fixed, Su Chenyang muttered darkly at the doorway, hastily inspecting the banknotes in his possession. Suddenly, Su Chenhao's lips twitched as he let out a thunderous roar. What a joke! Why do these banknotes only bear zeros, with not even a single one in sight? What a farce! Chapter 8. Departure from Phoenix City. The following morning, at the eastern gate of Phoenix City, Su Chenyang appeared utterly exhausted. His complexion pale as a ghost. He had intended to seize the opportunity of apprenticeship to extort a handsome sum, but unexpectedly fell victim to the cunning of that old rascal. Alas, it was his own greed that led him astray. He had barely glanced at the writing on the banknotes before being duped by the old man's trickery. Those banknotes were nothing more than a bundle of worthless paper, too stiff even for wiping. When asked about events from a decade prior, his father remained mum, merely informing Su Chenyang, in a detached tone, that with his current capabilities, seeking out the family heirloom would only lead him to his own demise. Unless he first surpassed his father's threshold, the old man would prefer for him to continue living a mundane existence. Su Chenyang understood his father's temperament all too well. Pressing further would be futile. At this moment, all he could aspire to was to reach the stage of yuaning formation, that if he couldn't even surpass this hurdle, he would have no right to claim the title of a strong practitioner. Initially contemplating a retreat into the confines of his home, the memory of the blood sacrifice weighed heavily on Su Chenyang's mind, leading him to decide that it was better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it. After all, being so young, it would be a tremendous waste to meet an untimely end due to negligence. Though he had hardly slept the previous night, his father was evidently overly excited. His son, once deemed a waste, had suddenly transformed into a genius with all attributes. Coupled with a master of sacred caliber, his future seemed exceptionally bright. Before dawn had even broken, his father had yanked him out of bed, insisting on expressing gratitude to his mentor in person. Gratitude, indeed. This old fellow, they could take their time with such matters. Su Chenyang cursed inwardly. However, upon reflection, he realized he would have many opportunities ahead to deal with this old man. A mischievous smile crept to his lips. That eye in the distance, he spotted the tattered signboard. The old man stumbled toward him, as if still under the influence of drink, swaying with each step. Master, Su Chenyang's voice was barely audible to himself. The sight of the old man startled Su Peisheng, who had been standing nearby. He had expected a cultivator to embody an ethereal presence, exuding an air of detachment from worldly affairs. Yet, the old man before him looked nothing like a practitioner of the mystical arts. He resembled more of a charlatan. My dear disciple, you are indeed punctual. The old man laughed heartily, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth, still bearing remnants of food. Although Su Peisheng was skeptical, upon hearing their exchange, he was convinced that this man was indeed his son's teacher. He quickly brightened up, exclaiming, "My son is fortunate to study under such a master. It is his destiny that I hope you will guide him well in the future." Just as the old man prepared to leave, Su Peixing grasped the hem of his garment, for the disparity between ideals and reality was too great. He could not bring himself to entrust his precious son to this person. With urgency, he said, "Master, I have a request. My son mentioned a token of yours yesterday, and since we fortuitously meet today, would you be so kind as to show it to me?" The old man let out a soft grunt. Revealing a token in his hand, "Go ahead and take a look, but don't say I deceived your child." Undeterred by the old man's indignation, Su Peixing examined the token with keen interest after merely a glance. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe indeed. This token was unmistakably issued by the Divine Scepter Military Alliance, sanctioned by the sanctuary. Although Su Peixing was an inlay master, he was far from an ordinary blacksmith. An inlay master must at least reach the embryonic stage of the Yuaning realm, and the final inlay process requires the infusion of one's own spiritual energy. Su Peixing's renown stemmed from his status as a third-grade ruby, coupled with years of dedicated study of weaponry formulas, leading to remarkable achievements. Practitioners like him may possess tokens, but none could compare to this one in stature. The mere presence of those two magical beasts was akin to the existence of deities for Su Peixing. The white tiger, known as the sacred seal Jialan tiger, was a level 7 magical beast. That seemingly insignificant little bird was called the demon seal sky tyrant. Both of these magical creatures were ferocious and symbolized formidable power. Their depiction on this token indicated that its owner possessed the strength to challenge such beasts. It was not merely an ornamental piece, but a testament to the owner's prowess. The gemstone, crafted solely by the inlay masters of the sanctuary, was a feat that, with Su Peixing's skill, would likely shatter into countless fragments if he attempted to inlay even a fraction of it. During the issuance of such tokens, the owner would undergo a blood oath of kinship, and upon their demise, the token would surely disintegrate into ashes. Though valuable, it was impervious to theft. If stolen, the token would autonomously draw its owner back. An endeavor only a fool would undertake. Su Peixing's anxious heart finally found solace as he reverently presented the token with both hands. "Master, please do not be angered. He is my only cherished son. Hence, do not mention it. Rest assured, he is my sole treasured apprentice." The old man, noticing Su Peixing's concerns, patted his shoulder. "Shall we set forth?" The once mischievous Su Chenyang would have disregarded his father's words in the past. Yet, as he prepared to venture out into the world, an unprecedented sense of loss surged within him. Looking into his father's eyes, he found himself on the verge of tears. "Father, do not worry. I will prove to everyone that your son is far from worthless." Su Chenyang articulated each word with determination, marking the first time he had earnestly expressed such sentiments to his father. "Son, everything I have prepared for you is in the bundle. Go forth. Master, I entrust him to you from now on. Rest assured, no need for further words. Su Chenyang, let us depart." The old man tugged at Chenyang's sleeve, slowly moving out of Su Peixing's sight. When he first met the old man that morning, he had been swaying unsteadily, taking 3 steps for each one. Yet, as they began their journey, he moved with the swiftness of the wind. Initially, Su Chenyang managed to keep pace with the old man. But after several hours, he found himself resorting to a light jog to bridge the growing gap between them. To his annoyance, the old man seemed utterly unconcerned with whether Su Chenyang could keep up, humming an unknown tune to himself as he maintained his brisk pace. "Old fellow, do slow your pace. I can scarcely keep up." "Goodness, you, ancient one, dare to utter such things now. Were it not for your deceitful silver notes, I would never have considered becoming your apprentice." This thought lingered in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. Su Chenyang immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor and pleaded, "Master, your disciple is utterly exhausted. Might we take a moment's respite? We are nearly there. If my memory serves me right, there is a quaint tea house ahead, specifically designed for weary travelers to rest. Let us hasten. Once we arrive, we can enjoy a well-deserved break." Upon hearing this, Su Chenyang quickened his steps considerably. Chapter 9. The frustrating master. An hour later, at the tea house, the dishes on the table had been devoured by Su Chenyang with the ferocity of a storm. Leaving the old man beside him utterly astonished, Su Chenyang tossed aside his bowl and chopsticks, patting his belly in satisfaction. "Goodness, I did not anticipate your hearty appetite at this rate. You shall surely impoverish me." "Huh? Master, your assertion is quite unfounded. Having accepted such an exceptional disciple as myself, you have spent not a single coin. If you fret over a simple meal, alas, I foresee a challenging future for myself, youngster." I recall bestowing upon you a considerable sum of silver notes yesterday. One must not be insatiable, you know." The old man chuckled, carefully tucking away the silver notes. "Tell me, do you harbor any regrets?" "Regrets? What is there to regret about a pile of worthless paper?" "Ah, allow me to enlighten you regarding the nature of these silver notes. They are not mere currency. They are sui xian piao." Su Chenyang perked up, twisting his body to further engage with his master's explanation. Sui xian piao essentially allows you to withdraw as much silver as you desire. Simply present this note to the recipient and specify the amount you require, and they shall provide it to you. However, it is not devoid of limitations. The zeros you see denote the withdrawal cap. The number of zeros indicates the number of digits permitted, and these notes can only be redeemed in the central city of the Divine Hammer Empire, Chudu City. Smaller nations and towns lack the capacity for such substantial transactions. The old man sighed, remarking, "Alas, I had not anticipated my disciple to be so considerate, fearing for my expenses. Truly, a filial child." "Master," he called sweetly, causing the old fellow to nearly tumble from his seat. "I was unaware of your affection for me. Those silver notes were merely—" Before Su Chenyang could finish, the old man turned and shouted into the hall, "Waiter, we are ready to settle the bill here." With a swift motion, he exited through the front door. "Youngster, do you wish to dine and dash? Here's the bill, a total of 17 taels of silver. Present your payment." 17 taels? Good grief. Are you robbing me? Is there any possibility of a discount or a group rate? Perhaps a reduction? The waiter replied with a smirk. "Our humble establishment even offers flash sales. Would you care to try?" "Enough of your nonsense. If you cannot produce the funds, I shall escort you to the authorities." With no choice, Su Chenyang reluctantly fished out the silver and handed it to the waiter before turning to pursue his heartless master. 3 pairs of cold eyes fixed upon Su Chenyang's retreating figure. "Brother, I just overheard that lad mention the old man carries a considerable amount of money," one individual at the dining table whispered to another. Indeed, the words of a child should bear no falsehood. After a brief moment of contemplation, a decisive action was taken, and with a swift motion, the foremost figure made a gesture as if to slit his throat, subsequently leading the 3 companions to stealthily pursue the distant Su Chenyang. Upon exiting the quaint tea house, the throng of people began to dwindle. Dense thickets started to line either side of the official road. He. The master, walking ahead, burst into laughter, seemingly unhinged. "What a lunatic," Su Chenyang muttered under his breath. Spending 17 taels of silver on a mere meal left him feeling quite disgruntled. Throughout the journey, he chose to remain silent, lost in his own thoughts. "Kid, when the master makes his move, you better cooperate. It seems someone is coming to bestow us with gifts," the master whispered discreetly. "Huh, master, are you feeling well? Have you lost your mind over money, or do you suffer from Parkinson's?" "Shut up, you little brat. Just remember to follow my lead." The master snapped back as Su Chenyang was about to retort when suddenly 3 shadowy figures sprang forth from the nearby thicket, blocking their path. "Old man, hand over your silver, we shall spare your life," declared the masked leader. "Gentlemen, let us speak amicably," the master stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "By the looks of it, they needn't resort to robbery. Mere fear could suffice. Today, I brought my grandson into the city for some errands. Not that I wish to be stingy, but I simply lack sufficient silver on hand. Esteemed gentlemen, this modest sum is but a token of my appreciation. Please, feel free to take it." Trembling, the master produced the money, holding it aloft with both hands. "Grandson," Su Chenyang seethed with indignation. "Damn it. When will this old man cease to take advantage of me? Now my status has been further diminished." While such thoughts swirled in his mind, he outwardly complied to prevent the bandits from detecting any flaw. He suddenly burst into tears. "You scoundrel! You dare to play me for a fool!" The leader stepped forward, accepting the silver from the old man's trembling hands. Upon closer inspection, it was a mere tael of silver. Igniting his fury, with a resounding thud, Su Chenyang felt a sharp sting on his left cheek, a fist having landed squarely upon his face. "Damn it, you old fool!" Just as the words escaped Su Chenyang's lips, the master materialized behind the bandit leader. Observing the astonished Su Chenyang, the old man's expression was one of smug satisfaction. Nothing to be particularly proud of. If I could do it too. It would only be that I am not as swift as you. Su Chenyang's words held a semblance of truth. Once the primordial infant within the body awakens, the physical condition of a person undergoes a significant transformation. In terms of strength and speed, one would undoubtedly surpass the ordinary. Moreover, with each evolution of the primordial infant, there would be further enhancements. Given Su Chenyang's current prowess, dealing with a few mountain bandits would be a trivial matter. It was merely a question of time. Do you truly believe that? The old man gazed at Su Chenyang. You couldn't even evade that last punch, yet you claim you could handle them? Huh. What a colossal joke. That was you ambushing me, all right? Who knew that punch would be aimed at me? Not only had he lost 17 taels of silver, but he also bore the brunt of a blow for this old codger. Su Chenyang's mood was as gloomy as could be. However, what ensued next sent him into a frenzy. His master approached the three lifeless corpses, reaching into their garments, groping about with fervor. The old man's occasional utterances of oh were utterly suggestive, evoking images most unsuitable for children. Su Chenyang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Damn, old pervert. Isn't this a tad excessive? Before long, the old man extracted several money pouches from each of the corpses. Weighing them in his hands, he chuckled. Haha, today's haul is quite substantial, enough for us to indulge for 3 to 5 days. Master, surely you jest. What are you so focused on while rummaging for money pouches? Su Chenyang's back was drenched in sweat. The sight of his master left him utterly speechless. Kid, why are you dawdling there? Let us go. The master tucked the money pouches into his cloak and continued on their path. Master, isn't this a tad cruel? They were merely attempting to rob us. Did you really have to kill them? Su Chenyang expressed his discontent, recognizing that the old man had indeed been a bit ruthless. What do you know? Today they were simply out of luck. If you and I were ordinary folk, do you think your fate would have been better than theirs? They hardly appear to be novices. And who knows how many have perished at their hands? Slaying a few such individuals is indeed a form of retribution. Listen well, kid. Showing mercy to your enemies is akin to cruelty to yourself. Consider this your first lesson from your master. Seeing the old man's fervor, Su Chenyang ceased his protests. Furthermore, have you ever pondered why I chose to feign vulnerability? You're right. Remember, regardless of the adversary you face, always strive to make them underestimate you. The more arrogant your foe, the greater the flaws they will reveal, thus amplifying your opportunities. The enhancement of the primordial infant certainly plays a pivotal role. Yet, even against an enemy many times more formidable than yourself, if they are completely relaxed, you might still deliver a fatal blow. Conversely, never underestimate your opponent. Failure to do so could lead to severe repercussions. Additionally, I wish to impart to you that achieving victory through cunning is far more advantageous than relying solely on brute strength. At that moment, Su Chenyang began to harbor a quiet admiration for this unassuming old man. In Su Chenyang's eyes, this battle was hardly significant, the outcome almost devoid of suspense. Yet, his master had drawn numerous profound insights from it, which proved immensely beneficial to him. Upon reflection on the events of the past few days, he realized he had unwittingly fallen into the old man's trap, compelled to kneel at his feet, and the old fellow was indeed a master of manipulation. What impressed him even more was that despite his master's elevated cultivation, he exhibited not a trace of arrogance, appearing utterly innocuous. To anyone else, he would hardly be suspected of being a high-ranking primordial spirit cultivator. This alone was enough to inspire Su Chenyang to learn. In the days that followed, the master and disciple discovered common ground for conversation. As they journeyed, Su Chenyang posed questions that puzzled him, and his master answered each one with remarkable patience and thoroughness. In moments of joy, they exchanged playful banter without reservation. In just a few days, Su Chenyang felt a significant closeness to his master. 3 days later, at Shuangfeng Mountain. We have finally arrived. His master exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Young man, what does this mountain resemble? His master inquired, looking at Su Chenyang with a smile. It's hard to say. It rather resembles 2 camel humps. Haha, you are mistaken. The reason I chose this place is precisely because of these 2 peaks. Look at them, one on the left and the other on the right. They appear just like a maiden's 2 bosoms. TSK, and just look at their proportions. It's absolutely enticing. Every time I gaze upon them, I am overwhelmed by an urge to go mad. Practicing here is simply exhilarating. Exhilarating? I can't believe it. Su Chenyang fainted from shock. Master, you can't be serious. Your imagination is too. At the rear of the mountain was a clearing, where his master's dwelling stood. Several wooden cabins stood proudly in the open space, surrounded by various branches, forming a rudimentary fence. Though humble, it exuded an aura of a secluded paradise. The entire back mountain was devoid of any other households, making it indeed suitable for quiet cultivation. Behind the house lay a vast expanse of land, where numerous meticulously crafted stone slabs were neatly arranged. Chenyang estimated that with his current strength, he could only manage to move one slab. What are those stones for? Surely, Master doesn't intend to build a palace with them? His master chuckled slyly. You'll find out tomorrow. That a sense of unease crept into Chenyang as he sensed something amiss in the old man's eyes. What trickery was this old fellow concocting? After a simple dinner, both master and disciple retired for the night. The fatigue from the journey soon lulled Chenyang into a deep slumber. You little rascal. What time is it? Get up immediately. The old man stood at Chenyang's bedside, shaking him vigorously. Stop making a fuss. What time is it? I still want to sleep a bit more, Chenyang mumbled, turning over and drifting back to sleep. You little brat. Just as his master raised his hand to deliver a slap, a sly smile flickered across his lips, and he lowered his hand slowly. Young man, have you ever heard the story of the eggs? Chapter 11, The Story of the Eggs, huh? Chenyang's interest was piqued. He turned to face his master, but showed no intention of getting out of bed. In a legend, there were once a master and his apprentice who practiced their craft deep within the mountains. It was reminiscent of our current situation. However, the disciple had a habit of rising late each day, much to the chagrin of his master. What could be done? After much contemplation, the master devised a plan. The following morning, instead of waking his pupil as usual, he allowed him to sleep in, granting him a peaceful slumber. By midday, hunger finally stirred the apprentice from his dreams, prompting him to seek sustenance. To his astonishment, he discovered a stone resting upon his belly. Infuriated, he tossed the stone aside, only to find a note beneath it. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. The note read, "Your left egg is tied to the stone." Alarmed, the apprentice hastily left his bed to retrieve the stone he had discarded. Yet, upon inspecting it, he found another message inscribed, "Your right egg is tied to the bedpost." Ha! Chenyang clutched his abdomen, laughing uncontrollably on the bed. Gradually, his laughter subsided, and he noticed his master standing at the foot of the bed, wearing a mischievous grin. Master, you wouldn't have taken my Chenyang sat up abruptly, relieved to find himself unharmed. If you wish to remain so diminutive, perhaps you should consider becoming a eunuch. Now get up, lest I decide to ensure you never become a man. With that, the master pushed the door open and stepped out. In a way, Master, are you serious? Chenyang tumbled out of bed, hastily dressing himself before rushing to the open space behind the house. There, his master squatted, intently examining a series of stones. Master, what are you pondering? I'm contemplating how much weight you can endure now. In a way, you can't be serious. I came here to cultivate, not to be trained as a laborer. The master rose, a grin plastered on his face, and said, My boy, it seems your eggs may soon be in jeopardy. This. Chenyang instinctively protected his groin, looking utterly dejected. All right, master, I concede. I shall do whatever you ask. Now that's the spirit of a good disciple. Come, along a narrow mountain path. A young man strained to support a heavy stone slab. Perched atop it was a gaunt old man, appearing quite at ease, wielding a long switch which he occasionally cracked against the youth's back to hasten his pace. The boy, already glistening with sweat, had stripped to the waist, climbing towards the mountain peak under the old man's relentless encouragement. You old rascal, just wait until I'm displeased. I'll send you and that stone tumbling down. Chenyang cursed inwardly. Those pine trees are flourishing splendidly. The old man, lounging atop the stone, pointed out the scenery on either side. Do you know why those pines grow so well? It's because I provide them with exceptional fertilizer. When used, this fertilizer yields extraordinary results. Noticing Chenyang's silence, the old man leaned forward to peer down at him. Do you know what kind of fertilizer I am using? I do not know. The master's words nearly knocked Chenyang off his feet. Old man, could you truly be so ruthless? Half an hour later, the master returned to the room. Get up, you little rascal. This afternoon, I shall teach you something practical. No, I really can't take it anymore. I need to sleep for a while, Chenyang replied, his voice weak and feeble. Little brat, have you forgotten the tale of the eggs? Startled, Chenyang sprang up again, reluctantly making his way to the backyard. The afternoon training consisted of actual combat, and a wooden sword was handed to Chenyang. The master stood at a distance, wearing a mischievous expression, beckoning Chenyang with a finger. Come and strike me, come on. Damn it, master, do you have such audacious requests? I won't hold back. After all, he had finally obtained a legitimate opportunity. How could he let it slip away? Chenyang even thought, why not give me a real sword, so I could cleave this old man in two? With that in mind, There was no need for courtesy. Chenyang roared and charged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. That evening, Chenyang, battered and bruised, sat at the dining table. "Oh dear, my precious disciple. What has happened to you?" The master feigned astonishment, saying, "If I hadn't looked closely, I might not have recognized you. You rascal, you seem to have gained quite a bit this afternoon," as the master ate. He continued to tease Chenyang. Now, Chenyang was unusually quiet. It wasn't that he didn't wish to express his anger, but rather that he simply lacked the strength. The brutal power and endurance training from the morning had been sufficient torture, and coupled with the afternoon's beating, he felt as if even walking had become a chore. Eating dinner felt exhausting. Where was there any energy left to be furious? "Old man, just you wait. Once I grow stronger, I'll make you pick your teeth off the ground," Chenyang thought to himself. After dinner, the master tossed a book to Chenyang. "Take this. It is a manual specifically for cultivating mental strength. Only by continually enhancing your mental prowess can your primordial spirit continue to evolve. When your mental strength accumulates to a sufficient level, you will be able to guide it through the various acupoints in your body. Remember the acupoints when your primordial spirit awakens. Only by circulating through all the acupoints can your primordial spirit be elevated. Little one, remember, once you choose this manual, you will not be able to practice any other techniques. A cultivator can only select one method for enhancing their cultivation, that if you attempt to pursue multiple paths, your entire mental energy will become chaotic, leading to two possible outcomes. Either you perish, or you fall into madness and live in a state of delirium for the rest of your life. Take heed. Chenyang accepted the book titled Concentration Technique, noticing that it appeared to be quite old. The cover was wrinkled, and it seemed to have some yellowish stains. "Master, I truly admire you. You must not have forgotten the art of ambidextrous combat, even while cultivating." Chapter 12. The Great Method of Concentration. At this moment, Chenyang was unaware that this concentration technique was an ancient text. His master had nearly lost his life over this book, initially intending to use it for his own cultivation, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he could not enter that realm at all. Ancient tomes emphasize the cultivation of affinities. Even if one possesses them, it does not guarantee successful practice. This concept is often encapsulated in our discussions of character. Goodness gracious, have I truly become this exhausted? Who has the leisure to engage in the cultivation of spiritual prowess? You old rascal, are you attempting to drive me to my demise? You scoundrel, if you do not compel me to study diligently, I shall be punished with an additional stone tablet tomorrow. The old man appeared at the door, grinning mischievously. Cultivate, cultivate. Despite his reluctance, he knew that refusing the added burden could jeopardize his very existence. Steeling himself, Chenyang reluctantly perused the tome on the essence of focus to in truth. The essence of focus is not an esoteric text that a cursory glance was sufficient for Chenyang to grasp its core principles. The apex of cultivation lies in the harmony of the heart and spirit. What one contemplates within will manifest in their spiritual energy. Thus, to cultivate vitality, it is paramount to immerse oneself in nature. By calming the mind and spirit, one can absorb the essence of heaven and earth into their being. To truly master the rhythm and whispers of all things, one must wield this understanding with finesse to attain the highest realm. This grand doctrine is divided into 5 segments: entry, embrace, celestial bodies, division of spirit, and integration. Nonsense, Chenyang muttered inwardly. Only mages can learn skills corresponding to their inherent attributes. The deployment of such skills undoubtedly relies on one's spiritual energy to be unleashed. However, the use of skills is not boundless. It is contingent upon 2 factors: the inherent time constraints of the skill and the practitioner's level of spiritual energy. Is it truly feasible that employing this method would instantaneously activate spells? Disregarding the skill's own activation time, it sounds utterly absurd. Chenyang flung the book onto the bedside in frustration. That old trickster, where did he procure this worthless tome? I wonder, alas, had I not been so avaricious, I might have been a disciple of the flowing cloud palace by now. Not only would that afford me prestige, but I have also heard tales of its abundance of beautiful maidens. With my handsome visage, I would surely be a sought-after prize. Regardless of the task at hand, Chenyang possessed a commendable habit. He would indulge in a bit of self-admiration, no matter the time or place. This carefree demeanor rendered his heart immensely light. Instantly, images of countless beauties flocking towards him filled Chenyang's mind. His gaze became dreamy, and he found himself drooling unceremoniously. Xiaohong. A ghostly wail shattered his reverie, transforming all those beautiful faces into that of Xiaohong. Chenyang jolted upright. beads of sweat instantly drenching his back. How terrifying! He vigorously shook his head, striving to purge Xiao Hong's visage from his thoughts. "Oh, father, what were you thinking? Should any hereditary affliction arise from this, do not hold it against me for failing to carry on the Su family legacy. Enough, enough. It would be wise to step outside for a breath of fresh air, lest the female ghost come knocking. The picturesque scenery of Shuangfeng Mountain by day takes on an enchanting charm by night. Su Chenyang sought a secluded spot and lay down. The cool mountain breeze caressed his cheeks, instilling a sense of serenity. Originally weary, Su Chenyang now felt remarkably alert. Regardless of whether the book was a deception, he would soon discover the truth. Was this not an ideal locale for storing the essence of heaven and earth? With nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to experiment with the methods outlined in the tome to avoid the dreaded additional stone tablet. The next day, Su Chenyang, adhering to the methods outlined in the book, seated himself with poise, gradually expelling the tumultuous thoughts from his mind, and slowly entering a state of cultivation. The surrounding flora began to emanate delicate strands of white light, reminiscent of the morning dew, floating gracefully in the air, creating a stunning contrast against the myriad stars in the firmament. However, Su Chenyang's expression was marred by a semblance of anguish, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like tiny pearls. The meditation technique prescribed within the text dictated that those who wish to cultivate must possess a heart untainted by distractions in order to harmonize with the essence of all things. Only with a mind free of clutter can one assimilate the quintessence of heaven and earth. It took Su Chenyang approximately half an hour to reach a state of profound tranquility. The surrounding white light converged, gradually infusing itself into his being. Su Chenyang let out a soft exhale as a chilling sensation enveloped him, akin to savoring a refreshing spring in the dead of night. This frigidness penetrated deep within his core, yet it was an exquisite comfort. The tendrils of cold surged and danced within him, ultimately transforming into a warm essence that settled in his dantian. The juxtaposition of cold and warmth created a sensation akin to being immersed in contrasting realms, bestowing upon Su Chenyang a feeling reminiscent of celestial beings. Unbeknownst to him, the wounds sustained during his afternoon duel were swiftly mending. The fatigue that had enveloped him began to dissipate with the infusion of the surrounding essence, akin to the invigorating sensation of rising early in the morning, filling his entire being with vitality. The energy converged in his dantian, merging seamlessly with the essence that had previously existed within him, gently coursing through his viewpoints. Su Chenyang acutely sensed the amplification of his internal energy. This state of comfort persisted for 2 full hours before he finally opened his eyes. So delightful! He could not help but exclaim that it turned out that the old fellow truly had some treasures. This book is indeed remarkable. I shall reluctantly accept it. The old man, concealed in the shadows, wore a smile. Kid, it seems fortune favors you. It appears my old life has not been wasted. At least this meditation technique will not fall into neglect. After completing his cultivation of the meditation technique, Su Chenyang unexpectedly rose early the following morning. Feeling exceptionally well, he found sleep elusive even while lying in bed. The old man ventured into the backyard, only to be astonished to find Su Chenyang there, lifting a stone slab, diligently practicing his strength. Wow, the sun must have risen in the west today. You little rascal are up so early. It seems even dog meat buns have their moments of glory. The old man had recently realized how exhilarating it was to derive pleasure from Su Chenyang's struggles. Master, as you say, am I not your disciple? If I venture out on my own, how could I possibly bring shame upon you? Bah, spare me that nonsense. Today, add another stone slab. Master, surely you jest. Is there a fault in rising early? Chapter 13. The Master's cultivation in the ensuing days, without any need for his Master's reprimands. Su Chenyang would dash out after dinner to practice the meditation technique. The comfort it brought him became increasingly intoxicating, to the point of becoming somewhat addictive. Each time the old man observed Su Chenyang's retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle. That little rascal is truly giving it his all. However, the afternoon duels with his master continued to be tragic. It was not that Su Chenyang was not improving, but rather that his master was exceedingly cunning. Each of his attacks met with unexpected counters, and even more lamentable was the fact that in his master's eyes, there was no such thing as underhanded tactics. In the words of my master, what does it matter if a cat is white or black? The true cat is the one that catches the mouse. As for underhanded tactics, victory is the ultimate principle. Initially, Su Chenyang paid little heed to this, but gradually he came to grasp some profound truths. His master was indeed correct. Engaging in battle by adhering strictly to established patterns is the folly of a fool. For the opponent wishes for just that. Thus, 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chenyang increasingly sensed the intense fluctuations in his spiritual energy, perhaps drawing ever closer to the period of forming the Yuaning. Presently, Chenyang harbored a fervent desire to become a mage as swiftly as possible. At that juncture, he would truly be able to learn spells. The mere thought of casually casting a spell in front of beautiful women ignited a longing within him, for it would undoubtedly win their admiration. Each time he contemplated this, Chenyang hastened his training. Over these 3 months, subtle changes had begun to manifest in his physique. The definition of his muscles became more pronounced, and his previously average stature had gained a few inches. Although his face retained its innocent charm, there was now a touch of masculine allure in his brows. Master! Master! Chenyang hurriedly entered his master's chamber. The lean, wiry old man sat with his back turned. Engrossed in making a series of clicking sounds, he was so absorbed that he seemed oblivious to Chenyang's arrival. What is this old fellow secretly enjoying now? Chenyang tiptoed behind him to peer at the table. What he beheld nearly caused his heart to stop. Before his master lay several exquisite scrolls depicting enchanting women. Each figure in the artwork was breathtakingly alluring, their flirtatious expressions almost palpable, exuding an irresistible temptation. Most shockingly, the women were entirely unclothed. At merely 17 years of age, Chenyang, despite his usual bravado, had never encountered such inappropriate imagery. It was not that he did not wish to, but if his father were to discover this, he would surely face dire consequences. As he gazed upon the women, unabashedly displaying their curves, a rush of warmth surged within him. Suddenly, blood gushed from his nostrils, splattering across his master's head. The old man casually touched the back of his neck, his gaze never leaving the scrolls. Damn it! These scrolls are too potent. I can't, however. He feigned a look of confusion and shook his head. Listen carefully. That is, to have a wife who surpasses all the beauties in the world. To have a wife who surpasses all the beauties in the world. To have a wife who surpasses all the beauties in the world. The old man shouted thrice, his gaze transforming into one of yearning, as if he were envisioning a splendid future. Master, may I timidly inquire, he began, is that a wish? Huh? Do you think your master is incapable of counting? I merely intended to deepen the impression. The old man glanced at Chenyang and asked, by the way, what brings you to me? Master, I have splendid news to share that I feel on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon, your disciple shall become a true mage. At that time, Master, you shall teach me spells. Chenyang's smile was utterly harmless, exuding an air of sincerity that was hard to resist, stirring a touch of emotion. Of course, Chenyang understood that the current objective was to curry favor with his master. Should his master be displeased later and present him with some inconsequential skills, it would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. What? Hold on. Did you just say I am your 222nd disciple? What happened to the previous disciples? Didn't you claim I was your only disciple? Chenyang inquired. Indeed, I did not deceive you. At present, you are indeed my sole disciple. The previous 221 disciples have been laid to rest beneath the pine trees. Did I not mention that? Goodness. No other matters. Continue your training. I too must commence my cultivation. The master waved his hand, signaling Chenyang that he could leave. Just as Chenyang reached the door, his master spoke again. Young man, wait a moment. I almost forgot to tell you. The expression you displayed while observing the scroll was quite reminiscent of my own elegance in years past. I have high hopes for you. Oh my God! Chenyang was left speechless, closing the door to focus on his cultivation. Observing Chenyang's retreating figure, the old man murmured, that rascal is progressing so rapidly, exceeding my expectations. Haha, it seems I have indeed taken on a promising disciple. With that, he retrieved the scroll and entered a state of cultivation once again. Chapter 14. The Battle of Sacred Beasts. To avoid further bloodshed and demise, Chenyang seldom engaged in conversation with his master. Diligently striving towards the intermediate stage of the nascent soul, the prospect of becoming a genuine cultivator was tantalizingly close. How could he not be driven to madness by it? His master, observing Chenyang's fervor, sometimes found himself compelled to admire the lad's tenacity. Two orioles sing amidst the verdant willows, yet I find myself without a partner. Male and female hares dash away, and still, I remain alone. I implore the heavens to rally. For I am without a beloved, awakening from a dying malaise. Still, I have no companion to cry against injustice in the world. Still, I am without a beloved. Inquiring how much sorrow one can bear. Still, I am alone. Chenyang lay upon the grass, humming nonsensical verses, lost in dreams of spring and autumn. Suddenly, what sound is that? Chenyang sprang to his feet, hastily directing his gaze toward the source. A swirling mass of purple mist enveloped the valley above, twisting in the air like dense storm clouds before a lightning storm. Chenyang merely cast a glance, and instantly sensed the formidable spiritual power intertwined within the violet mist. What could possess such might? Without a thought for summoning his master, Chenyang hastened towards the heart of the purple aura. In a low-lying clearing beneath the rocky precipice stood a majestic white tiger. Its form enveloped in violet spots. It let out two ferocious roars. The purple markings seemed to pulsate with life. Undulating across its entire body, the center of the tiger's physique, two pairs of ebony wings spread wide, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Opposite it lay a colossal black python, its massive girth leaving Chenyang in awe. The serpent, as thick as a water barrel, coiled in spirals upon the ground. Its blood-red maw revealed two prominent fangs, while its forked tongue flicked menacingly between them, that a pair of eerie serpent eyes fixated on the white tiger, conveying an unmistakable sense of impending doom. "You nearly frightened me to death," Chenyang muttered under his breath. Fear is indeed warranted. His master crouched closely beside him, eyes fixed intently on the clearing center. "Don't think it's just you. Even a practitioner of my caliber could easily become fodder for such beasts." "But Chenyang stole a glance at his master. "But what is so strange about that? Isn't it just a matter of one level? What is there to fear in battle? You know nothing. Do you think the disparity between sacred beasts is akin to that among us practitioners, in the realm of sacred and demonic beasts? A single level is a chasm of difference. Not only is combat impossible, but even escape might be a futile endeavor." His master scolded vehemently. Chenyang stuck out his tongue, ceasing further debate. He was indeed ignorant of sacred beasts, and settled on observing the unfolding spectacle. Roar, hiss. The two sacred beasts continued their low growls. The Jialan tiger's body began to tremble violently, akin to a person struggling to contain their rage. Hiss. With a flick of its tongue, the black flood dragon finally struck. Its immense form lunged sideways in an instant, the blood-red maw grotesquely widening, aiming its fangs at the distant Jialan tiger. In the briefest of breaths, those fangs were upon the Jialan tiger. Chenyang then discerned that the black flood dragon's entire body measured an astonishing 50 to 60 zhang in length, its seemingly cumbersome bulk moving with surprising swiftness when attacking. After the collision of two streams of vital energy, the essence of the Black Serpent King merely managed to resist for a moment before dissipating entirely. The aura of the Jialan tiger slightly dimmed in brilliance, and then, like a sharp sword, it pierced directly into the body of the Black Serpent King. Hiss! The Black Serpent King recoiled in pain, retracting its form. In that fleeting moment when the Jialan tiger seized the opportunity, the serpent's tail swept across its body. It is worth noting that the body of the Black Serpent King is several dozen times larger than its own, and the explosive force of such a massive form is astonishing. Although this strike bore no magical enhancements, a direct hit would undoubtedly shatter ribs, perhaps due to the Jialan tiger's overwhelming focus on its own brilliance. It failed to evade in time. The serpent's tail struck it with tremendous force, sending the Jialan tiger soaring sideways like a cannonball. Even upon landing, it left a deep trench in the earth. Roar! Another low growl echoed. The distant Jialan tiger staggered to its feet, gazing at the severely wounded Black Serpent King. The latter appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The two powerful beams of energy unleashed by the Jialan tiger had carved a deep gash into its body, blood flowing profusely from the wound. Even from afar, Chenyang could detect the heavy scent of blood in the air. The Black Serpent King's face contorted in agony, its rage intensifying from the recent blow. Its two sinister serpent eyes glinted with malice. The Black Serpent King lowered its head slightly, its body swiftly coiling to form a colossal black sphere. The Jialan tiger, evidently aware of the Black Serpent King's tactics, found itself somewhat weakened by the immense impact of the serpent's tail. Though it managed to stand, a closer inspection revealed its trembling limbs struggling to maintain balance. As the Black Serpent King prepared to launch another assault, the fur of the Jialan tiger bristled, its once radiant purple aura gradually stilled, dimming into unsightly black streaks mingled within its white fur. This was ominous. the master beside it let out a gentle exclamation. In that very moment, the Black Serpent King launched its offensive once more. Chapter 15. The son of the Jialan tiger, the black body surged forth like an arrow released from a taut bow, cutting through the air with a straight trajectory. Hiss. This sound did not emanate from the serpent's forked tongue, but rather from its body tearing through the surrounding air at high velocity. The Jialan tiger observed everything with quiet intensity, its violet eyes becoming as calm as still water, showing no concern for the Black Serpent King's all-out strike. It merely turned its gaze towards a distant cave, its eyes reflecting a sense of sorrow and desolation. The two fangs were deeply embedded in the Jialan tiger's body. Roar. The Jialan tiger emitted one final low growl, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. The previously swirling purple energy began to accelerate its rotation in response to the Jialan tiger's growl. The surrounding sunlight dimmed, gradually enveloped by a mass of purplish-black energy. The purple light that had been hovering around the Jialan tiger began to merge into that dense fog, coalescing into strands. The violet radiance intensified, on the verge of breaking free from the confines of the mist. This was the Jialan tiger's ultimate spell, Heavenly Thunder Slash. The master wore a grave expression as he observed the nearly breathless Jialan tiger. He had not anticipated that the Jialan tiger would fight with such ferocity, risking its very life. Alas, with a sharp crack, a powerful beam of light descended from the heavens, interrupting the master's words. Chenyang felt a cacophony of buzzing in his ears, and in an instant he lost all hearing. Accompanied by that intense light, the very earth began to tremble violently, and countless boulders cascaded down from the mountaintop. Had it not been for the master's timely deployment of the protective dome, Chenyang would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp. The core of the descending purple light. An array of flowers, grasses, and soil swirled chaotically in the air, obscuring the scene within. This is the power of the sacred beast. It is overwhelmingly formidable. Chenyang was profoundly shaken to witness such a display of might. An inexplicable thrill surged within him at the sight of such overwhelming prowess. After a considerable time, tranquility was restored. The head of the Black Serpent King gazed skyward, its jaws clamped tightly around the now lifeless body of the Jialan tiger. As if it could scarcely believe the preceding spectacle had been real, its malevolent eyes had lost their usual luster, appearing as stagnant as a still pool. Two fangs pierced the body of the Jialan tiger. Once the tyrant of the forest, now rendered helpless, its proud head drooping to one side. Observing the lifeless Jialan tiger, Chenyang was unexpectedly overcome with a twinge of sorrow. What is happening to me? He pondered silently. Perhaps it is a deep-seated admiration for the strong. With another crack, the Black Serpent King's body shifted slightly, Chenyang's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. A kaleidoscope of colors emanated from the bodies of the Black Serpent King and the Jialan tiger. The radiance was astonishingly gentle, devoid of any sense of lethality. As the light radiated forth, the bodies of the two sacred beasts began to dissolve into the air. The light drifted away, ultimately transforming into two magnificent gemstones. Resting serenely upon the grass. We've struck gold. The master erupted into laughter. You little rascal, look at you, frightened to death. Come here quickly. The master regarded Chenyang with disdain and said, What is this? Chenyang took the gemstones from the master's hands, holding them up to the sunlight. Silly boy, you don't even know this. This is the crystalline core from within the sacred beast. The master's excitement was palpable as he continued to elaborate. Every sacred beast possesses a crystalline core. Though their properties vary, sacred beasts range from level 1 to level 10, and thus the crystalline cores are categorized according to their levels. The higher the level, the greater the value of the core. Sacred beasts differ fundamentally from demonic beasts. The latter are excessively bloodthirsty, and their cores predominantly form from the accumulation of souls that have perished over the years. The cultivator with any sense would never absorb the cores left behind by demonic beasts. Whereas the crystalline cores of sacred beasts are formed from the essence of heaven and earth. They bear a remarkable similarity to our various cultivation methods. One of these cores is level 6, and the other is level 7. I dare say they are quite rare even in the entirety of the Sky Nation. My boy, you have struck it rich. Yet, despite the master's exuberance, Chenyang found it impossible to share in his joy. The recent death of the Jialan tiger had truly stirred his soul. Under ordinary circumstances, Chenyang might have been even more exhilarated than the master, but now, gazing at the crystalline core of the deceased Jialan tiger, he could not muster a shred of happiness. Take them, my boy. The master placed the two cores before Chenyang. Su Chenyang's face reflected his astonishment. The faint, sorrowful sound emanated from a nearby cave. The master instantly reacted, releasing his mental energy once again. Vigilantly observing the surroundings, "I will take a look," said Su Chenyang, as he crouched and approached the cave. His master closely followed him, apprehensive of any unforeseen developments. Although it was referred to as a cave, it was merely a small fissure in the mountainside. Even Su Chenyang could barely curl his body within it. The soil surrounding the cave remained damp, and clear scratch marks adorned the nearby rocks. It was evident that this had been hewn by human hands, and not long ago. Su Chenyang peered into the cave, illuminated by sunlight, and was astonished to find it lined with thick straw, where two fluffy forms gently wriggled. What could this be? Su Chenyang pondered while carefully cradling one of the fuzzy creatures in his arms. The creature seemed to recoil tighter, as if disturbed by the sunlight. As it squirmed, four adorable little paws emerged. The charming little paws scratched at its nose, and its eyes darted towards Su Chenyang, seemingly protesting the interruption of its sweet slumber. "Hey, little one, what is your name?" Su Chenyang gently poked the creature's armpit with his pinky finger. "I understand now," his master interjected. Su Chenyang looked toward his master. "This is the offspring of the Jialan tiger we just observed. I was puzzled earlier why the Jialan tiger appeared so strained. It turns out that it had just given birth, rendering its body vulnerable, which attracted the black flood dragon. The black flood dragon sought to seize their crystal cores to dramatically enhance its own power, potentially transforming into a giant dragon. Do dragons truly exist in this world? Indeed, his master nodded. Such beings are not easily witnessed by ordinary mortals. The dragon race is exceedingly proud. How could they reveal themselves casually? How pitiful for these two little ones that, if I am not mistaken, the trio of mother and offspring have been relentlessly pursued to this very spot. Chapter 16. Shangwan Hanyin. Su Chenyang gazed at the two little creatures. "Alas, you are truly unfortunate. Like you, I have never seen my mother since birth." The small creature in his arms seemed to comprehend Su Chenyang's words, desperately burrowing deeper into his embrace. All right, Su Chenyang said, bending down to lift the other sleeping creature and placing it in his arms as well. "From now on, you shall follow me. As long as I have food to eat, you shall never want." In that moment, a smile graced Su Chenyang's face. Not only had he gained two companions in this mountainous realm, but he also felt a sense of purpose in honoring the deceased Jialan tiger. Lad. Who would have thought you possessed such a compassionate heart?" his master remarked, reverting to his usual lecherous demeanor. "Come, let me see if there's a female among them." "Master, surely you jest. You won't even spare the sacred beasts." "Stop." With a swift motion, a gleaming sword was drawn, aimed at their throats. Three girls clad in white stood gracefully before them. Though their expressions betrayed a distinct lack of friendliness, Su Chenyang glanced at his master, who appeared utterly entranced, his gaze shamelessly wandering over the girls, that fair-skinned and with elegantly arched willow-like brows. A pair of large, glistening eyes flickered beneath the fluttering lashes, clad in a pristine white dress that enveloped her form. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Even though the girl's visage bore traces of anger, it could not overshadow her exquisite beauty. Despite her long attire, her proud curves remained prominently upright. At that moment, Su Chenyang recalled his master's words about Shuangfeng Mountain, a thought that drove him to the brink of madness. The beauty noticed Su Chenyang's gaze lingering on her figure and felt a deeper flush on her cheeks. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out," she retorted. My dear beauty, therein lies your folly. Who can rival Su Chenyang in such matters? If you don't wish for me to gaze upon you, then perhaps you should not possess such allure." Su Chenyang's words did little to mask his audacious behavior. The beauty found herself momentarily speechless. "Hand over the sacred beast you just acquired," she commanded, stepping forward, her sword now poised dangerously close to Su Chenyang's throat. Yes, it must be a 36C cup, I suppose," Su Chenyang mused to himself. "You shameless wretch," the beauty exclaimed as she prepared to strike. Wait, what did you just say?" he interjected. "You said to hand over the sacred beast," she snapped. "When is it ever convenient for me to produce it? Of all times, must it be now, causing me such trouble?" You still wish to play games. What was it you were holding just now?" The beauty's anger diminished somewhat upon seeing the sacred beast. She believed that, with just the two of them, they would willingly surrender it to her. Well, my dear beauty, I concede that you indeed possess an innate advantage in dealing with a sacred beast that has yet to be weaned. As he spoke, Chenyang's gaze once again fixated on her figure. Initially confused by the rustic fellow's words, the beauty soon grasped his intentions upon noticing his lecherous stare. Filthy rogue, if you do not surrender it, I shall be compelled to act. Wait. Surely we can discuss this rationally. Is this sacred beast truly yours? Even if you claim it is, how can you prove that what I possess is yours? If it does not belong to you, then it is of no concern to you, is it? Why, then, do you seek to seize my possession? You appear quite lovely. How can you lack reason? Such behavior is unbecoming. My dear beauty, uncontrolled anger could lead to hormonal imbalances. This, in turn, could affect your skin adversely, resulting in an increase in wrinkles, thereby diminishing your beauty. Once your beauty fades, finding a suitor will become an arduous task. Should you fail to find a suitor, you risk becoming an old maid. And if that happens, the prolonged absence of companionship will perpetuate the cycle of imbalance. Enough. Spare me your prattle. The rustic fellow's seemingly innocent demeanor belied his silver tongue. The beauty decided not to prolong their exchange, resolving to subdue him directly as she spoke. The two girls behind her unsheathed their swords. The three blades began to shimmer with a faint light. And Chenyang recognized that these three were also practitioners of the mystical arts. Impudent fools, the deceased by my side has finally awakened. Chenyang let out a long sigh of relief. What on earth is happening? Why the use of knives and guns? His master wore an expression of utter confusion that I can't believe it. So you haven't heard a thing. Chenyang, suppressing his irritation, briefly recounted the events to his master. Liuyun Palace? A fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his master's face. Liuyun Palace, how is that worthless Shu Guangrong faring these days? How audacious of you to dare speak my father's name so casually. It seems you are courting death. The beauty, greatly incensed, transformed her sword into a fierce gust, thrusting it towards the elderly man before her. A surge of formidable divine power was unleashed, causing the three ladies to retreat several steps under the immense pressure. The radiance of the sword vanished in an instant, revealing only the original luster of the metal. The three beauties were somewhat astonished. They had never felt such might even in the presence of the palace master. This lecherous old man before them, merely by releasing his own will, could emanate such overwhelming energy that it appears they have indeed encountered a formidable opponent. You are Shu Guangrong's daughter? His master inquired disdainfully. What is your name? Shu Guang Hongyan. Chapter 17. The promise of old friends. Does the old gentleman know my father? Hongyan asked cautiously. Not merely acquainted. Your father and I are sworn brothers in life. A few days ago, I chanced upon the expectant Jialan who being pursued by the Black Flood Dragon King, and thus I followed them here. My intention was twofold: to ensure the safety of Jialan Hu, and to seize the opportunity to cultivate a friendship with it, perhaps even forming a pact. Acquiring a 7th-level sacred beast would undoubtedly augment my own power. However, upon my arduous arrival, I discovered that this foolish lad had seized the advantage. Not only did I gain nothing, but now the Liuyun Palace has unwarrantedly acquired an additional disciple. How can I not be beset by worry over this situation? Qing Feng, I fear I cannot make this decision. Whether this young brother may reside in Liuyun Palace must be determined by the palace master Da. Of course I understand. Rest assured, you need only guide him there. Once you deliver the letter to your father, he will surely comprehend the situation. Tomorrow morning, I shall have my apprentice await you at the foot of the mountain. I appreciate your efforts, Qing Feng stated. Very well, Shangwan Hongyan nodded. I shall certainly assist. However, I have a request that I hope Elder Qing Feng might grant. Oh, do not hesitate to speak. I have pursued this Jialan Hu all the way here, only to have it snatched away by your apprentice. I implore you, in light of my father's friendship with you, to let your disciple return the Jialan Hu to me. Shangwan Hongyan calculated in her mind that since you and my father share a bond of life and death, coupled with the fact that Liuyun Palace is poised to take in your disciple, surely you would be inclined to grant me this favor. Tisich, who covets your Liuyun Palace? I shall not part with these two little creatures, and if it comes to it, I simply will not join your Liuyun Palace. Chenyang interjected. A voice like a mosquito buzzed in his ear. You insolent brat. Does master allow you to suffer losses? Silence yourself. Miss Hongyan, this request is somewhat excessive. Firstly, the matters you have promised are solely my own requests and bear no relation to my apprentice. Secondly, my disciple has a rather obstinate temperament, and even I find it challenging to persuade him. However, Qing Feng feigned a look of great difficulty. But what? The elder was urged to continue. You are aware that the Jialan Hu is no ordinary creature. To acquire one is a sign of divine favor. I fear my disciple may be swept away by a momentary impulse, and take an oath to the heavens to protect this Jia Lanhu offspring, ensuring it cannot be taken by others. Yet, my disciple contends that there are two offspring of the Jia Lanhu. Now that he is of a certain age, it is inevitable he will encounter a lady of his liking. And whether she is a practitioner of the mystical arts or not, he would wish to share one of the offspring with her. This demonstrates the value he places on that relationship and serves as a means of protection for the lady. Seeing some merit in his reasoning, I consented. Miss Hongyan, you must understand that an oath to the heavens is not to be taken lightly. I, Qingfeng, have lived a considerable time. I cannot afford to be seen as untrustworthy before my disciple. Therefore, I believe the resolution of this matter rests with you. Miss Hongyan. The old man's words left Su Chenyang inwardly impressed. Old fellow, you truly have a way with words, trading a tiger for a wife. How clever of you. Yet, I play along with a sincere expression. Master speaks the truth. A man must not be untrustworthy. Perhaps the lady might reconsider. He. I would rather the entire world of men perish than seek a rogue such as you. Hong Yin gazed at the lecherous Su Chenyang, her heart pounding violently. He, little girl, I find your angry demeanor quite delightful, he remarked. All right. Qingfeng interjected. Miss Hongyan, have you considered the matter you promised me? Senior Qingfeng, we shall await you at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. Hongyan replied before taking her leave. With that, she descended the mountain accompanied by the other two young women. Master, you were truly impressive just now. I am in awe. Ah, Shengwan Rong, I never expected you to have such a beautiful daughter. TSK. What a lovely figure. Qingfeng mused as he watched Hong Yan's retreating silhouette. Once again lost in a daze. Master, you should wipe away your nosebleed. Chapter 18. Parting disciple, this is a letter entrusted to you by your master for Shengwan Rong. Keep it safe and remember to deliver it into his hands personally. Do you understand? Qingfeng handed the letter to Su Chenyang. Master, please don't make it so mysterious. Let me see it. Su Chenyang was indeed curious about its contents. There was an inexplicable feeling of danger associated with visiting the Flowing Cloud Palace. Very well, as long as you are not afraid of death, feel free to take a look. Su Chenyang gulped nervously. Don't scare me. Can reading a letter really be fatal? Master, you are just teasing me. I don't believe it. Su Chenyang replied with a playful grin. Suit yourself. If you wish to meet your demise, keep your distance. Your master has no time to collect your remains. Su Chenyang held the letter for quite some time, hesitating to open the envelope. That old rascal was quite insidious. It was wise to exercise caution. You little brat, I doubt you would dare to open it. Qingfeng thought to himself, secretly amused by Su Chenyang's expression. Come with me to the main hall. Qingfeng swept his sleeve as he strode into the main hall, casually producing a small red pouch. Take this to What is this? Su Chenyang inquired as he opened the pouch and emptied its contents onto the table. 3 books instantly became visible. Advanced Skill, Wind Shadow Step. Advanced Skill, Gravity Release. Advanced Skill, Wind Blade Rending Technique. Wow, old fellow, the sun must be rising in the west today. Even you, the stingy old crow, have decided to part with something. Suddenly, Qingfeng's fist struck Su Chenyang's head without warning, leaving him momentarily dazed. When did your master become a stingy old crow? You little rascal, do you not know how to respect your teacher? Master, I never imagined this small pouch could hold so many items. Is this your magic trick? Nonsense. You don't even understand this. Fool, this is called a Qingkuan storage pouch. It connects to another space, allowing you to store as many items as you wish. Indeed, what a marvelous item. Su Chenyang muttered. It must be quite expensive, right? Of course. Your master wouldn't possess anything of lesser value. A Qingkuan storage pouch costs at least several thousand taels of gold. Qingfeng replied with a mischievous grin. Is this a gift for me? Su Chenyang asked, somewhat incredulously. Qingfeng nodded. By the way, master, is this advanced skill the most powerful skill? Su Chenyang inquired. I never expected you to be so naive. It's partly my fault. I intended to explain it to you properly once you reach the intermediate level of your nascent soul. I fear it is time to expedite matters. The classification of skills consists of 6 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, super, divine, and taboo. The potency of skills increases with each level, naturally accompanied by greater consumption of vital energy. Regardless of the skill in question, it is imperative to remember that the flexible application is of utmost importance. There are no worthless skills, only inept utilizations. These nuances you must grasp on your OW and in various battles. The application of specific skills in certain situations is a culmination of experience. Furthermore, my master wishes to impart that during the cultivation process, one should endeavor to deeply comprehend the skills mastered. Even if two individuals possess the same skill, the effect of its application will undoubtedly vary based on one's understanding of its essence. Do you understand? Observing the grave countenance of my master, Su Chenyang profoundly comprehended the significance of these matters, etching them into his memory. By the way, take these as well. My master once again presented the stack of banknotes before Su Chenyang. He chuckled. These were originally mine. Su Chenyang's eyes gleamed as he hurriedly concealed all the notes. Of course, I cannot simply give them to you in a way, master. These rightfully belong to me. Oh, is that so? Xing Feng raised an eyebrow. Well, in that case, I shall forego a condition I intended to propose, which would have lifted the blood curse upon you and granted you your freedom, but it seems unnecessary now. You may take your time spending these silver notes. Hey, master, don't leave. Su Chenyang suddenly recalled that had it not been for that old wretch planting the blood curse upon him, he would never have found himself in this wretched place for cultivation. Perhaps by now, he would have already become a disciple of the Liuyun Palace, surrounded by beautiful women, living a carefree life. Master, whatever condition you have, I will agree. Please, lift this blood curse. Hee, you foolish boy. You are still far from being able to contend with me. Chi Feng revealed a barely perceptible mischievous smile, producing a contract and speaking slowly. Su Chenyang finally exhaled in relief, realizing the old man merely sought an IOU. This seems reasonable. Money can be earned back. But losing one's life is truly tragic. Thank you for your concern, master. I shall sign. Su Chenyang accepted the contract and glanced over it briefly. Master, you cannot be serious. You are a loan shark. The interest is utterly outrageous. Just a fleeting glance at the interest made Su Chenyang gasp in shock. This old coot certainly knows how to scheme, evidently aiming for a steady return. No, I will sign. Is that satisfactory? Su Chenyang picked up the pen and signed his name. Master, about this blood curse. What blood curse? Oh, that was merely me transferring a portion of my vital energy to you. I forgot to mention. My skills, indeed do not exist. Chi Feng then grinned slyly. Su Chenyang spat blood, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. I already warned you. You were still too naive to challenge me. The following morning, Chi Feng awoke feeling splendid. What bliss! I've discovered that my disciple is not only foolish but also quite adorable. What is this? He noticed a stone resting on his belly. You little rascal, what is the meaning of this? A gentle breeze, tinged with irritation, casually hurled a stone out of the window. In that fleeting moment, an excruciating pain surged through the lower region. You little rascal, are you trying to bring harm to your master? Xingfeng's anguished cries echoed throughout the valley. Had he taken a moment to observe his surroundings, he would have realized that the only remnant of the once lively room was the bed upon which he slumbered. Chapter 19. The tangled tale of Risku jests. 3 lovely maidens rose with the dawn's light. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, said Su Chenyang, standing there with an innocent expression that radiated harmlessness. Hong Yan let out a disdainful huff, choosing to ignore him as she proceeded ahead. After a mere half an hour, the 4 companions had dwindled to only Shangwan Hong Yan, who continued to stride purposefully. The 2 girls who had originally followed her were now engaged in playful banter with Su Chenyang. Who is Su Chenyang, you may wonder? In certain aspects, he possessed a charm that surpassed even that of his master. While Qingfeng's appearance left much to be desired, Su Chenyang was a different story altogether. His wholesome visage undeniably added to his appeal in social interactions. Brother, tell us another story, urged the slightly taller girl beside him. Sister Zhou Ling, at least allow me a moment to catch my breath. I've been recounting tales all this while, and my throat is parched. One has shown me a semblance of gratitude. Su Chenyang replied, in that half hour. He had exchanged names with the 2 girls, though they may not have been breathtakingly beautiful. As disciples of Liuyun Palace, their grace surpassed that of ordinary folk. The taller girl was named Zhou Ling. A year older than Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang continued to share jokes. His humor elicited peals of laughter from the 2 girls. Gradually, the atmosphere became more relaxed, and they began to refer to each other as siblings. The other girl, named Wang Dan, promptly offered her water flask. Here, brother, take a sip and soothe your throat. Su Chenyang eagerly gulped down several mouthfuls of water, chuckling. It seems Sister Wang Dan truly cares for me. Well then, in light of the warm invitation from both sisters, how could I possibly refuse? However, this next joke, once upon a time, There was a man herding 20 pigs, intending to sell them at the town market. Yet, as fate would have it, a torrential downpour commenced. The man, realizing he had no alternative, sought refuge at a nearby household. The one who answered the door was a young matron. Noting his solitude, she remarked, "It is inconvenient, as I am alone at home." The man, feeling desperate, pleaded, "I beseech you, if you grant me shelter, I will offer you one of my pigs." Seeing an opportunity for gain, the matron consented. The man then corralled his 20 pigs alongside the matron's 10. UGH.SU Chenyang. You are truly insufferable. Zhou Ling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully shoved him. Indeed, don't be fooled by Su Chenyang's innocent facade. He harbors mischief within, Wang Dan chimed in. Not a single remark from Hong Yin left Wang Dan momentarily speechless. Hee, beautiful ladies, Su Chenyang said with a cheeky grin. I merely suggest that, moving forward, one ought to temper their temperament. With such beauty, it's a wonder no man dares to approach. You hardly seem to grasp the implications of your actions. Come here, let me enlighten you. Despite her anger, Hong Yin could not help but draw closer. Su Chenyang leaned in beside her ear, greedily inhaling the unique fragrance of youth she possessed. Truly, she was a stunning creature of this world. Rarely does one encounter such purity. He chuckled softly, lowering his voice intentionally, and whispered, My dear, a gentle movement is the most exquisite delight in existence, that which transpires between a man and a woman. With a swift motion, Hong Yin unsheathed her sword, placing it at Su Chenyang's throat in an instant. She had not anticipated Su Chenyang's audacity, having trained diligently under her father's guidance since childhood. She had never been concerned with matters of intimacy, yet this did not signify her ignorance. Which young man in the entire Liuyun Palace would dare speak to her in such a manner? It was plainly an act of teasing. Su Chenyang gulped nervously. Surely, it was merely a jest. Was such a reaction truly warranted? My lady, do remain calm and kindly lower your sword, he implored, observing that her expression was far from playful. This fiery temperament of hers was quite formidable, and if he did not utter some soothing words soon, she might very well take it to heart. Wang Dan and Zhou Ling, witnessing Hong Yan's ire, stuck out their tongues at Su Chenyang and hurried to catch up. Noon was fast approaching, and it appeared there were no inns ahead for us to rest. By the side of the woods ahead lay a small river. Let us pause there for a light meal and a brief respite before continuing our journey. Upon finishing her statement, Hong Yin shot a fierce glare at Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, that was terrifying. He half expected her to possess the ability to read minds. Chapter 20. Delectable fresh fish soup. The four companions arrived at the edge of the woods and found a clean spot to sit down. The three young women each retrieved provisions from their storage bags to replenish their energy. Su Chenyang, having packed his entire household into his storage bag, unfortunately lacked any food. This was not for lack of desire. Rather, every meal turned into a frenzy between the two of them, leaving no supplies at home. Not to mention, even a rat confined in the room for a few days would starve to death. Noticing Su Chenyang's dazed expression as he watched them, Zhou Ling and Wang Dan finally realized that he was without food. Here, Zhou Ling offered him a piece of her ration. That I have some too. One piece will hardly suffice, Wang Dan added, presenting her own share. With that, the two reluctantly put away their provisions at Hong Yan's remark. You wretched creature, do you intend to starve me? Su Chenyang silently cursed, yet wore a sincere smile on his face. Thank you, dear sisters. Just wait. I shall treat you to a grand feast, he exclaimed with a grin, darting into the woods. You insolent fool, if I don't show you some colors today, you'll think me a simpleton, he muttered as he began to forage for a particular black mushroom. This mushroom was as familiar to Su Chenyang as the back of his hand. Whenever his master entered seclusion for cultivation, Su Chenyang would venture into the mountains to gather mushrooms. Paired with the large carp from the river, he would concoct a savory mushroom and fresh fish soup. The flavor was simply divine. Su Chenyang, do you know how to cook? Zhou Ling inquired, astonished by his actions. Hee, is that surprising? Do not eat yet. What pleasure is there in dry rations? I shall let you taste my signature mushroom and fresh fish soup. Su Chenyang, do you think this mushroom is poisonous? Wang Dan inquired, gazing at the dark, ominous appearance of the fungus. Not at all. Rest assured that I often eat these in the mountains, Su Chenyang replied. Just wait a moment. He dashed to the riverbank, shed his outer garment, and plunged into the water. Within a few minutes, a carp weighing over 4 pounds was flung onto the shore. Su Chenyang retrieved a large black pot from his storage bag, leaving everyone astounded. No way that you brought this along. All right, I'll explain later. Quickly, help me gather some firewood. Su Chenyang set up the pot and commenced cleaning the carp and mushrooms by the riverside, while Zhou Ling and Wang Dan hurried to find some dry wood. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hongyan observed the busy trio, merely snorting in disdain as she leaned against a large tree to rest that a delightful aroma wafted through the air, awakening Shangguan Hongyan's senses as she watched Su Chenyang intently tending to the flames. The enticing fragrance emanated from the bubbling pot. Zhou Ling and Wang Dan, standing nearby, wore expressions of excitement. Su Chenyang had brought them immense joy, having spent years honing his skills at Liuyun Palace. He rarely had the chance to savor the wild delicacies he prepared himself. Hongyan, too, was filled with curiosity. All right, let us taste it. Su Chenyang clapped his hands and produced bowls and chopsticks from his storage bag. Su Chenyang, you're incredible. Zhou Ling was the first to ladle a bowl of fish soup and take a sip. The combination of the carp's flesh and mushrooms swirled in her mouth, releasing an exquisite fragrance. Zhou Ling's face lit up with delight as she savored it. Wow, this is the best fish soup I've ever had. Really? Let me try. Wang Dan, unable to contain his hunger any longer, quickly filled his own bowl. Hey, it's true, Sister Hongyan, you should try some too. But who cares? Shangguan Hongyan retorted, her expression one of disdain, and no matter how fragrant the fish soup, she had no intention of tasting it. My dear lady, that's where you're mistaken. Su Chenyang chimed in, we extend a warm invitation to you, and you refuse to accept it as the saying goes. One should not strike a smiling face. He continued, are you looking down on my culinary skills, or, enough, I can't stand this chatter, Hongyan interrupted, conceding to take a sip that a drink is just a drink. It won't cost you a piece of meat. She carefully scooped a spoonful of soup from the pot, blew on it gently, and took a slow sip at Su Chenyang nearly lost his composure. If beauty is defined by elegance, her method of drinking soup was nothing short of perfection. As the daughter of the Liuyun Palace master, Shangguan Hongyan had received an impeccable upbringing, and her dining manners reflected her noble status. It's not bad, she admitted, secretly admiring Su Chenyang's skill. However, she couldn't show too much enthusiasm due to his disrespectful demeanor. Suddenly, two little tigers, one black and one white, emerged from Su Chenyang's embrace, their eyes fixated on the pot. Shangguan Hongyan's spirits lifted as she focused on the two sacred imprint Jialan tigers. Hee, little ones, you must be hungry too, Su Chenyang said, stroking the tiny tigers. Shangguan Hongyan quickly stood, filled a bowl with fish meat, and presented it to the little tigers, with a plaintive whimper. The two little tigers raised their heads to gaze at Su Chenyang, as if seeking his counsel. He chuckled softly. Oh, you little rascals, Su Chenyang gently placed them on the ground and set a bowl of fish soup before them. Come, indulge yourselves, perhaps still unaccustomed to walking independently. The two little creatures stumbled clumsily towards the fish soup, savoring the delectable broth with great care. Their antics elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers, though they were destined to become formidable sacred beasts in the future. They appeared irresistibly adorable in the eyes of the gathered crowd at this moment. Su Chenyang, you haven't yet explained why you ventured out carrying such a large pot. Zhou Ling suddenly recalled the earlier conversation and inquired. Well. Su Chenyang glanced at Shangguan Hongyan, hesitating slightly. Who cares what you say? She interjected, as the saying goes. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. At this moment, we must be considerate. All right then, I shall share. He conceded, recounting the amusing tales involving himself and his master, including the antics that transpired just before his departure. The laugh escaped even Shangguan Hongyan. All right, that's enough. That we should continue on our journey, she declared. Prompted by her words, everyone swiftly gathered their belongings. The two little creatures, having feasted to their heart's content, nestled once more in Su Chenyang's embrace. Drifting off into a deep slumber, Hongyan's gaze lingered wistfully upon Su Chenyang. Hey, beautiful, he teased with a mischievous grin. If you keep staring at me like that, I might lose my composure. Are you itching for a fight? Hongyan retorted playfully, shaking her fist at him before turning to walk ahead once more. Chapter 21. The brothel. As Su Chenyang stepped into Zhongtian City, he immediately sensed that his eyes were insufficient to take in the sights. The architecture of Zhongtian City may not be grandiose, but it undeniably exudes an ancient charm, being the most historic locale in the entire Sky Nation. A hub of trade for many years, this city is a treasure trove of prime real estate, with numerous buildings preserved in their original splendor due to extensive planning. Merchants from various nations, adorned in a myriad of attires and conversing in diverse tongues, mingled amidst the ancient structures, creating a unique tapestry of culture. The four companions strolled along the main thoroughfare, Rouge Avenue. That it may seem somewhat unrefined for a principal road to bear such a feminine name, yet it is steeped in profound historical significance. One could hardly claim that more than half of Zhongtian City's income does not stem from women's cosmetics. It is likely quite close to that figure. Virtually all cosmetics on the divine staff continent before long. Su Chenyang found himself burdened with a multitude of packages, each containing an assortment of cosmetic powders, causing him to sneeze incessantly. The 500 meters of the cosmetic district took the four of them a full hour to traverse. Beyond this district lay the brothels. History has repeatedly demonstrated that where brothels abound, inns are plentiful as well, and no further explanation is necessary. The quartet needed accommodation and thus had to seek lodgings in this area. Shangguan Hongyan was no stranger to Zhongtian City and was quite familiar with the inns here. Leading the group onward, they passed through the brothel district and soon arrived at the largest inn in Zhongtian City, the Jiucai Inn. After all, it is somewhat uncomfortable for three young ladies to traverse through such establishments. Fortunately, when they arrived, the brothel was not yet bustling with activity. Only a few ambitious women languidly leaned against the doorframes, flaunting their charms to the passers-by. Su Chenyang, though quick with his tongue, was merely a Navi lad, his understanding of women limited to the furtive glances he had stolen at a few portraits sketched by his master. He had likely never seen the full form of a woman, let alone that of a sow. The women leaning against the doorframes were passably attractive, though their attire left much to be desired. Naturally, Su Chenyang seized the opportunity, his gaze wandering unabashedly over their figures. As he did so, one of them called out to him, "Hey there, little brother, come in and have some fun." The girl, heavily adorned in makeup, waved a silk handkerchief, her eyes burning with desire as they locked onto Su Chenyang. Realizing someone was addressing him, he surveyed his surroundings, noting only the hurried throngs of people. "Little brother," she purred, "I'm talking about you." Only then did Su Chenyang notice a girl in the distance, eagerly gazing in his direction. At a mere glance sent a powerful sensation coursing through him, settling in his dantian. This girl's attire was far too fashionable for someone of his rustic background. Her rounded shoulders were bare, and the upper part of her body was only lightly draped in a sheer green scarf, which hinted at two red cherries in the sunlight. Below, she wore what could only be described as an ancient ultra-short skirt, barely concealing her modesty. Her straight, fair legs were crossed, and her embroidered shoes hung loosely from her feet. "Su uncertain," Shangguan Hongyan uttered a remark before turning to walk ahead. Su Chenyang took a step forward and grasped Shangguan Hongyan's arm. "Please don't leave just yet. You haven't informed me what that place is." "That place is precisely what you described, the one where even a slight movement would attract pigs. You are simply a fool." "Damn it." Su Chenyang, feeling embarrassed, momentarily let slip a curse. "Hongyan, no. I am not that kind of person. That I have no idea. I really don't know where pigs congregate." Su Chenyang was already at a loss for words. "Humph." Hongyan wrenched her arm free from his grasp. "Honestly, I wonder if your mother ever took you shopping as a child. How could you not know this?" The moment Shangguan Hongyan's words left her lips, the three of them noticed the dimming of Su Chenyang's eyes. "I have no mother," Su Chenyang murmured, his head bowed. My mother passed away right after I was born. Throughout my life, I have never ventured beyond Phoenix City, let alone to other cities. When I was a child, my father rarely allowed me outside. That I was too rambunctious, and he feared I would cause trouble. Thus, he kept me confined at home. As I grew older, children my age already possessed their Yuaning, but damn it, my Yuaning has never manifested, and they mock me as a waste. Zhou Ling was evidently moved by Su Chenyang's plight, her voice slightly hoarse as she said, "Brother, let us move on." "I'm sorry," Shangguan Hongyan said, gazing at Su Chenyang's retreating figure, biting her lip. Su Chenyang paused momentarily, and the group resumed their journey in silence. Chapter 22. The bloodshed provoked by a beauty, alas. Seeking collections, feeling down. Shangguan Hongyan's emotions were now quite intricate. It was hard to define whether it was sympathy, pity, or something else entirely. Perhaps she was affected by Su Chenyang's earlier words. Although this lad had snatched the sacred beast she yearned for, who truly understood his suffering, perhaps it was only with the company of these two sacred beasts that his solitude could be somewhat alleviated. The four of them, each with their own thoughts, entered the Gathering Wealth Inn. The inn, renowned as the largest and most opulent in Zhongtian City, boasted a sign that indicated its thriving business, while other establishments merely adorned their signs with gilded letters. The Gathering Wealth Inn displayed pure gold. Furthermore, it featured a pair of golden couplets. The upper couplet boldly proclaimed, extensively engage with friends from all walks of life, while the lower one stated, collect wealth from all corners of the world. With the horizontal inscription reading, wealth flows in abundantly, such grandeur, absolutely commanding, collect wealth from all corners of the world. Just this phrase alone revealed the inn's immense financial power. Despite being the most popular establishment in Zhongtian City, the attendant still provided warm service. As the four entered the inn, the attendant promptly welcomed them. Esteemed guests, this way please. The attendant led them to a vacant table in the center, diligently wiping it clean with a cloth draped over his shoulder before pouring tea for the four. Excuse me, how many guest rooms do you have available? Shangwan Hongyan inquired. The Liuyun Palace serves as the military backbone of the entire Sky Nation, so the accommodations are naturally excellent. We have plenty of guest rooms. Esteemed guest, how many would you like? 2 will suffice. 1 for the 3 of us, and 1 for him. Shangwan Hongyan indicated towards Su Chenyang. Very well, I shall attend to the cleaning right away. Esteemed guests, would you like to order any food? Su Chenyang, could you please order some food? Shangwan Hongyan gestured towards Su Chenyang, who was sitting nearby. The waiter's gaze promptly shifted to Su Chenyang as well. There was hardly anything appealing to choose from. Su Chenyang stretched lazily, declaring, just bring out all your signature dishes. Shangwan Hongyan spattered tea onto the floor, utterly astonished. Was this audacious brat serious? The signature dishes of the premier inn were not something an ordinary person could afford. At that moment, Shangwan Hongyan wished she could slap herself a few times for her moment of sympathy. Don't worry, it's on me, Su Chenyang said nonchalantly, reclining against the backrest, completely unfazed by the bewildered expressions of the 3 companions. What kind of money does this brat possess to treat us to such a meal? The 3 of them felt as if Su Chenyang had mistaken this place for a humble village eatery. Since the words had already escaped her lips, Shangwan Hongyan couldn't retract them. Worst case scenario, she could just help with the bill. After all, who could blame her for feeling a twinge of compassion? Sigh, it would be wise not to show kindness to such a rogue. Meanwhile, the waiter was beaming with joy, thinking, a fortune has arrived. As soon as Su Chenyang made his proclamation, the waiter dashed off, eager to fulfill the order before the young man changed his mind. Although it was merely evening, the dining tables at the Gathering Wealth Inn were already mostly occupied. Upon entering with 3 beautiful women, Su Chenyang attracted countless gazes, especially Shangwan Hongyan, whose beauty could topple nations. Coupled with her graceful demeanor, she became the focal point of the entire inn. Patrons whispered among themselves, their eyes frequently drifting toward Hongyan. Yet, the sight of the 3 beauties dining at the same table as Su Chenyang left many feeling quite vexed. This once again validated the age-old adage, good cabbages are always ravaged by pigs. The 4 of them could certainly sense the shift in atmosphere. The 3 beauties felt a bit shy, their heads bowed in contemplation. This shyness did not evade attention. Rather, it accentuated their ladylike charm, intensifying the piercing gazes directed at Su Chenyang. He, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, his hands clasped behind his head, swaying back and forth in leisurely contentment. Before long, a feast was laid before them. Just as the 3 beauties were about to pick up their chopsticks, a gust of wind swept through in the blink of an eye. Su Chenyang had seized a chicken leg in each hand, unabashedly devouring them, bits of succulent white meat clinging to his lips. With a triumphant smile, he regarded the 3 beauties as if he were a conqueror. Shangwan Hongyan shook her head in resignation and set her chopsticks down, pushing the platter of chicken towards Su Chenyang. Take your time. No one is competing with you. Su Chenyang was momentarily taken aback, a wave of gratitude washing over him. He merely smiled faintly at Shangwan Hongyan and continued relishing the delectable fare. At a nearby table sat 3 burly men, who had been fixated on Shangwan Hongyan ever since Su Chenyang's group entered the inn. It was evident that these men were not to be trifled with. Each sporting a variety of tattoos on their shoulders, the trio sat alone, as most diners were there for business, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. Initially, the men were somewhat wary, having seen much in their time. They recognized that Su Chenyang's presence with 3 beauties indicated he had some backing. However, Su Chenyang's manner of eating was exceedingly crude, making it clear that he did not hail from refined circles, let alone from an official background. Furthermore, his simple-minded appearance lacked the fierce demeanor of a streetwise individual. 3 individuals exchanged glances and shared a smile, having already marked the 3 beauties as their conquests. The trio of burly men rose from their seats and strode directly towards Su Chenyang's table. One of the imposing figures leaned against the table, his gaze lecherous as he addressed Shangwan Hongyan. What do you say? Come over to our table and share a few drinks with your older brother. Later tonight, we can have some real fun together, I assure you." Their raucous laughter echoed around the room, causing even the waiter to keep his distance. These three men were affiliated with the Black Dragon Society of Zhongtian City, a fact well known to the townsfolk. By day, the realm belonged to the officials. But by night, it fell under the dominion of the Black Dragon Society. This organization was the sole gang in Zhongtian City, having eradicated all others. Both merchants and residents were compelled to pay protection fees to the society each month. Neglecting to pay taxes to the government was one matter, but failing to meet the protection fee was unthinkable. Offending the Black Dragon Society could lead to utter ruin, and for them, exterminating an entire family was as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Meanwhile, the unfolding events seemed to bear no relevance to Su Chenyang, who remained engrossed in his chicken leg. Shangwan Hongyan paid no heed to the man's provocations. Wang Dan and Zhou Ling were poised to draw their swords when Shangwan Hongyan's piercing gaze stilled them. As ladies, we should not resort to drawing weapons at the slightest provocation. Instead, we ought to learn the art of pleasing men. The burly man continued his taunts, relishing the opportunity to toy with such a beauty. "I do not know you. Please show some respect," Shangwan Hongyan replied coldly. "Not to worry, my lady. After a few more encounters, you will come to know your older brother," he laughed. "Indeed, beautiful one, just a few more times will suffice. If it comes to that, my two brothers here will gladly assist you." The two men chimed in, their voices dripping with mockery. With a clatter, 2 chicken bones were tossed into a bowl, producing a crisp sound. Su Chenyang exhaled contentedly, patting his belly, his face a mask of satisfaction. Only then did the 3 burly men direct their attention toward him, having dismissed this country bumpkin entirely. "Kid, do you wish to die?" One of the men snarled, his grin replaced by a menacing glare. Seemingly oblivious, Su Chenyang continued to gaze at Shangwan Hongyan. "My dear, did I just hear someone speaking ill of us?" he queried, much to the astonishment of both Wang Dan and Zhou Ling. "Since when has she become your wife?" They marveled, incredulous at his audacity. "What a little rogue. Even at this moment, he seeks to take advantage of me," Shangwan Hongyan thought, feeling the eyes of the entire hall upon them. She could not find words to retort, merely huffing in response. Her exhale incited a wave of murmurs throughout the hall. What injustice is this? Such a beautiful maiden, and she is being sullied by this pig. "What did you just say?" the burly man bellowed, slamming his fist onto the table with a resounding crash. The dining table splintered under the force, scattering a veritable feast of delicacies across the floor. Chapter 23. Taking action. Glaring at the mess of exquisite dishes strewn about, Su Chenyang felt a surge of anger. The reason was simple. The meal was costly, and he had not yet had his fill. As he momentarily lost his focus, the burly man erupted into laughter. "I see my punch has frightened the little fellow," he guffawed, reveling in the chaos he had wrought. Yes, Su Chenyang lifted his head once more. The once simple expression on his face was now imbued with a profound aura of menace. "Go die," he exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch to the chest of the burly man. In that fleeting moment when his fist made contact, the man's previously smug expression became frozen in time. That a tremendous force radiated from his chest, propelling his body backward with alarming speed. Crash! The leading thug crashed through several tables before finally embedding himself into the sturdy wall. With a violent grunt, the overwhelming impact crushed his chest, and blood erupted from his mouth. He had never anticipated that this seemingly simple boy possessed such terrifying strength. It was noteworthy that this punch was delivered while Su Chenyang stood still, relying solely on the strength of his waist and arms. The sight of his own defeat, with the boy remaining utterly motionless, was a bitter pill to swallow. In truth, Su Chenyang had not exerted his full strength. He had only used a fraction of his power. A punch of such potential could have claimed a life, but here in Zhongtian City, he was not yet bold enough to take a life. The 2 men beside him gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld their leader firmly lodged in the wall. Silenced, an oppressive silence blanketed the room. Suddenly, the man who had been struck let out a prolonged howl, a sound that would undoubtedly carve its mark into the annals of human vocal history. It resonated as if it sought to tear through the very heavens, echoing deep within the souls of every man present. Thud! The third thug, quick to react, dropped to his knees before Su Chenyang. "My lord, we were blind to your greatness. I beseech you, spare me. I implore you," he cried, striking his own face with fervor. He continued to wail, his voice sharp and piercing. "Silence," Su Chenyang commanded with a fierce glare. The man, clutching his groin with one hand and desperately covering his mouth with the other, was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, his face flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. Yet he dared not utter another sound. Fearful of Su Chenyang's potential wrath, the burly man fell silent. It was only then that Su Chenyang turned his gaze to the kneeling figure. Upon feeling Su Chenyang's scrutinizing eyes upon him, the thug shuddered, intensifying the force with which he struck his own face. "Settle our tab for this table." Su Chenyang articulated each word with precision. The three girls nearby stifled their laughter at his audacity. This little rogue never failed to prioritize financial matters. However, the kneeling man breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that this young lord showed no inclination to harm him. He hastily bowed his head repeatedly, expressing gratitude for being spared. "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Thank you." "Wait, there's more," Su Chenyang interjected, pointing at the damaged tables and chairs. "You shall take responsibility for everything broken here today. Get these two men out of my sight. Do not disturb my enjoyment of the meal." Yes, we shall heed your commands," they replied hastily. "Begone." As Su Chenyang's words fell, the kneeling man swiftly assisted the injured duo, tossing down a pouch of money before fleeing as if pursued by demons. Applause erupted in the hall as the crowd cheered for Su Chenyang. Many were local residents who recognized his prowess. The daily actions of the Black Dragon Society have long incited deep hatred within them. Witnessing the downfall of the Black Dragon Society, they could hardly contain their exhilaration. "Do you truly consider yourself a hero?" remarked Shangwan Hongyan. "How is it that I perceive you are unable to distinguish right from wrong?" Su Chenyang replied with a hint of disdain. "They were never virtuous to begin with. Just moments ago, you allowed them to provoke you. Is it wrong for me to teach them a lesson? Alas, there's no point in discussing this with you. Let us move on," Shangwan Hongyan said, turning to Wang Dan and Zhou Ling. "This establishment is no longer suitable for us. Gather your belongings. We must continue our journey to at worst. We can spend the night outdoors." Wang Dan and Zhou Ling nodded in agreement. After a brief tidying up, the group made their way towards the northern gate of Zhongtian City. "Hey, beauty," Su Chenyang called out to the swiftly departing Shangwan Hongyan. "What is it? I have a name, you know." "Heh," Su Chenyang chuckled, scratching his head. "Your name is rather convoluted. Henceforth, I shall simply call you Yenner. I warn you to treat me with respect. You are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself." Shangwan Hongyan retorted tersely. I simply do not understand. Just a moment ago, I defended your honor, and instead of expressing gratitude, you label me as unworthy. Truly, this world is cold and ungrateful. As the old adage goes, a dog biting El Dongbin is unable to recognize a good person's heart. Who asked for your assistance? Must every problem be resolved through violence? For heaven's sake, Su Chenyang exclaimed in disbelief. "Sister, are you out of your mind? Reasoning with them? You truly are a special kind of fool. You. All right. Let us all refrain from further arguments. We must focus on our journey," Zhou Ling interjected, noticing the impending quarrel between the adversaries. "Why should we fear them in the flowing cloud palace? I simply do not comprehend. Our cultivation aims to eliminate evil and promote good. When such an opportunity arises, you all hasten to flee. It is utterly baffling," Su Chenyang lamented. This time, the three ladies chose to ignore his grievances. Left with no other option, Su Chenyang trailed closely behind the group. Half an hour later, they passed through the northern gate and found themselves on the official road. Only then did Shangwan Hongyan feel a sense of relief. And the pace of the group began to slow. It seemed they truly would have to spend the night in the wild. Glancing around at the surrounding wilderness, Shangwan Hongyan murmured, "Little girl, it appears you lack an understanding of life. Sometimes, wild adventures possess their own allure." "Wild adventures? What is that?" Wang Dan inquired with a curious expression. Well, wild adventures Su Chenyang was struggling to explain when a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from behind them. "It's them! Quickly, pursue!" The group turned to see several torches rushing towards them through the night. "Oh no! They are catching up!" Zhou Ling exclaimed. Shangwan Hongyan merely pursed her lips, as if resolved to a significant decision. "All right, since there's no escaping, let us see what they truly intend." Su Chenyang secretly chuckled to himself. "What do they want? Good grief, they are as dim-witted as I thought. Their thoughts mirror my own fools." Chapter 24. The Descending Goddess Boss. "It's them." The speaker was instantly recognized by Su Chenyang as the very person who had knelt before them, begging for mercy. As Su Chenyang's ears echoed with his master's words. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. The wisdom of the old sage resonated within him. Initially, Su Chenyang believed that the lesson he had imparted was sufficiently severe, and that these individuals would refrain from seeking trouble with him. Had it not been for this foolish girl, he mused, he would likely have retired to bed early at the gathering wealth. And it appeared that this naive girl possessed a modicum of cunning. Oh, it was these four little rascals. The moment the leader spoke, Su Chenyang turned his gaze and scrutinized the foremost figure. The one referred to as the leader seemed to be in his 40s. He was not particularly tall, but quite robust at a glance. It was evident that he had some martial arts foundation. His face was rugged, yet his skin radiated a healthy glow. A long black robe enveloped his entire being. And embroidered on the front was a vividly depicted tiger descending the mountain, lifelike in its portrayal. What drew the most attention, however, was the scar that marred his face, though many years had passed. The raw flesh remained a deep crimson, a testament to the severity of the wound. That I do not quite comprehend your meaning, said Shangwan Hanyan coldly. You seek death? Su Chenyang shouted vehemently. The leader's gaze swiftly shifted towards Su Chenyang. Was it you who injured my second brother? Is that so? The person I harmed earlier seems to be absent, Su Chenyang replied, as he rose on his toes, feigning a search through the crowd. Of course, if you truly have such a request, I must admit it is a bit of a stretch. Go on ahead. I will hold them off, Su Chenyang murmured softly to the three girls. 2. Did you hear that? Su Chenyang raised his voice, yet behind him, there was still no response. It would be disingenuous to claim that Su Chenyang was not anxious, despite having achieved the Yuaning stage. He lacked practical skills. Confronted by such a multitude, he had little confidence in his ability to escape and scathe. Point 3. Charge, the leader bellowed. Men, kill, capture the women alive. With that, the throng surged forward. The torches illuminated a myriad of weapons, casting a glint of impending slaughter. Just as he uttered the final word, Su Chenyang also roared, expelling his inner fear and tension, which transformed into a more resolute fighting spirit. With a swift push of his right foot, he propelled himself into the air. His right fist was clenched tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the approaching adversaries. At this moment, he had firmly etched his master's words into his heart. There would be no mercy. In an instant, a white figure appeared beside him, and before he could discern the details, a delicate arm was raised in front of his chest, effortlessly dissipating the force of his raw power. It is worth noting that at this moment, Su Chenyang was nearly airborne, and the impact of that slender arm abruptly disrupted his balance. The momentum of his forward charge was redirected, and he found himself plummeting downward. Goodness, is this how I fall? Su Chenyang muttered in frustration. His body executed a complete 360-degree rotation in mid-air, crashing to the ground in a classic, albeit undignified manner. Shangwan Hongyin had already transformed into a gust of white wind. Dashing into the throng, the sword in her hand was enveloped in a blue aura, with tiny electric currents dancing along the blade, occasionally emitting crackling sounds, rather than a mere act of slaughter. It would be more apt to describe the situation as a graceful dance for Shangwan Hongyin. The assailants charging forth could hardly approach her, as her sword danced through the air with remarkable swiftness, leaving in its wake trails of blue luminescence. As Shangwan Hongyin pressed deeper into the fray, one by one, her adversaries collapsed to the ground, clutching their limbs and emitting cries of agony. Under the moonlight, the scene took on a spectral quality, reminiscent of wailing spirits. Su Chenyang found himself entranced, initially perceiving the young woman as nothing more than a voluptuous figure devoid of intellect, merely a decorative vase. However, her display of prowess left him profoundly astonished. This was no mere skirmish. It was as though she moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, exuding an aura that suggested the effortless annihilation of foes. Though her opponents were merely a band of common thugs, could he truly dispatch them with equal ease? Su Chenyang harbored doubts. At least with his current abilities, he would need to exert every ounce of his strength to achieve such a feat. In the midst of his contemplation, the tide of battle shifted once more. Shangwan Hongyin poised herself, her toes briefly touching the ground before she retreated with remarkable speed. A swirling vortex of green energy enveloped her entire form, lifting her gracefully into the air. With her sword held aloft in her right hand, its blue radiance intensified, contrasting starkly against her flowing white gown, illuminated by the moonlight. At that moment, Su Chenyang beheld her as a celestial being descending upon the earthly realm. With a cold gaze directed at the panicked throng below, Shangwan Hongyin slowly raised her sword above her head. A surge of formidable psychic energy erupted forth, causing the electric currents coursing through the blade to converge into a sphere the size of a palm. Thundered a storm. As the words escaped her lips, the sword pointed toward the crowd. The electric sphere, guided by her sword's aura, detached and multiplied into countless smaller spheres, cascading down like torrential rain. The air was filled with agonized screams as the electric spheres collided with their targets, transforming into bolts of lightning that struck down mercilessly. A multitude of electric spheres was unleashed, enveloping the majority of the crowd. The acrid scent of scorched flesh permeated the air, inducing a wave of secondly. He clung to your legs, which left me rather displeased. Su Chenyang clapped his hands and spoke. You. Shangwan Hongyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since encountering this fellow, her temper seemed to have flared considerably. Of course, a faint blush also quietly appeared on Shangwan Hongyan's cheeks. Chapter 25. Vigil. Alas, I am utterly exhausted. Zhou Ling plopped down on the grass, her fists incessantly pounding against her thighs, to avoid stirring up trouble. The four of them had walked for 3 full hours before finally deciding to spend the night in this grove. Once the 3 beauties settled down, Su Chenyang began to gather kindling from around the area. In no time, a warm campfire sprang to life. The 4 of them sat around the fire, warming themselves. You 3 should sleep. I'll keep watch, Su Chenyang said casually, picking up Zhou Ling's sword. This, I shall borrow for the night. Hee, Su Chenyang. Then we shall not hold back. Zhou Ling laughed. Since Su Chenyang had taken the initiative to assume the duty of protecting them, Shangwan Hongyan felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. The 3 beauties lay down, and before long, they were lost in dreams. As night fell, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Save for the crackling of the campfire at first, Su Chenyang remained alert, scanning the area. But it was long before his mind began to drift into emptiness, his head nodding off repeatedly. Though it was early summer, the mountain night breeze remained quite chilly. A gust of cold air swept through, jolting Su Chenyang awake. The central campfire had dwindled to only a few flickering flames, most of the kindling now a dark red. Damn it! How did I fall asleep? Su Chenyang glanced at the 3 slumbering beauties. They had curled up into a ball, their arms wrapped around their shoulders, occasionally shivering in the cold. Su Chenyang rose to add more firewood, bending down to blow gently on the flames, which gradually began to dance. Warmth once again enveloping them all, he removed his jacket and stealthily approached Hongyan, gently draping it over her. Of course, Su Chenyang was a gentleman. That very moment, as the fabric settled, the contours of her form were accentuated alluringly. Su Chenyang stifled a sniffle, preventing any nosebleed from occurring. Just then, Hongyan murmured in her sleep, rolling over to drift off once more. In that fleeting instant, Su Chenyang could sense the tremendous surge of spiritual energy emanating from her. Despite her tender age, the purity and intensity of her spiritual power were extraordinary. It was clear to anyone that it would not be long before her Yuan Ying would transcend to the Yuan Shin stage, at which point her spiritual power would transform into divine strength. Although it was merely a single character's difference, the effects were worlds apart. Contemplating this, Su Chenyang found himself filled with admiration for Shangwan Hongyan. It is worth noting that among the entire divine staff, individuals who could attain the Yuan Shun level in their teenage years could be counted on one hand. Such talent was not merely remarkable. It was nothing short of genius. Though he had only known Shangwan Hongyan for a few days, Su Chenyang had already developed deep feelings for this girl. Her beauty was undeniably captivating. Yet, this very girl possessed such formidable cultivation that, in Su Chenyang's heart, she seemed like an insurmountable chasm. A rogue who lacks the desire to court women is not a worthy rogue. Indeed, a rogue who shows no interest in enchanting beauties is the very dregs of rogues. The words of Master Qing Feng resonate deeply within me. Blast it, I'm determined. Su Chenyang resolved that, come what may, he would make this beautiful woman his wife. Amidst these tumultuous thoughts, Su Chenyang's eyelids grew heavier, and he finally succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, Shangwan Hongyan appeared clad in vibrant red, a veil draped over her head. Su Chenyang, adorned with a resplendent red flower on his chest, wobbled into the bridal chamber amidst the blessings of family and friends. My dear wife. Su Chenyang could hardly contain his excitement as he lifted the veil, revealing Shangwan Hongyan's stunning visage, her cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness. My lord, allow me to assist you in shedding your garments. Shangwan Hongyan whispered softly. That won't do. Let me help you instead, Su Chenyang declared as he rolled over, pinning Shangwan Hongyan beneath him. The sweet fragrance of the young maiden enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. Yenner. Hey, wake up, you lazy bum. How long are you going to sleep? Just as the dream reached its most pivotal moment, Su Chenyang was abruptly roused by a loud shout. "Who dares disturb my reverie?" Su Chenyang fumed as he rose, finding Wang Dan and Zhou Ling before him, gazing at him with peculiar expressions and silly smiles. With a sudden motion, the garments draped over him fell to the floor. Su Chenyang glanced at the clothes scattered on the ground, recalling that they were meant to cover Shangguan Hongyan the previous night. All you do is sleep, yet you claim to protect us. And yet, it was Hongyan who kept watch over you all night. Wang Dan blurted out, her words tinged with discontent. It was then that Su Chenyang realized he had indeed dozed off, rubbing his head sheepishly. He cast a glance at Shangguan Hongyan. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they both hastily averted their gazes. Shangguan Hongyan understood all too well. Upon awakening last night, she had found Su Chenyang's coat draped over her. While that insufferable rascal shivered beneath a tree. In that moment, a flicker of warmth filled her heart. Though Su Chenyang lacked striking looks, even exuding an air of roguishness, he possessed a kind heart. When he tended to the two orphaned sacred beasts, when he stood up for her at the Jutsayan, and when he bravely faced their attackers, inexplicably, Shangguan Hongyan found herself developing a fondness for him. Quietly, she had approached him and covered him with her cloak, silently guarding him throughout the night. Su Chenyang felt a tad embarrassed. "You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare something for you." Upon hearing Su Chenyang would cook, Wang Dan was quite thrilled, for this fool undoubtedly excelled in the culinary arts. "At least you have a conscience," she remarked. Shortly thereafter, a pot of fragrant rice porridge was placed before them, just as everyone savored their meal. Zhou Ling gently poked Su Chenyang. "Hey, why were you calling out Shangguan Hongyan's name while you slept? You little rascal, have you taken a liking to our Yenner? Dream on, I'll tell you, there's no chance." Chapter 26. Arrival at the Flowing Cloud Palace. As the four of them resumed their journey, they walked side by side. Su Chenyang deliberately positioned himself beside Shangguan Hongyan, only to be interrupted by Wang Dan. This intrusion left Su Chenyang feeling slightly disgruntled. Wang Dan cast a mischievous grin towards Su Chenyang, as if he could see right through his thoughts. "Hongyan, I wish to inquire about something," Su Chenyang said. That simple response sent a wave of elation through Su Chenyang. After all, he had the privilege of addressing her as Hongyan. He had expected her to unleash a torrent of indignation, yet she had consented instead. This indicated that, at least for the moment, Shangguan Hongyan held no aversion towards him. "Regarding yesterday's battle, you employed the Thousand Thunderstorm technique. That I understand that it is a skill associated with the lightning attribute. However, the technique you used while airborne eluded my comprehension. What attribute does that skill belong to?" "Oh dear, you dolt. You don't even know this? I suspect you've been dawdling in the mountains for too long. That is the levitation technique, a skill only wielded by those possessing the wind attribute. Mind you, it is an intermediate skill and quite costly." Wang Dan interjected before Shangguan Hongyan could respond. Su Chenyang shot Wang Dan an exasperated glance, inwardly grumbling. "What a nuisance. Do you truly think me a fool? Is it easy for me to find a topic of conversation? Must you trample all over it? I had everything planned out. Why are you glaring at me?" Wang Dan asked loudly. "Goodness," Su Chenyang sighed in resignation. "You claim it's so easy to use? If I had that attribute, wouldn't I be capable as well? Don't underestimate me. I possess dual attributes," Wang Dan retorted. As a fireball and a water orb materialized in her hands. "What do you think? Are you intimidated?" I'm terrified to death. I'm so scared I might wet my pants," Su Chenyang replied with feigned annoyance. Wang Dan pouted, fully aware that Su Chenyang was merely humoring her. "That I'm not that impressive. Our Hongyan is far superior. She possesses 3 attributes: wind, lightning, and fire. Such a combination is quite rare within our Flowing Cloud Palace." 3 attributes? Su Chenyang's heart raced with astonishment. He had heard from his master that most cultivators typically possessed a single attribute, with perhaps a secondary one at most. To have 3 attributes was indeed a rarity. If it weren't for his own 5 attributes, a remarkable figure like Qing Feng would never have taken him as a disciple. Shangguan Hongyan smiled gently and turned to Su Chenyang. "And you? How many attributes do you possess?" Su Chenyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. "That I must admit, I'm rather ashamed. I only have 1 attribute, the Earth attribute. Moreover, I have yet to reach the formation stage of the Nascent Soul. I'm uncertain if I can even pass that hurdle." Shangguan Hongyan replied indifferently, but her gaze hinted that she did not regard Su Chenyang as lacking in talent. "That it's all right, as long as you put in the effort. You too can become a formidable force." Su Chenyang nodded earnestly. visibly appreciative of her words. Hee hee, silly girl. Just wait. I shall surprise you. Little did Su Chenyang know that in a few days, a genuine surprise awaited him, one he had never anticipated. As their journey progressed amidst light-hearted banter, the sun dipped low in the sky, revealing a sprawling range of undulating mountains before them that at long last, they arrived. Zhou Ling let out a long sigh of relief. Su Chenyang, look over there. That is the main peak of this mountain range, Liuyun Peak. Following the direction pointed by Zhou Ling, a majestic mountain came into Su Chenyang's view, enveloped by lush, verdant forests soaring into the heavens. At the waist of the peak, it was surrounded by white clouds, obscuring any sight of the summit. My goodness, is it truly that high? When will we ever reach the top? Su Chenyang lamented with a gloomy expression. Such a sheltered life. Wang Dan shook her head, and the three beautiful women continued onward. It was only then that Su Chenyang noticed, in the distance on the grassy expanse, a stone platform resembling a lotus. The center of the platform appeared to be made of pure marble, reflecting a faint glimmer of light. Surrounding the stone platform were 8 wings spreading outward. The wings were encased in black borders, with a transparent center. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the transparent wings were densely scattered with what appeared to be veins and bones, as if dragonfly wings had been affixed around the stone platform. 4 men clad in white stood at intervals around the platform. Upon seeing them approach, they bellowed, "Halt! Who goes there?" "Greetings, senior brothers." Shangwan Hongyan casually produced a token and handed it to one of the men. "Ah, fellow disciple," he replied. "Please proceed." The man returned the token to Shangwan Hongyan and stepped aside to clear a path. Su Chenyang cast a glance at the insignia on the man's attire and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, there are actually 4 third-tier ruby guards stationed here. It seems this Liuyun Palace truly harbors masters among masters. Once the 4 stood firm, the platform began to ascend slowly. Upon reaching a certain elevation, it abruptly accelerated, racing toward the peak of Liuyun Mountain. Su Chenyang watched the figures below shrink to the size of ants. His heart raced with panic. The platform was exceedingly smooth, devoid of any handrails. In desperation, Su Chenyang crouched down, gripping the intricate carvings beneath him, terrified of a misstep that could lead to a catastrophic fall. "Humph, coward," Wang Dan scoffed at Su Chenyang's disconcerted demeanor. "Damn it, I certainly do not wish to meet an untimely demise. What is this contraption, moving so swiftly?" Hearing Su Chenyang's words, Shangwan Hongyan furrowed her brow, her expression turning somewhat displeased. "This is the 8-winged lotus pool. These 8 wings were obtained from the sacred beast. Heihuafian excels in rapid flight and possesses immense strength. This weight is inconsequential to them. Rest assured, there is a protective aura surrounding us. It is utterly impossible to fall. Additionally, I must remind you, this is a sacred ground of the Sky Nation. Refrain from using foul language." After hearing Shangwan Hongyan's admonition, Su Chenyang dared to stand up with some hesitance. "Hee, do not be angry. It is merely my habit." In the brief span of time that followed, a magnificent palace gradually came into focus in the distance. The 8-winged lotus pool began to decelerate, slowly coming to a stop in the open space before the palace's entrance. As Su Chenyang stepped down from the platform, he felt as though he had entered a realm of immortals. 4 marble pillars formed the grand entrance of Liuyun Palace, upon which were intricately carved 4 large characters, Liuyun Skengong. Upon closer inspection, Su Chenyang realized that these characters were not merely sculpted, but rather inscribed directly with sword energy. Although I lack knowledge in the art of calligraphy, the mere sight of these 4 characters evokes a palpable sense of power. "Let us proceed," Hongyan urged as she glanced at the dazed Su Chenyang beside her. As they traversed the path of Liuyun Palace, disciples clad in white were scattered all about, among whom were numerous young women. The trio of beauties donned elegant white attire, yet Su Chenyang's outfit seemed somewhat out of place. Many paused to whisper amongst themselves, occasionally pointing at Su Chenyang. "What the heck? Have they never seen such a handsome man before?" Su Chenyang muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, his composure remained unshaken despite the scrutiny of the crowd. With hands clasped behind his back, he hummed a tune, keeping pace with the others. Chapter 27. Inviting wealth and prosperity in the grand hall of Liuyun Palace. The palace master regarded Su Chenyang with a gentle furrow of her brow. "You are indeed the disciple of Qing Feng." Su Chenyang felt the weight of the moment. Liuyun Palace was the sacred ground of cultivation in the Sky Nation, and the palace master's prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Though the powerful often refrained from displaying their might, The deep timbre of her voice resonated with divine authority, momentarily leaving Chenyang breathless. He nodded, embracing the notion that since he had come, he might as well find peace in his circumstances, especially since he had long admired Shangguan Hongyan. Remaining in Liuyun Palace was a welcome opportunity. Hongyan, I propose we assign him to the Yufeng Hall. The palace master suggested. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes, Shangguan Hongyan replied respectfully, even in the presence of her father. The palace master nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for everyone to withdraw. The four of them retreated with utmost respect, exiting the grand doors of Liuyun Palace. Phew, at last, we can relax, Hongyan exclaimed. Sister Hongyan, it seems our duties are at an end, Wang Dan remarked playfully. Yes, you may take your leave to rest, Chenyang, follow me. Shangguan Hongyan instructed as she led the way, with Chenyang closely trailing behind. With a beautiful companion by his side, his heart brimmed with joy as they rounded the grand hall and veered slightly eastward. They arrived at the quarters designated for the disciples' rest. Liuyun Palace, being the cornerstone of the Sky Nation, ensured its disciples enjoyed favorable accommodations. At the threshold of a room, Shangguan Hongyan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chenyang surveyed his surroundings. The room was quite simple, furnished only with a bed and a wardrobe. With her back to him, Shangguan Hongyan retrieved bedding from the wardrobe, meticulously preparing the bed for Chenyang. Her shapely form was prominently displayed, yet Chenyang found himself too preoccupied to admire the view, instead feeling an odd sense of comfort, akin to having a devoted partner tending to him. Thank you. Chenyang expressed sincerely, touched by this small act of kindness that ignited a warmth within him. Throughout his life, he had been regarded as worthless, and he had never experienced such tender treatment. The blush crept onto Shangguan Hongyan's cheeks as she replied. Now that you have joined Yufeng Hall, you are one of us. This is my duty, after all, as I am your hall master. What? Hall master? Chenyang exclaimed in astonishment. Are you saying that I will be under your command from now on? Shangguan Hongyan let out a light laugh. What an unpleasant way to phrase it. As if I am your boss. Heh, the title of boss seems unlikely, but there is some hope for being a wife, Chenyang mused quietly. Well then, since you are the hall master, allow me to flatter you first, so that you might look out for me in the future. A small token of my esteem, Chenyang produced two sacred beasts from his embrace. The little creatures still drowsy, lazily resting on his arm. In truth, he had resolved on the journey to gift one of them to Shangguan Hongyan. Their acquaintance was indeed thanks to these two little sacred beasts. However, at this moment, Shangguan Hongyan's eyes widened. These were the sacred beasts she had longed for. After so much effort in tracking them, she had obtained them with such ease. Unable to contain her excitement, she instinctively reached out to embrace the two little creatures. Yet, Chenyang retracted his arm. What is the matter? Hall master, are you being a bit too greedy? You wish to have both. My intention was for you to take one, and I shall keep the other. Please choose. Only then did Shangguan Hongyan realize her indiscretion, but her exhilaration remained unabated. You truly intend to gift me one? Of course, a man of honor keeps his word. I believe you would be more suited to this white one. After all, it is also female, he chuckled. The white sacred Jinlan tiger scratched its nose, seemingly comprehending Chenyang's words. Its gaze turned toward Shangguan Hongyan, emitting soft sounds that appeared to harbor some affection for her. Chenyang placed the white Jinlan tiger in Shangguan Hongyan's hands. As she stroked its smooth fur, her face lit up with excitement. Little darling, I will take good care of you from now on. The little tiger nuzzled against her, thoroughly enjoying the affection. By the way, Chenyang, have you named them yet? Shangguan Hongyan inquired. Well, I haven't quite decided. After pondering for a moment, she suggested, how about calling one little black and the other little white? Then what should they be called? Chenyang replied, I have a fondness for wealth. So how about I name this one Zhaozen yours Jinbao? How clever of you. Zhaokai and Jinbao, you only think of money. The two little creatures waved their tiny paws, each emitting disgruntled sounds as if protesting their names. Since you both agree, it's settled then. Chenyang playfully pointed at the little one in his embrace. You shall be named Zhaokai, and then pointed to the sacred beast in Hongyan's arms, and you shall be Jinbao. Both little creatures simultaneously voiced their discontent, prompting Shangguan Hongyan to burst into laughter. A smile from a beautiful woman is priceless. Chenyang stood mesmerized, captivated by this delightful moment. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hongyan felt a wave of shyness. She could not fathom why. Ever since encountering this little rogue, her instances of anger had increased. Yet, Whenever she was with this rascal, her heart raced. Each time Su Chenyang teased her, she felt an urge to tear him apart. Yet this crafty fellow always evaded her grasp, leaving her without a reason to retaliate. Though the time spent together was brief, Su Chenyang bestowed upon himself such a precious sacred beast that at this moment, Hong Yin felt a surge of emotion within her heart. The two remained in silence for an extended period. Hong Yin, wait for me. One day, when I possess sufficient strength, I shall reveal my true feelings to you. Chapter 28. The peculiar attribute. Not long after Shangwan Hong Yin departed, Su Chenyang donned the attire of the disciples of Liuyun Palace and made his way directly to the back mountain. Having accompanied 3 beautiful women on their journey these past few days, he had not found the time to cultivate the concentration technique, and his anticipation had grown unbearable upon leaving his master. Su Chenyang distinctly sensed the intense fluctuations in his spiritual energy. The disparity between himself and Shangwan Hong Yin only fueled his urgency that a winding mountain path led him to a vast clearing at the summit. Finding a secluded spot, Su Chenyang sat cross-legged and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. He channeled his spiritual energy to flow into the various acupoints within his body. Today, he could clearly perceive that the energy he was guiding was far more powerful than usual. As the energy surged into the governing vessel, the acupoint began to tremble violently under the rapid rotation of the breath. Sweat trickled down his forehead as Su Chenyang once again experienced the agony of breaking through an acupoint. Since the awakening of his nascent soul, each evolution had been accompanied by pain. After enduring this numerous times, he had gradually adapted. Gritting his teeth, Su Chenyang intensified the force of the energy impact. Yet, this exertion abruptly halted the previously orderly rotation of the breath. In a moment of confusion, the breath scattered around the acupoint, causing the governing vessel to swell instantly. Crack! The meridian between the governing vessel and the dantian snapped. With no other option, he had to redirect the energy towards the conception vessel. Su Chenyang soon realized that the energy once anchored in the governing vessel was entirely beyond his control. The energy within the dantian surged once more along the pathway connecting to the conception vessel. Crack! The same fate befell the conception vessel. After the expansion, it too ruptured, mirroring the dantian's outcome. It seemed truly finished. Despair enveloped Su Chenyang completely. 3 hours later, when the last acupoint shattered, he was left bereft of tears to cry. Just as he prepared to extricate himself from the state of cultivation, something strange occurred. The energy that had remained in each acupoint began to swirl once more. Although the speed was not rapid, he distinctly felt the essence of heaven and earth being swiftly absorbed in the direction of the rotation. The second level of the concentration technique, boundless absorption. Yes, Su Chenyang realized that after entering the formation stage, the level of his concentration technique had indeed risen. 7 independent acupoints were absorbing spiritual energy from all directions, continuously replenishing him. Before Su Chenyang could bask in his joy, a chilling aura enveloped the entire dantian. It was here. This bone-chilling cold reminded him of the test during his nascent soul awakening. It was that very icy presence he had failed to guide out. Originally, he thought that sensation had vanished without a trace, yet today it had unexpectedly revived. What could this possibly be? The icy aura began to circulate around the perimeter of the dantian. As the dantian entered the stage of yuaning formation, having just solidified, Su Chenyang distinctly sensed the frigid aura gradually consuming it. Where the airflow passed, the dantian was instantly tainted gray. Before long, the entire dantian succumbed, leaving no trace of the 5 elemental attributes. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? I weep. I am utterly devastated. After much hardship to elevate my yuaning to this stage, my attributes have vanished. The icy current, after a fleeting tranquility, began to undulate within the dantian. This time, it initiated a violent tremor from the very center, radiating outward. That gray aura progressively enveloped the entirety of the internal organs, incessantly permeating into the bones and muscles. Su Chenyang could vividly feel his bones transforming into gray. A formidable power surged throughout his body. At last, the gray aura regained its calm. A distinct shadow lingered in the dantian. Qing Mian Wolf Fong. Awakening skill. Dance of the Claws, Wolf King's sealing technique. Totem. This is a totem. Su Chenyang was internally astounded. Why had such a peculiar totem formed at his dantian? After confirming the tranquility of the energy within, he gradually opened his eyes. Rising, he sought out a puddle. The moment he beheld his visage, his rapidly beating heart finally settled. The changes within him were all too real. Su Chenyang had no desire to become a werewolf. Even if he were to become a useless being, he could not afford to lose his face for dining. Initially approaching cultivation with eager anticipation, Su Chenyang now wore an expression of resignation. His internal elements had vanished, leaving behind such an odd aura. How would he continue to cultivate within the flowing cloud palace? In frustration, Su Chenyang struck a nearby tree with his fist. Crack! The trunk trembled slightly, slowly leaning to one side. Damn! As the massive tree threatened to crush him, Su Chenyang dashed away. Boom! With a tremendous sound, a cloud of dust was raised as Su Chenyang stared in astonishment at his fist. At the moment of impact, he had felt no pain whatsoever. Though he had unleashed considerable force in his fury, it should not have been enough to sever a great tree. Did I truly do this? Ha! After a brief stupor, Su Chenyang laughed wildly at the sky. Fortunately, the recent cultivation had consumed much time, and now the moon hung bright amidst sparse stars. Otherwise, given his current state, one might think he had been provoked. Divine power. This is undoubtedly divine power. Su Chenyang quietly sensed the changes in his body. His strength and explosive power, along with his perception of the surroundings, had reached a new zenith. Whether this was a result of his Yuan Ying's evolution or that peculiar aura remained unclear to him. However, one thing was certain. He had indeed grown stronger, which was the outcome he most desired. After a bout of crazed exhilaration, Su Chenyang retrieved the skill books gifted by his master from his storage pouch. Alas, I likely shan't need you anymore. This body of mine is fit for a brawler. Spells? Forget it. Not in this lifetime. Su Chenyang sat cross-legged before 3 books, one hand propping up his chin, lost in contemplation of his own thoughts. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept by, causing the pages of the books to flutter wildly. Instinctively glancing over, the words inscribed on the pages swiftly entered his mind. Advanced Wind Attribute Skill. Wind Shadow Step, successfully learned. What? Su Chenyang sprang to his feet. Impossible. After pondering for a moment, he decided to give it a try. Wind Shadow Step? Thud. On his first attempt at utilizing the skill, Su Chenyang clearly lacked finesse, crashing headlong into a nearby tree. Despite the failure, exhilaration coursed through him, for he still possessed abilities. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chenyang completed the study of the remaining 2 books in one breath. After meticulously reading the skill's description, he began to grasp its essence. His master was correct. The same skill wielded by different individuals yielded vastly different results. After several rounds of practice, he managed to awkwardly execute the Wind Shadow Step. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Shangwan Hongyan stood fuming at the side of Su Chenyang's bed. Upon entering the wind hall that morning, she had immediately noticed his absence. Reflecting on it, perhaps it was understandable that he, a newcomer, might arrive late. Yet, as time passed and noon approached without a sign of him, her impatience grew. In a fit of frustration, she made her way to Su Chenyang's dormitory. From several meters away, she could hear the sweet sound of snoring. Realizing he was still asleep, she felt a surge of anger and kicked the door open. However, he continued to slumber undisturbed, utterly disregarding her presence. Su Chenyang, get up! Shangwan Hongyan shouted. Su Chenyang's fingers twitched slightly, and he opened his eyelids a crack. Casting a glance at Shangwan Hongyan by the bedside, he chuckled to himself. No way. This silly girl can't possibly be here to wake me. She must be dreaming, that he murmured under his breath, rolling over to continue his slumber. Meanwhile, Shangwan Hongyan's face shifted from red to pale, her teeth clenching in frustration. She had long known he was a notorious rogue. If I ever show him an ounce of sympathy again, I shall forsake my surname Shangwan. In a fit of rage, she yanked the blanket off Su Chenyang and threw it to the floor. Chapter 29. The tormented, his bronze skin was sculpted with defined muscle contours. Between his legs, an unsightly, dark appendage stood proudly pointing skyward. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Shangwan Hongyan let out a piercing scream and hurriedly fled the room. Su Chenyang was jolted awake. Looking at his own body, he immediately comprehended the reality. Oh my, it was indeed not a dream. Su Chenyang, come out this instant. Shangwan Hongyan's voice seethed with barely contained fury from the doorway. Su Chenyang hurriedly dressed, bracing himself against the door. A real man stands firm. If he says he won't go out, then he won't. Shangwan Hongyan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Come out. I won't hit you. Huh? Do you think I'm a fool? Just because you say you won't hit me means you won't. Su Chenyang scoffed, leaning casually against the door. Outside, silence reigned, devoid of any sound. Huh? Has that silly girl left? Su Chenyang shook his head, chuckling. Heh, don't try that trick on me that I know your crafty schemes. Minutes passed, yet the outside remained eerily quiet. With a creak, the door opened slightly, and a pair of eyes peeked through. It seemed that this foolish girl had truly left. Su Chenyang pulled open the door and stepped outside. Oh no! At this moment, Su Chenyang's senses were exceptionally acute. He could feel even the slightest disturbance in the air. Just as he stood outside, he felt a sudden gust of wind approach from behind. Caught off guard, he had forgotten that this girl possessed the ability to float. In a flash of realization, he received a heavy kick to his back. Ouch! Su Chenyang groaned in agony, rolling on the ground incessantly, a sight that would evoke pity in anyone who witnessed it. Shangwan Hongyan stood in a daze. The force of that kick was certainly substantial, not enough to leave someone in such a state. Observing Su Chenyang's expression, she too wore a face of bewilderment. Could it be that this lad's cultivation was too low? Little did Shangwan Hongyan know that Su Chenyang's act was flawless. Having engaged in countless bouts with his father over the years, he certainly wouldn't lack such basic skills. Su Chenyang continued to feign his suffering, his anguished groans nearly escalating into wails. All right. Who knew you were so fragile? If it's serious, I'll accompany you to see a healer. Shangwan Hongyan squatted down, supporting the fallen Su Chenyang with one hand. I can't catch my breath. Quickly, help me ease my chest. Coughed out. What a performance. Reluctantly, Shangwan Hongyan, master, what brings you here? Heihu, allow me to introduce myself. Shangwan Hongyan maintained an icy demeanor, and as her gaze flicked over Su Chenyang, she let out a cold snort. This is Su Chenyang, a new addition to our Yufeng Hall. Su Chenyang. This is Heihu, our vice master. Greetings, Su Chenyang said with a simple, honest smile. Su Chenyang's true prowess lay in that seemingly harmless visage. It was difficult for anyone to discern the rogue lurking beneath that innocent fa. Welcome to Yufeng Hall. Heihu replied with a faint smile. He then turned his attention to Hongyan. Master, where are you headed? To train the newcomers. The words emerged from Shangwan Hongyan's lips, causing even Heihu to shudder involuntarily. Heihu looked at Su Chenyang with a sympathetic expression, as if he were sending him off to the gallows. He slapped Su Chenyang's shoulder with a heavy hand. A sound reminiscent of a buzzing mosquito reached Su Chenyang's ears. Brother, may you find your own fortune. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up! A kick to his backside sent Su Chenyang stumbling, nearly falling to the ground. Master, must you be so harsh? You accepted my gift yesterday, and today you've seen me in the nude. You've taken full advantage of me. Still talking? If you dare to slack off, do not blame me for being impolite. The foolish girl, Su Chenyang mused, had previously borne the weight of stones. He chuckled inwardly. Laboriously hoisting the wooden post, as the post settled onto his shoulder, he intentionally stumbled a few steps. Thus, Su Chenyang ambled through the mountains, swaying with every step, yet it felt no different from a leisurely stroll. Damn! Su Chenyang swallowed hard. Clang! The wooden post was hurled to the ground. With a sudden closure of his eyes, he collapsed, fainting. Shangwan Hongyan was taken aback. This lad truly could not withstand much. Hey, wake up. She cradled Su Chenyang in her arms. Gently patting his face, Su Chenyang was resolute. No matter what trick she employed, he would not awaken today. Don't frighten me. Wake up. Shangwan Hongyan's complexion paled slightly. Regret washed over her for administering such a severe punishment. This boy was still in the nascent stage of his yuaning, hardly a true cultivator. If anything were to happen to him, how could she justify it? Shangwan Hongyan continued to pat Su Chenyang, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. Isn't this enough? Su Chenyang pondered whether he had perhaps gone a bit too far. His master had once imparted wisdom to him. A man who fails to cherish women is unworthy of being a proper rogue. A single tear fell upon his cheek. What the crying? His brows twitched slightly at the touch of the tear. Unfortunately, this moment did not escape Shangwan Hongyan's notice. Typically, an unconscious person would not react to such external stimuli. But upon Su Chenyang's movement, she began to grasp the truth. This boy was quite the actor. She nearly fell for it again. Very well, since you enjoy this game, I shall indulge you. Shangwan Hongyan let out a soft sigh. Speaking to herself, since it has come to this, I must apologize in advance. What is she planning? Su Chenyang's heart raced, alarmed at the thought of what this foolish girl might do next. Snap! A colossal thunderbolt descended from the heavens, cleaving the ground and leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Do not blame my sister. Since you have reached this point, may you find peace. Su Chenyang's back was drenched in cold sweat. The thunder had been deafening. He had barely managed to stifle any sound. But upon hearing Shangwan Hongyan's words, his back was completely soaked. By heavens! How ruthless! He could not afford to remain passive any longer. With a swift roll, he sprang to his feet and fled. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck down, exploding right before him. Had he been a fraction faster just moments ago, who knows what might have transpired. Su Chenyang, do continue your charade. Hee. With a forced smile plastered across his face, Su Chenyang turned to regard Shangwan Hongyan. No, I was merely feeling a bit fatigued, you see. Moreover, my stomach is in distress. Upon witnessing your meal, I lost control and fainted. Spare me your words. Another 5 laps, Shangwan Hongyan declared, as a purple electric orb materialized once more in her hand. Should you dare to play tricks, I shall let you experience the taste of roasted meat. I will run. I will run. Is that not permissible? Chapter 30. A bed after midday. Su Chenyang was on the verge of starvation, his stomach pressing against his back. Bang! The wooden post was hurled down by Su Chenyang with great force. As he plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, as the saying goes, a man is iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal leaves one in disarray. What if one possesses a nascent soul? A nascent soul is still human. With this meal, Su Chenyang had gone 3 consecutive meals without sustenance. Goodness! That foolish girl has no humanity, Su Chenyang secretly lamented, rising helplessly to follow Hongyan. Within the inner hall of the wind control hall. Black Tiger, I entrust him to you. Shangwan Hongyan led Su Chenyang to Black Tiger's side before turning to leave. Brother, you have endured much. Black Tiger's eyes brimmed with sympathy as he regarded Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang, Zhou Ling and Wang Dan rushed over. Silly lad, how do you fare? Has Hongyan subdued you thoroughly? Wang Dan teased mischievously. Goodness, that foolish girl. Su Chenyang scoffed, utterly dismissive. To think she could subdue Su. She is still far too inexperienced. As soon as Su Chenyang's words escaped his lips, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. All the disciples of the wind control hall gazed at him in astonishment. Did I say something amiss? Su Chenyang, you are impressive, Wang Dan exclaimed, giving a thumbs dash up to eye in the wind control hall. Who dares to address the hall master in such a manner? Only you fool. Enough, that do not mock him any longer. Su Chenyang, come here. Allow me to introduce you to your senior brothers. Zhou Ling tugged Su Chenyang along, introducing him one by one. That the disciples of the wind control hall were generally quite courteous, which brought comfort to Su Chenyang. Having spent so long secluded in the mountains, the prospect of having such company for cultivation was indeed a delightful change. Simultaneously, Su Chenyang noticed that on the uniforms of his senior brothers, 1 or 2 star emblems were embroidered. To his surprise, Black Tiger and the nearby Wang Dan and Zhou Ling bore 3-star emblems on their garments. He glanced down at his own attire, only to find it devoid of any decoration. What does this signify? Su Chenyang inquired, pointing at Zhou Ling's star emblem. You mean these star emblems? Su Chenyang nodded. Then what does mine signify? Why do I have none? Why are you so dim-witted? Since your nascent soul has yet to surpass the budding stage, it is only natural that you lack any star emblems. Wang Dan stamped his foot, gazing at the fool before him. Is there truly nothing else to do? A soft admonition drifted in from the entrance. Shangwan Hongyan, clad in a fitted outfit, had her long hair casually tied into a ponytail. Upon her appearance, the crowd hastily pretended to practice their skills. Everyone, please cease your activities for a moment. Hongyan stepped up the steps into the inner hall, gesturing for the assembly to gather around. I have 2 matters to address. First, this is Su Chenyang, who will henceforth be a disciple of our Yufeng Hall. I hope everyone will extend their kindness to this newcomer. Second, Master Yuhua is about to arrive to assess our recent training achievements. You may take a moment to prepare. When Master Yuhua calls upon someone, that individual shall engage in a sparring match with him. This is a splendid opportunity to enhance one's skills, so I trust everyone will seize it. Besides Su Chenyang, the Black Tiger muttered under his breath. Damn, it's that pervert again. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? The Black Tiger glanced at Su Chenyang. You're new here and are unaware of these matters. Yuhua is our hall's master of physical combat, with unparalleled skills in close-quarter fighting. Moreover, this old fellow has always looked down upon our hall, so he tends to be particularly ruthless. Currently, no one in Yufeng Hall can withstand even 3 of his moves. However, rest assured, he likely won't call your name. Given your unfamiliarity, Su Chenyang, come here, Shangwan Hongyan called out. What does this girl want now? Su Chenyang hesitated before approaching her. Here, take this. Hong Yin presented a beautifully crafted lunchbox to him. A delectable aroma wafted up instantly. Gulp, he swallowed instinctively. There's no poison in here. Is there? You fool. Whether you eat it or not is your choice. With that, Shangwan Hong Yin began to retract the lunchbox. Wait, hold on. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Is that acceptable? To die at the hands of a beauty would indeed be an honor for me. Su Chenyang, snatching the lunchbox from her, he disregarded the contents and began to devour it ravenously. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Hong Yin whispered. He, Su Chenyang, his mouth full of food, mumbled, I knew you were the one who treated me well. I see you're getting a bit cheeky again. Before long, a frail old man entered Yufeng Hall, accompanied by a large entourage. The disciples of Yufeng Hall stood in neat rows. Su Chenyang, standing beside the black tiger, continued to burp incessantly. The black tiger made a shushing gesture, signaling Su Chenyang to remain quiet. We pay our respects to Master Yuhua. Shangwan Hong Yin stepped forward to bow. The old man, quite arrogant, did not even lift his eyelids, his hands clasped behind his back as his gaze swept over the crowd. What brings you here? Shangwan Hong Yin inquired of the girl behind Yuhua, her expression tinged with displeasure. What's the matter? Master Yuhua is here to provide guidance, and we can't even observe, the girl retorted. Surely, Hong Yin, you're not so petty. Who is she? Su Chenyang asked the black tiger, the aroma of his earlier meal lingering. The black tiger waved his hand dismissively, whispering, she is the leader of the Jinfeng Hall. Named Sun Jiechi as he spoke. Su Chenyang scrutinized the girl closely. One must admit, Sun Jiechi could indeed be considered a rare beauty, though her allure differed fundamentally from that of Shangwan Hong Yin. Although Shangwan Hong Yin occasionally wears a stern expression, her demeanor betrays not a hint of her inherent gentleness and kindness. In contrast, Su Jiechi exudes a quirky charm. With a cold snort, Shangwan Hong Yin chose to ignore Sun Jiechi and turned to stand beside her master, Yuhua. Unwilling to back down, Sun Jiechi made a face at Hong Yin's retreating figure and muttered under her breath, perverted old maid. Though her voice was low, it did not escape the ears of those nearby, particularly the disciples of the Wind Control Hall, who could not help but stifle their laughter. Ahem. Yuhua cleared his throat twice, interrupting the verbal sparring between the two. Today, we gather at the Wind Control Hall simply to observe your recent progress. Oh, Su Chenyang struggled to suppress a burp, but despite his efforts, it escaped him. The sound elicited more suppressed giggles from the crowd. Beside him, Heihu's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth in an effort to contain himself. Yuhua frowned disapprovingly and continued, as is customary, I prefer one-on-one guidance. This approach will undoubtedly benefit your development. Enough of idle chatter. Let us commence directly. At that moment, Shangwan Hong Yin silently regretted her earlier decision. Had she known this would occur, she would have delayed feeding this boy. With Yuhua clearly displeased and her rival present, she feared the Wind Control Hall would suffer a significant embarrassment today. With that thought, she shot a fierce glare at Su Chenyang. Oh, you, step forward. Yuhua pointed directly at Su Chenyang, catching even Shangwan Hong Yin by surprise. Master Yuhua, I believe this is inappropriate, she interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to dissuade Yuhua's decision. Oh, what seems to be the issue? Pray tell. This disciple is named Su Chenyang. That he has only just joined our Wind Control Hall today and is unfamiliar with many of our customs. If he has inadvertently offended you, I ask for your understanding. Moreover, his cultivation level as a mage is quite low, and he may not be able to endure your guidance. What you say is quite misguided, Hall Master Shangwan. Yuhua interrupted. Is my capacity for tolerance so diminutive? This lad may still be a mage, but with my guidance, he may very well achieve the formation of his primordial infant. Would that not be beneficial for him? Enough. Do not say another word. It is you, young man. Yuhua gestured for Su Chenyang to step forward. Alas, Sun Jiechi sighed, lamenting what she had hoped would be an opportunity to witness the true strength of the Wind Control Hall. It seemed, however, that such a spectacle would not unfold. The Wind Control Hall buzzed with murmurs, a mix of excitement palpable among the crowd, as they relished the fact that they would not have to spar with this old eccentric. I wager this lad won't last 3 moves. 3 moves? I reckon he'll be down after just one. Yuhua, observing the earnest Su Chenyang before him, asked, Young man, are you prepared? Oh, not yet. Please hold on a moment. Su Chenyang replied, turning to face the disciples of the two halls. I overheard your betting just now. That I have a keen interest in wagers. With that, he produced 10 taels of silver and placed them in Shangwan Hong Yin's hands. How about this? I wager 10 taels of silver that I can withstand Master S 10 strikes. What do you all think? Is anyone interested? Su Chenyang, you must be out of your mind, Shangwan Hongyan chided sharply. Even I wouldn't dare to guarantee that I could endure Yuhua's techniques. Su Chenyang responded with a strange smile towards Hongyan, continuing, Come on, do you dare to take the bet? The crowd regarded Su Chenyang as if he were a fool. Humph. 10 taels of silver isn't enough for us to divide among so many people. Sun Jiaqing scoffed. To her, he was merely an ignorant young fool. Oh, is that so? Su Chenyang pondered briefly, then retrieved a promissory note from his pocket. Surely, everyone recognizes this. If I lose, you can take it and fill in as much silver as you wish. How foolish it would be to forego the opportunity to earn money. Before long, the gleaming silver was cradled in Shangwan Hongyan's arms. Shimmering enticingly under the sunlight, Su Chenyang then turned to face his master. Yuhua. I am ready. We may begin. Yuhua let out a soft snort and produced a hefty silver ingot, adding it to the wager. Very well, let us commence. As the word begin left his lips, Su Chenyang propelled himself forward with a swift kick, launching a punch directly at Yuhua's chest. Despite Su Chenyang's rapid movement, Yuhua remained unfazed, with his right fist extended. He met Su Chenyang's blow head-on. Bang! Upon the collision of their fists, Su Chenyang executed a swift turn. Rolling backward to create the foundation of metamorphosis is certainly not a gift bestowed without effort. With a subtle shake of his right shoulder, he broke free from Su Chenyang's grasp. As he faced the sweeping right leg, he merely contracted his body downward, effortlessly evading the attack. All of this fell well within Su Chenyang's expectations. Given the age of metamorphosis, if he could easily fall prey to such minor tricks, it would only signify a wasted journey over the years. Just as he lowered himself, Su Chenyang's tactics shifted once again. What is the greatest taboo in close combat? It is to present one's back to the opponent. Qing Feng had warned Su Chenyang on more than one occasion. As he executed this strike, Su Chenyang had already calculated his next move in his mind. Engaging directly with metamorphosis? Only a fool would do such a thing. His continuous offensive was designed to maneuver behind the opponent, unleashing Su Chenyang's ultimate trump card. Suddenly, realization dawned upon metamorphosis. This seemingly simple-minded youth displayed combat prowess that far exceeded his expectations. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sharp pain shot through his rear. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Explosive. Indeed, Su Chenyang's kick landed squarely on that slender backside. This maneuver was undeniably quite unsavory. Yet which expert would bother to defend their posterior? Not only metamorphosis, but even a master like Qing Feng had fallen victim to Su Chenyang's cunning. What Qing Feng had not anticipated, Su Chenyang comprehended thoroughly. Thus, even if one wished to adopt a lewd approach, it is essential to possess the requisite talent. Alas, Metamorphosis cried out, clutching his rear and rolling away, fearful of this young man launching a follow-up attack. The entire Yufeng Hall was left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated that Su Chenyang could withstand 3 of Metamorphosis's strikes, let alone inflict injury upon him. Shangwan Hongyan was particularly astonished. Just hours earlier, Su Chenyang had appeared pitiful. Now, in combat with Metamorphosis, he exuded vitality. It seemed she had truly underestimated this little rascal. Rather than being angered by the ignominious blow, Metamorphosis found himself amused. How swift! Su Chenyang evaded a strike, pivoting on his right foot to leap once more into the air. In that instant of ascent, he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching. Old man. You are nowhere near the caliber of my master. Metamorphosis failed to connect. His kicked right leg traced a circular arc upon the ground. Utilizing his right leg as leverage, he propelled his left foot outward in a lateral kick. This time, Su Chenyang was unable to evade. A heavy blow struck his chest, sending his body flying sideways. It is worth noting that during yesterday's training, that grayish aura had already permeated every part of Su Chenyang's body. Were this kick to land on someone else, it would undoubtedly send them tumbling across the ground. However, Su Chenyang was different. As he soared through the air, he adjusted his form to the optimal position, landing firmly on the ground without even shifting his footing. What a remarkable young man. Indeed, he possesses considerable skill, Metamorphosis exclaimed, charging towards Su Chenyang like a fierce gale. 31.32.55. The disciples watching from either side continuously counted the strikes, as if cheering Su Chenyang on. Stop! Stop! Su Chenyang shouted repeatedly. At last, Metamorphosis's assault came to a halt. What is it, young man? The old man was in high spirits. Why did you stop? Su Chenyang, with a mournful expression. Implored, "Master, have mercy. I truly can no longer endure." Indeed, the master was a paragon among men, each move exuding such majesty. During our sparring, I was already in profound admiration, feeling utterly humbled. Alas, my cultivation is far too inadequate to shine as brightly as my master under the sun and moon. I earnestly hope you might show leniency and spare me this time. Flattery knows no bounds. Su Chenyang's words were well received by Yu Hua. Indeed, you speak wisely. Given your current level of cultivation, excessive exertion would not be prudent. Let us conclude for today that why Yu Hua finally acquiesced, allowing Su Chenyang to breathe a sigh of relief that in truth, after his initial success, subsequent encounters had devolved into a continual defensive struggle on his part. Despite Su Chenyang's rich combat experience, the formidable Yu Hua was a true master of the first rank. Were it not for the peculiar elemental protection within him, he would have long since succumbed to bloodshed. Through this battle, Su Chenyang gained a deeper understanding of his own transformation. The minor external injuries would soon heal, devoid of any lingering pain. "Young man, what is your name?" Yu Hua inquired, as Su Chenyang replied with utmost respect. "Master, my name is Su Chenyang. How intriguing," Yu Hua remarked, nodding as he surveyed the others. The entire Yufeng Hall felt a twinge of trepidation under Yu Hua's gaze. This old fellow was clearly not finished. He sought more opponents to hone his skills. "Look here. Pay close attention. Su Chenyang has only been here a day and can exchange so many blows with me. Yet you, who have lingered in this Yufeng Hall for so long, show not a hint of progress. I wonder how you have been cultivating. Indeed, I think it might be best to disband the Yufeng Hall altogether. You are all welcome in our Jinfeng Hall." Sun Jiaqing chimed in. "And you, Jinfeng Hall?" Yu Hua retorted, directing his ire toward the Yufeng Hall. "You too. The combined might of your two halls cannot yield a single contender to spar with me. Relying solely on your two leaders. Well then, let us conclude for today. How you proceed from here is up to you. Yu Hua cast a jovial glance at Su Chenyang, whose heart quivered at the sight of that smile. After a long silence, "Oh my precious silver," Black Tiger roared to the heavens, and suddenly the crowd recalled the earlier wager. The cacophony of lamentations erupted within the Yufeng Hall. "Ahaha. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's support," Su Chenyang exclaimed excitedly as he dashed towards Shangwan Hongyan, grinning foolishly at the glimmering silver. "Su Chenyang, I shall temporarily safeguard these for you. Yours? Who claims these coins are yours?" Shangwan Hongyan surveyed the crowd. "Who among you can attest that this silver belongs to Su Chenyang?" Those who had recently suffered losses stood in unison, shaking their heads in denial. Su Chenyang nearly spat blood in frustration. He, the ultimate scoundrel, never anticipated being bested in such a manner by Shangwan Hongyan. It seemed there were always greater heights to reach. "You are Su Chenyang?" Sun Jiaqing appeared at his side unexpectedly. "Indeed. That is I. What is it, sister? Do you require something?" The allure of the beautiful woman far surpassed any mere glimmer of silver. "Bah, what is this meager amount of silver worth? As long as you are willing to join our Jinfeng Hall, I assure you, there will be tenfold the silver for you to claim. Indeed, Su Chenyang's eyes transformed into the shape of coins as he spoke dreamily. Shangwan Hongyan let out a cold huff, casting a fierce glare at Su Chenyang before hastily exiting. Observing Shangwan Hongyan's displeasure, Su Chenyang, disregarding his conversation with Sun Jiaqing, turned and chased after her. Sun Jiaqing watched Su Chenyang's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration. "I refuse to believe it. I will not rest until I bring you to Jinfeng Hall, or I do not bear the surname Sun." After a moment of contemplation, a smile reappeared on her face. "Hongyan, wait for me." Su Chenyang grasped Hongyan's arm tightly. "Let go of me," she protested. "I shall not." A true man never relinquishes his grip. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Su Chenyang's face, momentarily leaving him dazed. The grip on Hongyan's arm slackened. The force of the slap astonished even Shangwan Hongyan. What had come over her? Why was she so incensed by this insufferable rogue? After all, he was merely a martial artist at the nascent stage of the Yuaning realm. Why did she place such significance on his presence? "Su Chenyang, you are nothing but a treacherous scoundrel, a vile rogue." With that, Hongyan turned to leave. Indeed, my master was right. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea. Su Chenyang murmured, touching his stinging cheek, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "However, this little vixen intrigues me. She is quite captivating." During dinner, Shangwan Hongyan waited in the dining hall for a full 2 hours. And as night fell, still no sign of Su Chenyang. It seemed he was genuinely upset. Before long, regret began to creep into her heart regarding her earlier actions. After all, Chenyang had done nothing wrong. Yet she had struck him. She intended to apologize, but he remained elusive, deepening her guilt. Shangwan Hongyan entered the dining hall, retrieved her lunchbox, and prepared a meal for Chenyang before making her way to his quarters. Just as she reached the door, she overheard voices from within. Intrigued, she pressed her ear against the door to catch a glimpse of the conversation. The sweet, delicate voice that emerged was none other than Sun Jiaqin's, who had arrived earlier to entice Chenyang into joining Jingfeng Hall, even going so far as to adorn herself for the occasion. Tell me, are you coming to our Jingfeng Hall or not? Is that for me to decide? Chenyang stammered, his voice trembling in the presence of the beautifully adorned Sun Jiaqin. The tension of being alone with a beautiful woman was palpable. It's clear this lad is a naive fool. Of course, it is your decision. Just give a nod, and you can join us at Jingfeng Hall tomorrow. Should you choose to come, I shall make you the vice master of Jingfeng Hall. What do you say? Chenyang shook his head in refusal. No, I cannot go. It was Shangwan Hongyan who brought me to Liuyun Palace. I cannot repay kindness with enmity. Oh, come now. What nonsense is that? We are all part of Liuyun Palace, contributing to its cause. It's merely a change of halls. I still cannot go. Why? You wouldn't possibly develop feelings for Shangwan Hongyan, would you? Although the words were spoken by Sun Jiaqi, the face of Shangwan Hongyan outside the door flushed crimson. Humph! Sun Jiaqi clearly looked down upon her. She is nothing but a weirdo. You are still unaware of that. She possesses not a shred of feminine charm, always wearing a poker face day in and day out. I truly do not understand when men's tastes have sunk to such depths. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open by Shangwan Hongyan. Who are you calling a weirdo? Sun Jiaqi was startled, realizing it was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Regardless, the cards had been laid bare, and Sun Jiaqi no longer cared, but a surge of fury rushed to Shangwan Hongyan's heart. Her countenance turning a deep shade of blue, her heart racing violently. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word with precision. If you dare, say that again. And what if I do? What can you do to me? You are nothing but a weirdo. As soon as Sun Jiaqi's words left her mouth, a swirling orb of water materialized in her right hand. Shangwan Hongyan did not back down, unleashing her lightning attribute in an instant. Cough. Chenyang hurriedly stepped in to mediate. If these two were to truly clash, it would be a trivial matter to leave the place in ruins. But if by chance, innocents were harmed, that would be quite unfortunate. I say, let us all temper our tempers, shall we? Please, take a seat. Shangwan Hongyan glanced at Chenyang. After all, she was there to apologize, and it would be unseemly to escalate matters. She was the first to reign in her aura. Deliberately sitting beside Chenyang, defiantly gazing at Sun Jiaqi. Sun Jiaqi, undeterred, plopped down next to Chenyang as well, making a face at Hongyan. Chenyang was utterly perplexed. What were these two beauties up to? Were they using him as a pawn in their display of rivalry? Deep inside, he lamented. Chenyang, whether in drought or flood, you were doomed. The lovely ladies had extended their courtesy, and he felt compelled to say something. We are all family here. Let us not bicker at the drop of a hat. You are both leaders. Such disputes would not reflect well if they were to get out, whatever issues there may be. Let us sit down and discuss them amicably. It is better to resolve enmity than to harbor Chenyang. I ask you, will you continue to stay at Yufeng Hall or join us at Jingfeng Hall? Speak. Shangwan Hongyan was the first to press. As long as you come to Jingfeng Hall, I will agree to any terms. Sun Jiaqi was equally unyielding. Any terms? How about sharing a bed? Ah, how wonderful it would be to have a double date. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, she refrained from voicing them. I just don't understand. What merit do I, Chenyang, possess to garner such esteem from both esteemed leaders? What merit? You say lightly, just based on your encounter with Yuhua today. Who would dare to underestimate you? On that basis alone, we at Jingfeng Hall are determined to have you. What of the palace master's daughter? Surely, her status cannot confine another's freedom. Sun Jiaqi's words were evidently laced with provocation as she cast a glance at Shangwan Hongyan beside her. Who is it that is selling their beauty? Whoever it may be, it is obvious, dressing so alluringly at night and entering a young man's room. What else could it be but selling one's charm? You. Enough, enough. These two were undeniably combustible. A mere spark could ignite a fierce blaze. As the two individuals were on the verge of a confrontation, Chenyang hastily intervened. That I still do not comprehend. What is the reason behind your fierce competition for recruits? Shangguan Hongyan exhaled softly and replied, I had no intention of divulging this to you, primarily because you are new here and also because you are still in the nascent phase of your yuaning stage, which makes it of little significance to you. However, your sparring session with Master Yuhua today has already demonstrated your capabilities. Allow me to elucidate. In our Liuyun Palace, we distinguish between the upper 3 halls and the lower 3 halls. To put it simply, the upper 3 halls are responsible for generating income for the palace, while the lower 3 halls merely engage in household chores, generating income. Haha, does our Liuyun Palace even require money? Su Chenyang inquired with curiosity. If we don't earn money, shall we subsist on the frigid winds of the northwest? If one reaches the yuaning stage but cannot become an immortal, how could one survive without sustenance? Shangguan Hongyan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Originally, the 2 categories of halls could interchange through competitions. However, the upper 3 halls have not only accumulated extensive practical experience through their tasks, but have also utilized the wealth they acquired to procure superior skills and equipment. This has created a vicious cycle, gradually widening the gap between the 2 categories. The upper 3 halls remain as they are, while the lower 3 halls are forever relegated to their status. Su Chenyang furrowed his brow. Isn't that unfair? Does the palace master not voice any objections? The palace master has her own considerations. After all, engaging in external missions entails risks, and given the current strength of the lower 3 halls, should any casualties occur, the palace master would find it difficult to explain. She replied, I see. Su Chenyang acknowledged. Shangguan Hongyan regarded him with a sigh. Our Yufeng Hall, Jingfeng Hall, and Shunfeng Hall constitute the lower 3 halls, while the Baihu, Qinglong, and Shuijing halls represent the upper 3 halls. In truth, there is no need for you to be anxious at this moment. Once your yuaning is fully formed, we shall gradually strive to ascend to the upper 3 halls. I do not quite understand. As the daughter of the palace master, why do you still remain in the lower 3 halls? Su Chenyang queried. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head slightly. That is not something you need to be privy to. For now, my sole objective is to lead the Yufeng Hall into the upper 3 halls. Puffed. How easily you say that, Sun Jiaqing interjected. For the lower 3 halls to advance, we must select one from the 3 upper halls for a competition. Best 2 out of 3 rounds. However, given the current strengths of the respective halls, our hall master might still hold her own, but for the others to secure a victory, it would be exceedingly challenging. I understand now. So you wish for me to join the Jingfeng Hall, correct? Su Chenyang stated. Sun Jiaqing nodded. In fact, I have an even better proposal, though I wonder if you will agree. Hotel. The 2 ladies chimed in unison. First and foremost, I cannot leave the Yufeng Hall, Su Chenyang said with a mischievous grin directed at Shangguan Hongyan. This. Hongyan lowered her head in embarrassment, but I cannot disregard the warm hospitality from Sun Jiaqing either. Thus, I have devised a compromise. Sun Jiaqing shall join our Yufeng Hall. Absolutely not. The 2 ladies simultaneously rose, their voices resolute. Oh, come now, let me finish, Su Chenyang urged. Regardless of which hall I join, it does not alter your current circumstances. Rather than allowing ourselves to linger aimlessly here, it would be far more prudent to join forces. We must recognize that as time passes, the strength of our opponents will inevitably continue to grow, making it increasingly difficult for us to mount a challenge in the future. Both of you, as masters of your respective halls, must possess considerable power. By collaborating, we can at least secure 2 victories. For the remaining match, if we perform well or are favored by fortune, we may yet prevail. As you mentioned earlier, securing 3 wins would grant us entry into the top 3 halls. Su Chenyang's words brought a hush over the 2 individuals. Given the current circumstances, this strategy is undoubtedly the most reliable. Noticing their silence, Su Chenyang understood that they were contemplating the proposal. However, out of concern for their pride, none were willing to voice their agreement first. Since he was not in a rush, he seized this opportunity to mend their past grievances, thus achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. After a considerable pause, Shangguan Hongyan appeared to have made a significant decision. Very well. I agree. With that, she turned to Sun Jiaqing. But this won't do. If I leave like this, how will I explain myself to the disciples of the Jingfeng Hall? Su Chenyang chuckled. Rest assured, I would never allow you to be caught in a position of injustice. I have already contemplated this matter thoroughly. As long as we assist Yufeng Hall in entering the top 3 halls, our next step will be to merge our halls. Merging the halls, both exclaimed in astonishment. This notion was audacious indeed. Liuyun Palace has always been home to 6 halls, And although there are no explicit prohibitions in the palace regulations, no one has dared to alter this arrangement for many years. Is that truly feasible? Shangguan Hongyan inquired softly, casting a glance at Su Chenyang. Hee, whether it is feasible depends on you, he replied with a mischievous grin. On me. She replied, of course, you have more influence before the palace master than we do. Su Chenyang smirked. If the palace master's daughter proposes a merger, the chances of success will undoubtedly increase. Then I shall give it a try, Shangguan Hongyan agreed. But let us be clear from the outset. If this succeeds, I shall remain the master of the hall. Only in this way can we minimize the pressure from the higher-ups of Liuyun Palace. Sun Jiaqing, you will just have to endure a little. She added that I am perfectly fine with it. This matter is quite thrilling regardless of the title, Sun Jiaqing replied. Furthermore, I propose that we act first and report later. Once everything is accomplished, we can then inform the palace master. By that time, it will be too late for her to intervene. Very well, it is settled then. Ladies, might I be treated to a meal? After such prolonged discussion, I find myself quite famished. Only then did Shangguan Hongyan recall her original intent for being here. Hastily producing a lunchbox and offering it to Su Chenyang. This is not for you, she admonished. If you are hungry, find your own solution. Humph, as if I cared, he retorted, pulling her insistently. Come, I shall treat you to a grand feast. That is out of the question, Shangguan Hongyan replied coldly. Do not forget that I am currently the master of his hall. If there is nothing else, please step outside. I have certain matters to discuss with him privately. Fine, I shall go, Sun Jiaqing pouted, reluctantly exiting. In truth, from the moment Shangguan Hongyan entered, she had felt as though she were engaging in a covert operation. Stepping out of the door, Sun Jiaqing exhaled deeply. Yet her mood only grew more oppressive. Su Chenyang's expression was peculiarly strange. His face had turned a shade of purple, and his eyes, tinged with a hint of fear, gazed intently outside. Shangguan Hongyan let out a soft huff and remarked, if you're feeling heartbroken, then go after her. I won't stop you. Indeed, Su Chenyang was heartbroken. Experiencing a sharp, piercing pain as Sun Jiaqing departed, she had unexpectedly pinched him hard on the thigh, as if she was venting all her anger towards Hongyan onto him. Were it not for Shangguan Hongyan's presence, he would have already cried out in agony, having exchanged merely a few words with Sun Jiaqing that morning, only to receive a slap. Now this situation could be considered quite intimate. Should Hongyan find out, he would undoubtedly face a tempest of repercussions. Suppressing his emotions, Su Chenyang forced a playful grin and said, how could I possibly feel heartache? If anyone is to be heartbroken, it should be the leader who has prepared such delectable meals for me. I am quite curious. How did you know I enjoy these dishes? Anything edible? Is there anything you dislike? Hongyan retorted, exasperated. That may not be entirely accurate. Do I appear to you as a glutton? Su Chenyang replied, receiving a disdainful glance from Shangguan Hongyan, her eyes seemingly questioning. Are you not a glutton? Maintaining his playful demeanor, Su Chenyang flipped his left hand, and a crystal orb, infused with earthy attributes, began to roll in his palm. Not at all. Thank heavens, my primordial infant finally entered the formation stage yesterday. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Su Chenyang's face fell, as if he bore an immense grievance. I intended to tell you earlier. I was quite excited last night, only to fall asleep near dawn. You woke up this morning and immediately took your anger out on me. Not only did you scold me for admiring someone else's beauty, but you also imposed such harsh penalties. Shangguan Hongyan burst into laughter. Beauty? With your demeanor, you dare to call it beauty? What's wrong with my demeanor? Have you seen it all? Shangguan Hongyan suddenly recalled the grotesque figure from this morning, and combined with Su Chenyang's mischievous grin, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She waved her fist and muttered, You still dare to say Su Chenyang chuckled triumphantly, finding great joy in teasing such a beautiful girl. By the way, you mentioned you wanted to see me for something. What is it about? Actually, it's nothing significant. I simply wish to avoid that mad girl. That won't do if people start murmuring about discord while we work together in the same hall. And now that you are a hall master, you must prioritize the greater good. If we genuinely aim to unify the halls in the future, and you cannot even manage your relationships, it will only lead to factionalism among the subordinates. Should it reach that point, we would find ourselves at a loss for words even before the palace lord. You understand? Shangguan Hongyan nodded. Her obedient and charming demeanor was something Su Chenyang had never encountered before. By the way, Su Chenyang, I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the Liuyun Palace tomorrow morning. Accompany me to Chenyang City. Chenyang City? What is the purpose of that visit? Su Chenyang inquired. Simply for the benefit of Yufeng Hall and myself. Shangwan Hanyin consoled herself through a sleepless night. Before dawn had even arrived, Su Chenyang had risen from his bed, although this was quite contrary to his usual habit of sleeping in until he awoke naturally. The thrill of a date with a beautiful woman far outweighed the allure of indulging in slumber. After selecting a clean outfit from his wardrobe, he meticulously styled his hair, which he took great pride in. After about 2 hours of preparation and hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast, he arrived at the main entrance of Liuyun Palace. From a distance, he spotted Shangwan Hongyin's silhouette, though she was still dressed in simple white. The ponytail that typically adorned her head was absent. Instead, her lustrous black hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, dancing lightly in the breeze, accentuating her youthful innocence and charm. Shangwan Honyin had long grown accustomed to Su Chenyang's lecherous gaze and felt no indignation. Su Chenyang, she remarked, you do remember that I am your leader, don't you? How can you keep someone waiting for so long? And can you please refrain from that lewd demeanor of yours? Even a sow deserves a second glance. Or else I'd look down upon you. How unjust! This is truly a grave injustice. I simply wish to look my best while accompanying the most beautiful woman in Liuyun Palace for a shopping spree. It would be a minor embarrassment to the palace, but a major one to you, the illustrious Shangwan. People might say you have poor taste, wouldn't they? Is my taste truly that lacking? Shangwan Hongyan replied without much thought. This remark was precisely what Su Chenyang had hoped for, as a mischievous grin spread across his face, and she realized she had fallen into his trap once again. Enough of this chatter. We must be on our way. With that, Shangwan Hongyan chose to ignore Su Chenyang and stood firm by the 8-winged lotus pond. Having had his fill of banter, Su Chenyang stood beside her. Still yearning for more conversation, the 8-winged lotus pond responded to Shangwan Hongyan's call, slowly manifesting a platform that gently descended as the entire structure plummeted rapidly. Su Chenyang's face turned pale, while he had managed to suppress his fear when ascending to Liuyun Palace. The swift descent was an entirely different matter, akin to leaping into an abyss. With a shout, he clung tightly to Shangwan Hongyan, wrapping his legs around her waist without hesitation. The position appeared as though he were hanging on to her. Shangwan Hongyan was taken aback, attempting to break free from his bare hug. But Su Chenyang's grasp was formidable, rendering her immobile. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed furiously. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang had shut his eyes to spare himself the sight of the terrifying landscape. Disregarding her reprimands entirely as he ceased to gaze upon the frightful scenery, Su Chenyang began to savor the delicate softness of her body, his cheeks pressed against H in the current situation. One cannot help but wonder how others might perceive it at Su Chenyang. Release me at once, or I shall take drastic measures against you. Shangwan Hongyan's face was flushed crimson. She had long been aware of the rigid object that had left a profound impression upon her when she lifted the covers from Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang, holding her close, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding them that it appeared that this girl was indeed harboring murderous intent. Preserving one's life was of utmost importance. Reluctantly loosening his grip on her alluring form, he stood foolishly across from Shangwan Hongyan, an expression of trepidation etched upon his features. Shangwan Hongyan covered her eyes and let out a piercing scream. It was then that Su Chenyang comprehended the magnitude of the stimulus he had just experienced. A small tent had already formed in his trousers. 4 third-tier guardians stood agape, observing the two individuals at the 8-winged lotus pool. One bent low, propping himself with one hand, while the other crouched on the ground, eyes shielded. They had witnessed exaggerated reactions before, but none quite like this. Why, amidst such a reaction, did there linger an air of ambiguity? Could you please present your token? One of the guardians broke the silence. Speaking up, it was only then that Shangwan Hongyan realized the 8-winged lotus pool had already landed. Slowly rising, she bowed her head and handed the token to the guardian. That will suffice. You may proceed. As soon as the guardian finished speaking, Su Chenyang hunched over and dashed out. He had not anticipated his strength to be so formidable. Even now, the towering tent showed no signs of retreating. Su Chenyang, halt at once. Shangwan Hongyan brandished her sword and pursued him. Only then did she realize the astonishing speed of this boy. Without deploying her spiritual energy, she was indeed no match for Su Chenyang. The peculiar attribute within her body had transformed him, and now, after such a lengthy chase, he felt no fatigue, his breath remarkably steady. In contrast, Shangwan Hongyan was left panting for air. Oh no. A sharp cry pierced the air behind them, as if someone had fallen. This could spell trouble. Chenyang hurriedly rushed to Hongyin's side, extending his hand to assist her. Hongyin's expression was one of pain, her right hand resting on her ankle. She had inadvertently stumbled and twisted her foot. With firm arms, Chenyang lifted her, his demeanor grave. He was engulfed in profound guilt, contemplating that had he not fled, Hongyin would not have been injured. It would have been better to endure a few blows from the foolish girl. After all, he had taken considerable advantage of her. Hongyin gazed at Chenyang in a daze. She had never seen him exhibit such seriousness since their acquaintance. Lying in his embrace, she offered no resistance. Her expression conveyed an irresistible force, imbued with warmth. Gently, Chenyang set her down beside a large tree, carefully removing her white long boots. Before him lay a pair of adorable, rosy feet. However, this is not the time for admiration. Her ankle. The skin had turned a vivid red, swelling into a small bump. Don't move. Just wait a moment, Chenyang instructed, turning towards the dense thicket. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a selection of nameless herbs and a vessel of pure spring water, placing them before him. With utmost care, Chenyang cradled the delicate foot of Hongyin, treating it as if it were an exquisite piece of art, and gently submerged it into the cool waters. The sudden chill enveloped her entire body, prompting Hongyin to shiver involuntarily. "It will feel better soon," Chenyang assured, lowering his gaze as he cupped the spring water in his hands. Pouring it over the injured area, under the soothing cascade, the sharp sting gradually subsided, and the furrowed brow of Hongyin began to relax. He then crushed the herbs into a paste, applying it tenderly to the wounded spot. Tearing a strip from his garment, he meticulously wrapped her dainty foot, ensuring it was snugly secured. That a warmth radiated from the ankle where the herbal remedy was applied, eliciting a long sigh of relief from Hongyin. "There, that feels better, doesn't it?" Chenyang remarked, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "We cannot walk just yet. Allow me to carry you." Gently, he assisted Hongyin into her long boots, disregarding her protests, and hoisted her onto his back. "I can walk. Just let me down," she insisted. "Be obedient," Chenyang replied, his few words conveying more than 1,000. As they traversed the path, Hongyin leaned against Chenyang's back, inhaling the robust scent of masculinity that enveloped him. That a sweet warmth enveloped her heart. "How wonderful it would be if he were mine," she mused, her cheeks flushing crimson once more as she felt a twinge of shyness at her own thoughts. When the full moon hung in the sky, the gates of Chenyang City finally appeared before them. "We have arrived. Please set me down," Hongyin said, feeling significantly better after being carried the whole way. Chenyang gently lowered her, confident in the efficacy of the herbs he had prepared. During his time training on Shuangfeng Mountain, he had often endured the brunt of Qingfeng's lessons, emerging with bruises. However, after a brief instruction on herbal medicine from Qingfeng and extensive practice, he had become quite adept. Stretching her limbs, Hongyin discovered her ankle had completely healed. Chenyang, "I must admit, you possess quite the skill," she remarked. "Of course," he replied, buoyed by her praise, feeling momentarily elated at being complimented by a beauty. "One would think you've forgotten your own name after a few kind words. Enough of that. It's getting late, and it seems the skill pavilion has already closed. Let us find a place to rest for the night and visit it tomorrow." "The skill pavilion? What is that?" Chenyang inquired. Curiosity piqued. "It's a place where one can purchase skill books that you'll understand when we go tomorrow. Now, let us hurry along." As they walked side by side down the bustling streets of Chenyang City, they appeared much like a couple and loved. Chenyang reveled in the envious and jealous glances cast in their direction, intentionally brushing against Hongyin as they moved. When a woman passed by with her child, the little one piped up innocently, "Mommy, is this the Beauty and the Beast duo?" Chenyang nearly choked on his own breath. "Beast? Am I truly that frightening to behold, little one?" Hongyin, however, stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Presently, Chenyang's clothing bore a long tear at the hem, a result of his own hasty actions while tending to her wounds. Coupled with the fatigue of their journey, his disheveled hair rendered him akin to a refugee fleeing calamity. The presence of such an enchanting beauty beside him only accentuated his own disarray. The innkeeper apologetically informed them, "I regret to inform you both that we have but a single room remaining. Do you wish to take it?" They had inquired at several inns, all fully booked. Unfortunately, their late arrival had left them with no options, as accommodations had been reserved well in advance. Then we shall take this room. Shangguan Hongyan declared. Very well. I shall prepare the room for you immediately, the innkeeper responded. After a modest meal, the two rose and proceeded down the corridor toward their room. Suddenly, a man clad in white, cradling two alluring women, approached them. Chenyang recognized the attire as that of the Liuyun Palace. The man's hands wandered beneath the garments of the women as he laughed boisterously without restraint as they brushed past one another. The man halted, exclaiming, Shangguan Hongyan, what brings you here? His expression was one of astonishment as he withdrew his hands from the women's clothing. However, when his gaze fell upon Chenyang, a chilling malice flickered in his eyes. Shangguan Hongyan, clearly uninterested in engaging with him, furrowed her brows and continued walking. Wait. The man grasped her arm, while another burly hand seized her collar. You, brat, do you seek death? A formidable force of spiritual energy surged forth, his eyes turning a blood-red hue as he glared icily at Chenyang. Remove your filthy hands at once. Chenyang remained unfazed by the man's fury, his gaze darting toward the hand gripping Hongyan. Enough! Stop this at once, Hongyan shouted. The two men regarded each other, their eyes brimming with enmity, yet under her command, they begrudgingly released their grips. Lin Haoyan, what do you intend to do? Shangguan Hongyan inquired sharply. Yenner, who is she? Lin Haoyan pointed at Chenyang. You need not concern yourself with that, Hongyan retorted with a disdainful snort. You may return to your previous pursuits. We shall take our leave. Yenner, allow me to explain. Lin Haoyan implored. You have no need to explain anything to me, she replied curtly, and with that, she and Chenyang vanished from Lin Haoyan's sight. Lin Haoyan watched her retreating figure, spitting on the ground in frustration. What a wretched woman, putting on airs while seducing other men. One day, you shall beg for mercy beneath me. He turned his attention back to the two alluring women, clutching them tightly once more, eliciting startled gasps from them. What are you squealing about? Tonight, you will be serving me well. On their way to the room, Hongyan and Chenyang exchanged not a single word. Hongyan was troubled, and Chenyang felt equally uneasy. Initially, the prospect of sharing a room had excited him, but their encounter with Lin Haoyan had dampened the mood. Though he remained uncertain of the relationship between Lin Haoyan and Hongyan, her earlier demeanor had alleviated some of his concerns. Upon entering the room, Shangguan Hongyan sank into a chair, lost in thought. Chenyang was hesitant to disturb her, so he picked up an extra set of bedding from the bed and laid it on the floor. It was quite late. It would be best to retire for the night. He gently reminded Shangguan Hongyan. Don't you wish to know who he is? She inquired. If you wanted me to know, you would tell me. If you choose not to speak, I shall not press you. A glimmer of something crystalline flickered in Shangguan Hongyan's eyes as she let out a soft sigh. He is my fiancé. Those words were enough to shake Chenyang's very soul. Though his expression remained unchanged, a pang of anguish twisted in his heart. He was the son of Lin Zhan, the commander of the cavalry of the Sky Kingdom, when I was very young. Our families had arranged a betrothal at that time. I was unaware until Lin Haoyan arrived at Liuyun Palace. As you witnessed earlier, he typically behaves in such a manner. Even within our Liuyun Palace, there are many young women who have. There is no recourse. The Lin family holds too high a status in our Sky Kingdom for ordinary folk to challenge. We were once both in Shuijing Hall, but Lin Haoyan relentlessly pursued me, ultimately leading me to voluntarily come to the lower hall. I had hoped to evade him this way, yet he remained unyielding. Over this period, my father has become aware of his character and has attempted to persuade the Lin family to annul the engagement. But Lin Zhan has remained resolute, dragging the matter to the present. I will not marry him. Never. If such a day were ever to come, I would not know how to face it. Perhaps only death could grant me true liberation. Shangguan Hongyan bit her lip, and two streams of hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chenyang, what am I to do? What should I do? She sobbed. Beside her, Chenyang was rendered speechless. Usually quick-witted, he now found himself at a loss for words to console Hongyan. He pulled Shangguan Hongyan into his embrace, wiping away her tears. There, do not cry. If you keep weeping, our master will turn into a big, spotted cat. Wow, Shangguan Hongyan cried even harder, her hands clasping the back of Chenyang's head, her face deeply buried in his chest. The torrent of tears soaked through his garments. Engaging in banter was his forte, yet he was utterly clueless when it came to offering comfort. He was astonished that a mere statement could elicit such a profound reaction from Hongyan. Deciding to say nothing further, he allowed her to vent her emotions in his embrace. The sound of her cries gradually diminished, morphing into soft sobs. At that moment, Shangguan Hongyan resembled a frightened little kitten. Her entire form curled up within Su Chenyang's arms. Such a sight could evoke sympathy from all men in the world. "Chenyang, I am afraid." Shangguan Hongyan murmured, "Do not fear, my dear Hongyan. I am here. If you are tired, why not rest in my arms for a while?" Su Chenyang tightened his embrace slightly, enabling Hongyan to relax further against him. An hour later, Shangguan Hongyan slipped into slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Su Chenyang gazed at the beauty in his arms, his heart was tumultuous. Without a doubt, he loved Shangguan Hongyan. Yet now he discovered that she was indeed engaged to another. Although Shangguan Hongyan harbored a strong aversion to Lin Haoyan, could he genuinely thwart her engagement? He was merely an ordinary individual, faced with the formidable commander of the cavalry of the Sky Kingdom and the ruler of a sacred palace. The words of Master Qingfeng echoed once more. "Young man, do not presume that attaining the nascent soul will grant you the power to alter the heavens and the earth. That in the realm of cultivators, there exists an abundance of helplessness. Yet, one immutable truth prevails. The strong hold dominion." At that moment, I truly did not take these words to heart, naively believing that once my nascent soul was enlightened, I would earn the respect of others. It seems I was gravely mistaken. A sense of oppression weighed heavily on Su Chenyang's heart as he sighed deeply. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the entire room in its glow. Shangguan Hongyan slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Su Chenyang's familiar visage, the bloodshot veins in his eyes testified to his sleepless night. "Awake already? It's still early. You should rest a bit longer," Su Chenyang whispered. Shangguan Hongyan hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace. "How could you stay awake all night?" she teased. "Hee, how could I possibly sleep? With such a beautiful woman in my arms, if I were to fall asleep, it would either indicate a flaw in my psyche or a deficiency in my physical state. What on earth occupies your mind? Why are you so disoriented all the time?" Shangguan Hongyan playfully scolded. "Why don't you sleep on the bed for a while? I'll wake you later." Su Chenyang shook his head. "No need. Really, I'm not tired at all. Aren't we supposed to visit the skill pavilion today? I've never been there before. It would be great to go early and broaden my horizons." "All right then, let us be on our way." Yes, Su Chenyang rose to his feet. He felt a tingling sensation in his thigh. Throughout the night, fearing to disturb Hongyan's slumber, he had refrained from moving. He stamped his foot hard on the ground, and the tingling sensation subsided slightly. Shangguan Hongyan looked at him quizzically. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Those two rascals downstairs were making a racket all night long. It's high time they received a lesson and got some rest." Su Chenyang kicked the air a few times in frustration. What were they shouting about? Were they fighting? No, they were merely yelling one word. A mischievous grin reappeared on Su Chenyang's face. "I don't understand." "Which word?" Su Chenyang shouted, stretching his neck. Shangguan Hongyan immediately comprehended, covering his mouth with both hands. "This hour. If someone hears you, they might think." "Su Chenyang, do you wish to get us killed?" Silence. His voice had been excessively loud, drawing the attention of countless gazes as they descended the stairs. Upon seeing Shangguan Hongyan's beauty, many men sighed, exclaiming, "How can such beauty be encapsulated by merely one word?" Su Chenyang wore a smug expression, as if he were the one who possessed her. Shangguan Hongyan sensed the shift in atmosphere. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face in her chest and fled the inn at a swift pace. Qingyun City truly lives up to its reputation as the martial stronghold of the Sky Nation. Shops brimming with weapons and armor were scattered throughout, and a magnificent structure in the distance captured Su Chenyang's attention. "What is that?" he inquired of Hongyan beside him. "That is the commission house. There, you can customize skill manuals and the weapons and armor you desire. You may also participate in their daily auctions or request a master to serve you personally. However, the prices there are not something an average person can afford." Su Chenyang nodded, deliberately slowing his pace as they passed the building. The grand entrance of the building is adorned with 5 magnificent glazed characters that read, "Qingqing Trust Agency." A few men stand at the entrance, and their imposing aura immediately reveals their considerable prowess. At this early hour, a handful of carriages are sparsely parked outside the agency. Su Chenyang scrutinizes them closely, and a sharp intake of breath escapes him. These are not mere carriages. They are mounts of tamed sacred beasts. To possess a sacred beast as one's steed signifies an exalted status in the kingdom of the sky. Su Chenyang gazes enviously, drooling at the thought of when he might acquire such a splendid mount. His companion, Zhao Kai, peeks out from his embrace, chattering excitedly at the sacred beasts, conveying the message that he is far superior to them. Su Chenyang gently pats Zhao Cai's adorable head, reassuring him. "All right, I know you are the best. Now, go on and sleep. Zhao Kai, clearly pleased, scratches his nose with his tiny paw before burrowing back into Su Chenyang's embrace. Drifting off into a deep slumber, the Technique Pavilion stands diagonally across from the trust agency, rising a mere 3 stories high, resembling a watchtower amidst the grandeur of the surrounding edifices, hardly drawing attention. 2 guards lazily lean against the entrance, scrutinizing passers-by. Upon noticing Shangwan Hongyan approaching, they straighten up slightly and declare, "Halt. Present your credentials." Shangwan Hongyan retrieves a token from her bosom and hands it to the guard. Su Chenyang glances over and realizes that the token is of a much lower quality than that of Qi Feng, crafted from ordinary materials and lacking adornments of sacred beasts. It appears that the higher the rank, the more exquisite the token. The guard then extends his hand towards Su Chenyang, asking, "And what about you, sir? Where is your token?" "He doesn't have one yet. He is my friend," Shangwan Hongyan replies. "Ah, I see. Since you are a friend of the Law King, you may enter," the guard concedes, stepping aside to allow them passage. "Yin, how can one obtain such a token? Why don't I have one?" Su Chenyang inquires in no worries. "Every 3 years during the Holy Capital Conference, any who have formed a nascent soul may register, and once they break through, they can exchange it for a token at any time." She reassures him that as they converse, an elderly gentleman approaches. "What can I assist you with?" "Esteemed guests," Shangwan Hongyan gestures towards Su Chenyang. "Good sir, are there any recent Earth attribute skill books available?" "Indeed, there are. Please follow me," the old man responds, guiding them to the 2nd floor and stopping before a display case. "These are the latest Earth attribute skills. Feel free to browse." Su Chenyang glances through a few of the introductions, only to feel a wave of disappointment. The most advanced skill here is merely of intermediate level, with most being of lower tiers. It seems that Master Qing Feng has been exceptionally generous, providing him with 3 advanced skills right off the bat. "Excuse me, sir, but might there be any advanced skill books available?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, the old man appears taken aback. "I do have some, but unfortunately, none pertain to the Earth attribute. Would you like to see others?" "Of course, I would like to see," Su Chenyang exclaims, eager to explore all skill books, regardless of their attributes. "Then please, follow me," the old man replies, ascending to the 3rd floor. The entire 3rd floor is stark and emptied. In the center stood 2 stone pillars, each over a meter high, crowned with statues of toads, their mouths emitting black and red orbs that occasionally shimmered with light. The elderly man came to a halt between the pillars, resting his hands upon the toad sculptures, murmuring incantations. "What is he doing?" Su Chenyang inquired with curiosity. "Activating the magic array to open a sealed space," Shangwan Hongyan whispered, gesturing for Su Chenyang to remain silent and observe. The black and red orbs flashed in tandem with the old man's chant, their rhythm increasing rapidly. Amidst a buzzing sound, the pillars began to descend slowly. As they lowered, a black cabinet emerged at the center. The old man waved his hand, beckoning Shangwan Hongyan and Su Chenyang to approach. 3 advanced skill books materialized before them: Wind Attribute, Sandstorm, Water Attribute, Tidal Echo, and Lightning Attribute. "Thundercleave, isn't this just 3 advanced skill books? Why the grand display?" Su Chenyang remarked, disappointment evident on his face. He already possessed 2 advanced skills of the Wind Attribute, felt indifferent towards the Water Attribute, but was indeed intrigued by the Lightning Attribute. The old man nearly spat blood in frustration. Does this young man not realize the value of advanced skill books? Do you think they are as plentiful as cabbages? The entire skills pavilion only receives a handful each year, and even in the Holy City, there are merely a few dozen. Please, do not be angry. Sir, he is merely in the nascent stage of his yuaning, still unfamiliar with skills. Kindly do not hold it against him. Shangwan Hongyan interjected, sensing the elder's eye. Su Chenyang grinned sheepishly, not truly apologetic for his earlier comments, but rather astonished at the rarity of advanced skills, let alone super or divine ones. "Young man, your ignorance is no fault of mine. Take a look. Is that the one you need?" Su Chenyang pointed. "That one? Thundercleave." Su Chenyang, without a lightning attribute. "What do you need Thundercleave for?" "Of course I don't have it, but you do." The old man looked at the 2 youths, a smile breaking across his face. "Very well, this Thundercleave is priced at 100,000 taels of gold." "What? 100,000? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Su Chenyang exclaimed in shock. Now, there's no need for alarm. 100,000 taels is the standard price," Shangwan Hongyan reassured, pulling Su Chenyang along as she spoke with the old man. "Sir, that is far too expensive. We cannot afford it. We truly appreciate your assistance. Su Chenyang was dragged down 3 flights of stairs by Hong Yan. What is this? It's sheer extortion. Su Chenyang was not lacking in funds, but his currency could only be exchanged in Shudu, rendering it nearly worthless here. Never mind. He isn't actually trying to cheat you. Advanced skills generally fall within this price range. You will come to understand this gradually. For now, let us focus on finding some useful intermediate skills. Shangwan Hongyan led Su Chenyang to the display case, showcasing intermediate skills of the Earth attribute. Scrutinizing the descriptions closely, from the very introductions, it was evident that these Earth attribute skills were not on the same level as his gravity release. Gravity release is a skill of the Earth attribute characterized by its area effect, augmenting gravity within a designated zone to exert formidable pressure on opponents, thereby curtailing their speed. Within the skill showcase, area skills are a rarity, with the majority being defensive or single-target offensive abilities. This necessitates a high level of control from the caster to ensure precise execution. Su Chenyang, however, was disinclined towards such complexities, having garnered considerable practical experience from Qingfeng. Skills of this nature possess significant drawbacks. Their effective application hinges on an acute sense of timing. Single-target skills, for an opponent, are not overly challenging to evade. Forget it. I have no need for such skills. With his quintuple attributes, Su Chenyang's skill slots were naturally far more abundant than those of the average person. Yet, these slots were not to be squandered on mid-tier abilities. How can you not choose? Do you intend to engage in close combat for the rest of your life? Shangwan Hongyan shot him a sidelong glance, continuing to scrutinize the skill descriptions while occasionally pondering. Just so you know, I am devoid of funds. You lack funds? Hongyan retorted with a mischievous grin, retrieving her Qianquan storage bag, brimming with silver coins. This is, did you forget? You swindled quite a bit of silver during your match with Yu Hua. I calculated it would suffice for you to purchase a skill book. Come on, that was hard-earned money. How can you say I swindled? All right, not swindled. You earned it through your own efforts. Come here, take a look at this book. Shangwan Hongyan gestured towards a skill book within. Su Chenyang leaned closer, discovering it was a summoning spell for a rock demon. Summoning a rock demon to fight for him for 5 seconds until its demise, its combat prowess would scale with the summoner's nascent soul level. Su Chenyang was thrilled. If all attributes could summon, it would be a 6-to-1 advantage. How exhilarating. Not bad. You truly have an eye for this. I'll take it. Su Chenyang nodded in agreement. Shangwan Hongyan beamed with delight and summoned the elder from earlier. This book? 9,000 Tales of Silver. Fearing Su Chenyang might speak impudently, Shangwan Hongyan hastily produced the silver and handed it to the elder. Old sir, here are 9,000 tales. Please accept it. The elder, satisfied with the silver in hand, released his spiritual energy to unlock the showcase, retrieving the summoning book and handing it to Shangwan Hongyan. Miss, this is the skill book you requested. Handle it with care. There is a designated chamber for purchasers to learn skills. Should you require it, I can arrange access. That would be most kind of you, sir. Shangwan Hongyan placed the summoning book into Su Chenyang's hands, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Hurry up. I await your return. Follow me. The elder led Su Chenyang to a secluded chamber in the backyard, opening the door for him. Once your training is complete, you may exit. Su Chenyang stepped into the chamber, which was constructed of thick black iron, providing both sturdiness and soundproofing. Truly the finest choice. Several lanterns adorned the walls, illuminating the otherwise pitch-black space. Adjusting his breathing, he settled cross-legged and opened the tome of summoning the rock demon before him. The earthy yellow runes began to detach from the pages, gradually flowing into Su Chenyang's skill slots. In a short span of time, the imprint of the summoning skill was complete, bereft of the support from the runes. The skill book disintegrated into dust, dissipating into the air. His mental energy surged forth instantly, following the rune's instructions to activate the skill. With a thunderous roar, a creature of earthen hue materialized before him. Esteemed master, what are your commands? The creature's voice was profoundly heavy, and Su Chenyang could barely comprehend it. It's nothing. I merely wish to see your appearance. By the way, do you possess any skills? Master, the rock demon has but one awakened skill, the earth shatter technique. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you? No need. Just relax and rest. Earth shatter technique. What if it wreaks havoc here? That old fellow might demand a fortune from me. The rock demon, clearly oblivious to the meaning of relax and rest, stood there blankly before Su Chenyang. Good grief. Why is it so arduous to communicate with this rock demon? Su Chenyang muttered under his breath. Though his mood was quite buoyant, he had not anticipated that Shangwan Hongyan had brought him to Qingyun City to procure suitable skills for him. This alone touched Su Chenyang deeply. However, the Tome of Thunder Slash was exorbitantly priced. Otherwise, he would have certainly purchased it as a gift for Shangwan Hongyan. Alas, a penny can be a hero's downfall, let alone 100,000 taels of gold. Su Chenyang chuckled bitterly as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Success! Shangwan Hongyan exclaimed upon seeing Su Chenyang approach. Of course, I am a dragon among men. How could such a trivial skill pose a challenge to me? You are more like a pig among men, mastering eating, sleeping, and boasting with equal prowess, Shangwan Hongyan teased, as the two exited the skill pavilion side by side. Throughout the journey, Su Chenyang appeared contemplative, nodding occasionally. Hey, what are you pondering? Hongyan inquired. You just called me a pig among men, only capable of eating, sleeping, and boasting. Upon reflection, it seems your summary is quite comprehensive. The chuckle escaped Shangwan Hongyan's lips. Are you truly taking a joke so seriously? By the way, aside from purchasing skill books, there remains over 100 taels of silver. Here, take it. Su Chenyang pushed away the outstretched hand, offering the silver. You hold on to it, that if I keep it, I might inadvertently spend it all. Very well, that I shall keep it for you. When you need money, come to me. Hee, having selected such excellent skills for you, will you not treat me to something? Absolutely, Su Chenyang declared, thumping his chest. As long as you desire it, we shall buy it. Then I shall not hold back. Wait here for a moment. Shangwan Hongyan grinned mischievously and vanished into the crowd. Before long, she reappeared, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Here, one for you and one for me. Enjoy, she said, thrusting a skewer into Su Chenyang's hand while she took a hearty bite from her own, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. You truly are like a worm in my stomach, knowing exactly what I like to eat. Humph, I have long proclaimed that as long as it is edible, there is nothing you dislike. Thus, you are a pig. Who do you speak of as a pig? Catch up with you, and see if I want to deal with you properly. Perhaps I should ask for a collection instead. Hee. As I returned to Qingyun City and made my way back to the Liuyun Palace. It was already dusk. The two of us had a light meal in the dining hall before parting ways. Shangwan Hongyan appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, yet Su Chenyang had not slept a wink the previous night and now desperately needed rest. The name Xiaohong flashed through Su Chenyang's mind, causing a sudden pang in his gut. Although Lin Haoyan was undoubtedly a wealthy young master, his prowess should not be underestimated. Aside from the chief disciple of Liuyun Palace, 5 others were also recognized as elite disciples. Unfortunately, Lin Haoyan's name was among them, and what troubled Su Chenyang further was that this individual had earned his status solely through his own cultivation. Lying in bed, Su Chenyang furrowed his brows tightly. For the past few days, he had been contemplating a singular question. What method could expedite the enhancement of his strength? This little creature, Su Chenyang thought with a faint smile. Zhaokai had yet to surpass its infancy, spending each day merely eating and sleeping, with the occasional trip to relieve itself being its sole activity. When might you evolve into a true sacred seal blue tiger? At that time, you could assist me in battle. With a sigh of nostalgia, he suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Sacred seal blue tiger. Those 2 crystal cores, they were the final remnants left by that magnificent mother. Su Chenyang would rather forego their use than allow Zhaokai to go without. Once Zhaokai had matured, Su Chenyang envisioned splitting one of the crystal cores into 2 pendants, gifting them to the little tigers. In moments of longing for his mother, at least he would possess a relic to remember her by. His gaze returned to the black glowing crystal core. Following his master's instructions, Su Chenyang gradually entered the meditative state of concentration technique. His internal true qi slowly flowed into the black crystal core. The mental energy condensed within the black crystal began to dissolve, merging with the threads of his true Q. As the true qi was drawn back into his body. A wave of dark, bloodthirsty, and frenzied emotions surged through him. Unbeknownst to Su Chenyang, his eyes gradually transformed into a pitch-black void, with his pupils morphing into green serpentine orbs, the chill without the assistance of the gray aura. The consciousness of the Black Serpent King would have infiltrated Su Chenyang's mind, and at that point, he would have transformed into a mere shell of a human. The effect was immediate, yet Su Chenyang dared not attempt it again. The recent aberration left him with lingering apprehension. Gazing at the black crystal core on the table, still shimmering with faint light, he detected no hint of change within its essence. Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he slapped his thigh. How foolish of me. Swiftly changing into another outfit, Chenyang dashed out like the wind. In Chenyang City, at the entrance of the Chenyang Commission Hall, after a night of travel, Chenyang finally arrived once more at dawn. Since he could not absorb the crystal core, it would be far more prudent to exchange it for currency. Master Qingfeng had mentioned that the crystal core was valuable, yet lacked a market. Thus, with a mindset akin to that of a small-time gambler, Chenyang approached the entrance of the commission hall. However, it was still early, and not a single soul was present at the entrance. Bored and restless, he plopped down on the steps to wait for the hall to open. Having gone 2 nights without sleep, he leaned against the entrance and soon drifted into slumber. Creak. The 4 grand doors slowly swung open. And with the sound of the doors, Chenyang toppled inward. His body sprawled out in the shape of a large character, his snores echoing. The 4 guards exchanged glances with one another. They had seen courage before, but nothing quite like this. What status did the Chenyang Commission Hall hold? It was unique within the entire Sky City. Treasures of immense value were traded here daily. Even items unseen by the king were commonplace to those within. Eagle, what should we do? One guard inquired of his superior. What else is there to do? Throw him out, commanded the man known as Eagle to his subordinates. Chenyang maintained his sprawled position, gracefully arcing through the air before landing squarely in the middle of the street. Ouch! The pain in his back jolted Chenyang awake. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was lying in the center of the street, with passers-by staring at him in bewilderment. Wait a moment. I was clearly sleeping at the entrance of the commission hall. Only then did Chenyang glance back at the hall, where the 4 guards were observing him with ill intent. After a moment of contemplation, he began to piece things together, rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Chenyang swaggered towards the commission hall. Halt! What do you think you are doing? Do you even realize where you are? Eagle blocked Chenyang's path, his eyes filled with disdain. Chenyang remained unfazed. Ah? Is this not the Chenyang Commission Hall? When did they hire 4 guard dogs to watch over it? Nonsense. We have been here all along, one guard shouted, and the moment the words left his mouth, even he felt the awkwardness. Eagle scoffed. Do you have business here? What could you possibly need to do? I possess an unparalleled treasure for auction. Is that not sufficient? The 4 guards erupted into laughter at Chenyang's proclamation. Instantly, Chenyang feigned a look of fear, timidly asking, Yes, esteemed sirs, that I wish to learn. But how does a dog bark? Woof, woof. One guard barked a few times. Chenyang sighed. I knew it. For such a grand commission hall to employ a few dogs for security, and with an intelligence less than that of an actual dog. Alas, how lamentable. You audacious wretch. Dare you to mock us? I shall have your head. The guard, incensed by the ridicule, swiftly unsheathed his treasured blade. As the collective mental fortitude of the 4 surged forth in an instant, halt, rang out a melodious yet furious rebuke from within the throng, as a woman clad in verdant attire gracefully approached. Upon merely catching a glimpse of her, Chenyang found himself momentarily entranced. Her beauty rivaled that of Shangguan Hanyan, yet there emanated an undeniable aura of authority about her. Her short hair signified her decisive nature. What manner of ruckus is this at such an early hour? What is the matter? She inquired, her gaze fixed with ire upon a man named Do. I see now. The request from the Chenyang Commission is merely a euphemism for tossing someone into the street. Those who come to auction their wares here are akin to beggars. Truly, the sole commission of the Sky Nation speaks with such eloquence. Upon hearing Chenyang's words, Binglan shot a fierce glare at Ing. Fully aware of the insolence of her subordinate, My dear brother, we were indeed in the wrong just now. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness, Binglan stated with earnestness. If one were to quantify Chenyang's resistance to the allure of beauty as a function, its range would surely extend from 0 to negative infinity. With Binglan's words, he felt compelled to display a semblance of magnanimity. It's quite all right. I am a person of great generosity. Such trivial matters are of no concern to me. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, the term shameless was apparent on the faces of the onlookers. What does it mean to be a person of great generosity? The mere thought is somewhat nauseating. Binglan's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed the guards had spoken the truth. Was this fellow truly intent on causing trouble? My young brother, do you possess items intended for auction at our commission? Might you reveal them for my inspection? Chenyang's gaze roamed unabashedly over Binglan, his mind wandering into a realm of fantasies. Ahem, Binglan cleared her throat. Having long sensed Chenyang's lascivious stare, her beauty often drew the attention of men, much to her distaste. Yet she found herself powerless against it. What did you just say? Chenyang, lost in his daydreams, failed to register her words. Since you have items for auction, could you present them for my examination? Absolutely not. Su Chenyang resolutely declined. These are unparalleled treasures. To reveal them here would surely invite peril upon my head. Deception, pure deception. Su Chenyang felt no certainty in his heart, relying solely on Qingfeng's word. Who could tell if that old coot was merely jesting? If these crystal cores proved worthless, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating from the guards. The danger posed by Bing Lan seemed minimal. It would be wiser to reveal the treasures to her privately after entering. Bing Lan too was taken aback. Su Chenyang's earlier steadfastness seemed genuine. Could it be that this unremarkable lad truly possessed some extraordinary treasure? Very well, then, follow me, Bing Lan resolved, willing to place her trust in him for once, for his earnest face did not suggest a propensity for deceit. Leading the way, Bing Lan forged ahead, while Su Chenyang took the opportunity to admire the splendid scenery along their path. The alluring curves of the figure were ensconced within her attire, swaying from side to side with each step, long having placed Su Chenyang's heart beyond the clouds. Ice Blue led Su Chenyang into the appraisal room. But his attention was solely captivated by her enticing form, oblivious to the threshold beneath his feet. Just as the classic mishap was about to unfold, Su Chenyang, in a moment of panic, instinctively grasped at the enticing curves before him. Ah! Ice Blue shrieked, as an unwelcome hand forcefully tugged down upon her backside. In her flustered state, Su Chenyang's other hand callously encircled her waist. Phew! That was close. A sigh of relief escaped Su Chenyang. He had nearly lost his dignity right there. A resounding slap echoed as 2 strikes landed, leaving Su Chenyang disoriented. What are you doing? Ice Blue exclaimed, her voice trembling with fury. Despite his seemingly innocent demeanor, this young man had audacity beyond belief, daring to disrespect her within the confines of the establishment. My lady, please do not be angry. It was not my intention, Su Chenyang hastily explained. I think you've lived long enough. Someone, before Ice Blue could finish her sentence, her hands were seized with great force, her back pressed heavily against the wall, her arms were raised high, and her mouth was silenced. Do not move. Hear me out. Su Chenyang had no desire to meet his demise here, surrounded by experts. If Ice Blue summoned assistance, he would have no chance to explain, let alone comprehend how he might perish. My lady, please calm down. I truly did not mean any harm. If you choose to overlook this, I shall release you. Agreed? If so, just nod. Having never experienced such intimate contact with a man before, Ice Blue felt a mix of anger and humiliation, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Witnessing her distress softened Su Chenyang's heart. He feared nothing, save for the sight of a beautiful woman in tears, except perhaps for the likes of Xiaohong. Very well, I shall release you, but please believe me, it was truly unintentional. I did not see the threshold and nearly stumbled, acting out of desperation. Fine, I shall release you. Do as you will. Slowly, Su Chenyang loosened his grip. I will kill you, Ice Blue uttered through clenched teeth, as a sharp dagger materialized in her hand. The blade glinted ominously as it lunged towards Su Chenyang's chest. Yet, he stood there with an air of righteous defiance, not even blinking. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, its trajectory slightly altered, embedding itself with a sharp thrust into Su Chenyang's left arm, blood gushing forth immediately. Why didn't you dodge? If not for Ice Blue's lingering rationality, Su Chenyang would have already been cold as ice. A faint smile of bitter irony graced his lips. You still do not believe me. Perhaps it is better to let you vent your frustrations. What is the essence of pretense? Su Chenyang embodied it, nearly trembling in fear, yet maintaining a facade of sincerity. When Ice Blue's dagger appeared before him, he had summoned the gray energy within him to shield his internal organs. Ice Blue's attack bore no infusion of spiritual energy, leading Su Chenyang to conclude that she lacked a nascent soul. Even had that strike landed upon his chest, it would not have inflicted severe damage. As the blade approached within an inch of him, Su Chenyang genuinely felt an urge to lose control. The ever-narcissistic self managed to endure, for should it have been otherwise, even in death, he could never forgive himself for such a humiliating display. To soil oneself before a woman, especially a beauty, is a blow to one's masculinity. The searing pain in his left arm was intense. Su Chenyang gritted his teeth, striving to maintain an innocuous smile upon his face. Finally, Bing Lan set down the dagger, letting out a deep sigh, instructing, "Wait for me here for a moment." In the blink of an eye, she vanished, the very instant of her disappearance. Su Chenyang shuddered and sank to the ground. Damn, this woman is ruthless. She nearly took my life. He vigorously fanned his back, the earlier harrowing scene leaving his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his skin with sweat. Just wait. Soon you shall serve your Lord Su well. Haha. Upon entering, Binglan was taken aback. Has it truly been such a short time? Why do you look so unwell? Are you all right? Please don't frighten me. Her voice trembled with concern. Silly girl, your Lord Su is not incapacitated. How could I be? Su Chenyang moved his parched lips and managed to utter a few words. As long as you are no longer angry, my life or death matters little. That he coughed lightly, hoping the young lady would believe that he was not a frivolous person. This minor injury is nothing. You need not dwell on it. Merely feeling a tad cold, that a glimmer of determination flashed in Binglan's eyes as she gently embraced Su Chenyang. Unbeknownst to her, the moment he collapsed into her arms, a barely perceptible smirk flitted across his lips. Bear with it. Binglan applied a packet of white powder to his wound, and excruciating pain surged through his body, causing Su Chenyang to involuntarily shudder. Binglan, may I call you that? He whispered. With a soft grunt, Binglan acquiesced. Why does this hemostatic ointment hurt so much? Su Chenyang, possessing a certain knowledge of herbal medicine, noted that while hemostatic agents have some antibacterial properties, they should not cause such agony. This is not a hemostatic agent. It is an antidote. What? He lost his composure, nearly sitting upright. This woman is truly merciless. The dagger was laced with poison. Su Chenyang, you are a fool. Playing the hero, pretending to be gallant. Now look where that has led you. His trembling voice broke the silence once more. Binglan, I wish to know what kind of poison that is. Binglan sighed heavily. That is a royal poison that has circulated from the western regions in recent years. It is said to be colorless and odorless, killing unseen. If applied to a weapon, it is lethal upon contact. She had inherited this knowledge from her father and had applied it to her own dagger. This is my first time using it. The last sentence was tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Silence enveloped them. Hey, wake up. Don't be afraid. I have the antidote. At this moment, Su Chenyang had already fainted from fear that a wave of hunger swept over him, his stomach grumbling incessantly. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying on an opulent bed. The room's decor predominantly featured shades of pink, clearly indicative of a young girl's chamber. I must not be dead yet. How could a corpse feel hunger? Su Chenyang's mind was exceptionally clear, and the hunger gnawing at his belly was so intense that he had no choice but to rise from his bed in search of sustenance. The pain radiating from his arm caused him to wince, inadvertently awakening Binglan, who had been dozing at her desk. That you're awake, she remarked, her face betraying her fatigue. Allow me to fetch you something to eat. Before she could finish her sentence, an elderly man entered with a warm smile. You must be Su Chenyang. That I have heard about the recent events from my daughter, and I must apologize. My daughter is wonderful in every regard, except for her temperament. Father, Binglan chimed in with a delicate lilt, revealing her true daughterly nature only in her father's presence. You, the elderly man chuckled, patting Binglan on the shoulder. Young man, fear not. Your injuries are not of grave concern at this moment. Those words were sufficient to ease Su Chenyang's mind. However, the old man furrowed his brow, causing Su Chenyang to tense up once more. Young Master Su, to be frank, this poison is the king of toxins. It is our first encounter with it, and we are not entirely certain about the dosage of the antidote. For safety's sake, I would recommend you remain here for a few days. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we would be able to attend to you promptly. What are your thoughts? What objections could Su Chenyang possibly have? Preserving his life took precedence above all else, and he readily acquiesced. Esteemed elder, may I inquire how long it will be until I am deemed safe? 3 days. That should suffice. Today, you have already taken the antidote. So in 2 days' time, if you feel no significant issues, you will be free to come and go as you pleased. Of course, this misunderstanding has caused you suffering, and our Chenyang Commission will not evade our responsibilities. When I take my leave, I shall personally present you with a token of apology. The old man's life-saving grace resonated deeply with Su Chenyang. Pardon my curiosity, but may I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? I am called Bing Poshianshan, he replied with a chuckle, appreciating Su Chenyang's politeness. By the way, I heard from Loner that you possess a rare treasure you intend to auction at our commission. Might you reveal it, so we can appraise its value? It was then that Su Chenyang recalled his own matter and hastily retrieved the crystal core of the Black Serpent King from his Chinquan storage bag. As the crystal, exuding a dark aura, emerged, Bing Poshianshan could not help but gasp in astonishment. This is the crystal core of the sacred demon Black Serpent King. Your discerning eye does you credit. Master Bing, Su Chenyang realized from the excitement in the elder's voice that the crystal core indeed held considerable worth. In an instant, Bing Potianshan regained his composure, displaying the calm demeanor expected of a merchant. Young Master Su, may I examine it more closely? Bing Potianshan accepted the crystal core from Su Chenyang's hands. As he scrutinized it, his hands began to tremble slightly, his eyes gleaming with avarice. A remarkable item indeed, he murmured, though he yearned to claim the core for himself. His long-standing commitment to integrity as a commission merchant held firm in his heart. As he toyed with the crystal core, he inquired, "Might I ask what your bottom-line price is, young Master Su?" With a mysterious smile, Su Chenyang extended 5 fingers. This, Bing Potianshan found himself in a quandary. While the item was indeed exceptional, the price seemed rather steep. Furthermore, one must acknowledge that the success of an auction often hinges upon luck. It remains uncertain whether this item will fetch the desired price. Very well then. We shall endeavor to do our utmost. Bing Lan, at dawn tomorrow, you are to extend invitations to all esteemed guests in the city, informing them that our commission agency has exquisite items up for sale. After we have partaken of lunch, we shall commence the auction. Bing Patian then turned his attention back to Su Chenyang. Young Master Su, there are certain matters that I must address candidly from the outset. Our agency in Chingcheng adheres to strict regulations. Upon the sale of this item, we shall retain a commission of 10%. That is only natural. Although the commission may seem rather steep, the assurance of our credibility is unequivocal. Su Chenyang readily acquiesced. Bing Patian appeared to be in high spirits. Should the crystal core command a favorable price, it would undoubtedly yield significant profits for him. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. We have assigned dedicated personnel to attend to your meals, and should you feel weary, you are free to stroll about the courtyard. When the auction commences, I will ensure that someone accompanies you. After the departure of Bing Patian and his daughter, Su Chenyang found himself lost in contemplation. Just how much is this item truly worth? He had no means of knowing. The gesture of extending 5 fingers was merely a compromise. Initially, he had hoped that Bing Patian would propose a price, which would have provided him with clarity. However, he had not anticipated an immediate agreement. Now, he could only await the auction scheduled for the morrow. A wave of drowsiness overcame him. Having not experienced a proper night's sleep in days, he seized the opportunity to indulge in some much-needed rest. Alas, what might Shangwan Hong Yin be doing at this moment? Would she not be in a frenzy? Having not found him all day, he chuckled to himself. Oh, that foolish girl! He fell into a deep slumber. The servant sent by Bing Patian attempted to rouse him for lunch no fewer than 10 times. Stretching lazily, Su Chenyang felt revitalized. The previous night's sleep had been exceedingly restorative, with visions of Bing Lan and Shangwan Hong Yin alternating in his dreams, stirring the desires of his youthful heart. His latent vigor had long been poised for action that he lightly patted himself and jested. "Fear not, my brother. I shall treat you to a feast sooner or later." The table was already laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. And without hesitation, Su Chenyang wielded chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, devouring the entire spread amidst a symphony of delightful sounds. Bing Lan appeared before him like a refreshing breeze, her face radiating excitement. "We must be off. The auction is about to begin." "Goodness, did you consume all of this?" The plates on the table were licked clean, reflecting the sunlight with an almost blinding brilliance. Su Chenyang burped contentedly, wearing a smug expression. "Such an appetite. Yet, I do not see you gaining much weight. Hee. What you do not realize is that I possess a rather ample and firm area on my body." "Where? Let me see." Bing Lan followed Su Chenyang's gaze, landing on the conspicuous bulge in his trousers. "You." The dagger was once again brandished. "Would you like me to assist you in shedding some pounds?" Su Chenyang was immediately struck with fright. That weapon was laced with deadly poison. Not only would his little companion be in peril, but his very life would also be at stake. Perhaps we should postpone that discussion. Let us proceed to the auction instead." Observing Su Chenyang's flustered expression, Bing Lan smiled triumphantly. She led him to the second floor, where a VIP room awaited. The entrance to the VIP room was draped with a layer of black gauze, obscuring the interior from outside observers. However, those within could clearly discern the entirety of the auction scene. Bing Lan settled comfortably beside Su Chenyang. Surrounded by enchanting companions and nestled within such opulent surroundings, Su Chenyang truly savored the taste of affluence. The items being auctioned off were rather mundane, with only a handful of bidders present. To Su Chenyang, these objects, while uncommon, were merely luxuries in the eyes of an ordinary person. Among the auctioned items, a longbow captured Su Chenyang's attention. Crafted by a master, the bow was enveloped in a faint blue aura, immediately revealing its status as a formidable weapon. They also auction weapons here? Su Chenyang inquired of Bing Lan. Bing Lan nodded, saying, "Indeed, what is so surprising about that? We have many exquisite weapons and armors crafted by master artisans that are periodically auctioned. If you possess sufficient funds, you can commission a master to forge a weapon tailored just for you. Of course, the price is exorbitant that a weapon crafted by a grandmaster's hands would command an astronomical sum. I have not seen a weapon of such caliber in many years." Su Chenyang pondered thoughtfully, and noticing his silence, Bing Lan refrained from further elaboration. The two quietly observed the auction. The longbow was ultimately acquired by a young man for a staggering sum of 800,000 taels of gold. Su Chenyang was inwardly astonished at such a high price for a master-level weapon. The auctioneer concluded all transactions, and the next segment would be presided over by Bing Poshianshan himself, esteemed guests of the Qingqing Trust. What follows is the pièce de assistance of today's auction. A crystal core from a sacred beast. Bing, stop keeping us in suspense. Reveal it so we may feast our eyes upon it. Indeed. Old Bing, you mustn't attempt to bamboozle us with mere secondary or tertiary cores. Be wary lest we disrupt your event. Old Bing, take heed. I have an important matter to attend to this afternoon. If you fail to pique my interest, I shall be the one to cause a ruckus. The attendees, frequent patrons of the trust, spoke with a casual tone. Bing Poshianshan gestured for silence. My reputation, so poor that I require your assistance to create a disturbance? If I fail to capture your interest today, I shall personally remove my own signboard. His words rendered the entire venue silent. The confidence in Bing Poshianshan's voice stirred the audience's anticipation, their eyes fixated on the treasure concealed beneath a red cloth on the tray. The starting price is 5 million taels of gold. Behold, the crystal core of a level 6 sacred beast, the sacred demon black flood dragon. As the red cloth was lifted, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. A level 6 crystal core. Just imagine the spiritual power of the sacred beast contained within. This core is undoubtedly a peerless treasure for cultivation or weapon forging. When the price was announced, Su Chenyang stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. 5 million taels, and in gold nonetheless. I've struck it rich. Bing Lan, quick, slap me. Su Chenyang suddenly succumbed to a seizure, startling Bing Lan. Su Chenyang, are you all right? Hold on for a moment. Once my father concludes the auction, he will promptly attend to your condition. Bing Lan exclaimed with palpable urgency, not anticipating that this venomous character could so swiftly plunge someone into madness. What the hell are you talking about? I'm just trying to ascertain whether I'm dreaming. At least 500 million taels of gold are at stake. Team D, 500 million. Su Chenyang, overwhelmed with excitement, erupted in expletives. Then dawned on Bing Lan that this fellow was utterly consumed by his obsession with wealth. Since you possess such a sordid desire, I shall not hold back, she declared, delivering 2 sharp slaps to bring Su Chenyang back to his senses. I bid 550 million taels of gold. The first voice to call out the price rang out. 6 million, 610 million, 7 million. A man adorned in splendid attire rose, evidently a noble from the Sky Kingdom, upon announcing 7 million. An immediate hush fell over the audience. For a level 6 magical beast crystal core, this price had reached astronomical heights. Icebreaker Tian smiled with satisfaction. This amount had already secured him a substantial profit. Seeing that no one else dared to raise the bid, Icebreaker Tian cleared his throat. Is there anyone willing to increase the bid? Very well. Then, it shall be 7 million. Wait a minute. An aged voice interrupted, drawing all eyes in the hall towards its source. 1 billion. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as whispers erupted among the attendees. Icebreaker Tian wore a perplexed expression. The elderly man appeared strikingly unfamiliar. Among the esteemed guests from various consignment houses, he could not recall such an individual. The thrill within Su Chenyang had long dissipated. To him, 1 billion and 500 million were now of little consequence. He had already become a wealthy man, with enough funds to last a lifetime. The elder's audacious bid piqued Su Chenyang's curiosity. Who was this affluent stranger? His gaze discreetly assessed the old man below. Clad in black, the elder's face was a tapestry of deep wrinkles, and his hawk-like nose lent him an air of the sinister amidst his frail appearance. His snow-white hair contrasted starkly with his entire ensemble. The elder's health appeared precarious as he leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his legs trembling slightly as he stood. "Old man, are you tired of living? How dare you compete with me for this item?" The man who had initially bid 7 million seethed with rage. Though he yearned for the crystal core, surpassing this price seemed utterly fanciful. 1 billion for a crystal core. Have you lost your mind? Unfazed by the man's fury, the elder slowly took his seat, awaiting Icebreaker Tion's final verdict. The man's anger only intensified. The elder's demeanor suggested a blatant disregard for his presence. Having been treated with utmost respect throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone who so brazenly overlooked him. With a mere glance, he commanded his personal guards to surround the elder. Icebreaker Tion sought to intervene. Recognizing that this was his territory, should a disturbance occur, who would dare return to purchase items here? He felt a certain trepidation towards the enraged man, who was, after all, of royal lineage. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on him. Just as he hesitated, an extraordinary event unfolded. The guards, rushing forward, stood rigidly on the ground, utterly immobilized. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that their feet had been completely petrified. Fused with the stone slabs of the hall, the elderly man remained seated, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Bing Patian. "How bold! Old fellow, do you know who I am?" The furious man spoke, his words laced with a hint of trepidation. Although the old man made no move, one could surmise, even with the slightest thought, who was responsible. Chenyang turned to Bing Lan, who also shook her head. The skill had been executed with such swiftness that none present had discerned its intricacies. "Young man, do not be so impulsive in the face of adversity," the elder slowly articulated, as though uttering each word required immense effort. Every syllable that escaped his lips resonated with an eerie emptiness, as if they were spoken by a specter. "I am Sun Macho. Should the young man cease his inquiries regarding my appropriation of another's glory, I would willingly offer you an additional 1 million as compensation." The very mention of the name Sun Macho caused a collective jolt among all present. The Sun family of Baiwa, the foremost family in the entire Shinshu Empire. It was rumored that this clan controlled 80% of the empire's economic lifeblood. Even the current leader of the holy sect would yield to them. Truly, the economic foundation dictates the superstructure. The previously enraged man's countenance turned frigid. His own background paled in comparison to theirs, rendering him akin to an insignificant ant. Nay, even less than that. "I am but a fool, blind to the mountain's grandeur. I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed elder. That 1 million is truly undeserved. My earlier words were most disrespectful. That I humbly ask for your pardon." But a faint smile appeared at the corners of the old man's mouth, and the guard's feet were instantaneously freed from their stony bondage. "Bing, may I announce it now?" Bing Patian, already taken aback, realized that today was indeed a day of illustrious guests, with even the Sun family in attendance. Bing Patian slowly regained his composure. "Today, the grand prize of the gathering belongs to you, Mr. Sun." The hall erupted in applause. Opportunities for flattery might be scarce, yet there remained a chance for ingratiation. "Who wouldn't wish to forge a connection with the Sun family?" "Bing, I do not possess that much cash on me," Sun Macho admitted. "I shall issue a promissory note here. I would appreciate it if you could personally send someone to collect it.as for the items. I shall refrain from taking them now. Once the funds are received, you may deliver them to me." After inscribing the note, Sun Macho turned to depart. On the second floor, Chenyang clutched his chest, his expression one of anguish. The auction had concluded, yet he had become a millionaire. The dramatic highs and lows of life had arrived with astonishing rapidity. It was beyond exhilarating. It felt as if his very life was at stake. Bing Lan leaned in closer to Chenyang, whispering softly, "If you find it unbearable, you may simply give that money to me. I will spend it for you. Thus you would be purchasing health. What a bargain." "Dream on," Chenyang erupted, rising to his feet in indignation. "You shall have to cross my corpse to even suggest such a thing." Observing Chenyang's earnest demeanor, Bing Lan burst into laughter. You are destined to be a miser for all your days." At the insistence of Bing Patian, who had only asked once, Chenyang dined with the minds of the Qingqing Commission. Bing Patian understood that had it not been for this unassuming young man before him, he would never have had the fortune of befriending the Sun family. Certainly, that 1 million is by no means a trifling sum. The entire banquet unfolded amidst a harmonious atmosphere. Bing Patian wholeheartedly affirmed the authenticity of the crystal core. While Su Chenyang extolled the impeccable integrity of Bing Patian in conducting the auction with utmost seriousness and fairness. During the feast, Bing Patian handed a ring, containing 9 million gold, to Su Chenyang, elevating the mutual sentiment between the two parties to a new pinnacle of delight. However, one individual was far from calm and was utterly enraged. In the Liuyun Palace, within the Yufeng Hall, a loud crash echoed as the black tiger was forcefully thrown out by Shangwan Hanyan. "Stand up," Shangwan Hanyan coldly remarked. "You cannot even defeat a girl. What kind of man are you? Master, I implore you. Please, cease this. It has been an entire afternoon. At least allow me a moment to catch my breath. When Su Chenyang arrives, you need not lift a finger. We will assist you in teaching him a lesson." A row of disciples, bruised and battered, emitted creaking sounds upon hearing Su Chenyang's name. "What is it, Chenyang? Are you feeling unwell?" Bing Lan inquired. Bing Lan now held Su Chenyang in high regard. On one hand, she felt somewhat excessive about the events of yesterday, yet Su Chenyang bore no grudge. On the other hand, her family's business had encountered a new turning point, for which she was immensely grateful to Su Chenyang. Although the appearance of the Sun family was coincidental, without that 6th-level crystal core, they would not have made an entrance. "No worries," Su Chenyang said, rubbing his nose as he turned to Bing Patian. "Uncle Bing, I have a request. Speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, do not hesitate. It is thus. I wish to use the earnings to forge a weapon, and I would like to designate a particular craftsman for this task. Would that be acceptable?" Su Chenyang articulated. "Ha!" Bing Patian burst into hearty laughter. "What a trivial matter. My dear nephew, have you forgotten what your uncle does? This is no problem at all. Tell me, which master do you wish to forge the weapon? If you are uncertain, Uncle Bing has several commendable candidates in mind." I already have a candidate in mind. Su Peishing from Phoenix Town. Su Peishing? Bing Patian pondered for a moment. I recall that he was expelled from the weapon embellishment industry a decade ago. "How so?" "Su Peishing, Su Chenyang." "Oh, I see now. You are Su Peishing's son." "Indeed," Su Chenyang affirmed. "Rest assured, Uncle Bing, I believe my father will undoubtedly forge an extraordinary weapon for me." Su Chenyang was confident that, after a decade, his father's nascent soul should have nearly recovered. The only burden on his father's heart was the loss of the family heirloom. Su Chenyang had already extricated himself from the ranks of the inept. Yet his father remained ensnared in the shadows. Su Chenyang hoped that by taking this course of action, his father might find some solace. That a man who drinks all day loses not only time, but also his fighting spirit. "Ah, I understand. It is rare to witness such filial piety," Bing Patian remarked with approval, taken aback by the wisdom this young man possessed at such a tender age. "Speak. What would you have your uncle do for you?" "It is thus. I wish to divide this sum into 2 portions. One portion of 7 million shall be entrusted to my father for safekeeping, while the other portion of 2 million shall be for my personal use. Furthermore, I shall elucidate the nature of the weapons I intend to forge in my correspondence. As for these items and the monetary matters, I kindly request Uncle Bing to assist in conveying them to my father." "Very well. Rest assured, I will arrange for this promptly. Tomorrow morning, I shall instruct Bing Lan to personally deliver them to you." Bing Patian nodded in agreement. "Very well, Chenyang. When you pass by Qingyun City in the future, do not forget to pay a visit to your Uncle Bing. Come, let us share another drink." The 2 goblets clinked together. "Wait, count me in." Bing Lan appeared somewhat reluctant. "Father, were it not for me, you might not even have met these individuals. And you still have the audacity to say that? You nearly took their lives." "Father." The group exchanged knowing smiles and downed their drinks in unison. The next morning, at the entrance of the Chechen Commission, Bing Patian assured Chenyang, "Rest easy. The matters you entrusted to us will be handled swiftly. Here, take this." He handed a silk garment to Su Chenyang. "What is this? Isn't it a bit outdated?" "This is ice silk armor. Once donned, it renders you impervious to typical weaponry. Godfather, this is rather extravagant." The previous night's revelry, combined with Su Chenyang's filial piety towards his father, prompted Bing Patian to joyfully adopt Su Chenyang as his godson. Initially, Su Chenyang believed that no business was devoid of deceit, yet Bing Patian's actions shattered that notion. The generous and chivalrous spirit moved him deeply, compelling him to bow 3 times in gratitude. "Nonsense. What is this about extravagance? If I offer it, you shall accept it. This journey for Bing Lan to Phoenix City shall also serve to inform your father of this matter. Once I have concluded my affairs with the Sun family, I shall come personally and share a drink with your father until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Godfather, last night was already dada. Then I must thank you. Godfather? Unbeknownst to Bing Patian, Su Chenyang had discreetly left behind 1 million gold coins in the room. He understood the principle of reciprocity, regardless of how strong their bond was. Off you go. Be cautious on your journey. Brother, remember to visit your sister often, Bing Lan said as she embraced Su Chenyang and gently kissed his forehead. At that moment, Su Chenyang harbored no ulterior motives. He regarded Bing Lan as a dear sister. Senior brother, please travel safely. Ing, leading the other guards, stood respectfully at either side. Senior brother, are you referring to me? Su Chenyang queried, puzzled that to be candid. We are disciples from the outer circle of Liuyun Palace. Due to our average aptitude, we are merely listed in the palace's roster and do not cultivate within. I see, Su Chenyang replied, patting Ing on the shoulder. Heed my advice. Do not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by a mere cup. Conduct yourself wisely. Ying's expression darkened at Su Chenyang's words. Yet he nodded solemnly. As Su Chenyang appeared playfully at the entrance of Yufeng Hall. The atmosphere felt distinctly amiss. The male disciples of Yufeng Hall bore bruised faces, leering at Su Chenyang with sinister smiles. What on earth happened? Have these fellows gone mad in just 2 days? Just as Su Chenyang pondered this, Heihu growled, don't let him escape. The crowd surged forward. What is going on, brothers? I demand to know the truth, even if it costs me my life. The female disciples of Yufeng Hall gazed at Su Chenyang, whose expression was one of utter disarray, and they could scarcely contain their laughter. Sun Jiechi, however, wore a look of urgency, repeatedly exclaiming, oh dear, be gentle, take it easy. If the hall master sees this, you will be held accountable. The mention of the hall master conjured the visage of the female demon, causing the disciples to increase their force considerably. Sun Jiechi, why must you bring up such matters? Do you wish for my demise? Cease at once. A thunderous shout rescued Su Chenyang. These disciples were indeed merciless. As he emerged from the throng, he realized that his trousers had been unceremoniously pulled down, leaving him with only a filthy pair of undergarments fluttering in the breeze. Shangguan Hongyan hastily turned her head away. Quickly, put your clothes on. In a flurry of activity, Su Chenyang scrambled to dress himself, breaking into a foolish grin as he caught sight of the blushing Shangguan Hongyan. That he thought to himself, how deeply I have yearned for this moment. When Yenner appeared, his mind went blank, though merely 3 days had passed. It felt as if 3 years had elapsed. Let us discuss this inside, Shangguan Hongyan said coolly, turning to enter the grand hall. Su Chenyang followed her into the room, deftly shutting the door behind him. Casting a mischievous smile at all the disciples outside, that he chuckled. Perhaps this lad fears that my downfall would be too disgraceful. Inside the hall, Shangguan Hongyan, her face aflame with anger, inquired, where have you been? Su Chenyang had no intention of divulging the events of the past few days to Yenner. He understood the nature of his injuries all too well. Even if he conjured an appropriate excuse, she would surely not believe him. Thus, he decided to feign madness. Who cannot play the fool? I'm asking you a question. As Su Chenyang gazed at Shangguan Hongyan, he suddenly extended his arms and enveloped her tightly in an embrace. You. As she began to protest, her lips were once again invaded. As a pair of fervent mouths met, after a brief struggle, they succumbed to a whirlwind of passion. What are you doing? Hongyan pushed Su Chenyang away, her voice barely above a whisper. Nothing. I simply missed you, he replied shamelessly. You have no sense of decorum whatsoever. Do you realize that for these past few days, I received no word from you? How worried I have been. A flush crept across Hongyan's face, enhancing her beauty. Su Chenyang had been rather mischievous just now, employing a tactic that transformed the furious Shangguan Hongyan into a demure lady. I would never betray you. Look at this. Su Chenyang produced a skill book and handed it to Shangguan Hongyan. Thunderslash. Good heavens. How did you acquire this? She exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. After all, this tome was worth a staggering 100,000 taels of gold, a price that was far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Can your husband be an ordinary man? For me, it's merely a trifling matter. Humph, just boasting. No. Who is your husband? Who was it that kissed me? That person is my wife. After all, that was my first kiss. At the mention of his first kiss, Su Chenyang felt a pang of regret. His first kiss had long been lost, and even more tragically, it had been given to Xiao Hong. You're asking for trouble. Shangguan Hongyan feigned anger, though a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Come on, I'll assist you in your cultivation. Hurry and learn. My wife finally has an advanced skill. Haha, do not thank me. Rather, offer yourself reluctantly. Shangguan Hongyan cast a glare at Su Chenyang, once seated in the hall. She adjusted her breathing and entered a state of cultivation. Su Chenyang distinctly sensed a wave of spiritual energy beginning to ripple around him. Unlike his own, this spiritual force radiated warmth, as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. During his own practice, whenever that gray aura was stirred, a chilling sensation would sweep over him. As his Yuan Ying continued to advance, the surrounding environment gradually became infused with this energy. The words on the pages transformed into a violet glow, enveloping Han Yin entirely, slowly integrating into her dantian. This entire process lasted approximately an hour. Outside, the disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Could it really be this quiet? He Hu appeared perplexed, as a storm was expected. Wang Dan and Zhou Ling exchanged astonished looks. This was unusual. Given Shangguan Hongyin's temperament, Su Chenyang should be wailing in despair. Creak. The door to the inner chamber slowly opened, and all eyes immediately focused on Su Chenyang. Now, he wore an expression of triumph, walking with an almost buoyant grace. Behind him, however, Han Yin had shed her usual severity, her exquisitely beautiful cheeks still tinged with a faint blush. When did our hall master become so charming? Wang Dan whispered. Su Chenyang approached He Hu and said softly, "Brother, I apologize for disappointing you. Disciples of Yufeng Hall, I have two announcements to make," Shangguan Honyin declared from the steps, addressing those below. First, Sun Jiaqing has officially joined Yufeng Hall and will temporarily assume the position of Vice Hall Master. He Hu, you will have to bear with it for now. He Hu scratched his head, seemingly unconcerned by the matter. Sun Jiaqing's cultivation surpassed his own, making her appointment the wisest choice. Secondly, after discussions with the Vice Hall Master, in 3 days, Yufeng Hall will submit a promotion request to challenge Shuijing Hall. Upon her words, the crowd erupted into chaos. Challenge Shuijing Hall? Are they mad? After all, they have been among the top 3 halls for many years. Even with Sun Jiaqing's addition, no one felt they possessed sufficient strength to approach the top 3. Everyone, quiet down. I have not finished speaking. Ever since my arrival at Yufeng Hall, 3 whole years have passed. Here, I, Shangguan Hongyin, sincerely extend my apologies to all of you. I have not been a good hall master. Over these years, Yufeng Hall has been stagnant. I have often been harsh with you all because of my discontent. I resented your lack of ambition. It was not until Su Chenyang arrived that I realized my error. The root of all this should be attributed to me. It was I who failed to instill hope in you, who did not ignite your zeal for cultivation. Regardless of whether we succeed in this challenge, I hope this will mark a positive beginning. I aspire for the future of Yufeng Hall to grow stronger through everyone's efforts. Step by step. After a brief silence, a storm of applause erupted. In the next 3 days, Su Chenyang was exceedingly busy to ensure a solid preparation period. He advised Shangguan Honyin to enter seclusion for 2 days. Although Thunder Slash is a high-level skill with formidable power, Honyin had only just completed her learning, and her application of it was bound to be less than satisfactory. The matter of finalizing the candidates rests upon Sun Jiaqing and Su Chenyang. I still advocate for Wang Dan and Zhou Ling. These two have consistently been under the tutelage of Shangguan Honyin. Although they have not been assigned significant tasks, they possess some practical experience, albeit limited. Sun Jiaqing affirmed with certainty. Let us proceed this way. Choose either Wang Dan or Zhou Ling, and allow He Hu to participate in the challenge. Su Chenyang expressed his desire for He Hu to join this endeavor. He had engaged in numerous spirited debates with that wild girl over this issue. No. Since He Hu entered the Liuyun Palace, he has never stepped outside. He has virtually no practical experience. Your decision would amount to sending him to his demise. My cultivation level is even inferior to He Hu's. If I go, am I not also marching towards death? Su Chenyang protested vehemently, taken aback that Sun Jiaqing remained unmoved, regardless of his arguments. You, do not forget, I am the Vice Hall Master. Hey, what about adding a temporary participant? This matter is settled as it stands. Dear lady, heed my advice. Include He Hu, and I assure you, an unexpected surprise awaits. Su Chenyang exuded confidence, convinced of his own discernment. You said it yourself. Should anything go awry, I shall hold you accountable. Nothing will go wrong. My plan is as follows. Su Chenyang, you are truly shameless. 001 Intense battle 3 days later. At the Liuyun Palace's martial arts arena, the news of Yufeng Hall challenging Shuijing Hall spread like wildfire throughout the Liuyun Palace. This was akin to dropping a heavy bomb, and the ensuing commotion was self-evident. The arena was thronged with spectators, packed to the brim, all eager to witness the anticipated downfall of Yufeng Hall. 3 years had elapsed. 3 entire years, since the lower 3 halls had been unable to shake the standing of the upper 3 halls. The disciples of the lower 3 halls had grown accustomed to this aimless existence. Regarding Yufeng Hall's seemingly self-destructive challenge, the prevailing attitude was one of disdain. Su Chenyang sauntered lazily to the center of a large table. "Hey Hu, how are things progressing?" Su Chenyang inquired. "Insanity. Everyone has gone mad. The betting has already reached over 100,000. Allow me to share some unfortunate news. It appears that only you have placed a bet on our victory." Behind Hey Hu, a dozen disciples from Yufeng Hall exchanged mischievous grins, regarding Su Chenyang as a wealthy fool. "You are too ungrateful. Even you are betting against yourselves?" Su Chenyang jested. "It is not that my brothers do not support you. This situation does seem a tad unreliable. Let us not dwell on it further, lest others think I am undermining my own hall's prestige." Su Chenyang believed that Hey Hu's slyness was undoubtedly on par with his own. Betting against one's own hall, could there be a more humiliating act than that? By the way, how did the matter I entrusted you with unfold? "The hall master has arrived." As Su Chenyang playfully bantered with Hey Hu. A guard's voice echoed from a distance. "You 6 are responsible for this area. Hey Hu, come with me." Su Chenyang hurried to the side of Shangguan Hongyan, bracing himself for the commencement of the challenge. Shangguan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqian bore expressions of discontent. This shameless Su Chenyang, while everyone else was filled with anxiety, was preoccupied with gambling. The two beauties simultaneously shot a glare at Su Chenyang. While only Wang Dan stifled a laugh behind her hand, Shangguan Rong, accompanied by 4 senior protectors, sat high in the viewing platform. The celestial force emanating from Shangguan Rong radiated outward in all directions. A resonant sound echoed throughout the dual arena of the flowing cloud palace. Both sides are given a stick of incense as time to prepare. After the incense burns out, the match will officially commence. The entire competition will unfold under my supervision. If there are no questions, let both parties begin their preparations. The right protector lightly traced a motion in the air with his fingertips, causing the incense on the table before him to emit wisps of fragrant smoke. The participants from both halls moved to their designated positions, commencing their final preparations. "Chenyang, the water mirror hall truly regards us with great importance," Shangguan Hongyan remarked with a furrowed brow, glancing towards the opposing water mirror hall. Following Hongyan's cue, Su Chenyang turned his gaze to the other side. After hearing her words, Su Chenyang discreetly knitted his brows. The disparity between the upper and lower 3 halls was indeed considerable. No wonder such a promotion match had not occurred in many years. Just as Su Chenyang scrutinized the water mirror hall, Lin Haoyan also raised his head, locking eyes with Su Chenyang. The moment their gazes met, an explosion of indignation ignited, yet Lin Haoyan's eyes were laced with a palpable disdain. The incense on the table fulfilled its purpose, dissipating into ashes in a gentle breeze. Vanishing without a trace, Shangguan Rong nodded towards the right protector, signaling the official start of the competition. "First match, Yinner, you shall take the stage," Su Chenyang declared. Shangguan Hongyan grasped her sword in her right hand and stepped onto the platform. In contrast, the opposing side sent forth the rather mediocre Lu Ziming. Su Chenyang smiled, knowing that this was precisely as he had anticipated. The intent of the water mirror hall was clear, to send forth the weaker Lu Ziming, ensuring that even in defeat, the subsequent matches would undoubtedly belong to them. "Begin." As the right protector's words fell, a formidable mental force was unleashed, enveloping Shangguan Hongyan's form in a greenish glow. With a gentle push off the ground, she glided backward, her sword already drawn, the blade's icy edge directed at Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming was well aware of Shangguan Hongyan's prowess. Simultaneously, his own mental energy surged forth. He withdrew his left foot, adopting a bow-like stance, relying on his own physical strength to swiftly close the distance to Shangguan Hongyan. Raising his right hand to chest level, a purple electric sphere coalesced in his palm, aimed at Hongyan's chest. Unflinching, Shangguan Hongyan pointed her sword downward, her left hand transforming into a palm to meet the attack in kind. A resounding crash echoed. Hongyan merely staggered back a few steps, while Lu Ziming was sent flying. The disparity between their Yuan-ing stages became starkly apparent in that moment. Steadying herself, Hongyan raised her sword above her head, an icy expression tinged with a hint of exertion on her face. "Is Hongyan all right?" inquired Sun Jiechi, her voice laced with concern. Despite the rivalry between the two girls, they stood united against external adversaries. "Fear not. This will soon come to an end," Su Chenyang replied with a cheerful grin. Indeed, the sword began to crackle with errant currents. Unlike the tempest of 1,000 thunders, The originally purple energy transformed into a vivid crimson. "What is this?" Wang Dan murmured in astonishment. "Thunder, slash," with a commanding shout from Hong Yan. The red currents surged skyward. Above Lu Ziming's head, a swirling red cloud materialized. The advanced skill undoubtedly demanded a high level of mental acuity. In the midst of battle, even Shangwan Hongyan's cultivation appeared to be slightly strained. The crimson current finally converged, culminating in a fierce bolt of electricity that struck down at the very center of the vortex. The onlooking disciples could not help but exclaim in astonishment, as everyone present felt the immense power of that blow resonating through their mental faculties. Crack! The lightning descended. Lu Ziming tightly shut his eyes, the fear within him causing his legs to tremble ever so slightly. A yellow glow instantly enveloped Lu Ziming's entire being, as the descending surge of electricity swept to either side, leaving two deep fissures across the arena. A deep voice resounded once more. "Enough. This match is declared a victory for the Yufeng Hold, as previously mentioned. Do not strike with lethal intent. Let everyone hold back." This victory was anticipated by all, and the crowd's reaction was rather subdued. Su Chenyang cast another glance at Lin Haoyan, making a gesture of disdain. Lin Haoyan smirked contemptuously and said, "Zhang Yi, go teach these arrogant youngsters a lesson." A spherical figure appeared on the arena, its excess flesh quivering with each step. With a thunderous roar, the mighty Kai Tian axe stood resolute before him. Zhang Yi, with a face full of bulk, swept his murderous gaze across the members of Yufeng Hall. A red figure flashed past, as Sun Jikiki gracefully landed before Zhang Yi. Facing an opponent several times her size, Sun Jikiki beamed as she brandished her weapon. When the long whip, radiating a crimson glow, was revealed, the crowd erupted into astonished gasps. A prized weapon. Indeed, Sun Jikiki's 9-curved soul-snatching whip was a treasure among weapons. Weapons and armor are categorized into levels: ordinary, excellent, fine, prized, heirloom, legendary, and mythical. Each type confers varying degrees of enhancement to its wielder, determined by the gems embedded within the weapon. Prized weapons utilize blood cat-eye stones, emitting a scarlet radiance that a jealous glint shot from Su Chenyang's eyes. "Damn, I never expected this crazy girl to be so wealthy." The longbow at the auction house had already fetched nearly 1,000,000 gold, and this prized weapon before me must certainly command a sky-high price, although the two weapons differ by only 1 rank. Their prices multiply exponentially. The whip lashed out, producing a crackling sound in the air, while Sun Jikiki maintained a cheerful demeanor, playfully beckoning her opponent with a curled pinky. Zhang Yi snorted dismissively, regarding Sun Jikiki's provocation with utter disdain. With her small stature, a mere collision could spell her doom. With a roar, the seemingly clumsy figure erupted with formidable explosive power, charging swiftly towards Sun Jikiki, who stood several meters away. As they closed the distance, the massive axe in his hand traced a semicircle through the air, sweeping horizontal. The long whip, unbeknownst to anyone, had entwined itself around the arm of Zhang Yi as he swung it. With a forceful tug, Sun Jiechi propelled her body forward through the air, narrowly evading a fatal strike. This pull, combined with the inertia of the giant axe, caused Zhang Yi to stumble forward several paces. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Leveraging her descent, Sun Jiechi elegantly twisted in midair, unleashing a fireball from her left hand that roared towards her opponent's back. As soon as the fireball was released, the long whip in her right hand began to lash out. The enhancement of the exquisite weapon's attack was vividly evident at that moment, as the whip moved through the air without producing a sound. Like a silent, lethal serpent preparing for its final strike. Crack! The long whip reached Zhang Yi just as he focused on countering the impact of the fireball, leaving him no time to defend against the whip's assault. Zhang Yi instinctively dodged backward, only to receive a heavy blow across his face. Blood gushing from the fissures in his skin. In disbelief, he found himself in a dire predicament. An overwhelming fury transformed into a roar. And without regard for technique, Zhang Yi brandished the Kai Tian axe and charged forward once more. His face, streaked with blood, combined with his naturally feral visage, exuded a menacing aura. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence, each heavy footfall echoing like a drumbeat in the hearts of onlookers, as 4 words were slowly uttered. And at that moment, the colossal heaven-splitting axe lingered suspended in the air. A sense of foreboding washed over Shangwan Rong as he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Hastily enveloping the entire arena with divine power, the sound of air being torn apart echoed ominously. a subtle yet daunting sound that instilled fear. The heaven-splitting axe, hovering in midair, gradually transformed into ashes, cascading downwards. Impossible. Zhang Yi gazed at Sun Jiaqin with incredulity. Just moments ago, she had appeared as a mischievous little girl, yet now she resembled a divine goddess in her purity. Do you still refuse to concede? A celestial melody flowed forth, evoking an irresistible sensation. I concede. Zhang Yi uttered these words with reluctance, striking the arena with a fist. The protective divine power dissipated. The disciples from Shuijing Hall hurried to support Zhang Yi, whose broken foot would confine him to bed for several months at the very least. Although Sun Jiaqin stood upon the stage, her small face had turned pale. That last strike had drained her of immense spiritual energy. Were it not for the dire circumstances, she would never have recklessly employed such a skill. Step down now. Shangwan Rong waved his arm, releasing a stream of golden divine power that flowed into Sun Jiaqin's body. This round was indeed won by Yufeng Hall. The crowd below finally roused from their astonishment, erupting into a tumult. Yufeng Hall had achieved 2 consecutive victories. Should they secure another, they would undoubtedly advance to the top 3 halls. If Shuijing Hall did not exert themselves fully in the upcoming matches, they risked facing relegation. Xianming anxiously watched Lin Tianhao. Brother, let me take the next match. No, I will go. Lin Tianhao strode towards the arena, initially confident of a certain victory in the impending match, yet the outcome astonished him. Sun Jiaqin. That name felt utterly foreign to it was hardly surprising, as disciples from the top 3 halls seldom mingled with those from the lower 3 halls. For them, associating with individuals from the lower ranks was beneath their dignity. Having lost both previous matches, this one was crucial. Su Chenyang nodded towards Heihu. He understood and smiled knowingly, leaping onto the arena. Su Chenyang, have you lost your mind? Are you sending Heihu to his demise? Shangwan Hongyan inquired anxiously. Fear not. Merely a spectacle. A spectacle. Heihu respectfully bowed towards the audience, declaring, Before we commence, I have a few words to share. Shangwan Rong nodded, granting him permission to proceed. Heihu summoned his inner strength, took a deep breath, and bellowed at Lin Tianhao. Look at you, a paragon of elegance, strikingly handsome, charming and adored by all, a veritable paragon of scoundrels and beasts. From my observations, it is evident you have suffered from a calcium deficiency since childhood, deprived of love as you grew, neglected by your grandmother, and unloved by your uncle. Your left cheek begs for a slap, while the right longs for a kick. Even a donkey would kick you, and a pig would trample you. You were born to be a cucumber, deserving of a good smack. In your later years, you're akin to a walnut, deserving of a good thump. Throughout your life, you resemble a dilapidated motorcycle, worthy of a kick. When seeking a wife, you resemble a screw, deserving of a twist. Just look at your gaunt little face. It's hardly akin you are bestowed with the title of sword immortal, yet refuse to embrace it. Granted the honor of sword deity, yet you shun it, persistently clinging to the desire of being a mere swordman. Truly, what is the necessity of such obstinacy? Silence, a silence as profound as death. Hiding once again bowed, proclaiming, Palace Master, I have spoken, I concede. Paying no heed to Lin Haoyan's ire, Hiding had already leapt off the arena, blending into the crowd. How about that? I performed rather well, didn't I? Hiding boasted, landing a punch on Su Chenyang's chest. Indeed, commendable. Just remember, next time, do not pause for breath in the middle. Deliver it all at once to appear more professional. Oh, how shameless you all are, to come up with such a trick. Allowing Hiding to take the stage was precisely the effect Su Chenyang desired. According to Sun Jiaqing, neither Wang Dan nor Zhou Ling would ever utter such words. Were it not for the significance of today's competition, Su Chenyang would have relished the opportunity to confront Lin Haoyan face to face and engage in a fierce battle. However, such a course of action was not permitted today. Having formulated a strategy long before the match commenced, he intended to emerge as a surprise weapon, sealing the fate of the contest, with only this begrudgingly unpleasant tactic available to him against Lin Haoyan. The outcome appeared quite favorable. Although Shangwan Rong exerted great effort to restrain himself, a faint smile still graced his words. This match belongs to the Water Mirror Hall. Now here he was, subjected to ridicule without the ability to retaliate. A truly exasperating predicament. Alas, since the palace master had spoken, the battle was undoubtedly at an end. Lin Tianhao descended from the arena, filled with resentment. The fourth match was crucial for the Water Mirror Hall. With Deputy Hall Master Xianming stepping into the fray, Su Chenyang's signal, Wang Dan voluntarily conceded. The current score stood at 2-2. Whoever triumphed in the fifth match would eliminate their opponent. As Li Ling appeared on stage, Su Chenyang approached him with a languid gait. Li Ling cast a disdainful glance at Su Chenyang's training attire, an arrogant expression illuminating his face. Do not waste my time. Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you? Indeed, Su Chenyang's chest bore no star insignia, while Li Ling proudly displayed four. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent, having been constantly occupied in Chenyang City these past few days. Su Chenyang had naturally lacked the time to don palace attire. Even if Shangwan Hongyan wished to provide him with a change, it is likely that Su Chenyang himself would have declined. He had a keen interest in the art of feigning weakness to ensnare the strong. Laughter erupted from the audience. Lin Haoyan also exhaled deeply, sensing that the outcome of this competition was all but decided. Su Chenyang stood there, his legs trembling violently, his voice laden with palpable fear. With a chuckle, Shangwan Hongyan remarked, "This Su Chenyang is quite the rascal, still putting on an act at such a moment." Thanks to Shangwan Rong's divine intervention, Sun Yada's complexion improved significantly. After listening to Su Chenyang, she spun around and dashed out. "Hey, where are you going? I am going to safeguard the winnings Su Chenyang has earned, lest they renege later." 003, a single strike to victory. Upon hearing Su Chenyang's words, Li Ling erupted into laughter. "Since you say so, I shall see this through to the end." With haste, Li Ling charged towards Su Chenyang, his right hand forming a fist, aimed directly at Su Chenyang's chest. The strike was devoid of any fluctuation of spiritual power. In Li Ling's perspective, this single punch was sufficient to incapacitate the foolish lad before him for the better part of half a year. The enhancement of a body at the mature stage of the nascent soul was unequivocally incomparable to that of the budding stage. Su Chenyang still stood there, seemingly oblivious, with an expression of astonishment on his face. As if he were profoundly shocked by the speed of Li Ling's assault, Li Ling, feeling a surge of pride, quickened his pace, realizing that the match was on the verge of conclusion, just as the wind from his punch was a mere half a meter away from Su Chenyang. The latter's gaze sharpened, and a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, resembling a wolf mocking a lamb destined for slaughter. Li Ling was somewhat perplexed, wondering what on earth this fool was grinning about. In an instant, a pale yellow aura erupted from Su Chenyang's body, forming a perfectly defined cube around him. The yellow essence, imbued with the unique weightiness of earth elements, multiplied the gravity within the cube manifold. The formidable fist halted abruptly, mere moments away from brushing against Su Chenyang's garment. It was not that Li Ling lacked the desire to strike. Rather, it felt as though he bore an immense burden, making every step forward excruciatingly difficult. He had fallen for a trap. A sudden realization struck him, compelling a reaction. Su Chenyang would certainly not afford his opponent any opportunity to change tactics. Everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. With a deft motion, his right hand transformed into a palm, lightly striking Li Ling's chest. The previously motionless body was effortlessly sent hurtling away, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. This seemingly simple blow concealed a deadly intent. Su Chenyang understood that even with all his might, he could not entirely diminish his opponent's fighting spirit. Given Li Ling's cultivation level, even if propelled through the air, Li Ling would still be able to react swiftly. Determined to achieve a decisive blow, Su Chenyang resolved to deny his adversary any chance of recovery the moment his palm made contact with Li Ling. An inconspicuous azure light flickered across his palm, wind blade severing technique. Indeed, it was this advanced skill that cleanly sliced through the mental energy Li Ling had instantaneously unleashed, true to the reputation of the disciples of the Water Mirror Hall. Even after sustaining severe injuries, Li Ling endeavored to maintain his balance in his heart. This battle dictated the fate of the Water Mirror Hall. He would never surrender easily. Even when gravely wounded, the fiery crimson glow enveloped his airborne form. Decelerating his descent, stabilizing his posture, Li Ling instinctively glanced at Su Chenyang, who was murmuring to himself, still wearing that wicked grin. The rushing wind filled his ears, and coupled with Su Chenyang's naturally subdued voice, Li Ling could not discern the words being uttered. However, judging by the shape of his lips, it appeared he was taunting. "You are finished." The colossal shadow silently materialized behind Li Ling, seizing his shoulders with a vice-like grip. The robust arms, imbued with brute strength, once more slammed his body forcefully against the ground. It was over, completely over. Despair enveloped Li Ling. Even the most explosive fire element was rendered useless in midair. With a thunderous crash, his entire being became firmly embedded within the arena. A figure and a demon stood before Li Ling, observing his predicament with indifference. Have lost. With great difficulty, he uttered those 3 words. And in anguish, he closed his eyes. The sound of applause echoed around him. In the face of an enveloping silence, Shangwan Rong on the stage took the lead in applauding in an instant. A thunderous applause and cheers reverberated throughout the Liuyun Palace. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. From the moment the two engaged in combat until the conclusion of the competition, it was but a fleeting moment. That seemingly simple lad unleashed such formidable prowess within a mere instant. Delivering a decisive blow to his opponent, I hereby declare that the Yufeng Hall has emerged victorious. Henceforth, Yufeng Hall shall replace Shuijing Hall, becoming a new member of the prestigious upper 3 halls. We have one. Yufeng Hall. Yufeng Hall. Yufeng Hall. The disciples of Yufeng Hall shouted in unison, a moment they had awaited for 3 long years. Those 3 years had dulled their fighting spirit, but from this moment onward, the entire Yufeng Hall was reborn. Boss, I'm sorry. Li Ling's face was laden with dejection. Lin Haoyan snorted coldly, not even casting a glance at Li Ling. Is sorry of any use? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Boss, what shall we do? Only the deputy hall master dared to speak when Lin Haoyan was enraged. Let them stew for a few days. Continue with the tasks assigned from above, and remember, if this matter is not handled properly, be wary of your heads. Yes, rest assured, boss. Lin Haoyan glared at Su Chenyang, who wore a smug expression on stage, spat, and led Shuijing Hall away in dejection. The disciples of Yufeng Hall could no longer contain their excitement. Rushing to the arena and hoisting Su Chenyang high into the air. Put me down. Quickly, put me down. Damn, I haven't even collected my winnings yet. Hee, Su Chenyang, don't worry. The over 100,000 gold coins you won have already been safely tucked away by yours truly. Sun Jiaqing waved the pouch of coins in her hand, playfully gazing at Su Chenyang suspended in the air. Poof, a mouthful of blood spewed from Su Chenyang's lips. In the evening, at the Hongyun restaurant. The 3rd floor banquet hall had been entirely reserved by Yufeng Hall, with every seat occupied. Tables adorned with an array of delectable dishes filled the hall, and every face radiated with joy, except for one. Su Chenyang, could you possibly put away that long face of yours? It's just a meal. Is it really that significant? Sun Jiaqing, with chopsticks in her mouth, cast an exasperated glance at Su Chenyang beside her. Indeed, boss. Do us a favor. Why from this day forth, it is likely that we shall become increasingly occupied, no longer indulging in the carefree pleasures of the past. Yet, I find joy in this transformation. This is the life I, Hu, have always desired. This is precisely what a cultivator ought to pursue. The essence of this change has been brought about by the efforts of our esteemed leaders and Su Chenyang. Today's competition has shown us all that. Although I, Hu, participated, I did not contribute significantly to the glory of Yufeng Hall. The accolades bestowed upon Yufeng Hall today are truly the fruits of the labor of our 2 leaders and Su Chenyang. Particularly noteworthy is Su Chenyang, who has recently joined us at Yufeng Hall and has already instigated a remarkable transformation. His prowess is something we have all witnessed firsthand. Thus, today, I, Hu, acknowledge Su Chenyang as my elder brother. From this moment onwards, to offend Su Chenyang is to offend Hu. To oppose Su Chenyang is to oppose me. Hu. You are rather selfish, aren't you? We too wish to honor him as our elder brother. Others voiced their discontent. Indeed, Su Chenyang is the elder brother of Yufeng Hall, not just yours alone. Hu chuckled good-naturedly. Very well. From now on, Su Chenyang shall be our elder brother. Come, let us all raise our cups and toast to our elder brother and, elder sister-in-law. Are you seeking death? Hu, protested Shangwan Hongyan. Her face flushed. He never referred to you as elder sister-in-law. What is there to get so worked up about? Sun Jiaqi added, somewhat disgruntled. Enough. Su Chenyang quickly interjected to defuse the situation. We have just dealt with formidable foes. We do not need these 2 bickering again. We are all brothers here. Let us share a drink together. Su Chenyang downed his drink in one go, and the 2 girls exchanged glances, each giving a huff before finishing their own cups. The hall erupted once more into laughter and merriment. Just as the revelry reached its peak, a commotion arose from downstairs. Let us focus on our drinks and concern ourselves less with other matters. With Su Chenyang's urging, Hu reluctantly took a seat. Boss, Monkey approached Su Chenyang, saying, there are a few men downstairs bullying a girl. They appear to be from our Liuyun Palace. Should we not check on it? Before Monkey could finish, Sun Jiaqi slammed her chopsticks down onto the table. Let us go and see. Those beasts masquerading as men, she declared, casting a fierce glare at Su Chenyang. Why am I the beast, dear sister? Su Chenyang replied with a wry smile, feeling a sharp pain in his thigh as Shangwan Hongyan beamed at him. Seemingly unfazed. Come on, beast, let us go take a look. Perhaps we can witness a heroic rescue and add some excitement to the evening. I can hardly believe it. I thought sitting between two beautiful women would be a delightful experience. But the outcome is rather in any case. Since everyone is heading out, I too mustn't remain idle, and thus followed the crowd out of the hall, standing in the corridor on the third floor. I had a clear view of the scene unfolding on the first floor at the center of the hall. A group of men had surrounded a young girl. The girl, her fists clenched tightly, was flushed with a deep anger. Su Chenyang glanced at the scene and felt a profound sense of empathy. It is indeed true what they say about Liuyun Palace being home to an abundance of beauties. The girl, possessing a delicate and enchanting beauty, appeared somewhat mismatched with her attire. Although she donned the simple white disciple's robe of the flowing clouds, it bore an array of colorful patches, hinting at the impoverished circumstances of her family. With a clang, one of the men tossed a bulging purse onto the table. Do you see this? I have plenty of money. As long as you serve me well tonight, all of this is yours. The surrounding men grinned with ulterior motives, their minds filled with lascivious images. The girl's body trembled slightly as her fair arm slowly reached for the purse on the table, witnessing the beauty before him. The man smirked triumphantly at his companions. The girl tucked the purse into her bosom and replied coolly, I'll keep the money. You may leave. The words escaped her lips. The expressions of those around her froze in shock. Even Su Chenyang, who was upstairs, nearly tumbled down in astonishment. Sun Jiaqi burst into laughter, exclaiming, That's how you should deal with scoundrels. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Chenyang. He shook his head with a wry smile. Having long grown accustomed to Sun Jiaqi's relentless jibes, choosing to ignore her and refocus on the unfolding situation below, the man who had offered the money, enraged by the girl's defiance, raised his hand and struck her with a slap. Damn it, how dare you toy with me? Whether today goes well or not. Brothers, bind her. Let us have some fun tonight. A sharp pain flared across his face, and instinctively, he reached up to touch it, feeling the warm blood trickle down his palm. Sun Jiaqi retracted her 9 curves soul, snatching whip, and gracefully leaped in front of the girl. The furious man, upon seeing Sun Jiaqi, wore an even more sinister grin, chuckling as he reached out to pinch her cheek. How could the normally headstrong Sun Jiaqi tolerate such mockery? With all her might, she delivered a swift kick to the man's groin. Su Chenyang upstairs shuddered. That was ruthless. After the blow, the man, who dared to call himself a man, felt immense pain, beads of sweat forming and falling like rain. He did not utter a sound, collapsing to the ground while clutching his injured area. The remaining men exchanged glances, finally resolving to teach Sun Jiaqi a lesson. Stop! A furious shout from above rang out. And in an instant, numerous figures descended, encircling the remaining men. Upon seeing Su Chenyang leap down first, all the male disciples of the Yufeng Hall followed suit. Shangwan Hongyan and several female disciples remained on the third-floor corridor, watching Su Chenyang's performance. Brothers, do you wish to fight? Facing such overwhelming numbers, the men showed no signs of fear as they advanced towards Su Chenyang. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Do you know who we are? Mind my own business? Su Chenyang scoffed, pulling both Sun Jiaqi and the girl into his embrace. To his surprise, the unfamiliar girl exuded a unique fragrance that was both refreshing and captivating. These two are my wives. Does that not concern you? The men exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to believe the boy's claim. Even if what you say is true, then what? Before the man could finish his words, he was swiftly kicked away by Su Chenyang. Enough of the nonsense. Get lost. The Black Tiger, accompanied by his brothers, immediately drew their weapons, pointing them menacingly at the few individuals before them. The MY boss has spoken. You are to leave. You've got some guts, kid. Until we meet again. With a few harsh words exchanged, they hastily departed from the Hongyan Tavern, taking with them the 2 injured companions. Hey, have you had your fill of embracing? Upstairs, Shangwan Hongyan observed Sun Jiaqing's flirtatious demeanor, a pang of jealousy stirring within her heart. Su Chenyang quickly released the 2 girls from his arms, his face adorned with an innocent smile as he chuckled foolishly. It was all just an act, purely a performance. The girl clad in simple attire blushed slightly, Bowing her head in gratitude, Bu thanks everyone for their rescue. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will surely repay you, Bu. Chenyang mused silently, noting that the girl before him possessed a certain refined elegance. From your appearance, you must also be a disciple of the Liuyun Palace, inquired Sun Jiaqing, standing nearby. Indeed, Bu nodded. I am a disciple of the Shunfeng Hall. Shunfeng Hall? Sun Jiaqing murmured. Given your palace attire, why does it look so tattered? Doesn't your hall master provide you with a new one? Bu lowered her head, her feet nervously rubbing against the ground. Sun Jiaqing's words made her feel quite embarrassed as she softly replied, Here, take this silver. Unbeknownst to them, Shangwan Hongyan had descended from the third floor and placed a heavy purse of coins into Bu's hands. No, I can't accept this. Bu hastily waved her hands. You have already done me a great favor. I cannot take your money. Besides, I kept the money from those ruffians earlier. The last few words were spoken so softly that Bu could barely hear herself. Take it, Shangwan Hongyan insisted, forcefully placing it in Bu's hands. Rest assured, this money is also taken from those ruffians. She shot a fierce glare at Chenyang, clearly indicating to everyone that he was nothing but a rogue. Bu accepted the coins, her expression growing resolute. Thank you. I absolutely will not take this for nothing. I will work for you. Consider this an advance on my wages. Work for what? Just come to our Yufeng Hall. Sun Jiaqing chimed in. We can all undertake tasks together, and if it comes to it, we can simply not pay you for a month. Though Sun Jiaqing was headstrong, her inherent qualities of gentleness and kindness shone through. Recognizing that providing Bu with a stable income would be beneficial. Yufeng Hall, you are also from the Liuyun Palace, Bu exclaimed in surprise. When they had set out to drink, the group had agreed not to wear their palace attire. This was a full gathering of their hall, and if word got out, it would certainly create a stir. Everyone was dressed in casual clothing, so Bu had not recognized them, though. I remember now, the moment I saw you. I felt a sense of familiarity. This afternoon, it was you who challenged the Shuijing Hall. It's you? Bu pointed at Chenyang, her eyes wide with admiration. You are amazing. Our Shufeng Hall disciples were talking about you all afternoon. A great hero. Sun Jiaqing teased sarcastically, her finger playfully leaving a flower petal on Chenyang. What is it with these women and their penchant for pinching? Although Chenyang felt pain, he still forced a smile. Sun Jiaqing's suggestion was the most fitting for Bu. After pondering for a moment, Shangwan Hongyan inquired, Miss Bu, please give that suggestion some serious thought. If you wish to join our Yufeng Hall, you are always welcome to seek me out. I would love to. Bu hurriedly replied, but I'm only an intermediate mage. I wonder if I am capable. Of course you are, came the enthusiastic response. The great hero in your heart is still a blank slate. Those who have not entered the embryonic stage of Yuaning cannot learn spells and are mockingly referred to as blanks. Enough of this nonsense. After all this talk, I'm feeling quite hungry. Let us continue our celebration. With the recent influx of new energy into Yufeng Hall, Shangwan Hongyan was genuinely pleased and beckoned everyone to ascend the stairs for further festivities. Don't just stand there like fools, Sun Jiaqing exclaimed as she wrapped an arm around Bu's shoulders. You are now one of us in Yufeng Hall. Let's go celebrate together. Bu found herself beside Sun Jiaqing, a large bowl of liquor filled to the brim before her. She lifted the drink and declared, I raise this cup to everyone. Thank you all. I will serve Yufeng Hall diligently from now on. I shall drink to show my respect. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the entire bowl of strong liquor. What a remarkable capacity for drink, Black Tiger marveled, impressed by the boldness of Bu, even as he, who usually boasted of his drinking prowess, found himself in awe. Humph, Sun Jiaqing scoffed. Do not think that only you men can hold your liquor. There is an old saying that women are naturally capable of half a gin of wine. Just because there are a few of you does not mean you can compete with us. Some women, pretending to be delicate, are so fragile that they could choke on water. Smack. Shangwan Hongyan slammed her hand on the table. Fill my cup to the brim. Black Tiger jolted to attention and hurriedly poured more wine for the hallmaster. Cheers. Shangwan Hongyan drained her bowl in one go. Another, and again, she finished it in a single gulp. What are you all staring at? Drink up. Fill them. A table full of people lay sprawled on the floor, while Chenyang barely managed to remain seated. Empty wine jars littered the ground, yet these women showed no signs of stopping, continuing to drink heartily, though their speech had begun to slur. At Chenyang, are you a man or not? Come, drink with me for another round. Sun Jiaqing swayed as she patted Chenyang's shoulder, presenting him with a bowl of liquor. No, I can't take any more. Step away from me. Don't touch my husband. Shangwan Hongyan gently pushed Sun Jiaqin aside, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Chenyang's neck. Husband. Humph. Don't start with me. Shangwan Hongyan. I tell you, the men Sun Jiaqin, have set my sights on never escape. You, Shangwan Hongyan chuckled. Su Chenyang, the one he loves is me. Step aside if you have the guts. Come on, drink another bowl. Drink if you dare. Who's afraid? The morning sunlight filtered in, casting a warm glow on Su Chenyang's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the aftermath of last night's revelry causing his head to throb painfully. Had it not been for the alcohol his father often consumed since his childhood, he might have been in dire straits last night. Attempting to massage his temples, he realized his arm was firmly pinned down. Su Chenyang turned his head and was astonished to find Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqin lying beside him, one on each side. He hastily sat up, wondering if there had been a double encounter the previous night. Instinctively, he lifted the covers, relieved to find his trousers still intact. This commotion stirred the two girls from their slumber. Ah! Two piercing screams echoed, the sharpness of their voices momentarily rendering Su Chenyang deaf. The two beauties quickly scrambled out of bed, assessing their disheveled attire. Fortunately, despite the chaos, none of their garments were missing. You are a beast, they exclaimed in unison, hurling their accusations at him. Sitting foolishly on the bed, Su Chenyang rubbed his ears vigorously, dispelling the uncomfortable sensation that, ladies, that's not quite fair. How could I be a beast? I feel I've been wronged here, outsiders. It might seem like I was indulging in a double encounter, but I can't shake the feeling that it leaned more toward a three-way affair. His shamelessness left the beauties momentarily speechless. Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqin exchanged glances, akin to two fierce tigers, and pounced toward him. You want to play at a three-way, do you? We shall grant your wish. Help! Murder! Just as the playful chaos unfolded, the door swung open, revealing Heihu, who stood in shock. Boss, you. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. That moment, Su Chenyang lay on his back, arms raised above his head, firmly held down by Sun Jiaqin, who was perched on his chest, her round, slightly elevated backside swaying rhythmically, reminiscent of horseback riding. With each movement, Su Chenyang emitted intermittent exclamations of "oh" and "ah," leaving onlookers uncertain whether he was in ecstasy or agony. Shangwan Hongyan added to the amusement, firmly pinning Su Chenyang's feet while teasingly tickling the soles with a long feather she had procured from somewhere. In that instant of Heihu's astonishment, the three of them froze, their gazes fixed in surprise upon him. No worries. Please continue, Heihu stammered, his face flushed as he reached to close the door. Brother, don't go, save me, Su Chenyang cried out, his eyes reflecting helplessness and despair. Save you? Enough of this. I would never have dared to dream of such good fortune, sharing a bed with the two esteemed leaders of Liuyun Palace. Only you, boss, could achieve this in a quarter of an hour. The trio joined Heihu at the door. What's the matter? Shangwan Hongyan quickly regained her composure and inquired with a hint of authority in her voice. Early this morning, the palace master sent someone to Yufeng Hall, specifically requesting the three of you to attend, as there seems to be an urgent matter at hand. I waited for you for quite some time before deciding to come here. By the end. Even Heihu felt a bit sheepish. Upon hearing this, both girls' faces flushed crimson. Sun Jiaqin brandished the whip in her hand menacingly at Heihu, declaring, Heihu, if this matter gets out, you'd best be wary of my 9-curved soul-snatching whip. Red Yin, let us go to the palace master first. As they turned to leave, Heihu looked at Su Chenyang with an innocent expression, saying, Boss, I truly did not mean to intrude. Had I known you were enjoying yourself so thoroughly, I wouldn't have dared to enter. Good brother, thank you for today. If you arrive a moment later, I fear I shall not endure any longer. Su Chenyang sincerely said as he patted Heihu's shoulder. After being tormented by two girls earlier, he had nearly reached his limit. Fortunately, Heihu's timely arrival provided him with much-needed respite. Before Su Chenyang could interject, Heihu's figure vanished. Su Chenyang sighed skyward. Heihu, you are truly my good brother. Su Chenyang, what madness possesses you this early in the morning? Hurry, the master awaits us. The two girls called out loudly as they continued their walk. Surprisingly, the two girls, who usually bickered daily, were now walking hand in hand, whispering to each other and occasionally erupting in laughter. Behind them, Su Chenyang let out a wry smile. The thoughts of girls were indeed inscrutable. Perhaps only when faced with him did they unite in such harmony. In the main hall of the Liuyun Palace, Shangwan Hongyan, Sun Jiaqin, and Su Chenyang respectfully addressed the master. "Greetings, master." Shangguan Rong nodded with a smile. "Yesterday's competition was splendid. Your ascension to the upper 3 halls is well-deserved. What lies ahead will entail even more formidable and perilous tasks. I hope you shall not disappoint this palace. Rest assured, master, we shall give our utmost effort." "Very well. Enough of idle chatter. The task awaits you." In the southern town of Liuyun, a presence of wild demonic energy has been detected. You must hasten there. Remember, all tasks entrusted by Liuyun Palace are of utmost secrecy. Do not disclose them to anyone outside our hall. Understood. We shall see to it immediately. Go forth. Before you leave, be sure to collect a few swift steeds from the supply chamber. As the trio exited the grand hall, they hurried towards the supply room. "I can't believe we've barely entered the upper 3 halls, and we already have a task assigned to us," Sun Jiaqin exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it seems we shall grow increasingly busy. By the way, Su Chenyang, how many do you think we should take with us?" Shangguan Hanyan inquired, glancing at Su Chenyang. "Let us start with 4. The 3 of us, plus Heihu. Although we have just been promoted, our overall strength remains insufficient. The other disciples should focus primarily on their cultivation. Let us handle the tasks. Once we have gained ample experience, we can each lead a few individuals. This will ensure the safety of our party while also preventing us from becoming overly fatigued when faced with numerous assignments." The 2 girls nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite the apparent mischief of the young man before them, he possessed a remarkably clear mind when confronted with challenges. After procuring several swift steeds from the supply room, Su Chenyang addressed the 2 girls. "You should seek out Heihu. After managing the affairs of the Yufeng Hall, proceed to Liuyun Town. I have some matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I will come find you." With that, he mounted his horse, gently squeezing his legs, causing the steed to neigh and transform into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. "Humph, what could he possibly have to attend to?" Sun Jiaqin muttered. "Never mind. Let us head to Yufeng Hall first. We can always take our time on the road." Upon exiting the Liuyun Palace, Su Chenyang galloped swiftly towards Chenyang City. "Yesterday morning, I received a letter from Binglan, informing me that the weapon crafted by my father had been completed and was currently housed within the Qingqing auction house. 3 hours later, the sign of the Qingqing Commission gradually came into view. Su Chenyang dismounted his horse and casually handed the reins to Eagle. "Brother Eagle, please keep an eye on things for me. I will be out shortly." With no time for further conversation, Su Chenyang hurried into the building. "Godfather, sister, I have arrived." The grand doors of the main hall creaked open, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. "Brother, you're here. Why didn't you let me know in advance?" Binglan dashed over and enveloped Su Chenyang in her embrace. Being tall, her form was such that Su Chenyang's nose was perfectly ensnared in the valley created by her figure. "Sister, please let go. At this rate, I might suffocate. You cheeky brat, daring to tease your sister." Binglan laughed playfully and, feeling a bit embarrassed, released her hold. In an instant, a gentle, soft resilience caressed Su Chenyang's cheek. "Sister, it's only been a few days, yet you have become even more beautiful. You're quite the flatterer. Come with me. Let us take a look at your weapon." Binglan led Su Chenyang to a particular room. Good heavens, Su Chenyang marveled silently. Though the building appeared unremarkable, the surrounding walls were constructed from mysterious iron. Guard posts were stationed every 5 steps, with sentries every 10, indicating that the treasures within were undoubtedly of immense value. Binglan produced a token and waved it before the guards, who promptly opened the doors. "What? Do they need to inspect everyone who visits you?" Su Chenyang inquired. "Of course. Without the token, even my father cannot enter. Are you not aware of the art of disguise?" "Art of disguise? Is that the technique that alters one's appearance?" Binglan nodded. "Quite perceptive. Those skilled in the art can not only change their visage but also mimic voices. Thus, without the token, entry is absolutely forbidden." "Then what is the difficulty? Just steal one, and it would suffice." Su Chenyang scoffed. "Steal? Only you could conceive such a foolish idea. Let me tell you, this token can change hands multiple times a day. Even if you manage to steal it, you may still not gain entry." "All right, I cannot divulge too much. What if you turn out to be a false Su Chenyang? Whether I am false is uncertain, but you are undoubtedly genuine." A mischievous grin reappeared, with his eyes fixated on her weaponry. Binglan's face flushed as she playfully scolded. "I see you're eager to test my dagger again." Su Chenyang quickly shielded his head, pleading for mercy, which sent Binglan into fits of laughter. "All right, we're here." She came to a halt before a black cabinet, presenting a black box roughly 2 meters long and merely 2 inches wide. Chenyang tapped its surface, producing a dull metallic sound. Incredible, it's made of high-grade mysterious iron. With his current capabilities, it would be a challenge for him to even deform the box, let alone extract its contents. Sister, don't keep me in suspense. Hurry and open it. Binglan smiled and discreetly released her spiritual energy, the token reappearing in her hand, shimmering with an extraordinary glow. Before my eyes, the token gently grazed the sealed edge of the box, causing the lid to gradually spring open. 006 Divine Armament. Chenyang could no longer contain his eager anticipation and hastily lifted the entire lid as the weapon was unveiled before him. Even Binglan could not help but gasp in admiration. Rather than merely being a weapon, it resembled a magnificent work of art that a colossal dark golden spear lay quietly within the box, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, robust in the middle and tapering to fine points at both ends. Its entire surface was a deep ebony hue, adorned with intricate engravings of 2 dragons entwined around it. The very center, where the dragons converged along the spear's shaft, rested a pale blue gemstone. The azure, deep-sea stone shimmered within the dim confines of the room, exuding a unique radiance, akin to the rhythmic breathing of a slumbering maiden. Chenyang gazed at it, captivated, utterly astonished by the meticulous care his father had invested. With tender hands, he cradled the spear, his right hand resting upon the gemstone, that a surge of formidable energy coursed through him, rendering the seemingly heavy weapon surprisingly light. Truly exquisite, Binglan remarked, her admiration genuine. This is the most beautiful weapon I have ever seen. Chenyang offered a faint smile toward Binglan, his gaze once again fixed upon the spear, just at the edge of the embedded gemstone. A line of inscribed words caught his attention. Dragon and serpent spear, gifted to my son by Su Peixiang. The handwriting of his father bore a palpable affection, imprinting itself in Su Chenyang's mind. The box contained a ring and a letter from home. What is this? Su Chenyang inquired, holding up the ring and glancing at Binglan. This is a weapon ring, crafted with the same essence as the spear. Wearing it on your finger allows you to summon the corresponding weapon at will. Binglan explained quickly, noticing Su Chenyang's confusion, that he nodded, slid the ring onto his finger, and with a mere thought, the dragon and serpent spear was absorbed into it. Taking his father's letter from home, he tucked it into his bosom. Binglan, let us take our leave. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Su Chenyang prepared to bid farewell to Binglan. Are you leaving so soon? Binglan appeared somewhat reluctant. That I have matters to attend to, but rest assured, once I finish, I will hasten to visit you and Uncle Gon. Very well, do take care on your journey. Su Chenyang accepted the reins handed to him by Ying and mounted his horse, gradually fading from the sight of the onlookers as he rode. Su Chenyang pulled out his father's letter and began to read. My son, Binglan has informed me of your circumstances. Indeed, I am greatly pleased. You have matured and are no longer the naive child I once knew. You are now the hope of the entire Su family. I trust you will understand this. This weapon was crafted by my own hands, and I hope it brings you joy. Your father is aging, and henceforth, you must resolve matters on your own. This dragon and serpent spear is a gift from me to you. When you are out in the world, exercise caution and take care of yourself, so I may rest easy. Handwritten by your father. Shangwan Hongyan sat atop her steed, absent-mindedly toying with the reins. Master, what troubles you? Are you missing our leader again? Black Tiger, standing nearby, perceptively teased her. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The Black Tiger flicked out his tongue, grumbling with a hint of defiance. Just yesterday, we were arguing passionately, and now we're all cozy in the same boat. Women, I truly cannot fathom what occupies their minds daily. Black Tiger, clarify your words. What were we arguing about yesterday? Sun Jiaqin, quick-witted, caught the essence of the Black Tiger's grievances. It's nothing. You refuse to speak, do you? The long whip in her hand arced through the air, snapping near the Black Tiger's ear. All right, I'll tell you. Last night, you two fought to be Su Chenyang's wife. Drinking the night away, no one could pull you apart. And when it was time to leave, you both clung to Su Chenyang, insisting. The Black Tiger, feeling intimidated, glanced at the two leaders, hesitant to continue. Insisting on what? Spare me the ambiguity. Though embarrassed, Hong Yin remained curious about the unfolding events. Well, I must confess, but you mustn't hit me. You both held on to Su Chenyang. Insisting on sharing his bed, the Black Tiger summoned great resolve. raising his voice considerably with the final words, "Black Tiger." The two girls erupted simultaneously, aghast that he would dare utter such an embarrassing revelation. "This isn't merely my claim. I was quite inebriated last night, as you well know. This morning at Yufeng Hall, everyone is aware of the incident. Alas, it was utterly disastrous." The Black Tiger's words plunged the two beauties into a frenzy of despair, questioning how they could have committed such an embarrassing act. What face would they have left to confront the disciples of Yufeng Hall? A heavy silence enveloped the two women, observing their silence. The Black Tiger hastily attempted to comfort them. "In truth, it isn't so grave. Although the boss is rather ordinary in appearance, he possesses exceptional talent. I've even heard that since the encounter with Shui Jinghao, many girls in the palace have developed infatuations with him." Black Tiger, how utterly distasteful. A grown man, yet so gossipy. Sun Jiaqian retorted with disdain that I believe this is nothing more than slander, with that mouth of his. What truth can he possibly convey? Shangwan Hongyan glared fiercely at the Black Tiger, her gaze capable of tearing him apart. Agreed. The two women exchanged glances, reaching a silent accord, but a sense of foreboding washed over the Black Tiger as he beheld the two beauties. "Oh dear, help!" A sudden whinny pierced the air as a muddy dragon swiftly approached the trio. "Apologies for my tardiness." When that mischievous grin materialized before them, the sparkle of delight was unmistakably evident in the women's eyes. "Oh, Black Tiger, what happened to your face?" Su Chenyang inquired curiously, noticing the Black Tiger's battered visage. "What happened?" "Isn't it obvious? All because of you." The Black Tiger looked at Su Chenyang with a pout. But two piercing gazes sent a shiver down his spine. "It's nothing. Really, that I simply drank too much last night and accidentally bumped into a door frame. That doesn't add up? You seemed perfectly fine this morning." "Enough with your pointless chatter, Su Chenyang. We must focus on our journey," Sun Jiaqian interrupted, aware that continuing this line of questioning would inevitably reveal last night as events, with this fellow's devious nature. "Don't expect any peace in the future. What on earth is unfolding here?" Su Chenyang pondered, yet felt compelled to refrain from further inquiry. Each of the four harbored their own thoughts as they continued on their path. He initially intended to showcase his weapon to impress everyone, but upon reconsideration, he found it far more delightful to leave them in astonishment. With a resolute decision, Su Chenyang chose to suppress this matter. During their journey, he deliberately or inadvertently glanced at their hands, and indeed, each individual bore a weapon ring adorning their fingers. Among the four, the quality of weapons was undoubtedly most exquisite in the possession of Sun Yatu. Her ring was set with a striking red gemstone, unmistakably signifying a rare weapon. Shangwan Hongyan, like Su Chenyang, sported a blue ring, while Heihu's was of the lowest grade, being green. This indicated that he wielded a weapon of commendable quality. It turned out that these individuals were well equipped. While Su Yi was barehanded, they had long since upgraded to superior arms. The twinge of discontent stirred within him. Thankfully, he had refrained from boasting earlier, for revealing that he had just acquired a weapon would undoubtedly provoke their laughter. Amidst his musings, an instinct warned him of impending danger. Su Chenyang promptly unleashed his mental energy, causing the other three to sense the shift and glance his way. Just as they were about to speak, a mere look from Su Chenyang silenced them. Although their time together had been brief, their mutual understanding was remarkable. The single glance conveyed all that needed to be understood. The four continued their journey nonchalantly, yet their eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. As the official road led towards the border regions, passers-by were exceedingly rare. Dense thickets flanked the road, obscuring visibility within. This was the ideal setting for an ambush. Su Chenyang's expression turned grave as he endeavored to expand the reach of his mental energy, seeking to pinpoint the lurking danger, were it not for the gray aura that enveloped him. He might not have sensed the peculiarities surrounding him. Su Chenyang, are you all right? Shangwan Hongyan inquired anxiously, noticing the beads of sweat upon his brow. Just then, a faint whistling sound permeated the air. "Be careful," Su Chenyang shouted, leaping to push Shangwan Hongyan to the ground. In that fleeting moment, several swift arrows whizzed past his ears. One arrow struck violently into the flank of Shangwan Hongyan's steed, causing the majestic creature to neigh in agony and fall sideways, its large eyes wide with terror, frothing at the mouth. "The arrow is poisoned," Su Chenyang exclaimed, alarmed. "Heihu, defend." The reason Su Chenyang had chosen to bring Heihu along was precisely because of his area defense skill. Rock space. Heihu's attributes were singularly focused on Earth, which might seem insignificant to outsiders. Yet Su Chenyang held a different perspective that a singular attribute indicated the ability to master only one type of skill. Without the interference of other attributes, the caster could better grasp the essence of the skill. The group swiftly huddled around Su Chenyang. Crouching behind the fallen horse, a yellow aura enveloped the four. And within the air, the outlines of their formation were discernible that a rolling orb appeared in Heihu's palm, the manifestation of the rock space skill. Boss, continuing like this isn't a viable strategy. The prowess of the Black Tiger is rather limited. After prolonged use of his skills, it is evident that his mental fortitude is somewhat lacking. Black Tiger, continue to safeguard the two of them. Leave these three to me. In no way. Sun Jiaqing retorted. Their archery is exceptional. Before you even approach, you'll find yourself as prickly as a hedgehog. Su Chenyang leered at Sun Jiaqing, asking, "What is the matter? Are you worried about me?" As he spoke, he playfully pinched the lovely young woman's cheek. Sun Jiaqing glared at him in mock anger, thinking, "What a scoundrel." Even at a time like this, he still has the audacity to indulge in such antics. "Chenyang, don't go." Shangwan Hongyan expressed her concern, recalling how, had Su Chenyang not tackled her to the ground earlier, they might have been faced with two corpses. The sight of her fallen steed still haunted her. Su Chenyang gently grasped Hongyan's small hand, gazing at her tenderly. In moments of peril, to have two beautiful women by his side, both so concerned for his safety, filled his heart with a sweet warmth. A surge of azure energy silently emanated as Su Chenyang released Hongyan's hand, propelling himself skyward. With a powerful push from his toes against the carcass of the horse, he surged into the thicket by the roadside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth, targeting Su Chenyang from 3 distinct angles. Reacting swiftly, Su Chenyang curled into a ball, his knees drawn to his chest, burying his head deep as his center of gravity lowered. He dove towards the ground. The arrows grazed his scalp, piercing the tree trunk behind him. Upon landing, Su Chenyang unfurled his form, the azure light surrounding him intensifying. His swiftly advancing figure appeared somewhat ethereal, leaving behind a series of flickering afterimages in the air. Summoning his will, the dragon snake spear materialized in Su Chenyang's hand. With a resounding shout, he thrust the spear's tip forcefully into the verdant foliage. A piercing scream echoed from behind the green plants. A jet of blood erupted skyward. The death of their companion evidently incensed the assassins further, as a barrage of arrows rained down upon Su Chenyang. The corner of his mouth curled upwards, a cold smirk gracing his otherwise icy countenance. His right arm firmly coiled around the spear, and in the instant the arrows approached, the dragon snake spear served as a shield against the onslaught of enemy bodies. Several arrowheads accurately pierced his flesh, the sound of tearing skin resonating in the air. The remaining 2 were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the seemingly simple-minded youth before them harbored such malevolence. Lowering the spear, Su Chenyang revealed an expression that appeared innocuous. "This is your doing. It has nothing to do with me." His words dripped with mockery, his demeanor shifting to one of feigned innocence. The hidden assassins, now revealed, recognized that Su Chenyang's earlier strike had exposed their presence. This seemingly simple young man contained extraordinary power. When they received the assassination order, they had been dismissive, believing that a mere handful of naive children did not warrant the involvement of 3 elite marksmen. Yet now, they were acutely aware of the chilling grip of death. 3 arrows were simultaneously drawn back, aimed at Su Chenyang's chest. Their archery skills had already been tested. Had it not been for his swift wind shadow step, he would have long since become a ghost beneath their arrows. Upon witnessing the other's fury, Su Chenyang delivered a swift kick to the lifeless corpse that the gun barrel had been propped against. With a flourish of his right hand, the dragon snake spear, imbued with a surge of spiritual energy, transformed into a fierce gale as it soared forth. The archer felt a jolt of alarm at this distance. He was confident he could prevent the enemy from closing in. Yet, to his astonishment, the opponent had anticipated his intentions, hurling the long spear in a bid to engage in ranged combat. The archer's unwavering confidence led him to disregard Su Chenyang's spear, instead focusing intently as 3 arrows were loosed with precision. Remarkably, Su Chenyang did not flinch. He bravely thrust out his chest to meet the incoming projectiles. "This boy has lost his mind," the archer thought to himself. The onlookers, concealed behind the carcass of the horse, collectively gasped in disbelief. What transpired next left them utterly astonished. The 3 arrows struck Su Chenyang's chest with pinpoint accuracy, producing a cacophony before tumbling into the underbrush. Indeed, It was the ice silk armor bestowed by Bing Patillon. From the outset, Su Chenyang had comprehended that although his adversaries possessed remarkable marksmanship, their arrows lacked any trace of spiritual energy. This indicated that they were relying solely on mundane strength to propel their projectiles. The ice silk armor, after all, could withstand far more than the feeble attempts of mere archers. Even those with some cultivation would struggle to penetrate it. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the dragon snake spear arrived. The archer, still reeling from shock, was caught unawares as the spear's tip pierced through his chest, the overwhelming force propelling his body backward until he was impaled against a low-hanging tree trunk. Ah! The remaining archer gasped, turning to flee. The nine-curved soul-devouring whip coiled around his neck like a venomous serpent, silent and deadly. With a swift motion, the whip lifted, sending the archer soaring through the air in a perfect arc, crashing heavily at Su Chenyang's feet. "Speak. Who sent you?" Su Chenyang crouched down, gazing calmly at the assassin before him. The other three hastily approached, encircling the assassin to prevent his escape. "Kid, you've got guts. Today, we are not defeated by you, but by our own folly." The pressure of the whip around his neck made it laborious for the assassin to speak. With a faint smile, the gaze fixed menacingly upon the distant corpse. My mind seethed with frustration at these fools who failed to prevent my horse from being shot. Jealousy transformed into a sharp whip, striking fiercely against the horse's back as I hurried towards Su Chenyang's position. "Hongyan, who else is aware of this mission?" Su Chenyang leaned his chin against the pale curve of Shangguan Hongyan's neck, whispering lightly near her ear. The persistent teasing from Su Chenyang left Shangguan Hongyan feeling quite uneasy. With Sun Yatu and Heihu nearby, she found it difficult to express her irritation. "Be good," Hongyan murmured quietly, cautioning Su Chenyang. "No way, not at all." To her surprise, Su Chenyang mimicked a feminine tone, his sweet voice eliciting a fit of laughter from Hongyan. "All right, enough of the antics. Chenyang, do you suspect that someone has revealed our whereabouts?" "Indeed," Su Chenyang nodded. "You must be cautious. I believe they are targeting you. However, rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure you come to no harm." The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly as Sun Jiaqing and Heihu caught up. Hongyan quickly extricated herself from the situation, feeling unsettled by the audacity of that rogue, who had just dared to invade her personal space. The solid tent behind her pressed uncomfortably against her, heightening her discomfort. Observing the flush on Shangguan Hongyan's face, even a fool could discern what had transpired moments ago. Sun Yatu, consumed by jealousy, turned a shade of deep crimson. "What were you two doing just now?" In a moment of panic, Sun Yata blurted out, cursing herself for her own foolishness. Although Shangguan Hongyan was displeased, she recognized that this was not the time for quarrels and replied coolly. "Su Chenyang suspects there may be a traitor within our Yufeng Hall." "Impossible," Heihu exclaimed fervently. While Shangguan Hongyan held the position of leader in Yufeng Hall, her bond with Heihu ran deeper. From the moment Heihu entered the Liuyun Palace, he had dedicated himself to Yufeng Hall, forging brotherly ties with the disciples below. It was not uncommon for them to refer to Heihu as brother, and at times, Su Chenyang's words carried less weight than those of Heihu. To claim there was a traitor within Yufeng Hall was akin to slapping Heihu in the face. Su Chenyang, well aware of Heihu's thoughts, hastily responded, "Heihu, do not be hasty. I am merely speculating for now. You saw the assassins earlier. They were already lying in wait here, intent on taking our lives. How could they have known we would pass through this area unless information was leaked beforehand? This implies that someone must have disclosed our mission. Hence, I ponder whether it could be one of our OWNs." Su Chenyang's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Indeed, the palace master had once stated that the tasks assigned to each hall were of utmost secrecy. Aside from an insider leaking our movements, there could be no other explanation. "Damn it. If I find out who it is, I will not hesitate to deal with them." Heihu fumed. "This is merely my conjecture, and it should remain between us." Su Chenyang cautioned, "If this turns out to be true, I do not wish to alert the enemy." Su Chenyang gazed into the distance, speaking softly. "After all, we are brothers. And if that were the case, he would be at a loss as to how to proceed." 008 The eerie fallen leaf town, due to the ambush encountered on the road, everyone proceeded with heightened caution. This elevated tension only served to amplify the weariness that weighed heavily upon them. The originally 4-day journey culminated on the evening of the 5th day, as the town of Liuyun finally emerged faintly before the travelers. With a mere population of just over 100, it could only be deemed a town due to its remote location. Numerous defensive military structures were scattered throughout, for should conflict erupt in the Sky Nation, troops could swiftly establish a defensive perimeter here. The four companions gathered together, fatigue from their relentless travel weighing heavily upon them. Even their meals were consumed with a sense of indifference. "What are you pondering, leader?" Black Tiger inquired. Noticing Su Chenyang's grave expression, his gaze fixed intently upon the direction of Liuyun town. There was an unsettling stillness about the place. It seemed eerily quiet. "Look, it is mealtime, yet not a wisp of smoke rises from the entire town," Su Chenyang remarked, prompting everyone to rise and gaze towards Liuyun. "What should we do now, Chenyang?" Shangwan Hongyan asked anxiously, confirming the foreboding atmosphere Su Chenyang had described. "Let us enter and investigate further," he replied. And the group mounted their steeds, galloping towards the town's gates. They drew closer. The lifelessness of the place became increasingly palpable. The town's entrance stood ajar, and upon pushing it open, they found themselves in an entirely different realm. Not a soul was in sight along the desolate street, while the lowly houses nearby were mostly shuttered tight. Occasionally, as a gust of wind swept through, the partially opened windows emitted a series of disconcerting clatters. A few plump crows perched upon the eaves, curiously observing the newcomers, croaking a few eerie calls before circling above their heads. "Ah!" Sun Jiaqing shrieked. Her eyes filled with terror as she pointed a trembling finger towards a lowly dwelling in the distance. Following her gesture, a crimson character materialized on the crumbling wall of the house, clawing its way into view. The character for Ghost. Although it was broad daylight, a profound chill enveloped them all upon witnessing that ominous symbol. Su Chenyang embraced Sun Jiaqing, gently patting her shoulder to soothe her violent trembling. "This place is exceedingly strange," Black Tiger murmured, his eyes darting nervously around, wary of any sudden danger. The earth element in his palm flickered, revealing his own anxiety. "Let us search for a living soul. It would be wise to inquire further." He had a series of foolish chuckles echoed from within a dilapidated building. Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing, already on edge, could hardly withstand such a disturbing sound. They both let out a piercing scream and crouched down, shaking violently. Su Chenyang exchanged a glance with Black Tiger, silently urging him to protect the two women. Before see what a visage it was, with parched skin enveloping the entire countenance, interspersed with a multitude of wrinkles and flecks of dirt conspicuously scattered throughout. The lips had long since lost any trace of color. And more disturbingly, within the sunken eye sockets resided only a pair of milky white eyes. "Who are you? Where have the others gone?" inquired Su Chenyang. This individual was evidently in a state of shock, frantically clawing at the ground with both hands, shouting, "They have come! They have finally come! I do not wish to go to the back mountain. I do not wish to go to the back mountain." The back mountain. Upon entering Liuyun town, there lay a low hill behind the town. Could that be what this person referred to? Observing the individual's reaction, it was clear they had experienced profound terror. Su Chenyang sighed, retrieving a ration from his pocket and placing it into the trembling hands of the stranger, before stepping outside and gently closing the wooden door behind him. "Rest assured, there are no ghosts in this world." At hearing Su Chenyang's words, the others collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the individual seemed to be haunted by intense fear, repeatedly mentioning the back mountain. "I suspect something peculiar has transpired in this small town," mused Su Chenyang as he helped the two girls to their feet. "Hi Hux, you take them outside the town and await my return. I shall investigate the back mountain. No. If you go, we all go," the two young women declared resolutely, despite their pale faces betraying their fright at the prospect. "Very well. You three shall follow behind. Let us all proceed with caution." As dusk gradually descended, the undulating hills in the distance resembled monstrous creatures, their claws poised to greet the approaching group. The geographical location of Liuyun town was rather unique. To the south lay the untamed empire, while the west connected to an expansive desert. This region experienced perennial drought, with the foliage upon the hills being lamentably sparse. Such conditions rendered it easier for Su Chenyang and his companions to survey the situation within. "Boss, over there seems to be a flicker of fire." Hux pointed towards a valley. Indeed, within that valley, a crimson glow intermittently illuminated the surroundings, casting the scene onto the opposite hillside. They stealthily approached, concealing themselves behind a massive rock on one side of the valley. And with the aid of the furry Lai, if deprived of souls for an extended period, their lives would gradually wither away until death ensues. "However, we are simply no match for him." Shangwan Hongyan felt a sense of urgency. As soon as Su Chenyang spoke, she understood his intentions. "Su Chenyang, Let me clarify something for you. The malevolent spirits within the soul absorbers are not as complex as a nascent soul and are merely categorized into 3 levels. Ascending each level may demand decades of effort. Their respect in the wild stems from the deceased souls that render their spells exceedingly peculiar, and their inherent solitary nature endows them with formidable combat prowess. With just the 4 of us, it is utterly impossible to vanquish him. Chenyang disregarded Shangwan Hongyan's explanations and turned to the other 2. What are your thoughts? Whatever the boss intends to do, I shall follow suit, Black Tiger replied, his blood surging at the sight of the numerous corpses. The people of Liya Town cannot die in vain. The wicked soul absorber must pay for his blood debts. He, a soul absorber? I refuse to believe he is truly that formidable. Sun Yata's face sparkled with excitement. She would engage in any thrilling endeavor. The immense fear that had gripped her heart vanished with the emergence of the formidable enemy. If that is the case, I shall comply with your plan, Shangwan Hongyan conceded helplessly. Now, the 3 of you will lie in ambush here while I descend to attract his attention. When we engage, if you see an opportune moment, strike without hesitation. It is best to resolve this swiftly. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Upon concluding, Chenyang cautiously departed from behind the boulder, deftly maneuvering from cover to cover as he approached the soul absorber. The hearts of the 2 girls raced, their eyes fixated on Chenyang's retreating figure, their hands gripping their weapons, beads of sweat forming on their palms. Should Chenyang falter, they would not hesitate to rush to his aid. As he drew nearer to the soul absorber, he found no further concealment. Chenyang crouched low, patiently awaiting the right moment. As the distance closed, the incantations uttered by the soul absorber became increasingly discernible. After only a brief listening, Chenyang felt his body grow weak, his consciousness slowly blurring under the weight of the incantation. His astonishment. The soul absorber's spell was so uncanny that it pierced directly into the soul. Chenyang tore 2 pieces of cotton from his clothing and stuffed them into his ears to stave off the incantation's intrusion. At that moment, the soul absorber raised his hands high above his head. Countless hazy white lights detached from the corpses, gradually transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that surged toward the soul absorber. The figure cloaked in black opened his mouth, his body quivering slightly. As the first beam of white light entered, the soul absorber could not suppress a rapturous "See or wide it was then that inspiration struck. In an instant, the dark golden dragon snake spear fused with Chenyang, hurtling downwards with great speed. 009. Decapitating the soul absorber, Chenyang's strike was executed with utmost determination, aiming for a decisive blow. Should he allow the soul absorber to regain his composure, it would surely spell disaster for himself. The acceleration effect of the wind shadow step was pushed to its limits, creating a streak of the Longshi gun was launched without hesitation. Striking with fierce precision when within 5 meters of the soul siphoner, the tip of the gun embedded itself accurately into the siphoner's back. Success. Chenyang felt a surge of secret elation. It seemed the legendary soul siphoner was nothing extraordinary after all. After a fleeting moment of excitement, he grasped the handle of the Longshi gun with his right hand. Fortune favors the bold. I shall reward you with another shot. However, when he pulled outward, he was astonished to find the Longshi gun firmly ensnared. With the gun's aid, he sensed a slight tremor in the siphoner's body. The figure draped in the black robe began to turn slowly towards him. The movement was excruciatingly sluggish, reminiscent of a decrepit machine, each inch accompanied by a creaking sound from its bones. At last, the entire form of the soul siphoner stood before Chenyang. The Longshi gun contorted into a pronounced arc. The eerie black robe cascaded down over the siphoner's forehead, obscuring its true visage. In a moment of desperation, Chenyang's left hand transformed into a palm, the rapidly swirling wind blades at its center striking fiercely against the siphoner's chest. A resonant hum filled the air, followed by a peculiar noise emanating from the siphoner's throat, which, astonishingly, harbored a powerful wave of psychic energy that sent Chenyang and his weapon hurtling away. His back crashed heavily against a massive boulder. In that very moment, the dark golden gun barrel swept horizontally, targeting 2 withered arms. Crack! The 2 arms were severed in response. The 2 beauties seized the opportunity to break free from their restraints. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed. The spirit-absorbing master, despite losing his arms, did not succumb to madness. Chenyang unleashed a blade of wind. His body plummeted rapidly, attempting to evade the wind's assault. Witnessing the spirit-absorbing master's swift descent, a cunning smile curled at the corner of Su Chenyang's lips. The ground beneath him began to quake violently, a fissure opening slowly, resembling a bloodthirsty beast yawning wide, ready to devour its delectable prey. In truth, when Su Chenyang's initial ambush had failed, he had already devised a second plan. The spirit-absorbing master was significantly more powerful than he, with the only potential weakness being his physical form. The fact that the dragon snake gun had successfully struck the spirit-absorbing master indicated a crucial point. Moreover, Su Chenyang observed that the spirit-absorbing master's reactions were consistently half a beat slower. This realization led him to consider utilizing the formidable strength of the rock demon as a primary offensive force, while his own skills would serve as distractions. However, the arrival of the two beauties disrupted his strategy. Initially, the sweeping motion of the dragon snake gun aimed merely to free the two women, but unexpectedly yielded an unforeseen advantage. It is worth noting that the rock demon could exert its utmost power only under specific conditions, namely, on solid ground. Employing the earth split technique in midair would render it nearly useless. The wind blades did not seek to severely injure the opponent, but merely aimed to drive him downward. And it appeared to be effective. As the fissure formed, the spirit-absorbing master deduced Su Chenyang's intentions. His mental energy rapidly coalesced to prevent further descent. Yet at that moment, Su Chenyang swiftly retreated, evading the space directly above the spirit-absorbing master. Crack! A massive bolt of lightning struck, hitting the suspended spirit-absorbing master squarely. This was none other than Chenyang Hongyan's Thunder Slash. The instant the restraints were lifted, Hongyan began to concentrate, summoning her powerful lightning-based abilities. Her initial intention was to rescue Su Chenyang, but she found herself becoming a burden instead. As she watched Su Chenyang charge forward once more, she realized she could not remain idle. Unexpectedly, this Thunder Slash became a pivotal element, altering the entire course of battle, simultaneously severing the spirit-absorbing master's arms. Su Chenyang's gaze swept toward the two beauties in the distance. Noticing Chenyang Hongyan in a state of concentration, he understood her position. Regardless of whether the spirit-absorbing master fell into his trap, the Thunder Slash was assuredly effective, as long as concentration was achieved. Unless immediate defenses were erected, even a hasty retreat would not spare him from the lightning strike. This was the essence of advanced skills. The greatest advantage of lightning-based abilities lay in their exceptional penetrating power, coupled with the added effect of paralysis. Countless minute currents began to flicker across the spirit-absorbing master's black robe, and a faint, nauseating scent of scorched flesh wafted through the air. Yet, absolute gravity, wind blade tier technique, wind shadow step, summon rock demon. He now comprehends that even the earth split technique of the rock demon consumes his own vitality. To unleash such a plethora of advanced skills in one breath, even with 7 acupoints frantically replenishing energy, it would be impossible to keep pace with the rapid consumption. Despite being called Su Chenyang, it is inconceivable that even Chenyang Hongyan could release so many skills in such a brief span of time. From the moment of concentration to the release of Thunder Slash, Su Chenyang, however, uninterruptedly unleashed 5 skills. Now, Su Chenyang increasingly understands that the principles of the concentration technique are indeed factual. Instantaneous skill activation is not merely a fantasy. The other 3 regarded Su Chenyang as if he were a monster. His recent display had left everyone utterly stunned. To them, Su Chenyang was neither a mere talent nor a genius, but rather a freak. Initially believing that in the battle against the Water Mirror Hall, this lad was simply taking advantage of the situation, the current reality suggested that even if Li Ling exerted his utmost effort, victory was not guaranteed. Get up. Before Su Chenyang could catch his breath, he felt a sharp pain in his ear as Chenyang Hongyan lifted him. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Are you crazy? Su Chenyang exclaimed, grimacing in pain. Upon hearing Chenyang Hongyan's words, everyone suddenly realized Su Chenyang had always insisted he possessed only earth attributes. Yet those 2 wind blades were undeniably real. Oh, heh, I forgot to mention, he sheepishly explained, freeing his ear in the process. Chenyang Hongyan huffed coldly, pretending to be upset. So what if you have 2 attributes? Why hide it from us? Do you think we need to be on guard against you? Exactly. Su Chenyang, you don't even trust us, they chimed in unison, leaving him quite vexed, having just slain the spirit-sucking master. These people were now turning their ire towards him. Even if the battle had not been satisfying, there was no need to turn against one's own, right? With a woeful expression, Su Chenyang explained to Shangguan Hongyan. You can't blame me. When we first met, you wanted my life. How could I not be cautious, with your temperament, if I didn't keep some tricks up my sleeve? Who knows what calamity might befall me if you were displeased? Uffed. Shangguan Hongyan laughed. Am I really that terrifying? It's you who harbors all the wicked schemes. All right. In light of your recent accomplishments, we shall let this matter slide. By the way, you weren't injured, were you? Looking at Shangguan Hongyan's gentle demeanor, Su Chenyang mischievously replied, I knew it. My wife still cares for me. Stop being so sentimental. The closer they became, the more bittersweet it felt for Sun Yatu. Deep down, she knew Su Chenyang held affection for Shangguan Hongyan. Yet she could not control her own feelings. Sometimes she wondered what it was about this fellow that made him so appealing. How could he possibly attract her? In truth, both Su Chenyang and Shangguan Hongyan understood Sun Yatu's sentiments. For Su Chenyang, the more beautiful women, the better. However, Shangguan Hongyan was still nominally someone else's fiancée, a truth that weighed heavily on his heart. Should one grow excessively close to Sun Yatu at this moment, Shangguan Hongyan would undoubtedly perceive that Su Chenyang harbors disdain for her. Upon hearing Sun Yatu's remark, the two fell into a contemplative silence. All day long, they merely concealed their thoughts, hardly embodying the essence of a man. Sun Jiaqing glared at Su Chenyang and delivered a statement rich in double entendre that on the surface, it seemed to address Su Chenyang's concealment of his true nature, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. This matter is indeed my fault, and I apologize to everyone. In truth, I do not possess merely two attributes. Su Chenyang's utterance struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly silencing the crowd. What? There are more? Could it be that he possesses three attributes? The collective breath of the assembly quickened. 3 attributes. One wonders how many can be found within the entirety of Liuyun Palace. Quickly, tell us what your attributes are. Hongyan's voice became increasingly urgent. Actually, you should inquire about what those 3 attributes are. A convulsion, a sudden spasm, an inner turmoil of intense agitation. Su Chenyang, are you jesting? Sun Yatu's words trembled. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Su Chenyang's countenance was grave as he revealed 5 orbs of energy in a spectrum of colors, swirling within his palm. A purple thunder orb, a yellow earth orb, a blue water orb, a red fire orb, and a green wind orb. They collided and intertwined, creating a dazzling display that left the onlookers entranced. Truly, envy and resentment abound. How could heaven be so blind as to bestow such exceptional talent upon this unparalleled rogue? Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Chenyang's heart brimmed with delight. What do you think? The title of Su Yi is not given lightly. Beat him. After a brief silence, the black tiger let out a furious roar, and 3 individuals lunged forward simultaneously. Is this truly necessary? Even with exceptional aptitude, one must endure punishment. Call it 5 attributes. Call it beauty. The crowd's enthusiasm soared, seemingly oblivious to the lamenting cries below. A chorus of sobs arose. Only then did they cease their assault, taken aback to find Su Chenyang had been reduced to tears. Su Chenyang, could you not achieve some measure of success? Was it truly necessary to escalate to such a level of playfulness? Sun Yatu regarded him with disdain, finding no admiration for a man who could be brought to tears. The crowd rose. The figure beneath them looked equally astonished. I am not crying, came the protest. Yet, the sounds of weeping persisted. The crowd, startled, hurriedly stood, various weapons materializing once more in their hands. Must one never find a moment's peace? Su Chenyang cursed inwardly. This Liya town is indeed peculiar, having just resolved one issue. Could another possibly emerge? Boss, over there. The black tiger lowered his voice, beckoning to Su Chenyang with his lips. A stone door, embedded within the mountainside, came into view. He had let his guard down far too much. How had he failed to notice such an obvious entrance? The Longshi gun traced a circle in the air, its tip aimed at the stone door. Huzi, keep an eye on them. I shall investigate. No, Su Chenyang, do not play the hero. I shall go this time, Sun Yatu declared, striding purposefully towards the stone door. Observing Su Chenyang's earnest expression, Sun Jiaqing refrained from further comment. Perhaps it was precisely this trait that endeared her to him. Regardless of the dangers ahead, he was resolutely determined to shield his beloved from any harm. A passage emerged before them, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Su Chenyang pressed his body against the wall, utilizing the flickering light from the fire bead in his hand to cautiously descend the staircase. Before long, 2 secret chambers appeared on either side. The chamber to the left seemed to emanate a faint glow. Chenyang remained on high alert, conjuring a blade of wind in his hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice, while his right hand slowly pushed open the door. With a creak, a multitude of crystal cores surged forth, nearly burying Chenyang on the spot. The it had truly happened. Although the crystals before him lacked the rarity of the Black Crawler King, and most were only of the first or second tier, their sheer quantity was staggering. Such an abundance of crystal cores, perhaps even the Qingxing auction house would struggle to present them all at once. Suppressing the overwhelming elation within, he hurriedly retrieved the storage pouch from his waist. Thus, the entire room filled with crystal cores was swiftly claimed by Chenyang. The spirit absorber, it seems your life has been rather prosperous. Fortunately, you encountered Su Yi. These treasures shall not be squandered. Consider this a tribute to your Su Yi. Hand them over to the Liuyun Palace. Don't be absurd. Why should he relinquish what he had fought so hard to obtain? That old fellow, lounging in the Liuyun Palace, could simply utter a few words and watch the money flow in. What would these crystal cores mean to him? Just as Chenyang was basking in his triumph, a wailing sound echoed once more, emanating from the direction of the right chamber. When the door swung open, a child stood before him, seemingly terrified. The boy's face was ashen, his eyes vacant, and he stood there devoid of any vitality. Dressed in opulent clothing, it was evident he hailed from a distinguished family. Chenyang extended his hand, waving it before the child's eyes. Thankfully, the movement of his pupils confirmed that this was at least not a corpse. Little brother, do not be afraid. Please tell me your name. The child's throat moved several times, yet his gaze remained hollow as he spoke in a chilling tone. My name is Shu. What an unusual name. Where is your home? What about your parents? Home? Shua shook his head. I do not know. Parents? What are those? Chenyang nearly stumbled in disbelief. Enough. Further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. An oppressive chill pervaded the secret chamber, causing him discomfort. He tucked Shuar under his arm and swiftly exited. Just as they were leaving, Shuar cast a glance at the left chamber. Hey, where did this adorable child come from? Come here. Over to your sister. Two beautiful women immediately surrounded Shuar upon seeing him. Do not take advantage of him. He is just a child, Chenyang teased. Are you seeking death? Why are your thoughts so depraved? Sun Jakiki shot him a disdainful glare. Let us discuss serious matters. This child does not even know where his home is or who his parents are. What shall we do? Everyone, please offer a suggestion. Perhaps we should send him to the Liuyun Palace. Upon hearing Shuar's pitiable background, Sun Jakiki was the first to express her opinion. Chenyang turned to Shangwan Hongyan, as she was the daughter of the palace master. It would be prudent to consider her perspective on this matter. This seems rather inappropriate. Allow me to finish my thoughts. It is not that I refuse to comply, but rather that this matter is fundamentally impossible. The Liuyun Palace established regulations long ago, dictating that those without a nascent soul cannot reside there permanently. While fluctuations in spiritual energy may pose little threat to us, you are well aware of the harm they can inflict on ordinary individuals. Shangwan Hongyan speaks the truth. For those awakening their nascent souls, the intensity of these fluctuations can swiftly distinguish friend from foe. Yet, for common folk, it is akin to courting disaster. Prolonged exposure to such energies can directly affect the soul, potentially leading to madness. Upon hearing Shangwan Hongyan's words, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Noticing the stillness, Chenyang slowly began to speak. Upon hearing Chenyang's remarks, the atmosphere gradually lifted. Fenghuang City, how splendid. Is it bustling with activity? Shuar clapped her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Indeed, it is quite lively. Would you like to ride horses with your big brother shortly? Chenyang affectionately ruffled Shuar's hair, a sly smile gracing his face. What mischief are you concocting now, Chenyang? Shangwan Hongyan remarked with a smile. Little did we know that this rogue possesses a heart full of compassion. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. The group escorted Shuar out of the valley as they passed through the gates of Lia town once more. Heihu muttered under his breath. Finally, this hellish place is behind us. I nearly lost my life here. Heihu, I can't help but feel you haven't exerted much effort at all. Get lost. It's easy for you to say that if I had your 5 elements body. Would it even be your turn to show off here? Chenyang took the reins, disregarding Heihu's grumbling, positioning Shuar in front of him, and galloped swiftly towards the distant Gobi Desert that he silently pondered. Has everything truly come to an end? I fear it is not as simple as you imagine. 011 The power of illusion. The sun blazed fiercely, The vast Gobi Desert was enveloped in waves of heat, making each breath feel like a searing burn. 3 magnificent steeds galloped forward, and no one was willing to lag behind. A moment's hesitation would result in stinging cheeks from the swirling dust. At this moment, Su Chenyang's eyes were slightly closed, allowing the stallion to race wildly. Had it not been for Heihu and Sun Jiechi providing protection on either side, he would have lost all sense of direction. Only Su Chenyang understood that the 7 vital points within him were spinning wildly, and it would not be long before his spiritual energy was replenished. Throughout the journey, Su Chenyang remained silent, much to Heihu's chagrin. With 2 beautiful women sharing a horse, their relationship was already tenuous, and their bickering never ceased. Helplessly, Su Chenyang feigned indifference, unable to watch them clash. Women and reason rarely find common ground. Originally intending to mediate, he found himself becoming their emotional punching bag instead. Heihu, feeling frustrated, glanced at the 2 quarrelsome women, his irritation mounting. "Boss, I beseech you, please manage my sisters-in-law properly." Heihu roared. Su Chenyang's body jolted slightly. Then he clapped his hands against the horse's back, using the momentum to leap into the air. Brandishing his Longshi spear, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Su Chenyang. "Have you lost your mind?" The 3 individuals were utterly astonished. None could have anticipated that Su Chenyang harbored intentions of taking a child's life. The shouts did nothing to impede the speed of the dragon snake gun, and just as the words fell from their lips, the gun's muzzle was mere inches from Shua Air's back. The situation was so abrupt that, aside from uttering that phrase, the 3 momentarily forgot to intervene and save her. Shua Air's body began to tremble violently, as if she were suppressing a fit of laughter. At the very moment the gun's tip pierced, her hands came crashing down. The steed emitted a mournful whinny before collapsing, and Shua Air seized the opportunity to roll away. "You think you can kill me? You're still too inexperienced." An aura of malice radiated from Shua Air as she regarded the flustered Su Chenyang with amusement. "Everyone, be cautious. This one is the true spirit absorber." From a distance, Shua Air, no, she ought to be referred to as the spirit absorber, let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "It seems you are rather clever, but whatever you do now is in vain. I have already claimed your 5 elements body." With that, the spirit absorber swiftly began to chant an incantation. "Spirit binding technique. Activate." As she spoke, her finger pointed at Su Chenyang. Unfortunately, there was no discernible change, but a look of confusion crossed the spirit absorber's face as she recited the incantation once more. "Do not waste your efforts. Are you searching for this?" Su Chenyang remarked, pinching a plump white worm between 2 fingers. "That is the corpse-controlling worm," exclaimed Shangwan Hanyan in shock. The corpse-controlling worm is the ultimate treasure of a spirit absorber. The extent of a spirit absorber's power is measured by how many of these worms they can command. This seemingly inconspicuous white worm can silently infiltrate a human body, voraciously devouring its spirit and will, ultimately reducing the host to a mere shell of their former self. The revelation of the corpse-controlling worm, the other 3 finally snapped out of their bewilderment. They hastily drew their weapons and gathered around Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang gently released the worm, allowing it to drop to the ground, then deftly placed the tip of his shoe upon it. "It's time for you to bid farewell to your companions." "No," the spirit absorber cried out in her eyes. That worm was more precious than her own life. Some spirit absorbers might acquire only a single worm throughout their entire existence, not to mention the countless corpses required to nurture such a creature. Even if one's own evil spirit were to evolve, the chance of acquiring an additional worm would depend solely on fate. With a squelching sound, the white malevolent worm was crushed beneath the pressure of Su Chenyang's foot, transforming into a pulpy mass, its colorful fluids seeping into the soil with a foul odor. Witnessing the tragic demise of her corpse-controlling worm, the spirit absorber frantically clutched at her hair. The unbearable agony, coupled with a fierce murderous intent, reddened her eyes. "I shall kill you." A black scythe was gripped tightly in her right hand, a chilling aura rapidly emanating from her. "Haihuxi, protect them well. If you see that I am unable to hold my ground, you must find a chance to escape." It was not that Su Chenyang sought to play the hero. Among the 4 of them, only his spiritual energy was at its peak. Aside from Haihuxi, who still possessed some abilities, the remaining 2 were nearly depleted. Following the fierce battle in Liye town, none had found a moment to rest, let alone replenish their own vitality. "Today, none of you shall escape." The spirit absorber knelt on one hand, murmuring incantations. "O supreme evil deity, I offer my soul as a tribute to you." A Awaken the slumbering warriors and lend me your strength." With a thunderous rumble, the atmosphere trembled, the center of the spirit siphoner's solitary palm. Countless fissures tore through the earth that a skeletal arm clawed its way from the ground, followed by a white skeletal soldier scaling upwards. 1, 2, 3, an ever-increasing multitude, until the four were encircled, with no escape. The spirit siphoner's breath quickened. Such a potent spell exacted a tremendous toll. Yet, the memory of the tragic demise of the corpse-controlling insects ignited a fierce intensity in those crimson eyes. Fixating sharply on the distant figure of Su Chenyang, the massive black scythe was raised above his head, cleaving downward through the air, a blade of black mist howling towards Su Chenyang. "Boss, be careful." Black Tiger stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Chenyang. As the rock space was instantly released. Creak. The rock space barely held for a moment before it was severed by the blade. Su Chenyang embraced Black Tiger, his feet trembling as he soared into the air. The black blade left a gash upon the earth before vanishing. The black essence began to spread from the wound. And within a few meters, all sand and stone melted instantly that a surge of shock coursed through Su Chenyang. He had not anticipated this skill possessed a corrosive effect. With a splutter, blood erupted from Black Tiger's mouth. With his cultivation, how could he withstand the full force of the spirit siphoner's attack? Su Chenyang gently set Black Tiger down, as two beautiful women swiftly gathered around him, forming a protective circle to shield Black Tiger from the skeletal soldier's onslaught. "Give up. This place shall be your grave." The spirit siphoner roared from afar, raising the scythe once more to Su Chenyang. "You must flee," shouted Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing in unison. Their mental energy was nearly depleted. And facing the relentless tide of attacks, they too felt a sense of helplessness. Now, all they could do was create an opportunity for Su Chenyang's escape. The howl of a wolf shattered the heavens. Behind Su Chenyang, a black phantom gradually took form, with sleek, glossy fur, powerful arms, and sharp claws glinting with cold light. It was evident that this creature could rend through anything like a blade. Two elongated fangs, accentuated by a menacing grin, revealed its true ferocity on its wolfish head. A golden crown faintly shimmered, an unmistakable emblem of the Wolf King. As the wolf's howl echoed, the spectral Wolf King slowly opened its eyes. Killing intent, an inexhaustible wave of lethal intent. Even allies could not help but feel their hair stand on end at the sight of those eyes. The gaze bore a kind of authority, an irresistible power. Looking down upon Su Chenyang's, Su Chenyang's body began to undergo profound transformation. His muscles swelled rapidly, rending his clothing to shreds. His once ordinary hands morphed into two curved blades, radiating a grayish aura. Most striking were his eyes. The azure irises were replaced, devoid of, and Su Chenyang stood resolute, akin to an insurmountable mountain, impervious to all his fervent efforts, unable to budge even a fraction. With a swift motion, the curved blades propelled the great scythe backward, sending the body of the spirit-sucking master hurtling away. The dual scimitars converged at his chest, forming a grand X as they sliced swiftly outward. The sound of flesh being rent asunder echoed. In that moment, Su Chenyang resembled an unrelenting meat grinder, his twin blades dancing rapidly, scattering chunks of meat wherever the curved knives whirled, saturating the air with a metallic scent of blood. For a full half hour, the ground was left strewn with a morass of indistinguishable meat paste. The shadow behind him finally closed its eyes, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Panting heavily, bloodied and breathless, Su Chenyang, in a moment of desperation, activated the totem within him, only to discover the terrifying might it bestowed. Though his consciousness had not fully fled, he was overwhelmed by an insatiable bloodlust that rendered his body utterly ungovernable. Gazing at the now unrecognizable form of the spirit-sucking master, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, everyone was safe. Slowly turning around, he beheld the two stunned beauties. A sharp scream erupted as Sun Jiaqing pointed at Su Chenyang's form. Oh no! Had he transformed into a werewolf? Hurriedly, Su Chenyang checked his body. No, this handsome visage, the solid pectorals, the robust arms, and the powerful legs, everything seemed intact. But what was this? A string of fried dough dangling beneath him. Oh no! What a predicament! In his haste to ascertain his companion's safety, he had forgotten that his clothing had disintegrated into tatters. This was utterly embarrassing. He quickly retrieved a clean outfit from his storage bag, dressed himself, and strode towards his comrades. Are you all right? You perverse rogue. The two women still shielded their eyes, too bashful to confront the exposed figure before them. What the hell? How am I a rogue? In this day and age, even saving lives is met with such disdain. Truly, being a good person is a thankless task. Coughing, the injured black tiger managed to rise. Though wounded, he was not in mortal danger. He had witnessed the previous scene with utmost clarity. Boss, you were incredible. Chenyang offered a strained smile to Black Tiger, inwardly cursing, incredible my foot. My purity has been laid bare for all to see. All right, esteemed ladies, I have donned my attire. Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jikiki, wary of trickery, cautiously parted their fingers to confirm Chenyang was indeed clothed before lowering their hands. After all, they were still innocent maidens. While they understood Chenyang's predicament, witnessing a naked man under broad daylight left them blushing fiercely, their gazes evasive. Black Tiger, are you all right? To ease the tension, Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jikiki assisted the injured Black Tiger. I'm fine. My Yuaning may be slightly damaged, but with some time to recover, I should be all right. That S.A. relief. Su Chenyang, what shall we do now? Both crises had been averted solely through Chenyang's efforts. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the cornerstone of support for the group. Su Chenyang ambled over to the pile of dismembered flesh and picked up a jade token belonging to the spirit-sucking master. A wave of alarm coursed through him. He hastily sought a clear space and sat cross-legged. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded down his forehead. Su Chenyang, are you all right? Please don't frighten us, Sun Jiechi. Noticing Chenyang's unusual demeanor, immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. It's nothing. His primordial spirit is likely on the brink of a breakthrough. Let us safeguard him, suggested Shangwan Hongyan, as she settled beside Chenyang, releasing her spiritual energy to vigilantly observe their surroundings. During a breakthrough of the primordial spirit, one is at their most vulnerable. All spiritual power converges in the Dantian. Requiring utmost focus, a moment's carelessness could lead to the perilous path of demonic deviation. At such a time, not only is combat unthinkable, but even the most fearsome calamity might go unnoticed. Hongzhen's gaze swept over the concentrated Chenyang. Is this truly my man? The earlier battle had left everyone in profound shock. Recollecting their first encounter, she had even contemplated taking his life. Back then, Chenyang was merely an initiator of the primordial spirit, and she mused that anyone from the Liuyun Palace could have brought him to his knees en route to the Liuyun Palace. He had dared to provoke the Black Dragon Society, ready to fight for her. The words of the Black Dragon Society's leader echoed in her mind. He clings to your legs, and it irks me greatly. Shangwan Hongyan chuckled to herself. Foolish B-O-Y-D, oh, you know what I was thinking then. I thought that even if all men in the world perished, I would never cast my gaze upon a rogue like you. After entering the Liuyun Palace, he audaciously rallied everyone to challenge the upper three halls. My heavens, this madman. Even I fell for his tricks, and with just a few words, everyone followed suit, and succeeded. At that moment, foolish boy, do you know what I was pondering? Perhaps it is precisely this tenacity of yours that I adore. Just moments ago, this fool had the audacity to slay a spirit-sucking master. Can you believe it? Not even several of me combined could stand against him. This man before me, how many secrets do you still harbor? And how many surprises can you bring forth? Now, I find myself wanting to be your woman. Yet, that Lin Haoyan, Shangwan Hongyan furrowed her brow, the weight of this matter pressing heavily upon her heart. Stifling her breath, if time could freeze, she would unhesitatingly choose to remain in that evening at the Liuyun Inn. That passionate kiss, the warmth of his slumbering form in her embrace, was the first time she truly felt the warmth and sweetness of the opposite sex. Alas, Hongyan sighed softly. What is this? There's another presence. At that moment, a tremendous fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from Chenyang. Impossible. This aura is distinctly not human. Sun Jiechi sensed it too. The two exchanged a tense glance. If an unexpected event were to occur now, Chenyang would not emerge alive. They resolved to fight with their lives on the line. Drawing their sword, and the nine simultaneously, the purple light burst forth from Chenyang's embrace. Landing before them, it's Zhaokai. Who would have thought Zhaokai would transcend its infancy at this moment? Upon seeing Zhaokai, Shangwan Hongyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The laziness that once enveloped Zhaokai vanished, revealing the majestic aura of the Saint Seal Cobalt Tiger. The violet eyes, coupled with the faintly discernible royal character upon the forehead, further accentuated the regal presence of the Tiger King. When swept by those purple orbs, a sense of awe deeply resonated within the soul. Do not make a move. admonished Shangguan Hongyan, halting Sun Jiaqing. This is Su Chenyang's sacred beast. Sun Jiaqing's mouth gaped in astonishment, realizing that her divine companion, the Jilon tiger, belonged to that rogue. In the distance, the black tiger let out a long sigh. Oh heavens, I do not wish to live any longer. Surely, one cannot be blinded twice in succession. Zhao Kai strutted beside Shangguan Hongyan, rubbing its fluffy tiger head against her cheek. Zhao Kai, you have finally evolved. How wonderful! Shangguan Hongyan exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around the tiger's head, her palm gently brushing against its warm, soft fur. With a mighty roar, the tiger seemed to celebrate its ascension. Now, assist in protecting that rogue. Zhao Kai understood Shangguan Hongyan's command, obediently curling up beside her, its purple eyes transitioning into a vigilant state. With a 7th-level sacred beast as her guardian, Shangguan Hongyan no longer had any cause for concern. Su Chenyang could safely undergo this enhancement. 3 hours passed. Slowly, Su Chenyang opened his eyes. Wow, finally completed. Thank you all for your patience. Come here, Zhao Kai. Let your brother embrace you. Despite exerting all his efforts to enhance his spiritual power, the magnitude of Zhao Kai's presence was unmistakable. This experience was utterly exhilarating. Not only had he reached the high ranks of a mage, but Zhao Kai had also entered its growth phase. Henceforth, he would not have to face formidable foes alone. The pair, one human and one beast, embraced tightly. All right, Su Chenyang, spare us your dramatics. After wasting 3 hours, shouldn't we be on our way? The sight of Su Chenyang made Sun Jiaqing shiver. The intimacy shared between him and the sacred beast raised her suspicions about his taste. It was then that Su Chenyang noticed the clouds to the west had already turned a fiery red. Let us move. 4 individuals, 2 horses. Once again, Su Chenyang found himself tragically playing the role of the burdened one. Meanwhile, Shangguan Hongyan reveled in her delight as she was being carried by the newly evolved Zhao Kai. What a creature! So enamored with beauty that it neglects its companions. Despite its robust physique, it ought not to be treated like a mere beast of burden. The trio looked on at the trotting Su Chenyang, their eyes brimming with mockery. Hurry up, you're so slow. At this rate, who knows when we'll escape the Gobi Desert? Sun Jiaqing showed no regard for Su Chenyang's plight, urging him on. Come on, you silly girl, if you have the guts, get down and let me ride the horse. Su Chenyang muttered under his breath, quickening his pace slightly. Sister, how about we share a horse? Absolutely not. Sun Jiaqing firmly rejected. Who would want to ride with you? With your fidgety hands and feet, I wouldn't fall for that. No matter how innocent Su Chenyang's expression appeared, Sun Jiaqing remained impervious. Damn it. Su Chenyang nearly stumbled. A gentle ringing echoed from afar, hinting at the passage of a merchant caravan. Could it be that there are people in this desolate place? Su Chenyang murmured. Let us go and take a look. Gradually, a procession of individuals appeared on the Gobi Desert. Hundreds of ragged figures bound at the hands, flanked on either side by soldiers armed with long spears, that a group of individuals resembling military officers leisurely perched upon their steeds, intermittently lashing their whips against the prisoners, commanding them to hasten their pace. By heavens, what wretched weather! The leading officer raised his whip, leaving a long crimson mark across the back of a boy, no older than 13 or 14. Damn it! If you don't move faster, I'll leave you here to feed the wolves. The fallen youth struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury. Brother, are you all right? A child closely following behind rushed to assist the boy to his feet. Ah, such brotherly affection. I see you're growing impatient with life as well. The whip was lifted once more, swiftly cracking before the child. Crack. The youth turned and embraced his brother. Yet another deep wound was etched into his own back. With a swift motion, the frail figure stood tall, clenching his fists tightly, his teeth grinding in rage, casting a fierce glare at the officer before him. Captain, someone approaches from that direction. The leading officer snorted coldly, addressing the youth. You, boy, just wait. I will deal with you shortly. He then turned his gaze towards Su Chenyang. Though there was a distance between them, those possessing Yuan-Ing level abilities have significantly heightened vision and hearing compared to ordinary folk. The earlier scene had been clearly witnessed by these individuals. Sun Yatu, known for her fiery temperament, had already gripped her 9-curved soul snatch just moments ago. He bore a fierce countenance, yet in an instant, his expression transformed into one as radiant as a blooming flower. Alas, it seems as though a great flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, rendering kin unrecognizable to one another. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused by my younger companions, and I implore your magnanimity. We are merely executing our duties with impartiality, safeguarding against nefarious individuals who might take advantage of the situation. Step aside. Chenyang exhibited no respect for the officer, retorting, "Who are you calling family? I ask you, what transgressions have these individuals committed?" The officer, chastised by Chenyang's reprimand, felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, wary of further antagonizing the person before him, he forced a smile and explained, "These individuals are nothing but a band of unruly peasants. I am here under the orders of Marshal Lin to quell the unrest. They have been the most troublesome, showing no signs of repentance, and thus must be taken to the border to atone for their misdeeds." Unruly peasants? Chenyang raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Are you not the unruly one? Speak plainly. What crimes have they committed?" At that moment, the boisterous Zhao Kai seized the opportunity to bellow, startling the officer so much that he nearly lost his footing. Indeed, our Lin army tirelessly guards the borders. Yet these unruly peasants stubbornly refuse to pay their taxes and even dare to raid the granaries of our military suppliers. Fortunately, we arrived just in time to execute their ringleader. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. You speak nonsense. It was they who seized our provisions. They demand we pay them again," shouted a battered youth from the side. "You traitor! Today, I shall see to it that you meet your end." The officer reached for his sword. "Hold on." Chenyang pressed down on the officer's hand, insisting, "Release them all." "What?" The officer could scarcely believe his ears. "That I said, release them all." "Marshal Lin," Shangwan Hongyan interjected. "Are you referring to Lin Tianling?" "Presumptuous! How dare you utter the name of Marshal Lin so casually?" The officer's aide, filled with righteous indignation, rebuked Shangwan Hongyan. "I shall say it as I please. What can you do about it?" "You. Enough. Let us be decisive. Will you comply or not?" Chenyang, weary of their banter, pressed on. Alas, the officer sighed heavily. To release them is quite simple. If you were to slay us all, they would naturally be free. This revelation left Chenyang momentarily speechless. Indeed, the soldiers appeared to be risking their lives. "Chenyang, come here." Hongyan beckoned Chenyang aside and whispered, "Are we to simply watch as they march to their demise? Is the purpose of our cultivation not to eradicate tyranny and ensure a prosperous life for all? I refuse to believe we cannot save these impoverished souls today. Calm yourself." Shangwan Hongyan admonished the impassioned Chenyang. "You are correct. I understand. However, in this current predicament, unless you slay them all, what choice remains? Do they not have parents, wives, and children of their own? Are there not loyal and virtuous individuals among them? What you propose is not salvation. It is indiscriminate slaughter." Her words quelled Chenyang's fury, leaving him contemplative. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Shangwan Hongyan cast a glance at the youth in the distance. "As you just witnessed, if these two children remain here, that officer will surely bully them to death. How about this? We devise a means to rescue these two children first. Moreover, the other individuals are already of age. When faced with a crisis, they will surely find ways to protect themselves. Wouldn't you agree?" After a prolonged silence, Chenyang let out a resigned sigh. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Shangwan Hongyan smiled gently and walked gracefully towards the officer. "Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier." The allure of a beautiful woman is indeed formidable. Shangwan Hongyan, being a paragon of beauty herself, coupled with her ethereal voice, effortlessly captivated the commanding officer. Indeed, the officer adopted a sycophantic demeanor. The flowing cloud palace is a sacred site of our nation, our bastion of military strength. If we nurture more skilled practitioners, our national power will surely flourish. The palace master of Flowing Cloud Palace is truly commendable, earning our utmost admiration. Shangwan Hongyan smiled sweetly and replied, "It is rare for you, good sir, to possess such noble intentions. I express my gratitude on behalf of the palace master. Among the prisoners you are escorting, I have noticed two individuals with remarkable potential. Might we be able to take them with us?" The officer patted his chest. "As long as the lady has taken a liking to them, I shall certainly release them. After all, it is merely two individuals. This much authority still lies within my grasp." With that, he turned and waved his hand, signaling the spearmen on guard to withdraw. Shangwan Hongyan approached the two youths, her delicate fingers gently clasping their small hands, and turned to the commanding officer. "These are the two I speak of. I kindly ask for your assistance, good sir." The officer, who had just moments ago displayed a carefree demeanor, suddenly appeared troubled. "My dear lady, it is not that I lack loyalty. Should you wish to take any of the others, feel free. However, These two children, I fear, cannot be released. Why not? The commanding officer chuckled awkwardly and replied, Do not mock me, dear lady. I have served in the military for over a decade and have only risen to the rank of squad leader. Overseeing this small group, these two children are the offspring of rebels. Should they be sent up the chain of command, I might have the opportunity for promotion based on merit. You understand, in these times. One either climbs swiftly through wealth or relies on military achievements. Military achievements. Capturing a few commoners counts as military merit. Chenyang was incensed to the utmost, ready to explode. Yet was quelled by a glance from Shangguan Hongyan. Oh, I see. Shangguan Hongyan nodded thoughtfully, retrieving a banknote from her pocket. I haven't brought much money on this trip, so let this banknote serve to compensate for your loss. Good sir. This cannot be accepted. This cannot be accepted. The commanding officer repeatedly waved his hands, his eyes greedily fixated on the banknote. If he wasn't mistaken, that was 1,000 silver coins, equivalent to his military salary for over a decade. Well then, esteemed sir, what do you propose to After securing the banknote, the commanding officer seemed to have made a significant resolution, stating, In that case, I shall graciously acquiesce. We all serve the nation. You may take these two children with you. We will also require 2 horses, Chenyang interjected. The journey thus far has been exceedingly arduous. Should we continue, we shall surely succumb to exhaustion. Very well. The officer gritted his teeth, when juxtaposed with 1,000 taels of silver. What do 2 military horses signify? Under the guidance of Hongyan, the 2 youths emerged from the throng. As they brushed past the officer, the injured boy articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. One day, I shall use your severed head to honor my father. You little brat, repeat that. The officer captain raised his whip, prepared to strike. Chenyang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the boy. I must inform you that they are now affiliated with the Liuyun Palace. Do you dare oppose us, the Liuyun Palace? Gazing at the retreating figures, the aide murmured, Boss, I fear you are allowing a tiger to return to the mountain. Nonsense, the officer captain retorted. Are they merely 2 little brats? Is such a fuss truly warranted? Can you not see? All this talk of innate talent and potential is merely pity. Do you take me for a fool? In a few years, I could easily slay them. Contemplating the 1,000 silver coins at hand, the officer captain couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Not far along, the 2 youths suddenly knelt before the 4. Thank you for your life-saving grace. We, as brothers, bow before you. Quickly, rise, rise. Shangguan Hongyan and Chenyang hurried to assist them to their feet. Let me see your injuries. Chenyang knelt on one knee, allowing the wounded boy to rest against his thigh. Carefully lifting his shirt, the entirety of his back was a gruesome tapestry of lacerations from the whip, the congealed blood binding skin and fabric together. Due to the oppressive heat, the wounds had begun to fester, and the nauseating stench of rotting flesh filled the air, causing the onlookers to grimace involuntarily. Does it hurt? Chenyang inquired softly. The boy forced a faint smile, yet the beads of sweat upon his brow spoke volumes. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt. You needn't worry, brother. Damn it. Is this even human? He is but a child, the black tiger exclaimed in fury. Chenyang gingerly removed the boy's garments, cleansing the grime from his back with fresh water. He then retrieved a vial of healing ointment from his storage pouch, meticulously applying it to the wounds. That a sharp sting radiated from the boy's back, causing him to gasp in pain. Brother, bear with it. It will soon be over. The younger child knelt beside him, tightly gripping his brother's hands, as if this act could alleviate some of the pain that in a short while. Chenyang had tended to the wounds, producing one of his own garments to help the boy dress appropriately. Come, mount. The youth grasped Chenyang's hand and, with a swift motion, mounted the horse. The younger one was similarly lifted onto the horse by Shangguan Hongyan. It was from Shangguan Hongyan that Chenyang gleaned some understanding of the pet ring. It was said that its interior space was vast, capable of accommodating several holy beasts simultaneously. Moreover, the essence of the heavens and earth within was exceptionally pure, ideal for the consumption and further enhancement of holy beasts. Once they traversed the Gobi, human habitation would increase. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chenyang prudently instructed Kaifeng to enter the space and rest. One reason is to conceal one's true prowess, and the other is to safeguard the fortune bestowed upon them. The 2 youths, both novices in horseback riding, initially found themselves ill at ease. However, it was not long before they became enraptured by the exhilaration of galloping. As they grew more familiar with their companions, they eagerly requested to take the reins themselves. Through their conversations, it was revealed that the elder brother was named Oil, while the younger was called On. Their mother had tragically succumbed to illness many years prior, and their father toiled tirelessly, farming by day and hunting in the woods by night, all to care for his two sons. Their home lay in close proximity to the border, and the military frequently ventured into their village to requisition supplies. This year, just after the grain had been collected, a local bully conspired with the requisition officer to sell the grain for personal profit. Shortly thereafter, the requisition officer issued a proclamation, claiming that due to pressing military needs, the villagers were required to surrender their grain once more. Upon learning the truth, the villagers banded together to confront the bully, only to be met with military force. The requisition officer had labeled them as insurgents and summoned soldiers to arrest all who dared to protest. Their father, the leader of the villagers, was tragically slain by the very officer amidst the chaos, meant to instill fear in the dissenters. Only when one truly becomes powerful can there be a glimmer of hope for change in this matter. Chenyang Hanyin shook her head and replied, "That was merely a ruse I employed earlier. They are so young and lack any yuaning within them. How could they possibly venture to the sacred ground? Let us adhere to the original plan and take them to my home, where my father can care for them." Chenyang Hanyin glanced at Su Chenyang, her expression betraying her hesitation. Her mind was in disarray, leaving her at a loss for words with Su Chenyang. However, that girl's son was perceptive. Sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, she interjected, "By the way, Su Chenyang, there is something I have yet to inquire about. How did you discern that Shuar was indeed a spirit absorber?" Upon hearing Sun's question, the others became intrigued. Had Su Chenyang not made his discovery early on, they might have already become mere corpses. "Initially, I was merely suspicious," Su Chenyang replied coolly. "Before encountering Shuar, I shot the man in black. When I withdrew the bullet, there was not a trace of blood on it.at that moment. I surmised that this could not be the true form of a spirit absorber throughout the entire battle. Regardless of the injuries the man in black sustained, he never bled. Even if a spirit absorber is formidable, they are still human." Later, when I visited the secret chamber and laid eyes on Shuar for the first time, something felt amiss, as we all observed. The entirety of Liuyun town is filled with low, dilapidated houses, yet Shuar was adorned in opulent attire, clearly not a denizen of Liuyun town. Moreover, when I mentioned Phoenix Town, I detected a glimmer of excitement in Shuar's eyes mingled with something else. Greed. Heavens! Are you implying that he went to Phoenix Town for the sake of— Sun dared not continue, her hand flying to cover her mouth in terror. Who would have thought we nearly fell victim to a child? He is no mere child. Chenyang Hanyin interjected that a spirit absorber can siphon the life force from others. Over 100 souls perished in Liuyun town, likely consumed by Shuar. In truth, none of us know his actual age. Henceforth, it would be prudent for everyone to exercise caution. As they spoke, Su Chenyang's gaze met Chenyang Hanyin's, only for both to avert their eyes simultaneously. A dull ache settled in Su Chenyang's heart, as though an impenetrable barrier had cruelly severed their connection. Fortunately, low shrubs were beginning to appear in the distance, indicating they were nearing the end of the barren wasteland. 3 hours later, darkness enveloped the sky. On a patch of grass, they gathered in a circle. "Oh dear, I am so famished," Sun lamented, reluctantly retrieving some provisions and beginning to nibble. "Hold on, little sister, do not eat just yet. I shall prepare something more delectable for you shortly," Su Chenyang said, his familiar mischievous smile re-emerging. "Really? Do not deceive me. What delicacies could possibly be found here? Boss, is that true? What good things have you brought?" Slowly, Su Chenyang produced a large pot from his storage bag and set up a cooking fire before the group. "Surely you jest. What on earth do you need that for?" Black Tiger exclaimed, astonished as he pointed at the pot. "You cannot be serious about cooking. What of it? Is it not permissible to eat?" Sun and Black Tiger chimed in unison. "Does this rogue possess culinary skills?" Clearly, in their eyes, Su Chenyang has been transformed into an eccentric figure. Only Chenyang Hanyin remains silent, smiling. She has long been acquainted with Su Chenyang's culinary prowess, which could easily be deemed a gastronomic delight. With the assistance of fortune, Su Chenyang effortlessly captured a few wild rabbits in the nearby woods and gathered an array of unfamiliar wild fruits. The aroma of meat mingled with the unique fragrance of the wild fruits wafted from the large pot. The onlookers could not help but salivate, gradually refraining from provoking him with words that it appeared he indeed possessed the essence of a master chef. "Boss, how much longer until it's ready?" Black Tiger stared intently at the pot. the enticing scent stirring his senses to the brink of desperation. That you've asked that no less than 18 times, Su Chenyang retorted with irritation, gently ladling a spoonful for himself to taste. All right, it's time to eat. No sooner had he spoken than Black Tiger pounced upon the pot like a famished beast. The flavor was simply exquisite. Even the notoriously picky Sun Yata could not help but give a thumbs up. With his mouth stuffed, Black Tiger emitted strange sounds of delight. Black Tiger, I implore you, refrain from making such noises while eating. Puffed. Shangwan Hanyan and Sun Yatu simultaneously burst into laughter. Black Tiger-esque grunts were a result of the heat. Yet Su Chenyang could not fathom how his mind wandered to other matters. Moreover, there were 2 young girls present. Could he not exercise some restraint? Sister, what does that mean? An inquired, her innocent face reflecting confusion. Unable to grasp the complexities of adult matters, the 2 women were momentarily speechless. That term simply means enjoying one's meal immensely. Su Chenyang hastily fabricated an explanation to deflect the child's innocence. So if I enjoy my meal very much, am I also that? An continued to ask. Yes, you are, Su Chenyang replied, exasperated. Puffed. Black Tiger could no longer contain himself, spewing his food as he clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground in laughter. Ah, boss, you are truly talented, so exceptionally talented. Sun Yatu embraced An and Ao, casting an admonishing glare at Su Chenyang. From now on, you 2 should keep your distance from this brother, lest you learn his bad habits. The 2 children nodded, their expressions still bewildered. Shangwan Hanyan shook her head in resignation, saying, enough of this commotion. It is quite late. Let's retire early. Tomorrow morning, we must continue our journey. You 5 will sleep, and I shall keep watch. That is out of the question. How can we allow a girl to keep watch? I shall take that responsibility, Su Chenyang quickly asserted, before Hanyan could respond. Sun Yata interjected, very well. It's settled. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Time for sleep. Hey, girl, spending all day eating and sleeping to be careful not to end up with the physique of a sow, and never married. Su Chenyang. How dare you call me a sow? The recently reclined Sun Jiaqin sprang up, only to realize Su Chenyang was nowhere to be found. The daily antics of the headstrong girl had long instilled a sense of trepidation in Su Chenyang. After uttering those words, a gust of wind swept him away, leaving his whereabouts unknown to Su Chenyang. You are nothing but a wretched boor. Ah, Sun Jiaqin. It seems this boor and so are indeed a pair. Hi Hux, are you feeling feisty again? Oh dear, help. I shan't dare again. I in the distance. Su Chenyang heard Hai Hux's anguished cries and a sly smile crept across his face. Brother Hai Hux, why do you never learn? Father, are you well? He clutched the letter his father had penned for him. Whenever he found a moment, Su Chenyang would take it out to read. Each time he beheld his father's handwriting, the sternness and affection radiated from the words, piercing his very soul. You are a useless fool. No, he is a useless rogue. My mother told me not to associate with Su Chenyang, for he is a bad child. Su Chenyang, without even a nascent soul. What right do you have to be with us? Memories from childhood flickered in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The residents of Phoenix Town held no favorable opinion of him. Their gazes filled more with disdain and aversion. Yet there, he had the only father in the world who cherished him. Even if he were to remain a perpetual failure, his father's love would accompany him throughout his life. Now that he had finally become a mage, perhaps this would bring his father some measure of comfort. Su Chenyang carefully folded the letter and tucked it close to his heart. For now, he would focus on his cultivation. With a mere thought, he entered the realm of concentration technique. Ever since he had broken through to the 2nd level, he noticed a transformation within his body. The most conspicuous change was the emergence of 7 rotating acupoints. Initially, these acupoints absorbed the essence of heaven and earth through their incessant rotation. At that time, the essence entered his body in gaseous form, and he could not perceive the flow or quantity of the gas. As he ascended to the realm of mage, a hazy luminous body formed within the 7 acupoints, each emitting a distinct color. They nestled in the center of their respective acupoints, rotating counterclockwise with the influx of energy. With each complete rotation, the incoming energy was imbued with their unique hue. How to describe the shape of that luminous body? Though indistinct, Su Chenyang could faintly discern their true form. Within the luminous body, 5 dashed lines divided it evenly, resembling a pentagram upon closer inspection: the azure governor vessel, the crimson yin wei, the cerulean belt vessel, the violet yang wei, the golden yin jiao, and the gray yang jiao. Yet, The Rin vessel remained utterly unchanged, that if one were to align attributes with these colors, it would indicate the 5 attributes he possessed, along with the mysterious illusion element. But why was the most crucial Rin vessel so tranquil? Su Chenyang found himself at a loss. Speaking of the benefits of the concentration technique, he now had profound insights. According to the text, this technique enabled spells to be cast instantaneously. Yin, is that you? Before him sat a figure, none other than Shangwan Hongyan. Her bright, beautiful eyes were gazing at him with rapt attention. It's nothing. I'm not fatigued. After a bout of cultivation, I am full of energy now that in order to substantiate his words. Su Chenyang forcefully struck his chest with his fists and continued, Be good. Go to sleep. I won't. Shangwan Hongyan replied with a hint of stubbornness, I can't fall asleep, that we have to travel tomorrow. You should rest early. Su Chenyang. Are you too lazy to talk to me right now? Hongyan's tone shifted abruptly, her voice rising a few decibels. Just moments ago, her gaze had been as clear as a well, but now it bore a trace of anger. What act is this? They say that the weather in June can change as quickly as a child's expression. Yet this woman's mood shifts even more swiftly than the sky. Su Chenyang, ever the unyielding man, noticed Shangwan Hongyan on the verge of losing her temper and extended his hand, only to find her drawn into his embrace. If you are not angry, then as long as you are happy, everything is fine. In truth, a truly capable man knows how to pamper his woman to the point that no other man can tolerate her, ensuring that she remains forever his. Despite his rogue demeanor, Su Chenyang possessed a profound understanding of the ways of the world. Shangwan Hongyan struggled a few times, but her efforts proved futile against his strong arms, and she ultimately surrendered. Morning Yang, she called softly, her voice akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, sending waves of comfort through Su Chenyang. I know that I do not deserve you at present. I bear the title of another's fiancé. However, you must understand that I harbor no affection for Lin Haoyan. And, in fact, I hold a grudge against him that I despise. I despise my father for having arranged a betrothal with the Lin family. Even more so, I loathe the fact that as a daughter, I cannot even dictate my own lifelong happiness. Ultimately, my greatest resentment is directed towards you. Just as Su Chenyang intended to speak, he was silenced by a finger pressed gently to his lips. It became clear to him that the only way to forget it all was through continuous self-improvement and relentless training. He held no expectations. Perhaps one day he would acquiesce to his father's wishes and marry Lin Haoyan. Despite his profound reluctance, this matter pertained to the entire Liuyun Palace and the Sky Kingdom. Perhaps this is what is termed a political marriage. Your presence has instilled in me a sense of longing, allowing me to finally unearth a reason, one that I could use to convince myself to reject this union. You have stolen my heart, taken all my emotions, whenever I attempt to forget. That agonizing ache in my heart suffocates me, constantly reminding me that I love you. 2 streams of tears traced down her cheeks, striking deep into Su Chenyang's heart. Gazing at the weeping beauty in his arms, he found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort, merely tightening his embrace around Shangwan Hongyan. Morning Yang, tell me, what should we do? I don't know that I want to tell you to trust me. Trust that I will find a way to resolve this. Su Chenyang's gaze grew resolute as he gently wiped away her tears. Stop crying. If you keep this up, you won't be beautiful anymore. Besides, tomorrow we will be going to my home, and even an ugly bride must meet her in-laws, right? Hongyan's tears gave way to a smile, her fingers playfully pinching Su Chenyang's nose. Do you think I am ugly? No. How could I dare? My wife is the most beautiful person in the world. Humph, such sweet talk. By the way, I noticed that Sun Yada seems to have some feelings for you. Speak, what do you intend to do? Su Chenyang momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Sun Jiechi was undoubtedly aware of her own whimsical behavior, yet Su Chenyang did not equate it with love. The girl, being inherently quirky, often engaged in unconventional antics, it was quite normal. Most importantly, he considered himself rather unremarkable in appearance and could hardly fathom why he would be so adored by a girl. Let me tell you. If you fall in love with another woman, you must inform me. If you dare to keep it from me, be wary, for I shall ensure you are rendered incapable of being a man. Su Chenyang hurriedly nodded, assuring her, rest assured, aside from you, I shall not develop feelings for anyone else. In truth, Shangwan Hongyan's next thought was that as long as Su Chenyang remained honest with her, she would not mind if he took on additional wives. After all, his character was well known. Merely attempting to obstruct him would be futile. It was far wiser to indulge his temperament, provided that he still held her in esteem within his heart. Upon Su Chenyang's declaration, Shangguan Hongyan secretly smiled. Had he been privy to her thoughts, he would have undoubtedly slapped himself in disbelief. The barrier that existed between them dissipated entirely in that moment. As they shared tender moments, unbeknownst to them, crystalline tears welled up in Sun Jiechi's gently closed eyes. The following evening, the group passed through the gates of Phoenix Town. Since the awakening of the illusionary elements within him, Su Chenyang had undergone considerable transformation. His physique appeared more robust than before, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. His bronze skin had taken on a slightly fairer hue, enhancing the charm of his previously simple features. A newfound determination gleamed in his gaze, complemented by his pronounced brows, rendering him strikingly heroic. Despite the fatigue from days of travel and combat, and their garments appearing somewhat soiled, the disciples' robes of the flowing cloud palace evoked considerable astonishment among the townsfolk. They were, after all, individuals from a sacred realm that it was rare for even the town's mayor to have dealings with such esteemed figures. Those who emerged from the sacred place invariably had a bright future ahead. Serving as military officers was commonplace, and if one possessed exceptional talent and virtue, titles and nobility awaited them. There was even the potential to forge connections with the royal family. As the 4 horses traversed the main thoroughfare of the town, pedestrians swiftly made way. The youth particularly fixated on Shangguan Hongyan and Sun Jiechi atop their steeds. The beauty of the 2 ladies was indeed captivating enough to drive these young men into a frenzy. While Shangguan Hongyan maintained her composure, having received a fine education that instilled in her a sense of unflappability, Sun Jiechi exhibited a contrasting demeanor, reveling in the attention, casting flirtatious glances into the crowd, causing several young men to blush profusely. "Here we are," Su Chenyang announced as he dismounted before a residence. Su Chenyang, who would have thought you could be considered a scion of wealth?" Sun Jiechi exclaimed in awe. The residence before them, while not ostentatious, stood out distinctly within Phoenix Town. The crimson door, flanked by 2 stone lions, imparted an air of solemnity. Above the entrance, 2 golden characters, Su Fu, proclaimed its ownership. Su Chenyang called out. A slender figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall. "Father has lost weight. In merely 2 years, among his once jet black hair, a few strands of silver have begun to emerge. His gaunt cheeks appear as if chiseled by a knife. Yet his eyes still sparkle with vivacity. They pay their respects to Uncle Su." The remaining few follow Su Chenyang's lead into the courtyard, greeting Su Peisheng. Noticing his father's slight discomposure, Su Chenyang quickly introduces. "Father, this is our home master, Shangguan Hongyan. This is the vice home master, Sun Jiaqing. This is my good brother, Heihu, and these 2 are awing and awe." "Hee, Uncle Su, won't you invite us inside?" Sun Jiaqing said playfully. Her face alight with mischief, Su Peisheng hurriedly stepped aside, gesturing towards the main hall's entrance. "Please, come in. Come in. Wuma, quickly bring the tea. Oh, and fetch the fine floral tea I've preserved from a few years back." The group entered the main hall and took their seats at the central 8 immortals table. Hot tea was served before them, and as they sipped, light conversation ensued. Sun Jiaqing lifted the tea lid, gently pressed down on a cup, and a wave of refreshing fragrance filled the air, uplifting the spirits. "What exquisite tea." "Oh." Su Peisheng glanced at the admiring Sun Jiaqing. "Young lady, do you have an appreciation for tea?" "Hee. This tea is called Junlan, made from purely natural wildflowers, and is also served to the royal family in the palace. It nourishes the yin, replenishes the kidneys, enriches the blood, refreshes the lungs, and calms the liver." In truth, the tea's fragrance does not solely derive from the leaves themselves, but rather from the water used for steeping. Only spring water can unlock its full potential, and this water must be carefully chosen, with the best being drawn at noon. The water should be boiled for an hour to remove any earthy scent before steeping. Am I correct, Uncle Su? Indeed, Su Peisheng nodded repeatedly, although this girl displayed a hint of mischief. Her knowledge of tea was profound, indicating that Sun Jiaqing was no ordinary child. This realization brought Su Peisheng great joy and admiration. With a resounding clap, Su Peisheng struck the table, causing the tea utensils to rattle. Oppressing the common people, engaging in corruption. What use is such an army? What benefit is there in sustaining such a military for the people? The atmosphere turned heavy as everyone exchanged glances, realizing this fiery temperament was indeed hereditary. Upon hearing the backgrounds of the 2, Su Chenyang turned abruptly, ready for wrathful action. If old Su were present, he might have acted similarly. Su Peisheng embraced awing and awe, a deep affection radiating from his sharp gaze. "Children, you have suffered. From now on, you shall reside in the Su residence. This shall be your home as long as I, Su Peixiong, draw breath. I will ensure you are treated well. Dad, I am your own flesh and blood. Su Chenyang interjected unexpectedly, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Rascal, you are grown yet still live under your father's protection every day. Once you marry, you shall live well with your wife. Su Peixiong's gaze swept over the two-seated girls, causing their faces to flush with warmth. Seeing his father veering off course, Su Chenyang swiftly interrupted, declaring that everyone was hungry and urging the kitchen to prepare some dishes. With Su Peixiong's decisive nature, the household servants could not afford to be negligent. In no time, a sumptuous feast was laid out across the dining table. It is evident that everyone possesses a lofty disposition, as the overflowing goblets of fine wine clink together incessantly, accompanied by bursts of laughter. With a creak, the door to Su Chenyang's room was gently pushed open. Younger, are you asleep? Su Peixiong inquired softly as he stepped into the room. Dad, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? Su Chenyang responded hurriedly, eager to assist his father. Su Peixiong waved his hand dismissively, brushing aside his son's concern. I am not yet old, and this little bit of drink is nothing to me. Tell me, are you satisfied with the dragon snake gun I crafted for you? Of course I am. As he spoke, the dragon snake gun materialized in his hands, its dark golden sheen particularly striking in the room. Come, show me. Su Peixiong beckoned, leading his son to the backyard. Demonstrate it for me. The dragon snake gun began to be wielded, creating a powerful gust of air as it sliced through the atmosphere, sending ripples outward like stones cast upon a tranquil lake. Ha! Su Chenyang shouted, directing the gun's tip towards a massive rock, the sharp blade cleaving the stone in two with a swift motion. What do you think, Dad? He exclaimed, pride swelling within him as he admired his handiwork. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on the back of his head. You idiot! Your father crafted this gun for you, not for you to hack away mindlessly. The blow was not light, leaving Su Chenyang momentarily dazed, his mind blank as he processed his father's reprimand. Bewildered, had he erred? Look! Su Peixiong snatched the dragon snake gun from his son's grasp. Su Chenyang, not daring to take his eyes off his father's actions, observed closely. A dazzling purple aura emanated from his father's grip, and the once azure stone before them began to transform. In an instant, the blue hue was replaced by a resplendent purple, not merely a surface rendering but a deep infusion into the very heart of the gem. Gradually, the purple energy spread outward, enveloping the dark golden body of the gun. If the original color was soft and shimmering, it now radiated brilliance, vibrant and illuminating. In his father's hands, the dragon snake gun exuded an imposing presence that felt entirely distinct from his own. Dominant, lethal, commanding, the gun now instilled within him an overwhelming sense of pressure. The father's movements were fluid, even elegant. He stepped forward, lightly tapping the gun's tip with his toe, then swiftly flicked it upward, tracing an arc in the air. At that moment, the blade seemed to tear through the atmosphere, distorting the surrounding space. The purple lightning blade surged forth, accompanied by a resonating hum, striking the massive rock. Strangely, the boulder did not shatter into fragments. Instead, it merely trembled slightly as the purple energy penetrated it. Just as Su Chenyang was puzzled, a gust of evening wind swept through, and the stone before him disintegrated into dust, gradually dispersing into the air. Wow, that's incredible. Su Chenyang realized that this was no mere surface attack. It was a profound destruction that reached deep within. Do you see? This is the true power of the dragon snake gun. You possess great strength, yet you fail to infuse your spiritual energy into it. To wield this dragon snake gun without understanding its essence is truly a waste. You must understand that every weapon possesses a soul. If you do not endeavor to perceive their thoughts, they shall likewise disregard yours. In such a case, you will forever be unable to achieve the harmony of gun and wielder, nor will you ever grasp the essence of the blade. Forgive me, Father, I acknowledge my error. In the realm of weaponry, whether in the crafting or comprehension of weapons, my father holds absolute authority in my eyes. Upon hearing his words, Su Chenyang found himself greatly enlightened. As he slowly closed his eyes, he sought the essence of the blade amidst the tranquility. In that moment, a subtle change occurred in the hue of the firearm. The dark golden sheen that enveloped the weapon gradually faded, revealing a mass of deep, lustrous iron beneath. Su Peixiong, standing nearby, was equally astonished. With his own prowess, he could only envelop the firearm with his elemental energy. The only explanation for this transformation was that the soul of the Longshi gun had wholly recognized Su Chenyang's mastery. In an instant, his tightly shut eyes reopened, revealing a countenance imbued with resolve and confidence. The mental energy within Su Chenyang surged rapidly towards the weapon, and its coloring transcended mere purple, manifesting in a dazzling array of 6 hues: red, blue, cyan, yellow, purple, and gray intertwined, flowing into the firearm in unison. This convergence of colors did not evoke a sense of chaos. Rather, it appeared remarkably harmonious, akin to a masterpiece of art, with the same poise and elegance. Su Chenyang gently tapped the tip of the gun. If Su Peixing exuded an aura of dominance, then with the weapon stirring, Su Chenyang instilled a sense of dread and despair. Yes, it was precisely this sensation that, as the gun's tip quivered, rendered Su Peixing's breathing somewhat labored. Impossible, Su Peixing marveled inwardly. His cultivation vastly surpassed that of his son, yet at this moment, the intensity of this aura was astonishing. Could it be that this was the true strength of the Longshi gun? Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the cutting wind of the blade sliced through the air. Was a dragon's call. At that moment, the Longshi gun seemed to roar to life, as if Su Chenyang had awakened the carved lifelessness, enabling it to soar into the heavens. The blade was resplendently cloaked in 6 colors, aimed at a distant ancient tree. The swiftness of the wind, the explosion of fire, the embrace of water, the penetration of thunder, and the earth's robustness resonated with one another, warping the very fabric of space-time. And again, with a soft sound, the blade struck its target, releasing a subtle noise that could easily be overlooked in the stillness of the night. A grayish aura began to spread from the fissure, its speed remarkable. Within mere breaths, the entire tree was ensnared in a matter of moments. This towering tree, which had stood for decades, rapidly withered before their eyes. This life, which had thrived in the Su family for so long, finally departed from this world. This is not only Su Peixing, but even Su Chenyang was taken aback. This assault was akin to devouring life itself. If this were the case, how was he any different from the nefarious spirit-draining sorcerers? After a brief silence, Su Peixing let out a long sigh. Younger, it is time I reveal certain truths to you. Father, Su Chenyang attempted to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Su Peixing. In truth, your mother still walks among us. Su Peixing's tone was unremarkable, yet for Su Chenyang, it was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. The term mother had been the most foreign concept to him for the past 19 years. While others nestled in the embrace of their mothers, he too yearned for such comfort. Deep within, he had always longed for that lost soul, despite never having met her. Today, however, his father revealed that his mother was alive, igniting a fervent blaze within him. After much deliberation between us, we resolved to pledge ourselves to one another for eternity. Thus, I eluded my betrothal, and your mother distanced herself from her kin. We settled in a secluded place, believing naively that the troubles of the world would no longer intrude upon our lives. Here, your mother and I cherished our love, vowing to stay together until our hair turned white. Not long after, our first child was born. First? Su Chenyang inquired. Am I not the first? No, she was a girl. Your elder sister. She inherited all your mother's virtues, and due to her striking resemblance to your mother, she bore her surname, named Mo Ro. Your mother's name was Mo Linting. Thus, we spent several joyful years. Until your birth. Shortly thereafter, your mother's kin finally sought us out. I had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet contrary to my expectations, they conversed with your mother for several hours before departing quietly. No matter how I pressed your mother, she steadfastly refused to divulge the substance of their discussion. In a fit of rage, I struck her across the face. At this moment, tears welled in my father's eyes, filled with profound remorse for his actions. Not long after, your mother discreetly left with Mo Ro. Before departing, she left behind a letter and a wooden box. You have seen that box, have you not? I have. Could it be that the heirloom you mentioned is? Su Chenyang asked. The blood of the reverse dragon. The blood of the reverse dragon? What is that? Su Peixing shook his head. It is an artifact of your mother's lineage. I am not entirely sure of its purpose. I only know that her clan is ancient, with a history spanning at least several millennia. The blood of the reverse dragon is said to be a relic of the primordial age, imbued with dark energy. Those without cultivation who gaze upon it may descend into madness. I have merely safeguarded it for your mother, rarely opening it. Father, why are you sharing this with me today? Su Chenyang was astonished, as his father seldom spoke of their lineage, yet today he revealed the entirety of the matter. Because your recent strike bore the unmistakable essence of your mother's clan. Could it be that the gray aura was indeed an ancient element? Child, Su Peixing slowly regained his composure. As long as this element resides within you, You belong to your mother's lineage. Years have passed, and I remain unaware of your mother's whereabouts. Therefore, when traversing the world, do not reveal this essence unless absolutely necessary. You must remember, these matters are already within your knowledge. For now, do not concern yourself with the quest for the blood of the reverse dragon. As your strength is still insufficient. One day, when you stand alongside true power, it will not be too late to seek it out. The day is drawing to a close. Retire early to rest. I, too, am weary. After his words, my father departed hastily, yet his once vigorous steps now appeared somewhat unsteady. Powerful. Humph. Chenyang scoffed derisively. How could he remain calm when he was unable to even contend with Liuyun? Fatigue gradually enveloped his mind, and consciousness began to blur. In the realm of dreams, Chenyang envisioned his mother, her arms outstretched, enveloping him in a tight embrace, while beside her stood a breathtaking girl, his sister. Ro, lazy pig, rise and shine. A clamorous voice pierced through, and Chenyang finally awakened from his slumber. As the haze receded, the faces of Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Zhacheng came into focus. Oh dear. Another day of Yindang. Chenyang stretched lazily, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he gazed at the two beauties. You. The moment you wake up, you're already in this state. Hurry and prepare. We must set off today. After so many days, I wonder if the Lord of Liuyun Palace is anxious yet. Sun Zhacheng tugged at Chenyang, who stubbornly refused to rise. A look of sheer panic etched on his face. Oh dear, Shangwan Hongyan exclaimed, hurriedly pulling Sun Zhacheng to flee. How could she forget that this fellow had a habit of sleeping in the nude? Thankfully, Sun Zhacheng hadn't yanked him too hard. Had she pulled him from the bed, the consequences would have been dire. The group hastily finished breakfast and prepared to depart. Su Peishing and On, along with Awe, stood at the door to bid farewell to the four. After just one night, Su Peishing appeared significantly aged, bloodshot eyes betraying a sleepless night. A pang of anguish twisted within Chenyang's heart, and for the first time, he cursed himself for his inadequacy. Unable to fulfill his father's wishes, unable to protect the woman he loved, if it weren't for the presence of others, he would have slapped himself soundly. He uttered but a single word before hot tears streamed down his cheeks. Su Peishing simply waved his hand. Go now, and remember the words I have imparted to you. 018 The wrath of Ji Feixiang father. Wait for me. One day, I shall fulfill your wishes and become a true powerhouse. Su Peishing watched his son's retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This rascal seems to have truly matured. Liuyun Palace, Great Hall, Petit. The first opportunity. Shangwan Rong swiftly deduced that these individuals had fallen victim to the hands of the savage spirit absorbers. The location where the small team had vanished was conveniently not far from Luoye town. This revelation alarmed Shangwan Rong. She possessed only this one precious daughter, and should any harm befall her, his wife would surely unleash her wrath upon him. If it were merely a simple band of savage troops, it might have been manageable. After all, Shangwan Hongyan and her companions were all skilled practitioners. Even if they could not defeat the enemy, escaping unscathed should not pose a problem. Further investigation. Shangwan Rong reluctantly waved his hand, realizing that this time, the situation appeared dire indeed. Just as the men in black respectfully withdrew from the hall, a lavishly dressed noblewoman rushed out from the inner chamber. Shangwan Rong, return my daughter to me. If anything happens to Yinna this time, I assure you that your position as the leader of the palace will be in jeopardy. This individual is none other than Ji Feixiang, the mother of Shangwan Hongyan. Shangwan Rong, as the head of the Liuyun Palace, holds an unassailable position within the entire Sky Nation. However, this does not grant him the liberty to live without restraint. He too has those he fears, and the woman before him, his only wife, is one of those fears. Already in a state of great agitation, he trembles at her furious outburst, the sweat on his back thoroughly soaking his white robe. At this moment, the palace master appears somewhat disheveled. Feixiang, allow me to explain. I had no inkling that matters would escalate to such severity. Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to search for her, and news will arrive shortly. Yesterday, it was this very phrase, and today, yet again I demand precise information. Tell me my daughter is unharmed. Shangwan Rong, do you even regard me or your daughter? A few years prior, emboldened by the effects of a few cups of cat urine, you unceremoniously betrothed our daughter to the Lin family. Now, having witnessed the character of the Lin family's son, our daughter is left in despair. At this moment, Shangwan Rong comprehends the gravity of his wife's fury. While her subsequent remarks are clearly fueled by anger, the reality of their daughter's predicament cannot be overlooked, especially when it comes to providing an account to the Ji family. In the Sky Nation. Few are unaware of the Ji family. Though the Ji family may not boast military command, wealth, or a thriving lineage, their mere stomp can send tremors through the entire empire and even the Liuyun Palace. This is because the Ji family is a wellspring of exceptional talent. Ji Feixiang has 3 younger brothers, each possessing cultivation levels exceeding the first rank of Huailing, bound by ancestral teachings against needless bloodshed. The Ji family refrains from engaging in the conflicts among the 4 great empires, save for the barbaric lands. One of these brothers has attained a remarkably high level of cultivation, reaching the realm of Azura, and is currently serving in the holy capital, situated in the Sea of Desire. If the Liuyun Palace is the military pillar of the Sky Nation, then the Sea of Desire serves as the martial stronghold for the entire continent. Excluding the barbaric territories, the Sea of Desire will not intervene unless faced with existential peril. To enter the Sea of Desire, one must meet a singular condition, attaining the first rank of Huailing. Although this requirement is stringent, countless young talents strive tirelessly to achieve it. Why? Setting aside the prestige and income associated with entering the Sea of Desire, these concerns become mere trifles once one becomes a part of the holy capital. Only as a member of the holy capital can one access its unique structure, the sacred repository. The repository houses a vast array of skills, ranging from the rudimentary to the advanced, even including forbidden techniques, if one wishes to learn. It is assured that knowledge awaits. Returning to Chenyang, Rome, having faced a scathing reprimand from his wife, his mood is understandably soured. Yet, who can he truly blame? In truth, Chenyang Rong harbors a genuine fear of the Lin family. He has secretly probed Lin Tianling, seeking to dissolve the engagement with the Lin family. However, that old fox refuses to let go, and with the royal family intervening, he finds himself in a predicament with no easy resolution. Chenyang Rong was acutely aware that should the Chenyang and Lin families forge a familial alliance, the primary beneficiary would undoubtedly be the Lin family, with the elite forces of the Sky Nation at their command. Bolstered by the support of the sacred land, the Lin family could be deemed invincible at that juncture. Not only the royal family, but even the 4 great empires would be compelled to show deference to the Lin family. The royal family would willingly set aside their pride to facilitate the union of the 2 clans. As long as everyone stood united, the Sky Nation would remain steadfast and unyielding, ensuring the royal dynasty's legacy endured for generations. Alas, Chenyang Rong's hand fell upon the armrest of his chair. All of this was purchased at the expense of his daughter's lifelong happiness. Wandering into Wanxiang Tower, the most opulent rouge boutique in Zhongtian City, rumor had it that the establishment housed the world's most exquisite collection of rouge, totaling 3,617 varieties. Each type of rouge was priced between several hundred to tens of thousands of taels of gold, a testament to its lavishness. Every girl aspired to possess even a single box of rouge from Wanxiang Tower. Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing were certainly not lacking in wealth, and it was worth noting that Su Chenyang was equally affluent at present. The 2 girls insisted on visiting Wanxiang Tower, eager to behold its treasures, even if they did not intend to make a purchase. Distinct from other shops, Wanxiang Tower catered exclusively to the elite and nobility, exuding a refined atmosphere. Although it served as a marketplace, it maintained an air of tranquility, with patrons deliberately lowering their voices, unwilling to appear as uncouth bumpkins. Here, one could also savor fine tea and listen to exquisite music. As Su Chenyang and her companions stepped inside, they were suddenly struck by a profound sense of awe, quickly succumbing to a state of enchantment. This was not merely due to the alluring fragrances, but rather the haunting melodies emanating from the 2nd floor. As the music reached their ears, each person felt the poignant sorrow of the performer. Some even discreetly wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes. A woman sat gracefully in the music room on the 2nd floor, her features obscured by a curtain, rendering her visage a mystery. Accompanied by the melancholic strains of the zither, she softly intoned. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, as all the guests and attendants of Wanxiang Tower, entranced, set aside their tasks to gently harmonize with the ethereal singing. In that instant, a profound sense of solitude welled up within each heart. The music had long ceased, yet the guests remained enveloped in silence, amplifying the pervasive melancholy. To forget one another amidst the rivers and lakes, to forget one another amidst the rivers and lakes, Su Chenyang murmured, her eyes devoid of vitality, as if the singer reflected her very essence. What exquisite music this is, and that voice, why does it resonate with such sorrow? The beautiful women beside her wore expressions of bewilderment as well. Thank you all for visiting Wanxiang Tower. Please continue to browse. The proprietor of Wanxiang Tower quickly interjected, realizing that the enchantment could linger indefinitely. Ultimately, his aim was to profit. The previously performing musician had been replaced. Although the new artist played exceptionally well, they could not evoke the same rapture. Gradually, Wanxiang Tower began to return to its usual ambience that a few patrons approached the counter, where the rouge was displayed within glass cabinets, inviting guests to peruse at their leisure. After all, those who come here possess a certain status. Petty theft is not something they would engage in. The entanglement of that 1 million is quite the conundrum. The two ladies, despite their usual disagreements, when out for a stroll, appear as amicable as sisters. Oblivious to the presence of Su Chenyang and Heihu behind them, as they quietly discuss the merits of various cosmetics, Su Chenyang finds solace in the peace that surrounds him, idly surveying the items displayed in the shop window. Amidst his observations, an antiquated round box captures his attention. Judging by its texture, it seems to be crafted from exquisite deep blue wood. This deep blue wood is not found in the Sky Kingdom. It only grows in the Deep Blue Kingdom, and even there, it is confined to a small area, hence its name. The wood is sturdy yet possesses a remarkable resilience, commonly used in crafting weapon handles. Making it rare and highly prized, as the son of an inlay craftsman, he possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding such materials. The round box is adorned with a dark red lacquer, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. With two phoenixes intricately carved on either side, it is evident that the craftsmanship is of masterful quality. One phoenix appears to soar gracefully, while the other seems to whisper softly among the branches. The lifelike depiction of the phoenixes evokes a sense of immersion, as if one were witnessing the scene firsthand. Surrounding the phoenixes are several dark red embossed lines, approximately 2 inches long and about the width of a pinky finger. Embedded with a dazzling array of gemstones, the gems are undoubtedly meticulously selected, glistening in the sunlight without a hint of impurities. The round box before him is undeniably of considerable value, not to mention the precious cosmetics it contains. Su Chenyang reaches out, eager to catch a whiff of the fragrance, but his fingers are thwarted by a layer of transparent crystal. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that this layer of crystal is indeed part of the display. Unlike the other cosmetics which are freely accessible for a sniff, this particular one is exceptionally well protected. Intrigued, Su Chenyang waves to summon a shop attendant. "This one, please take it out for me to see," he requests, pointing at the cosmetics within the cabinet. The attendant sizes up Su Chenyang with a discerning eye. His simple attire and unassuming demeanor reveal no traces of the elegance of an official or the imposing presence of a wealthy individual, leading one to perceive him as merely a passing pauper. However, having worked here for some time, the attendant has become adept at discerning people's backgrounds at a glance. Nevertheless, Wanxiang Tower is a luxurious establishment, and the caliber of service here is anything but ordinary. "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality." The cosmetics within are named defies. With an annual production of merely around 100 boxes, the fortune does not favor us. We may not produce even a single box in a year. Naturally, defies comes at a steep price. Su Chenyang quickly comprehends that the attendant is concerned he might lack the funds. His modest appearance indeed aligns him with the common folk, making him no different from a beggar in this opulent establishment. Given the attendant's overly courteous tone, he decides against any rebuttal. "Then, how much for this defias? One box costs 500,000 gold coins." The attendant extends 5 fingers, gesturing exaggeratedly before Su Chenyang. "Goodness, why don't you just rob a bank?" Su Chenyang gasps in astonishment. Had the price been in the range of 100 or 200,000, it might have been bearable, but to start at 500,000 is staggering. It appears that Wanxiang Tower is indeed not a place for the average citizen's purse. Upon witnessing the embarrassing predicament of Su Chenyang, the attendant in the shop let out a derisive snicker and turned to leave. The implication was unmistakable. "No money? Then be on your way, that I have no time for you," Su Chenyang bellowed. Although he was not lacking in funds, extracting even a single coin from him felt akin to carving flesh from his own body. This discomfort stemmed from his mentor, Chief Phone. After spending considerable time with the old fellow, he found himself increasingly adept at managing his affairs. Accompanying that furious shout, Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing hurriedly approached. "This fellow isn't planning to cause a ruckus here, is he?" The patrons of the Wanwu turned in unison to observe the unfolding scene, while several security personnel began to converge slowly. "Sir, what seems to be the matter?" the attendant asked, his expression one of bewilderment, unable to fathom why this impoverished youth had suddenly erupted in anger. "Get out of my way. I am purchasing this rouge." Su Chenyang gritted his teeth, suppressing the pangs of anguish within as he managed to utter those words. when it came to pride and wealth. He would unhesitatingly choose the former. Yet, the shop attendant remained unmoved, steadfast in his belief that this young man could never afford such luxuries. "What is going on?" Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing inquired simultaneously. "Ladies, are you together?" the attendant asked. The two beauties nodded in affirmation. It is as follows. "This gentleman wishes to buy the rouge, but the price is rather steep, 50,000 gold coins for a single box." "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" 50,000? Good heavens. The two girls gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment as they turned to Su Chenyang. "I'm sorry, we do not want it." Shangwan Hongyan grasped Su Chenyang's arm, eager to exit, fearing they would be ridiculed further if they lingered. This fool seemed to have lost his senses, jesting in the Wanxiang Tower. To their surprise, Su Chenyang shrugged off Shangwan Hongyan's grip, remaining steadfast at a distance, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "I apologize. I misspoke." He addressed the shop attendant with a confident demeanor. Upon hearing Su Chenyang's words, the attendant's expression shifted to one of arrogance. It appeared his judgment had not failed him. This was merely a naive youth who had never encountered the world. "What I meant to say is that I would like to purchase 2 boxes. "Su Chenyang, are you out of your mind?" Shangwan Hongyan exclaimed in alarm. 2 boxes would cost 100,000. Neither she nor Su Chenyang could possibly scrape together such an amount. The attendant smirked disdainfully and replied, "Very well, please proceed to make your payment." With that, he turned and led Su Chenyang toward the inner chamber, casting sly glances at the security personnel. Should Su Chenyang fail to produce the funds today, he would surely face some consequences. "Hongyan, shall we go over and take a look?" Sun Jiaqing, understanding the attendant's intent, voiced her concern. "No need. This lad definitely has a plan. Let me ask you, has Su Chenyang ever ventured into something without confidence?" Both Heihu and Sun Jiaqing shook their heads in unison. "Then there you have it. I believe he might actually be able to purchase those 2 boxes of rouge." "Good heavens, is he truly that wealthy? How were we not aware?" Shangwan Hongyan shook her head in disbelief. Su Chenyang. "Oh, Su Chenyang, what other secrets do you harbor?" In no time, Su Chenyang emerged from the shop, swaggering confidently, accompanied by several individuals, all of whom bore expressions of delight and deference. Su Chenyang relished the moment, scarcely sparing a glance at the attendant. Casually taking hold of 2 wooden boxes, I brought them to my nose and inhaled gently. This scent seems familiar, yet I cannot quite recall where I have encountered it before." Just as Su Chenyang was lost in thought, Sun Jiaqing remarked beside him, a grown man, still interested in rouge. "Let me see, you must be a pervert." Su Chenyang lifted his head with a smile, showing no sign of anger. "In this day and age, I kindly purchased these 2 boxes of rouge for you. And yet you respond with such an attitude. Truly, as the saying goes, a dog bites Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart." "Yes, that seems to be the phrase." Sun Jiaqing snatched one of the rouge boxes and shoved it into Hongyan's arms. "Here, Hongyan, take it. It's a gift from this rogue, and we shouldn't refuse." Shangwan Hongyan chuckled softly, not wishing to add more to the conversation. The 2 beauties joyfully exited Wanxiang building, for to them, Su Chenyang's goodwill far outweighed the value of the rouge in their hands. Although none knew the source of his wealth, it remained his private affair, and they felt it would be inappropriate to pry. The 2 ladies chattered away in front, completely oblivious to the change in Su Chenyang's demeanor at that moment. His face contorted in anguish, with both hands pressed firmly against his heart, conveying immense suffering. It was Black Tiger who first sensed something amiss and hurriedly inquired, "Boss, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Ignoring Black, "You do not look at me. How can you know I am watching you? Why is it that whenever I curse those vile men, you fix your gaze upon me? Su Chenyang, do you harbor a guilty conscience?" "Hee." The foolish Black Tiger chuckled twice and remarked, "Boss, did you not instruct me previously not to reason with women? Why do you contradict yourself?" Indeed, Su Chenyang let out a heavy sigh, his eyes fixed on the distance as he murmured, "Do not harbor illusions about reasoning with women. A creature that bleeds for 7 days each month and yet does not perish is undeniably a force of nature in this world." "Su Chenyang, are you itching for a beating?" Upon witnessing the 2 beauties erupt in fury simultaneously, Su Chenyang realized he had landed himself in grave trouble and hastily interjected, "Ladies, please temper your anger. I actually have something of great importance to discuss." "Humph." Both Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing turned away, no longer wishing to cast a glance at the rogue. "My dear, do you recall our previous agreement? Once the Yufeng Hall successfully ascends, we shall merge with the Jingfeng Hall. I believe the time is right for such a venture. This mission has been an overwhelming success. Not only did we eliminate the savage spirit siphoners, but we also sustained no injuries ourselves. I think the hall master would be exceedingly pleased. Proposing it now may enhance the likelihood of success. Upon hearing Su Chenyang's words, everyone instantly became intrigued. Prior to Sun Jikiki joining the Yufeng Hall, she had insisted that the disciples of the Jingfeng Hall should not be neglected. The recent days spent executing tasks had unfortunately delayed this matter. Well, at least you have some conscience, not forgetting the disciples of the Jingfeng Hall. There are several individuals within the Jingfeng Hall with whom I share a good rapport. Joining the Yufeng Hall should not pose an issue. My only concern is, what if others disagree? The number of individuals from the lower 3 halls is already scant. If some choose to remain in the Jingfeng Hall, it would be awkward, and their future would be even more challenging. Su Chenyang pondered for a moment and suggested, then let us employ a method of encouragement. We must instill hope in them, reigniting their desire to continue cultivating. In that case, this matter should become much simpler. Humph, Sun Jikiki scoffed dismissively. Easier said than done. Do you think mere words will win their hearts? They are not fools. Haha. Of course, it cannot rely solely on empty words. Look here, what is this? Su Chenyang opened his Qiankuan storage bag, and an explosion of vibrant colors burst forth, dazzling their eyes painfully. Good heavens! The 3 exclaimed in unison. The bag brimmed with an abundance of crystal cores, their sheer quantity rendering one speechless. A wealthy magnate, a man of means, before the merger of the halls. Su Chenyang had contemplated various possibilities. Although the Yufeng Hall had ascended to the upper 3 halls, it was undoubtedly the weakest among the 3. Thus, these crystal cores represented the finest means of enhancement. In truth, Su Chenyang never intended to utilize the crystal cores for personal advancement. Though first and second tier cores might be absorbed, their purity is inferior to that of higher tier cores. Among these cores lie numerous impurities, while they may yield significant growth in the short term. The price paid is an unstable foundation. To become a true powerhouse, one must tread steadily, reaching the pinnacle through one's own relentless efforts. For Su Chenyang, enhancing oneself with crystal cores feels akin to taking shortcuts. While he may not approach other matters with utmost seriousness, he knows that diligence in cultivation cannot afford even the slightest negligence. After joining the 2 halls, the disciples are required to cultivate together, inevitably encountering their fair share of obstacles. As the saying goes, when brothers unite, their strength can shatter gold. Now, if even the relationships between Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqi are fraught with difficulties, one can only imagine the challenges faced by those beneath them. The entanglement between these 2 beauties lies within themselves. It is not a matter of clarity, but rather one of helplessness. Presenting crystal cores to encourage everyone has become a last resort. Seizing the moment while the 2 beauties were lost in thought, Su Chenyang discreetly pulled Black Tiger aside, presenting him with a generous handful of crystal cores. In a hushed tone, he said, "You are my brother, and such good fortune shall not be forgotten. Distribute these crystal cores as you see fit, but I must advise you not to absorb them all. Sell some instead. Acquiring better skills is the true path to success." Black Tiger cradled the crystal cores close to his heart, a glimmer of tears seemingly shining in his eyes. The preparations for the joint session with the Jingfeng Hall commenced under the collective agreement, naturally falling upon the 2 hall masters. Initially, there was an intention to involve Su Chenyang, yet this lad, fearing complications, evaded the responsibility, claiming he had pressing matters to attend to. Amidst the revelry of the crowd, Su Chenyang spotted a familiar figure. To his surprise, this girl had indeed come to the Yufeng Hall. "Bu, it has been quite some time," he exclaimed, descending the stage with brisk steps, his face adorned with a broad smile. This gesture evidently displeased both the girl and Hongyan, yet before the assembled company, they refrained from expressing their discontent. Black Tiger merely shook his head, muttering to himself, "The boss is the boss. He never forgets to pursue girls. If we follow him every day, our only fate will be to remain lifelong bachelors." Just as Su Chenyang was about to strike up a conversation, a deep and commanding voice resonated. "The Lord of Liuyun Palace has arrived." Shangwan Rong, clad in white, emanated an air of urgency, striding into the Yufeng Hall before his words had fully left his lips. "That we pay our respects to the Lord," the crowd chorused. "Rise," Shangwan Rong replied in a calm tone, hastening to Shangwan Hongyan's side, lifting her to her feet, and surveying the surroundings. "Quickly tell your father what has transpired, and why my dispatched personnel have been unable to locate you." "Father," Shangwan Hongyan exclaimed, breaking free from his grasp, her tone tinged with discontent, her gaze silently indicating the presence of other disciples of Yufeng Hall. Shangwan Rong slightly regained his composure. To complete your first mission without a single loss is a source of pride for my Liuyun Palace. Tonight, I shall personally host a celebration for you, to be held in the Grand Hall of Liuyun Palace. Excellent. Resounding applause followed. To be able to drink within the Grand Hall of Liuyun Palace is a distinction that anyone would be proud to share. Chenyang Hongyan and Sun Jiechi simultaneously bowed, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Lord. Hongyan, go and see your mother. She has been quite worried these past few days that everything you say true, after listening to the entire sequence of events. Even Ji Feixiong wore a look of astonishment. Shangguan Hongyan nodded. Mother, everything I have recounted is something I witnessed with my own eyes. At that moment, we were equally astonished. We never expected that this mischievous lad would truly accomplish it. Had he not been present, you might have never seen your beloved daughter again. You must inform father about this, so that he may reward him handsomely. Ji Feixiong smiled at her daughter in her embrace, and said, How shall we reward him? Shall we bestow you upon him? I noted how your face lit up at the mention of Su Chenyang. Speak honestly, have you taken a liking to that young man? Absolutely not. Hongyan's face instantly flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, still denying it. Mother, Shangguan Hongyan exclaimed, her voice sweet and delicate, as if she had recalled something of great importance. By the way, there is something I need your assistance with. The individual I mentioned earlier, Sun Jiaqing, was originally the leader of the Jingfeng Hall. When he came to our Yufeng Hall, we agreed that once Yufeng Hall advances to the upper 3 halls, our 2 halls would merge into one. I fear that father may not consent to this. What is there to fear? That old man nearly caused your demise. What does merging a hall matter? This matter need not be discussed with him. I shall make the decision for you. I knew I could count on you. Mother, the evening banquet commenced punctually, with all disciples of Yufeng Hall summoned by the palace master. This event stirred considerable excitement throughout the entire Liuyun Palace. Everyone had heard that Yufeng Hall encountered the savage spirit sucker during its first mission, and not only did they suffer no casualties, but they also successfully vanquished the spirit sucker. All of this was attributed to one individual from Yufeng Hall, Su Chenyang. The banquet progressed smoothly. After a brief period of restraint, the disciples of Yufeng Hall became exuberant under the influence of alcohol. What thrilled them even more was the arrival of their esteemed matron, Ji Feixiong, to elevate the festivities. Many had already succumbed to inebriation, their cheeks still bearing faint traces of tears after years of repression. The dam had finally burst on this day. From this moment forth, the dream of becoming formidable warriors was reignited in everyone's hearts. Su Chenyang sat modestly in a corner, not out of discontent, but rather because he found such gatherings unbearable. If he were to make his presence known, he would undoubtedly be the first to succumb to intoxication. It was far better to remain in the shadows, savoring fine wine while observing the revelry of others. Shangguan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqing had long since noticed the absence of the mischievous lad, and were, unfortunately, encircled by admirers, unable to extricate themselves. Su Ge, what brings you here? Baiyu, seemingly unaware, approached him, holding a glass of exquisite wine and taking a seat. Su Chenyang remained silent, merely smiling at Baiyu. Why do you look at me like that? Is there something blooming on my face? Not blooming, but you are indeed a flower. How insufferable. Baiyu playfully tapped Su Chenyang's nose, eliciting a tingling sensation within him. Nevertheless, I like it. Allow me to toast you. Baiyu raised her glass and downed it in one gulp. By the way, Baiyu, I still do not know where your home is. A pair of delicate jade-like hands gracefully lifted the wine jug before her, elegantly pouring wine into Su Chenyang's cup. Lowering her head, Baiyu playfully remarked, Brother Su, do you realize that your methods of wooing women are rather outdated? With a chuckle, she continued, What should I say then? Do I really need to teach you? A man who can simultaneously charm 2 beauties must possess remarkable skills. As she spoke, Baiyu's gaze swept over the enchanting Hongyan and Sun Jiechi. I shall refrain from teasing you for now. I reside in Chenyang City. And what about you? Baiyu rested her chin on her hands, her large eyes twinkling as she looked at Su Chenyang. Baiyu sighed softly, a gentle warmth brushing past Su Chenyang's ear, causing his heart to race. This considered a date. Su Chenyang found himself at a loss for words that he suddenly realized that the usually simple Baiyu had transformed for the day. Her patched palace attire had been replaced with a flowing pink gown, the hem revealing her delicate, rosy calves. A soft blush adorned her cheeks, enhancing her captivating allure. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, slightly disheveled yet exuding an undeniable femininity. Su Chenyang swirled the wine in his glass and took another deep sip, a meaningful smile gracing his face. The following morning, Shangguan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqi began their search for Su Chenyang. The previous evening's banquet had infuriated them, While they were preoccupied, this mischievous lad had slipped away unnoticed. Just as they were about to confront him, they found themselves at a loss, unable to locate him. With their mother's assurance, the situation naturally unfolded smoothly. The two beauties, initially brimming with pinned-up frustration, gradually forgot their grievances amidst the busyness of the day, even hastily finishing their lunch. Meanwhile, Chenyang found himself in a different realm, seated within the main hall of the Chenyang Commission, savoring exquisite delicacies alongside his godfather and Bing Lan. While passing through Zhongtian City, he had indulged in a lavish expenditure of 1 million gold coins at the Wanxiang Tower. To express his apologies for any oversight, the proprietor gifted him a box of thyme, though thyme may not rival the rare do bai hua. It was nonetheless one of the 3,617 esteemed spices. His visit to Chenyang City was primarily to express gratitude to Sister Bing Lan, and, of course, to enjoy a complimentary meal. Chenyang contemplated that, as the esteemed young lady of the Chenyang Commission, presenting a box of rouge might seem somewhat frugal. Despite possessing millions of gold coins, it was but a trifling sum to her. What mattered was the sentiment behind the gesture. When it came to his godfather, the gift itself was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the opportunity to share a few more drinks together. They enjoyed their meal for a good 2 to 3 hours before Chenyang and Bu took their leave. In the northwest corner of Chenyang City lay a sprawling expanse of low, dilapidated dwellings, notorious as a slum. The ground was littered with refuse, and the air was thick with a foul stench. So much so that even the local vendors turned their noses up at the place. That Bu's home was nestled among these modest abodes. In truth, Chenyang did not linger long at Bu's residence, as she soon fabricated an excuse to depart swiftly. All he could do was leave behind a modest sum of silver. As he was leaving, Bu's father, trembling, sat up and grasped Chenyang's hand, conveying his gratitude. The thoughts of Bu were well understood by Chenyang. She was reluctant to let others witness the precarious state of her family, as well as her inherently fragile pride. The entrance of Yufengtang was enveloped by a dense throng of people, two factions taking the main gate as their stronghold, each brandishing an array of weapons that clashed with alarming frequency. Were it not for the constraints posed by Liuyun Palace, this place would have surely turned into a river of blood. It was them. With a thunderous roar, the crowd surrounding the entrance swiftly closed in on Chenyang and Bu. It was only then that Chenyang discerned that the speaker was one of the ruffians from Hongyun restaurant. He was astounded to find that such scum were also affiliated with Liuyun Palace. Faced with the menacing figures around them, Bu appeared somewhat flustered, anxiously clutching the hem of Chenyang's garment. The dragon and serpent spear had long since been unleashed. Yet Chenyang wore an expression of indifference in the face of the multitude. He had vanquished spirit-sucking masters. Could these individuals possibly be more formidable? Chenyang, the disciples of Yufengtang, surged forth under the leadership of Shangguan Hong Yan. Chenyang was a pivotal figure within Yufengtang, and the emotions from the previous night were still vivid in his memory. How could he remain an idle spectator when his leader was in peril? Without a moment's hesitation, this group charged forward, scattering the encircling throng and positioning themselves resolutely behind Chenyang. "You are Chenyang?" A languid voice emerged, and a figure slowly stepped forward from the opposite side. Despite the ill intentions of the individual, Chenyang could not help but acknowledge that he was indeed a handsome man. Standing around 6 feet tall, though not particularly robust, his physique appeared remarkably well proportioned. His raven black eyes, prominent nose, and cascading dark hair could undoubtedly captivate the hearts of many a maiden. "Madman, what do you intend to do?" Shangguan Hongyan brandished her sword, positioning it horizontally to shield Chenyang, her phoenix-like eyes glaring at the speaker. "Madman?" Chenyang's understanding deepened. Over the past few days, there had been much discourse regarding Liuyun Palace, and he had come to recognize the individual before him. The madman, originally named Tiankong Jingyang, was the leader of the White Tiger Hall in Liuyun Palace. His background was shrouded in mystery, and he seldom made appearances. Consumed by his passion for cultivation, he earned his moniker due to his combat style. The more formidable the adversary, the higher his fighting spirit soared. Regardless of the circumstances, he was willing to perish alongside his enemies if it meant achieving victory. It was said that on his very first day in Liuyun Palace, he had aimed his blade at his own hall master. Despite being merely a mage at the time, at the critical juncture of battle, he had even contemplated detonating the Yuan Ing within him, leaving his hall master astounded and ultimately compelling him to concede. As it was merely a sparring match, from that moment forth, the name Tiankong Jingyang faded from memory, while the title of madman spread like wildfire throughout Liuyun Palace. The madman before Chenyang paid no heed to Shangguan Hongyan. his dark eyes glinting with amusement as he gazed upon Su Chenyang, remarking, "I never would have anticipated that a hero capable of slaying spirit-sucking masters would require the protection of a woman." Su Chenyang gently pressed down on Hong Yan's sword, stepping forward to confront the madman, their distance now reduced to a mere meter. With this step, the atmosphere surrounding them grew palpably tense. "I am not particularly inclined to engage in idle chatter with you. Just state your purpose. The languid tone of my words may elicit a sense of drowsiness. It's nothing of great import. Merely that I have heard you assaulted members of our White Tiger Hall, and I have come to demand an explanation." The reason for their actions was, just as Shangwan Hongyan was about to speak, she was silenced by a gesture from the madman as Yu Chenyang understood that this group was evidently seeking trouble. Any further reasoning would be futile. "Madman, could you be more straightforward? Just tell me what you intend to do." "I have no desire to engage in endless prattle with a woman." "Excellent. I relish your forthrightness. 2 demands. You must apologize to my injured brother in our presence. And secondly, I have heard you possess the capability to slay spirit absorbers. I am curious to see you match against me in a duel. Su Chenyang smirked coldly. "Apologize to your brother? Are you still in a slumber?" "The second request, however, is worthy of consideration. Boss, he is toying with us. I propose we utterly demolish their wind hall today." A voice rang out from afar, followed by a throng of followers. It was none other than the vice hall master, Sun Jiaqing. Early this morning, Sun Jiaqing had rushed to the Gale Hall, only to find that before she could utter more than a few words, everyone had agreed to merge with the Wind Hall. Having to tidy up the Gale Hall in preparation for its use by the Flowing Cloud Palace delayed her arrival. With 2 halls against 1, even the White Tiger Hall, no matter how formidable, could not withstand such numbers. Observing the dense crowd gathered behind Su Chenyang, the once arrogant White Tiger Hall members fell silent. While the madman remained unfazed. Su Chenyang realized that the madman was ostensibly there to seek retribution for his brothers, yet secretly aimed at him, with so many gathered at the entrance of the Wind Hall. It would not be long before the palace master became aware of the situation. As the merging of the halls had only just commenced, any outbreak of a brawl would prove difficult to explain to the higher-ups. Most importantly, should anything occur at the Wind Hall, it would place Shangwan Hongyan in a precarious position. "Madman, we shall meet at the arena 3 days hence. You may now take your leave with your people." "No way." Sun Jiaqing relishes stirring trouble. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be squandered. Su Chenyang attempted to let them leave. She swiftly obstructed the madman's retreat. "Girl, heed my words. Let them go." Noticing the displeasure on Su Chenyang's face, the girl muttered a curse under her breath and reluctantly stepped aside. The madman flashed a smile at Su Chenyang, and the disciples of the White Tiger Hall gradually withdrew. "You wretched woman. Mark my words. I will make you pay for this." The individual who had suffered greatly at the Hongyun Tavern, believing the Wind Hall to be fearful, venomously pointed at Bu. "Wait." Su Chenyang swiftly approached the man, and before anyone could react, delivered a series of resounding slaps. The atmosphere grew tense once more as the disciples of the 2 halls rapidly converged, encircling the White Tiger Hall anew. "Madman, it is time to rein in your people," Su Chenyang stated nonchalantly. "Haha, I will indeed. Let us go." As he watched the crowd recede, Bu finally exhaled in relief, turning to Su Chenyang with a face full of apologies. "Thank you. I have caused you such considerable trouble on my account." Su Chenyang offered a faint smile before beginning to disperse the crowd. In no time, only Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiaqi remained at the entrance of Yufeng Hall. Su Chenyang, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what a madman is? Are you aware of the formidable prowess possessed by such individuals? Do you understand that they are notorious for their reckless fighting? You truly infuriate me." Observing Shangwan Hongyan's genuine anger, Su Chenyang attempted to grasp her hand, only to have it forcefully dismissed. Both women's expressions darkened, for engaging in battle with a madman was secondary. At worst, they could concede. Su Chenyang was astute enough not to gamble with his own life. The crux of the matter was that he had chosen to confront the madman for the sake of Baiyu, a notion that both women found difficult to accept. From the previous night until now, Su Chenyang had not made an appearance, and it was only upon seeing Baiyu that everyone realized the 2 had been together all along. A palpable jealousy permeated the air, so potent that even Su Chenyang could sense its sourness. "Please, do not be angry. There is a reason for my association with Baiyu, though I cannot divulge it just yet. My agreement to duel with the madman today is not for any one person, but in consideration of the entire Yufeng Hall. Think about it. Baiyu was originally from Shunfeng Hall. By addressing her situation as our own, We aim to convey to the disciples of Jingfeng Hall that whoever joins Yufeng Hall becomes our brother." Upon hearing Su Chenyang's words, the expressions of the two women softened somewhat. It was evident that Su Chenyang considered the greater good beyond his personal interests. The previous scene had been witnessed by the members of Jingfeng Hall. No amount of talk about unity could match the persuasive power of this action. Unexpectedly, this little rogue exhibited a remarkable sense of perspective in critical situations. Although Sun Jiechi grasped this rationale, she could not reconcile Su Chenyang's intimate relationship with Baiyu. With a cold snort, she took Shangwan Hongyan's hand and declared, "Sister Hongyan, let us go. This rogue is deceiving us again. His affections for anyone do not concern us." Shangwan Hongyan wished to say more, but upon being tugged by Jiechi, she had no choice but to relent. The next 3 days were as busy as ever, yet Su Chenyang's presence remained elusive. In truth, every night, Sun Jiechi and Shangwan Hongyan would visit Su Chenyang's dormitory, only to find the room empty, as if he had vanished into thin air. In a secluded area of the back mountain, a black sacred beast buried its head deep within its embrace, its entire form rhythmically rising and falling. The only indication of its identity was the royal symbol glimmering on its forehead, revealing it to be a sacred seal Jialan tiger. Yes, it was currently asleep, having grown weary from guarding its master for 3 consecutive days. Behind it sat a young man with closed eyes. On the night of his return to Phoenix Town, his father had demonstrated the use of the dragon snake spear, leading him to a moment of enlightenment. He realized that only by channeling his mental energy could he unleash its maximum potential. Although he had succeeded that night, he now found himself in great distress. The blade of the dragon snake spear manifested in 6 colors, indicating the presence of 6 elements. The moment the blade sliced through the tree trunk, Su Chenyang distinctly felt that the element at play was the grayish illusion element. In other words, the remaining 5 elements have no efficacy whatsoever. While attacking his adversary, he inadvertently allowed the illusory element to consume his own essence. This was certainly not a favorable development. Having just grasped the utilization of weaponry, he was now relegated to wielding merely one element, a truly regrettable situation. What he aspired to achieve was to isolate each element and infuse them individually into the dragon snake spear. Upon scrutinizing the surroundings of Su Chenyang, one would be astonished to discover a patch of sandy ground amidst the lush undergrowth of the back mountain. With each use of the dragon snake spear, a portion of the verdant flora vanished. And now, within a 500-meter radius centered around Su Chenyang, not a blade of grass remained. With a shout, the dragon snake spear unleashed a blade of wind, cleaving towards a distant tree. Yukai lifted its head, glancing back at Su Chenyang, as if protesting the disturbance of its peaceful slumber. Alas, this was still futile. Su Chenyang settled down once more. A series of failures had begun to dampen his spirits. With each experiment, he would sit in meditation, and as the failures accumulated, his meditative durations grew longer. He had exhausted all conceivable options. Yet orchestrating the elements to merge into the dragon snake spear in a precise sequence proved to be an insurmountable challenge. The 1,000,000 gold coins had evidently failed to alter the girl's demeanor. Perhaps this venture had indeed been a loss. Lost in thought, he seemed to hear that enchanting melody once more, each note resonating deeply within his soul. Alongside that profoundly melancholic phrase, "to part ways in the rivers and lakes," the reflection on that poignant tune weighed heavily on Su Chenyang's heart, prompting a soft sigh to escape his lips. It was at this moment that a sudden epiphany struck. The melody, the vibrations, the frequencies. Indeed, why not attempt to perceive the vibrations and output frequencies of each element? Without further deliberation, Su Chenyang quickly calmed his mind, concentrating all his will upon the 7 major acupoints that absorbed spiritual energy. Wind, without question, is the swiftest of all elements, whether in the release of wind elemental skills or their integration into a sharp edge. Wind is invariably the first to arrive. Consequently, the vibrational frequency of the wind element should also be the most vigorous. Following closely would be lightning, then fire, water, and finally earth. But what of the illusory element? Su Chenyang refocused his intent, silently attuning himself to its fluctuations. A minute passed, then 3, then an hour. Beads of sweat began to form on Su Chenyang's forehead. Prolonged concentration was leading to fatigue. Yet still, there remained a stagnant void, devoid of any ripples. Huffing heavily, Su Chenyang teetered on the brink of collapse, yet the vibrations of the illusory element eluded him. Perhaps it simply was not meant to be. He resolved to explore other avenues. Rising to his feet, he grasped the dragon snake spear in his right hand and swiftly extracted the quickest of the 5 elemental waves. The entire spear became enveloped in emerald light. And just as the second wave was about to be infused, Su Chenyang flicked his wrist to unleash a blade of wind. Boom! Unlike before, the wind blade severed the tree trunk cleanly in half upon impact, producing a thunderous sound that startled Shikai into an upright position. Ha ha ha. At last, success! Su Chenyang exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Kai cast a disdainful glance behind him, seemingly conveying the message that there was nothing remarkable about the situation, and that he was far superior. In a humorous display, Shikai, unable to tolerate the sharp sound, clasped his fluffy paws atop his head and shut his eyes tightly, as if attempting to shield himself from the thunderous skies above. It was only after Su Chenyang had paused for quite some time that Zhao Kai gradually resumed his languid demeanor. Ha ha. Today is indeed delightful, Su Chenyang exclaimed, patting Zhao Kai gently on the head. Come, my brother, let us indulge in a feast and enjoy a good rest, for tomorrow we shall engage in a grand battle, and I am eager to test the prowess of today's endeavors. Upon hearing the mention of food, Zhao Cai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He nudged Su Chenyang's garment with his head, signaling for him to mount. Huh, what are you doing? Do you know where there is something delicious? Zhao Kai nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall follow your lead. It's on me. The duo, a man and his beast, sped down the mountain with great haste. Meanwhile, a voice echoed, Big brother, could it be that Su Chenyang is frightened? It is already this late, yet he has not arrived. I reckon so. That lad must have inquired about our reputation over the past few days, and is now hiding away, trembling in his boots. Came the response, accompanied by a hearty laugh from the man beside the madman, who dismissed Yufeng Hall with utter disdain. On the other side, Shangwan Hongyan and Sun Jiechi wore anxious expressions, for it had been 3 days without any word from Su Chenyang. It was not the prospect of losing the duel that worried them, but rather the fear of unforeseen misfortune befalling him. The members of both halls stood behind their respective leaders, brandishing an array of weapons. Although the battle had yet to commence, the atmosphere in the rear mountain was palpably tense. Should anyone dare to strike against their hall leader today, they would charge forth without hesitation. Private duels were not permitted in the arena. Yet the rear mountain buzzed with activity. Besides the 2 halls members, many disciples from other halls had also gathered. One was hailed as the hero who vanquished spirit-absorbing masters, while the other was a valiant warrior on the battlefield. This contest promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Boss, Heihu called out from a distance. The crowd's attention swiftly turned towards the source of the voice. It was indeed Su Chenyang, though he appeared exceedingly lackadaisical. His wrinkled attire was haphazardly donned, and his shoes were untied. His hair resembled a bird's nest, and one hand was grotesquely digging at his nose. As he strolled, he exhaled noisily, and there seemed to be remnants of tiny eye crusts at the corners of his eyes. Goodness, we are to fight this early. I have not yet had enough sleep, Su Chenyang declared as he came to a halt before the members of Yufeng Hall, nonchalantly addressing those from Baihu Hall. Rest assured, today's battle will ensure you remain bettered for a fortnight. By then, you will have ample time to sleep. Despite having been slapped a few times yesterday, he remained audacious, for in his eyes, a brawl could lead to mutual destruction, yet a one-on-one confrontation with the madman seemed trivial. Unbothered by the speaker, Su Chenyang continued to dig at his nose and remarked to the madman, Next time you venture out, kindly switch to a different dog. This one is quite revolting. With a flick of his fingers, a sizable booger landed squarely on the face of the one who had spoken, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. The madman, seemingly unperturbed, appeared to hold a certain admiration for Su Chenyang's character as he slowly made his way to the center of the open ground. Shall we begin? He inquired. Su Chenyang offered no further words, positioning himself opposite the madman. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as the crowd, once raucous, fell into an expectant hush. The 2 individuals, previously languid, now transformed entirely. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from both, palpable to everyone present. Once they stepped onto the battlefield, their gazes narrowed solely on each other, driven by an intense competitive spirit that declared this confrontation would yield only victory, not defeat. With eyes locked in a fierce stare, neither combatant made the first move. The initial test was one of momentum, a psychological duel. To strike first would signify a lack of composure. Both the madman and Su Chenyang possessed considerable combat experience. Yet at that moment, the madman detected an air of disdain in Su Chenyang's gaze. With a thunderous shout, the madman surged forward, his right fist coiling back before crashing towards Su Chenyang's chest. The seemingly mundane motion was, in reality, the most effective method in combat, representing a pure clash of strength devoid of any supernatural embellishments. As the madman's fist hurtled toward him, Chenyang clenched his jaw and retaliated with a similar strike. The impact of their fists collided with a resounding boom, generating a powerful gust of wind that sent dust swirling into the air. Such formidable strength, they both exclaimed in unison. It was vital to recognize that Chenyang, having undergone the baptism of the illusory element, would not be easily outmatched in raw power. The aura radiating from the madman was merely that of a mid-level law king. The momentary underestimation that had clouded Chenyang's mind dissipated. To underestimate an opponent was a cardinal sin in battle. In the instant their fists met, both were propelled backward by the sheer force. The madman's body spun through the air, landing unsteadily and retreating a dozen steps. Chenyang, however, retained a slight advantage, stabilizing himself after a few steps back. After years of combat experience, he had never suffered such a setback. In the blink of an eye, the madman charged once more. This time leaning forward dramatically, his arms drawn back, revealing two gleaming daggers in his palms, their crimson light enveloping them like silent, venomous serpents poised to strike. Chenyang, refusing to be caught off guard, summoned the dragon snake spear into his grasp. In stark contrast to the madman, the spear shimmered with a vibrant azure aura, a manifestation of the water element within. According to the principle of elemental opposition, water was undoubtedly the nemesis of fire. As they approached within 20 meters of one another, both leapt high into the air. The daggers would only unleash their full potential at close range. And Chenyang's objective was to thwart the madman's close-quarter tactics. Gripping the spear firmly, he executed a stable horse stance in midair. The dragon snake spear, infused with potent water element energy, descended with force. A cold smirk flickered across the madman's lips, as if he had anticipated Chenyang's strike. In the very instant the spear descended, a glimmer of green light flashed beneath the madman's feet, propelling him upward once more. Vaulting over Chenyang's head, with a swift twist of his wrist, he thrust both arms downward in a manner reminiscent of a mantis, targeting Chenyang's left side. With a sharp hiss, the moment the dagger met the gun, the influence of the water element came into play. Where the two weapons clashed, wisps of blue smoke emerged, suppressing the explosive nature of the fire element. The azure glow enveloping the gun began to dim rapidly, visibly diminishing to Chenyang's astonishment. The crimson light of the two daggers remained unchanged, seemingly intensifying even further. Without allowing himself to dwell on this, he pivoted around the gun, launching a powerful kick with both legs. Maintaining close proximity to the madman would surely lead to his own detriment. Through Chenyang's efforts, they finally separated and landed apart. In theory, the water element indeed counters the fire element. However, Chenyang overlooked one crucial factor: the disparity in their cultivation levels. When opponents of equal standing engage, the principle of the 5 elements counteracting each other holds true, with the element that counters the opponent providing a significant advantage. Yet, the gap in their cultivation was so vast that this principle could almost be disregarded. The once vibrant azure radiance of the gun had nearly vanished, which posed little concern for Chenyang. He could not even utilize water element skills. What purpose did it serve to possess such abundant water essence? He could distinctly feel the blue points within him rotating at an accelerated pace. As the water element began to replenish itself slowly, just moments ago, he had nearly gained the upper hand, but the madman would not grant his adversary a moment's respite. As they landed, the madman glanced at Chenyang's dragon snake gun, the enveloping light waning rapidly, revealing the gun's original dark gold hue. This was indeed an opportune moment. The two daggers crossed before his chest, executing a feigned slash in midair, followed by a streak of fire hurtling forth. Unfazed, Chenyang enveloped the dragon snake gun once more in a layer of azure. The gun's tip aimed squarely at the oncoming fireball. Wine blade tear, a blue blade, resembling delicate petals, erupted forth, piercing directly into the heart of the fireball. In an instant, azure light blazed forth, accompanied by a cacophony of tearing sounds as the fireball shattered into countless fragments. Sparks scattered like a fiery rain from the heavens. The surrounding disciples hastily unleashed their own essence. Fearful of being scorched by this fiery downpour, the madman scoffed, remarking, "I didn't expect this lad to possess advanced skills. He is indeed extraordinary." As he spoke, his form flickered once more, the two daggers dancing through the air with relentless precision. Their concentrated assault rendering defense nearly impossible. The dragon snake gun joined the fray, whirling about, blocking, slashing, thrusting, and feinting in a blend of techniques, creating an intricate and formidable defensive line against the onslaught. True to his title, the madman displayed no signs of fatigue after such prolonged combat. Instead, He seemed invigorated and more exhilarated with each exchange. Su Chenyang shared this sentiment. Engaging with the madman was nothing short of a brutal trial, testing both his cultivation and his willpower in battle. Absolute gravity. After enduring a prolonged struggle, both combatants found themselves on the brink of exhaustion, yet the fierce desire to win propelled Su Chenyang onward. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed the absolute gravity, intending to slow the madman's movements and secure a decisive blow. Indeed, the madman was caught off guard. His actions momentarily halted at the instant the absolute gravity was released. Though merely a fleeting second, it sufficed for Su Chenyang. The dragon snake gun was swiftly unsheathed, its tip emanating a striking azure glow as it lunged towards the madman's chest. "Boss!" the brothers of the White Tiger Hall shouted in unison. "Boss!" echoed the comrades of the Wind Control Hall. In this pivotal moment, astonishingly, the madman laughed, a carefree laughter, as if danger were not looming over him. Su Chenyang chuckled as well, aware that he could never truly bring himself to strike. Despite their combat, an unspoken camaraderie lingered between them. As the gun's tip approached, it abruptly changed direction, while Su Chenyang's left hand landed heavily upon the madman's chest. The latter let out a muffled groan. His body propelled backward, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth. 0.24 The madman's combination technique. The madman, now on one hand, wiped the blood from his lips. Su Chenyang was well aware that the blow would not be fatal. Yet it would undoubtedly be far from pleasant. Just as the madman began to rise, a concealed projectile suddenly soared from the crowd. Fortunately, the madman reacted swiftly, evading a potentially lethal strike to his chest. However, the hidden weapon embedded itself deeply in his left shoulder. Wind Control Hall, I shall fight you to the bitter end. White Tiger Hall, spare us your venomous words. Do not presume we are afraid. Let us take them down. The unforeseen turn of events ignited fury among the two factions, as they brandished their weapons and surged towards the center. Stop, the madman declared. I shall not take advantage of you. Regardless of who launched that dart earlier, I return it now. A sharp dart embedded itself in Su Chenyang's arm, causing blood to flow freely. At that moment, the madman wore a cunning smile, seizing the opportunity to land a punch squarely on Su Chenyang's chest. Reeling back several steps, the dull ache in his chest transformed into a mouthful of blood, which he expelled with a splat. The disciples of the Wind Control Hall were poised to rush forward, but Su Chenyang halted them with a gesture. Have you forgotten? I am your adversary now. Mercy towards your foes is cruelty towards yourself. The madman rose slowly, devoid of any remorse for his actions. Su Chenyang let out a bitter laugh, astonished by the madman's shamelessness, which surpassed even his OW. Su Chenyang, brace yourself for my next move, and I shall concede. You must be cautious. As he spoke, the madman gradually closed his eyes. The surrounding elements began to thicken, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping everyone present. It was evident that this skill was formidable. As the madman strained to summon the elements, his once handsome visage turned ashen. Should Su Chenyang charge and now to disrupt the madman's concentration, not only would the spell fail to manifest, but the backlash could severely deplete the madman's vitality. Yet, Su Chenyang had no intention of doing so. Firstly, he harbored no animosity towards the madman. Having such a rival could serve as motivation for his own growth. Secondly, if this spell was indeed so powerful, what harm could there be in experiencing it firsthand? Two vibrant beams of light materialized around the madman, one a deep azure, the other a fiery crimson. The two luminescent forces danced and spiraled around each other, resembling two colossal dragons of water and fire, captivating the crowd with their dazzling display. The madman, already striking in appearance, became enshrouded in this radiant light, exuding an extraordinary beauty that left spectators in awe. Indeed, it is a combination skill, Shangwan Hongyan exclaimed, for she possessed the ability to discern it accurately. Combination skills do not adhere to any hierarchy. They are the result of prolonged cultivation and an adept grasp of elemental forces, culminating in a moment of enlightenment. The madman, a true martial arts enthusiast, had developed this skill through painstaking insights and research. Although Su Chenyang was endowed with remarkable talent, he still remained at the naive level of cultivation. This was his first encounter with a combination skill, and he stood transfixed from a distance. Captivated by the spectacle, the two beams of light intensified, initially appearing as indistinct forms, but under the madman's urging, they transformed into two colossal dragons. The dragon heads coiled majestically on either side of the madman's shoulders. As if nestled against their master, that moment, the madman suddenly opened his eyes, The exertion of this skill had drained his vital energy, leaving his pallid face devoid of color. Only he understood that invoking this skill would render him weak for several days thereafter. Behind Su Chenyang were the disciples of the Windward Hall, each of whom could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the scene, prompting them to hastily retreat to the sides. Shangguan Hongyan and Sun Yata wished to remain behind Su Chenyang, but were forcibly pulled away by other disciples from the perilous zone. In their helplessness, they could only call out loudly for Su Chenyang. The disciples from other halls shook their heads in dismay. It seemed that this battle would culminate in a disheartening defeat for Su Chenyang. Water and fire dual dragons. The roar, the madman summoned every last ounce of his strength, finally unleashing the mighty dragons. At the same moment, the two dragons lunged towards Su Chenyang, their enormous jaws agape, as if intent on devouring the very heavens and the earth. Yet Su Chenyang remained motionless, his body betraying no sign of resistance, as if he had resigned himself to fate. In the instant the dragons roared, he slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, his heart was as tranquil as the still waters of an ancient well, and as he shut his eyes, the cacophony of the crowd, their shouts, sighs, roars, and even the faint whispers of the wind, was all but silenced. Silence, serenity. All he could perceive were the elements within him, still swirling incessantly, and the totem embedded within his dantian. The dragon snake's spear glimmered once more, this time radiating 6 colors: wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, and illusion alternated in dazzling display. The brilliant light overpowering the magnificence of the dragons, a true dragon's roar erupted. Yes, the genuine roar of a dragon resounded, sufficient to send shivers through the beasts dwelling nearby. Elegance was not a quality one would expect from the simple and earnest Su Chenyang. Yet in this moment, he exuded an aura that captivated all. The dragon snake's spear was thrust forward, and at the instant of the dragon's roar, a 6-colored blade of wind surged forth, aimed directly at the gaping maws of the two dragons. With a soft sound, the blade struck true, piercing through the spiraling forms of the dragons. An astonishing scene unfolded. As the wind blade sliced through the dragon's body, the once fiery red and azure radiance vanished into thin air. Replaced by a chilling gray aura, the colossal dragons began to wither, as if their very life force were being swiftly extinguished. All spectators, including the exhausted madman, found themselves paralyzed, staring dumbfounded at the peculiar dragons before them. The unfolding of events surpassed the comprehension of all present. In their minds, Su Chenyang had ascended to a godlike status. Ultimately, the corporeal forms of the two colossal dragons dissipated into the ether. Yet, this was not the end. A small remnant of the gray wind blade continued to rush towards the feeble and powerless madman with alarming speed. It was over, the madman thought to himself. At this moment, he lacked not only the strength to resist, but even the ability to flee. The wind blade had completely eluded Su Chenyang's control, and within a single breath, it would eerily claim his life. The magnitude of this transformation was astonishingly swift. Indeed, scarcely a soul in the crowd could fathom what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, this place was destined to become the madman's tomb. A massive shadow materialized before the madman, firmly shielding his body from harm. Just as the wind blade reached its target, a sudden thud resounded as it burrowed into the figure. It was none other than Su Chenyang's summoned rock demon. Were it not for this ability, the madman would surely have been a lifeless corpse by now. The once formidable rock demon seemed to falter against the wind blade. The resilient stones began to crumble and fall. And before long, the rock demon was reduced to mere dust, dissipating into the air, accompanied by that ominous gray wind blade. With a sigh of relief, Su Chenyang exhaled that a calamity had been averted. Had today's duel resulted in loss of life, not only would the palace master be troubled, but he too would bear the weight of guilt. Fortunately, at the most critical juncture, he had summoned the rock demon, yet he wondered if this creature would truly survive. He chuckled to himself. How could he even contemplate death? With his state, even the king of hell would not accept him. In his arms, he felt no movement. It was then that Su Chenyang noticed the two girls weeping uncontrollably. Having believed they would never see him again after the madman unleashed his combination attack. All right, no more tears if you keep crying. You want to look beautiful. He reassured them that he could hardly bear the sight of women weeping, especially not two simultaneously. Flustered, he attempted to comfort one, only for the other to wail even louder. At that moment, he felt as though he were a nurse tending to two infants. Su Chenyang, the madman slowly approached, his frail form making each word a laborious effort. The two girls instinctively positioned themselves in front of Su Chenyang, fearful that the madman might strike again. Shangwan Hongyin furiously declared, "Madman, if you dare to harm him, our Yufeng Hall will not rest until you are vanquished." "Thank you, Su Chenyang." The madman's words astonished everyone. Had it not been for Su Chenyang, perhaps he would have turned to dust himself. However, he reiterated, "Yet, let it be known, mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Today I have lost. You must tread carefully in the future." With that, the madman cast one last glance before departing the mountains with his companions. As Su Chenyang observed the retreating figure, he muttered, "Truly a madman. Even in such a dire state, his words remained resolute. Quite an intriguing person." The audience erupted in excitement. This journey had not been in vain, as it had truly broadened their horizons. Little did Su Chenyang realize, with the conclusion of this battle, he had ascended to become one of the 5 elite members of the Liuyun Palace. Although he cannot be considered the chief disciple, the madman stands at the pinnacle among the 5 elite members. The fact that Su Chenyang has triumphed over him signifies that among all the disciples of the Liuyun Palace, there are now few who can rival him. "Boss." Heihua stepped forward and enveloped Su Chenyang in a hearty embrace. The solid chest reverberated, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "I have splendid news. We've won quite a fortune this time." With that, Heihua placed a substantial pile of gleaming silver before Su Chenyang. "What the heck? While I toil away, you go off gambling for me," Su Chenyang exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. That on a tangential note, this book has been a relentless endeavor, and the results are evident to all that my spirits have not been particularly high these past few days. However, I suppose I shall continue to persevere in a desolate and mournful atmosphere. I have truly experienced it. 025 The princess arrives in a dimly lit corner, for individuals knelt in submission before a woman clad in red. Her face was partially obscured, rendering her true features a mystery. Yet, her originally beautiful eyes now glimmered with a chilling fury. "A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even handle a few disciples from Liuyun Palace. How am I to report this to our superiors? I demand a reasonable explanation." "Your Excellency," one of the kneeling men began, "it is true that we underestimated the ambush. Those individuals boasted of being sharpshooters, yet they proved utterly inept. Fortunately, they have vanished from this world, without revealing a single secret of ours, that I assure you. Next time we will spare no effort to capture them all." "Oh." The envoy turned to face the speaker, her icy demeanor unwavering. "That I have heard that the woman is your fiancée. How could you bear to act against her?" The man on his knees raised his head, his handsome visage shadowed by a murderous intent. "I once swore a deadly oath to remain eternally loyal to the Dark Knight Emperor. Moreover, my father is also diligently involved in this matter. Are you questioning my loyalty?" The envoy snorted disdainfully, retorting, "Loyalty is not merely spoken. Let your actions speak for themselves. We have received word that recently, during his duel in the skies, Chenyang employed a combination technique, leaving him gravely weakened. This news has reached the palace. His sister will soon set forth for Liuyun Palace, presenting us with a rare opportunity. If you can eradicate them this time, we may occupy the entire Sky Nation without shedding blood. You grasp my meaning? I sincerely hope you will not disappoint me again," the envoy concluded, her crimson robe swirling as she vanished into thin air. The 4 individuals, finally rising, began to stretch their stiff limbs. "Boss, if we succeed this time, I wonder what rewards await us from above." "Fool," another chastised, smacking him on the back of the head. "Did you not hear the envoy? We must do this without bloodshed. If the Sky Nation loses its heir, who will ascend as the new ruler?" A smug smile crept across the lips of the one referred to as boss. "This time, success is imperative. I do not wish for personal feelings to compromise our mission." With that, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward one of the others. A humble carriage raced along the rural path, and even a person with slight discernment could perceive the underlying nuances. The coachman, though clad in simple attire, emanated an aura of formidable strength. The carriage was shrouded securely, with only 2 windows flanking its sides. The delicate gauzy curtains that hung from the windows added an additional layer of mystery to the already limited connection with the outside world. "Dear sister, I have assured you countless times that I am perfectly fine," spoke the one named Tian Kong Jingyang, dramatically thumping his chest with both fists to emphasize his health. "Brother, you must tell me who has done this to you. I see he has grown quite brazen, even daring to offend those of royal lineage. If anything were to happen to you, who would ascend as the heir to the Sky Nation? Father and mother have repeatedly mentioned that you are destined to be the future sovereign."
You must concern yourself with the welfare of the people, rather than solely pursuing the path of cultivation, replied a young girl. Her modest indigo gown shimmered with an air of elegance, and her long hair flowed gracefully like ocean waves, with two strands cascading down to frame her face, concealing her ears. Her alabaster visage radiated a gentle luminescence, with a delicate, straight nose, an elegantly elongated neck, and lips that appeared as if they had been sculpted by divine hands. Resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, her slender figure was accentuated by her gown, which revealed only two alluringly fair calves beneath. This was the sister of the madman, Tian Kong Fei Yin. At that moment, this ethereal beauty furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a flicker of indignation. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the one who had harmed her brother. The bond between the siblings was strong. Though their perspectives often diverged, in terms of cultivation, the madman far surpassed his sister, yet when it came to innate talent, even someone as extraordinary as him could not compare to her by the age of 10. Tian Kong Fei Yin had already established herself as a bona fide sorceress. In recent years, her cultivation had seen no advancement, not due to a lack of ability, but rather a conscious decision to forsake her practice in favor of diligent study. As she often expressed, becoming a master of cultivation would not necessarily benefit the populace, whereas being a good princess could ensure the happiness and prosperity of many. The madman possessed a fierce pride and ambition, with few able to win his respect, yet he still heeded his sister's words to some extent. In matters of governance, I could hardly rival your capabilities. I dare say. Having a girl ascend as the sovereign of our sky nation might not be such a far-fetched idea after all. Besides, you are still unmarried. One day, should you wed a man of equal stature, you could pass the throne to him. As for me, I am suited for a life of combat and conflict. That is the true calling of a man. Tian Kong Fei Yin smiled wryly, shaking her head in resignation. This was not the first time she had attempted to persuade him, and each time he deflected her concerns with the same retorts. Do not say such things, the madman interjected, waving his hands dismissively. If we were to follow your advice, who would wish to spar with me in the future? Besides, it is merely a trivial injury. There is no need to make such a grand affair of it, nor to trouble the esteemed princess with a personal visit. Do not underestimate the situation. The heir of a grand empire deserves a warm welcome upon returning to the city. Does he not? Ha! The driver of the horse-drawn carriage revealed a knowing smile at the corners of his mouth. After all, he had watched these two children grow up since they were little. And how could he not comprehend their personalities? In the distance, the faint outline of the flowing cloud palace could already be seen atop the high mountains, indicating that they would soon arrive safely. With this thought, his once vigilant heart began to ease slightly. Around them, in the dense forest, several pairs of cold eyes were fixated on the carriage, attentively observing its movements. This narrow path lay at the rear of the flowing cloud palace, where human presence was scarce. Uninterrupted by humanity, this place had naturally transformed into a paradise for wild beasts. At this moment, the ambushes lay quietly in the grass, awaiting their leader's final command. Shkai, are you serious? You still want to eat? Su Chenyang asked in astonishment, gazing at the pile of beast bones scattered around. Even before dawn broke, Xiaokai had been incessantly patting itself, and from its aggrieved expression, Su Chenyang understood that Xiaokai was hungry. With no other choice, he tossed a few pieces of dried rations in front of Xiaokai, but the creature didn't even spare them a glance. In the lead-up to a confrontation with a madman, Xiaokai had brought him to this place. The dense woods stretched endlessly, teeming with various flying and terrestrial creatures. Su Chenyang found little interest in this location, yet Xiaokai was entirely different. Before long, the remains of a dozen kinds of birds and beasts lay before him, and Su Chenyang thoroughly experienced the joy of a wilderness cookout. Who would have guessed that this creature would become addicted, clamoring to return here daily? Moreover, it refused to eat raw meat, insisting on roasted fare. This truly exasperated Su Chenyang, who, in addition to his training, had to play the role of a cook for Xiaokai. The creature's appetite was indeed terrifying. After a busy afternoon, Xiaokai was still only half full. All right, I'll roast some more for you, but let it be known that today is the last time. I need to focus on my training. Su Chenyang resignedly kindled the fire and skewered the fresh beast carcass with bamboo. Yay! Xiaokai plopped down on the ground, alternating its front paws across its chest, bearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and Xiaokai wiggled its nose in response to the delightful scent, its eyes gleaming with anticipation as they fixated on the meat skewer in Su Chenyang's hand. All right, hurry and eat. Su Chenyang retrieved the skewer from the campfire and presented it to Zhao Kai. Just then, a powerful thunderclap echoed from a distance, accompanied by a resounding boom. Caught off guard, Su Chenyang's hand trembled, causing the skewer to fall to the ground. What was that sound, drawn by the noise? Su Chenyang's gaze shifted. From the end of the dense forest path, wisps of blue smoke began to rise. Following the earlier thunderous sound, a slight ripple of mental energy coursed through the surrounding air. Without a second thought, Su Chenyang summoned a surge of azure light beneath his feet and dashed off into the distance. Roar! Zhao Kai was enraged as well, having seen its delectable meal now buried in dirt. Mixed with fallen leaves and some unknown bird droppings, it was determined to find out who had ruined its lunch in no time. The duo arrived near the site of the disturbance. Su Chenyang was cautious. He did not reveal himself immediately, but instead crouched behind a lush tree alongside Zhao Kai. Not far off, a narrow path is graced by the slow advance of a dozen figures clad in black. Their weapons glinting brilliantly in the sunlight, each exuding an aura of palpable menace. Leaning against one side of the carriage are three individuals, evidently wounded from the recent thunderous blast. A young man among them clutches his chest.